The DuPont Cavalcade of America.
We hope our listeners aren't tired of hearing Happy New Year, because all of the people connected with this program wish to extend their hearty and sincere greetings, with every wish that 1936 will be full of gladness for you. Few companies have been so long identified with the history and growth of America as DuPont. And so it's fitting that DuPont should present the Cavalcade of America, a series of programs which tell you stories of traditional American spirit. It is the belief of the sponsor that a very real expression of the nature and tempo of American life is found in the ideal of DuPont's research chemists. Better things for better living through chemistry. Your comments on this series of programs will be appreciated very much by the sponsor. Just mail them to DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware, or to your radio station. This evening's story concerns the Declaration of Independence. Our Cavalcade Orchestra sets the stage with Victor Herbert's American Fantasy, which makes use of historic American airs.
I'll put the question. All in favor of Mr. Dickinson's resolution? Aye.
Both sides were eager to postpone the actual vote on the resolution. But many members felt that it had a good chance of passing, and so a committee was named to draft a declaration stating the reasons for such a resolution. The committee consisted of Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. Jefferson, considered by many to be the best writer in the colonies, was chosen to make the original draft. Let us visit the Gratz house on Market Street, Philadelphia, late in June. Gratz is talking with his wife.
But Mr. Jefferson hasn't come down to his supper. I think I should call him.
No, don't disturb him. Mr. Adams and Dr. Franklin are with him. There are serious matters being discussed upstairs.
Well, maybe Dr. Franklin and Mr. Adams would like some supper, too.
Must you always be thinking of food? Important plans are being made for the welfare of our country. Tom Jefferson says that some delegates have been instructed to introduce another resolution for independence this session.
Oh, you're always talking politics and worrying about the country instead of attending to your business. More members of the Continental Congress to track up my floors, I suppose.
You don't appreciate the honor they do us boarding here in our home. Someday this house will be known as a place where history was
you wouldn't
made.
call it an honor if you had to sweep up after them. Oh, good evening, Mr. Phillips.
Good evening, Mrs. Gratz.
It's young Mr. Temple, Father.
How are you, Mr. Gratz?
Oh, come in, Mr. Phillips. Well, how can I serve you?
I was wondering if you could tell me where I could find more books or pamphlets like this Common Sense. Has Mr. Payne written any more?
I don't know, Mr. Phillips, but I'll ask Mr. Jefferson. He will know.
I'd be very grateful if you would.
Mr. Jefferson's busy now. He mustn't be disturbed. How does your father feel about your sudden interest in this kind of literature?
Father doesn't know. But I'm convinced his ideas are wrong, Mr. Gratz.
Yeah.
Our country must come first, before England or any other place. Don't you think so?
Yes, Mr. Phillips, I do think so. My parents came from Germany and settled here. They are like your father. They are always talking about the old country, but I am an American.
So am I. And our duty lies, I think, with the new country rather than the old. A place where we intend to live and bring up families. We owe it to future generations so that they may have a happy and a better place to live in. Meanwhile, in Jefferson's rooms, he and his colleagues, John Adams and Benjamin Franklin, are formulating the document that was to help make the country a happy and a better place. Well, Dr. Franklin, now that you've read the draft, what do you think?
As a whole, Mr. Jefferson, I am delighted with it. But I hope you won't be offended if a much older man makes a few slight suggestions.
Certainly not, Dr. Franklin.
For instance, you say, when in the course of human events it becomes necessary for a people. Now, wouldn't one people be more significant?
Yes. Yes, one people. That's right.
And you say, we hold these truths to be sacred and undeniable. Now, I would prefer we hold these truths to be self-evident.
Self-evident is stronger.
Above all, we must be careful not to alienate any of our colonies at this time. Unless this declaration of our reasons for freedom is passed unanimously by the Continental Congress, it will utterly fail in its purpose.
You're right about that, Dr. Franklin. It must be the unanimous will of the United Colonies.
Now, I've called the colonies the United States of America. Do you like that term, Dr. Franklin?
Yes, Mr. Jefferson, I do. The United States of America. May they ever stand so.
Discussion after discussion caused further postponement of any definite action. On July 1st, 1776, the Committee of the Whole met and advised the passage of the Lee Resolution. The vote was 9 colonies for and 4 against. We find Franklin, Jefferson, and Adams the night of July 1st discussing the situation.
9 votes out of 13. No, it's not enough. If the resolution isn't passed unanimously tomorrow, the rest of the world will never believe our colonies are united. Never believe we are the United States of America.
4 colonies against. Delaware, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, and New York.
The Delaware delegation is evenly divided. The New York delegation has no instructions, and none could possibly arrive by tomorrow. The South Carolina delegates feel that their instructions aren't broad enough to allow them to vote affirmatively.
Rutledge has called them together tonight. Perhaps his eloquence may persuade them.
I'm worried about Delaware. The vote will always remain 1-1. McKean for and Reed against. We can't count on Delaware.
McKean told me that he'd sent a postwriter for Caesar Rodney. As the third member of the delegation, he's sure to favor the resolution.
Rodney's 80 miles away, and they say he's a sick man. We can't expect him to arrive in time to vote.
It's your own Pennsylvania delegation that worries me most, Dr. Franklin. That's a negative majority that no amount of eloquence or persuasion can change.
I know. Dickinson and Morris are sincere. So are Willing and Humphreys. 4-3 against. Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Dickinson.
I trust I'm not interrupting.
Why, not at all. Come in, Dickinson. We were just discussing you.
Not too harshly, I trust. Gentlemen, I was much impressed with the vote today.
So much so that you wish to change yours, I hope.
No, Doctor. I still believe in reconciliation. But I love my country too well to hold out against wishes of majority. I know that independence must pass, and I realize the necessity for an undivided front. My conscience won't permit my voting for the resolution, but I can stay away from the Congress.
That would make a tie in the Pennsylvania delegation, Mr. Dickinson.
I'm on my way to talk to Morris. If he also remained away tomorrow, you would have a majority in the Pennsylvania delegation.
Mr. Dickinson, you and I have long been opponents. Now I want to express my appreciation and gratitude, sir.
Of course, I can't promise for Morris.
Tomorrow will tell the tale. We must wait for tomorrow.
On the morning of July 2nd, the delegates of the Continental Congress assembled to vote on the Lee Resolution. Franklin and Adams are seated together not far from the chairman, John Hancock, as the voting proceeds.
There's 8. New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina.
4 more to come. with New York not voting.
The chair calls on Mr. Gwinnett of the Georgia delegation. Georgia votes in favor of the revolution. The South Carolina delegation, Mr. Rutledge.
Mr. Chairman, last night we held a meeting of the South Carolina delegates. It lasted well into the morning. We have come to the conclusion that our instructions are broad enough to allow us to vote on the question. South Carolina votes in the affirmative.
Rutledge must have been very eloquent. Well, I'm beginning to breathe easier.
There are still two more, and...
At the request of Colonel McKean of Delaware, I have postponed calling on that colony until an attempt has been made to secure a full representation. Yesterday, the vote was even.
Mr. Chairman.
Here's Colonel McKean now. I was just calling on you.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to report. Our third delegate, Mr. Caesar Rodney, has just arrived. He has ridden all night and wishes to apologize for rushing in so unceremoniously. But thanks to his arrival, the Delaware delegation supports the resolution 2-1.
Only your own colony left, Dr. Franklin?
Yes, only Pennsylvania.
Dr. Franklin, have the other members of your delegation arrived as yet?
No, Mr. Chairman, and I am certain now that Mr. Dickinson and Mr. Morris are not coming. I therefore announce that the Pennsylvania delegation stands 3-2 in favor of independence.
12 ayes, with the New York delegation in sympathy, but not voting. I think we may call it unanimous.
It is unanimous.
Mark my words, Dr. Franklin. July 2nd will be a day of rejoicing and celebration in these United States until the end of time.
But July 2nd, the day the resolution was passed, is not the day we celebrate. On July 4th, after much discussion as to its wording, a formal Declaration of Independence, little changed from Jefferson's original draft, was adopted unanimously by the assembled representatives of the United Colonies. On July 8th, the people of Philadelphia are gathered outside the State House to hear the Declaration read by John Nixon. On the outskirts of the crowd stands young Philip Temple with his father.
I can't see why you dragged me here, Philip. You've read that document yourself at Mr. Jefferson. You almost know it by heart. We can't hear anything here anyway.
I want to see how the people take it, Father.
People, eh? I notice not many of our friends are here.
Many of our friends have fled the town, Father.
Yeah, that is true, sir.
I'm glad you're staying.
I'm waiting to see the outcome of all this. Anyone can put words on paper. But will they live up to their word? Will they sign this declaration?
Indeed they will, Mr. Temple. I'm sure of that.
We'll see, Gratz.
This is a great occasion, isn't it, Mr. Gratz? A day to remember, lad. I'm glad to see you taking an interest, Mr. Temple.
Huh?
I feared perhaps you'd left town with your friends. Father's staying in Philadelphia, but I'm leaving town, Mr. Gratz. You, Philip? Tomorrow I start for Boston to join General Washington.
Oh, good lad.
Does your father approve?
The boy's of age. If I tried to stop him, your Liberty boys would try to run me out of town, I suppose.
Don't mind what Father says. I really think he's rather proud of me. Mr. Nixon has finished reading the Declaration. Those men in Congress have pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their honor. Could I do less? Every church bell in Philadelphia seems to be ringing.
Yeah, ringing in a new era.
They've given us the ideal. It's our duty to make it real.
On August 2nd, the delegates assembled. 56 signatures were affixed to the document, each man pledging his life, his fortune, and his sacred honor to uphold the principles of freedom and equality so that we and future generations should have life, liberty, and the chance for happiness. There are no braver names than these in the Cavalcade of America.
The American spirit of independence is well exercised by the American housewife as she does her daily shopping. A good example of Mrs. Housewife's firm intention to get the things she buys in first-class condition, fresh, clean, and sanitary, and to see exactly what she's buying, is shown by the revolutionary improvements in packaging during recent years, particularly transparent wrapping. The story of transparent wrapping, or cellulose film, which is another name for it, is a mighty interesting story of chemistry. First manufactured in 1898 in England to wrap the famous Pears soap and improved in 1908 by a French chemist, this material is now made in the United States. DuPont makes and sells it under the trademark cellophane. Maybe you have seen, or you will see, the recent spectacular moving picture, A Midsummer Night's Dream, in which 700,000 yards of cellophane were used to create the beautiful illusion of fairyland. Or you may have seen pianos and automobiles wrapped in cellophane. But these are the novel and unusual uses. The importance of cellophane to you is the way it protects your health by guarding things from dirt and germs, and also the way it keeps foods fresh and delicious. How can man produce a substance as shimmery as a moonbeam and as elusive as thin air out of the towering spruce tree? Because that's exactly where cellophane cellulose film comes from. Chips of spruce wood go through various chemical processes to end up as a thick liquid. Then an amazing transformation takes place in one step. As the liquid cellulose is forced through a long, narrow slot, it flows evenly into an acid bath. And the instant it touches the acid, it coagulates and becomes solid. Then it's purified and bleached until it's as clear as crystal and made flexible for easy and secure wrapping. DuPont chemists made many improvements in the original discovery. They found how to make this transparent wrapping moisture-proof to protect the freshness of foods and tobacco. In short, the thing to remember is that cellophane cellulose film is something chemistry has created to protect you by protecting the things you buy. It well illustrates the creed of DuPont research chemists. Better things for better living through chemistry.
This program has come to you through the courtesy of DuPont, one of America's oldest enterprises, makers of chemical products since 1802. It's one of a series of programs in the Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont each Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time over the Columbia Broadcasting System. When presented on the air, each program also contains a short, interesting story of chemical achievement, illustrating the DuPont chemist's creed, better things for better living through chemistry.
Presenting Lana Turner in Donut Girl on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont, the Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
This is your Cavalcade commentator, Walter Houston. Next Friday marks the beginning of America's 4th year at war. At this time, the future looks bright, but the war is not over yet. We still have long months of bitter fighting ahead, and the men in uniform, at the rare moments when they can, need to relax. This evening, our cavalcade play deals with a branch of the American Red Cross, which helps these men to find relaxation. Donut Girl, written by Edith Sommer, is based upon factual material supplied by Annette Robbins, a Red Cross worker, recently returned from the South Pacific. Donut Girl is the personal record of Patricia Holland, the Chicago girl who found herself at a jungle air base somewhere in New Guinea. Pat Holland will be portrayed by the star of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, Marriage is a Private Affair, a star who is one of Hollywood's brightest and loveliest, Lana Turner. It was almost 2 years ago when Pat Holland arrived in New Guinea, burdened with luggage and rosy illusions. Well, she's back home now, and yesterday she received a letter from a friend. A letter asking a question but the letter was addressed to Pat. And this is her story.
The letter, full of exclamation points and dashes, was from Florence. You see, Florence has just joined the Red Cross, and she wants to know how it is in New Guinea. She wants to know what working there is like. Well, it's a little hard to answer, but I can tell you what it was like for me. Of course, things are much different now. But when I came there 2 years ago, there were only 8 of us Red Cross gals. And now there are hundreds. Things were pretty rugged then, just getting organized. I didn't realize it, of course, and I stepped off the plane feeling like Lady Bountiful, with my feet in the mud and my head in the stars. I remember how I felt as the plane, with me as its only passenger, came in for a landing. And as the plane stopped on the airstrip...
Okay, come on out, lady, this way.
I'm Patricia Holland of the Red Cross.
Welcome to New Guinea, miss. Give me your luggage.
Well, that's it in the plane. Tell me.
Holy smoke. Hey, Joe, hold up a minute. I got to get this junk out of here first.
Excuse me, but I don't seem to see... Is anybody from the Red Cross around?
Sorry.
Oh, but I'm Pat Holland, and...
Let's get her into the shed. Okay, Joe, wheel her around now.
Well, hasn't anybody asked about me?
Nope.
Oh, what do I do now?
Come on, Joe, swing her to the left. Swing her to the left.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't go away. Hey, soldier.
Beg your pardon?
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, ma'am?
Oh, Lieutenant, I'm Pat Holland with the Red Cross, and I've just flown from America, and... Well, what's the matter?
Are all those suitcases yours?
But they're only 5.
5, huh? Okay, come on. I'll drive you over to your headquarters.
Oh, with the Jeep. Oh, what fun. No, wait a minute. Don't help me. I can get him myself.
Okay, but aren't you forgetting something?
I am? What?
You're the Red Cross, aren't you?
Well, yes, of course.
And you came out here to work?
That's right.
Then how about toting your own luggage? Come on, it won't hurt you. They're only 5.
We're very glad to have you with us, Miss Holland. While you remain in this area, there are naturally several regulations you must follow. You must keep your head covered while under the sun, and you must keep your legs covered at all times.
I beg your pardon?
Mosquitoes.
Oh.
Of course, we expect you to do your full share of the work. The work's not easy, but then you knew that when you joined up. There are many things to be done. The clubmobiles to meet the flyers.
Well, after sitting for 3 hours at headquarters, the Red Cross director finally interviewed me. By then, I was beginning to feel that I was about as welcome as the Black Plague. And then I met Ann Pepperley. Ann was my supervisor and the first girl I met in New Guinea. I said to her, hello, I'm Pat.
Hello, Pat. How much do you weigh?
Why...
Ever scrub floors?
Well, no, but...
You will. Sandwiches?
Hmm?
Can you make sandwiches?
Oh, sure. You see, when
Fine, we need about 500 by 1300.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
What's the matter? You afraid of work?
No, I'm not afraid of work. Say, what's the matter with you people anyway? I come here all the way from America, and I don't know why, but I feel like I was a Jap or something. I land in the plane, and nobody meets me. I get to headquarters and sit in the broiling heat for 3 hours, and nobody talks to me. I'm tired, and I'm hot, and nobody cares. What are you running here anyway, a private war?
Peanut butter.
What?
Make those sandwiches with peanut butter.
Oh, all right, I will make them with peanut butter. All the sandwiches you want. And I'll scrub the floors and wash the windows and make the beds and clean the kitchen and I'll do all these things. But there's one thing I won't do.
What's that?
Well, everybody's got to clean his own bathtub ring.
Ha, what bathtub?
I ran out the door, only there wasn't any door because the headquarters building was just a thatched hut. And I pushed along the jungle path toward the barracks. My heart was so heavy and my eyes were full of tears, and I was mad and I was lonely, and then it happened.
Man, ain't that new girl pretty?
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, thanks. Thank you. The day settled down to a routine then, a routine of work and sweat. It wasn't bad, though. It really wasn't. The cold reception I received on my arrival wasn't directed at me personally. They didn't resent me. You see, for Red Cross gals, the ticket of admission to the theater of war is work. And at first it looked like I was trying to get in on a free pass. There were so few of us there, only 8, and so much to be done. So much. Well, anyway, for the first few weeks, I spent my time being the maid of all work. That is, until the day I was in the Red Cross Club stacking donuts for the clubmobile with the rest of the girls when the telephone rang.
Answer, Pat, will you?
Okay, sure. Hello, Pat Holland here.
This is Lieutenant Crilly. Flight of B-25 bombers returning from strike. All planes accounted for. ETA 1500.
Okay, Lieutenant, that's swell. Somebody will be there.
Right.
Hey, Ann, the heavies are returning from the mission. They'll be in at 3 o'clock.
Okay, you ready, Pat?
Oh, sure. The donuts are stacked and the juice is in the wagon.
No, I mean you. Are you set?
Me? What for?
Oh, didn't I tell you you're going with me today?
You mean in the clubmobile? Out to meet the flyers?
That's right.
Oh, but...
What's the matter? Don't you want to go?
Want to? Oh, my gosh, sure. Yes, of course, but...
But what?
I left my lipstick in the barracks.
You know, I've been meaning to tell you, Pat. All the rest of us, well, we think you've done a good job, and...
Thanks, Ann.
It's been pretty tough, I know. But you see, the 7 of us came out for the Red Cross, and we were the first to come to New Guinea. And then when you came...
I was an intruder, huh?
Not exactly, but we had to be sure you were willing to work as hard as the rest of us.
Listen, Ann. Our planes. Come on, let's go.
No, wait a minute. No, those aren't the bombers.
Huh?
Those aren't bombers. Fighters, 175th probably.
But how do you know?
Oh, after a while you'll get so you can tell every plane in the Air Force just by the sound of its motor. Where are the donuts?
Oh, right here. I'd pile them all up.
Better get them out to the clubmobile. Oh, and the coffee. Come on, Pat. It takes about 10 minutes to get to the airstrip, and our boys will be along any minute now. Well, honey, don't just stand there. Let's go.
Wait a minute, Ann.
What's the matter, for heaven's sake?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Look, Pat, for weeks you've been waiting for the time you'd go on the clubmobile shift. Well, now you're going instead of...
I know that. That's what I mean. You see, ever since I joined the Red Cross, I kept thinking about when I'd meet the missions. I'd think of sweating it out with the ground crews, waiting for the planes to come in. And I'd think about how I'd talk to the pilots and, you know, laugh with them. Things like that. But now
But now what?
I'm scared.
Come on, Pat. Let's get the stuff in the clubmobile.
Okay, then. Here we go. Oh, gosh, Ann. No kidding. I've been waiting for this ever since I got here. I thought See, what's the matter with this thing anyway? Does it take long to get to the strip?
Oh, about 10 minutes.
Well, it won't take us that long. Ann, the battery's dead. The battery's dead.
But it can't be. Pat. Try turning on the ignition.
Oh, Ann.
Oh, forget it, honey. You're just excited.
Well, this time we're really off. We went backwards.
So we did. This time, instead of reverse, put it in first, Pat.
Yeah, maybe it would help. Well, okay, Ann. This time I guarantee we're really off.
Well, we made it, Pat. Everything set?
Already. Coffee, fruit juice, donuts. Oh, but why don't they come?
They'll come.
Listen, Ann, what'll I say?
You've had dates, haven't you?
Oh, sure, for heaven's sake, but this is...
It's the same thing. These are just boys, Pat. 20, 21 years old, most of them. Just talk to them. Joke with them. Help them to relax so they can be interrogated by air intelligence.
What's that for?
Well, intelligence officers question the crew so they can learn of possible enemy losses, new tactics, new equipment, things like that. Happens after every mission. That's our job, see, to get the boys to relax so they can talk.
Oh, I wish they'd come. Say, you don't think...
Well, hi, Bill. Pat, this is Bill Anders, chief of the ground crew for the Greased Lightning.
Hi, Pat.
Hello. Ground crew for the what?
The Greased Lightning. Ain't you ever heard of it? That's the best blasted fort in the whole Air Force. You knew, huh?
This is the first time Pat sweated out a strike.
Oh. Well, take it easy, kid. This is the toughest part.
They're a little late, aren't they?
Yeah, we just got a report that one of them got it over the target.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Tough.
Which one?
I don't know. Just hope it wasn't my boys. That's all. Just hope it wasn't my guys.
Oh, it couldn't be Bill. Not with Rip Ware, the skipper.
Yeah, that's the way I figure. Now, Ollie's over there sick on a dog. He's sure it's his gang. Had a premonition last night, Ollie did. Kept me awake all night with it.
That's Russ's ship.
Yeah, Ollie's sure they got it. Last night he dreamed he seen him go down. He's feeling bad, real bad. Well, I'll see you later, Ann.
All right, Bill. Bill, if you hear anything more, let me know, will you?
Oh, yeah, sure I will, Ann. See, they sure are late, aren't they?
Listen, Ann. And does it happen often?
Planes going down?
Yeah.
Yes, Pat, it does.
But how can you stand it?
Well, sometimes you can't. This is the worst. Not knowing which one. Not knowing who. You see, Pat, sometimes there's a special boy.
I know, Ann. Mary told me about it.
It was right out here on the strip. Just like now. All the planes came in. Only his didn't. We were going to be married.
Look, Pat, they're coming. Where? Over there, see? Hey, Bill, they're coming. Turn on the Victrola, Pat. What? The Victrola, turn it on. Okay. Come on, Ann, we better get the coffee and juice ready and get out the donuts. Hurry up, Ann. They're coming in. The boys are coming in.
Listening to Lana Turner and Donut Girl on the Cavalcade of America, brought to you by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. When Red Cross recreation worker Pat Holland first landed in New Guinea to serve the 5th Air Force, she felt like Florence Nightingale and Bob Hope and Hedy Lamarr all rolled into one. But weeks of scrubbing floors and making sandwiches have helped prepare her for the greatest heartache of them all, waiting on the airstrip for the men to return from a combat mission.
You've heard about Rip Guare, I guess. Everybody has. Well, I met Rip while I was in New Guinea. That first day I was out on the airstrip in a clubmobile. His was the first plane in. I remember it was my first plane, and I was nervous and scared, and I couldn't seem to talk to the boys at all, and, well, the boys just talked to each other about their mission.
Hey, listen, I had that zero right in my sights when Don and my machine gun didn't go and get a frog in the throat. Yeah, I remember that, Tony, because my gun jams at the same time.
Hey, Annie, how about some more bug juice?
Yeah, come on, Annie, fill it up, will you?
Okay, I'm coming. How about you, Jim?
Yeah, sure. Listen, man, 2 zeros are coming from the left, see? So I yelled to Tony, I tell him to climb upstairs, boy, climb up.
And that was when I met Rip Guare. I was standing there feeling pretty useless and out of things when...
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Rip Guare.
And I'm...
I know, you're scared. You needn't be.
Well, it's just that I can't seem to get started.
I know, it's my boys. They're shy, see? Besides, they're pretty hopped up right now. We kind of had a rough time of it. As soon as they get to know you, it'll be all right. Besides, you're too pretty. They can't ignore you for long. Where are you from?
Chicago. Thanks, Rip.
That's okay. What's your name?
Pat.
Pat, huh?
Uh-huh.
You remind me of Emily.
Emily?
Yeah, my wife.
Oh.
I haven't seen her in 3 years. Hey, you guys, where's your manners? Jim, Tony, Fred, this is Pat, a new G.I. Junior come to brighten up the war. Well, come on, speak up. Hiya, Pat. Hiya, Pat. Hey, Tony, Pat's from your hometown. Yeah? No kidding. Say, how's Chicago making out?
Exactly the same, Tony. The Drake's next to the lake, and the weather's next to impossible.
Gee, Pat, remember Randolph Street?
Yeah.
Ah, boy, that street has memories for me. I remember one day I was walking past Marshall Fields. A girl come up to me and she said, right out, she said, hey.
It wasn't spectacular what Rip did. Oh, but it meant so much. He made me accepted, one of the gang. Funny how important that is, to have boys, mere babies, some of them, accept you as an equal. But then you remember that these aren't just kids. They're men. Brave men who face death casually every day. I was traveling in pretty honored company, and it was a swell feeling. Oh, one other thing happened that day. As the bombers came in one by one, Bill, Rip's ground crew sergeant, came running up to us and...
Hey, Pat, listen, I was wrong. Wrong.
Wrong about what?
Yeah, we didn't lose the plane. They're all in. See, here comes the last one now. All the planes is in.
Oh, Bill, that's wonderful.
Oh, boy, I'll say it is. Listen, when Russ's plane rolled down the strip, his ground crew was so happy they cried like babies. But they were so afraid about Ollie's premonition.
Yeah, but when they saw that plane, no kidding, they just cried, all of them. All except Ollie. He was so happy he got sick. Hey, put on another record, somebody. Come on, the party's just starting.
How about the one of the new ones Rip just brought back from Australia?
Yeah, the one about the pair of shoes, Annie.
Right, here it is. Shoo, shoo, baby.
Come on, Ann, let's dance this one out.
Okay, Bill, you talked me into it.
You want to dance, Pat?
Oh, sure, Rip. I'd love to.
Oh, would you rather see a picture of my son?
Oh, Rip, did it come?
Yep, I got it in the mail this morning. Hey, come on out here, Pat. Here, get over by the light. There it is.
Oh, Rip, he's a fine boy. How old is he?
3. Some kid, huh?
Yeah, he looks just like his dad.
Yeah. Emily keeps writing he acts like me, too. She says he's got a lopsided grin. See, you can see it in the picture. It's blurred a little. I guess he moved. But if you look closer...
Oh, yes. Yes, I see it. Oh, gee, he's darling.
Yeah. Emily says he laughs like me. And he won't eat his eggs.
Won't eat his eggs?
Nope, can't stand them. But when I get home, Oh, no, I guess I won't. I don't like eggs either. Oh, gosh, Pat.
I know.
You know, I never seen him. Little guy was born just 4 days after I was shipped overseas. But he knows me. Emily's taking care of that. She had a little picture made from a big one she had. And my boy, don't kid me, wears it pinned to his jacket like it was a medal or something. And Emily says that whenever he meets somebody, he points to my picture and says, "Hey, you, that's my daddy." Want to go back and dance, Pat?
I'd love to. Oh, gee whiz.
Huh? What are you laughing at?
Me? I never thought of it before, but, well, if I ever have a little girl of my own, I sure hope a little guy like yours has her telephone number. It wasn't that I was in love with Rip. That would be too simple. But I loved him. We all loved him. I don't know why. He was just a dumb-looking 23-year-old kid from Kansas City who had a wife he adored and a baby son he'd never seen. And yet, there was something, I don't know, special about him. Every man in the squadron felt it. They worshipped him. Or they'd have followed him if he had led them into a battle where the odds were 100 to 1 against them. Maybe there's an easier way of saying this. Maybe if I said that when Rip walked into a room, suddenly your heart wouldn't weigh a thing. You'd know what I mean. Well, anyway, that's the way it was. And that's what made that day so unreal, so unbelievable. I was in the Red Cross hut mixing fruit juice. But this time I was alone. Anne was over at the barracks. She and I had been told to stand by to meet a special mission due in any minute. So a couple of others had gone out to take care of our own boys. I was working at the table when I looked up and...
Come here a minute, will you?
It was Bill, the ground crew sergeant. I walked over to the door and...
I don't believe it for a minute, so it's all right. But this report, see,
What
they came
report?
in, they say it's verified. Oh, they got jerks working up in communications. How do they know it's verified? I don't believe them, Pat. Them happy Charlies is fighting a dream war. I don't pay no attention to them.
What's happened, Bill?
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's just that... Look, I don't believe it for a minute,
You don't
Pat.
believe what?
Not for a minute, but they say that
They say what?
Rick got it over target. Like I say, them communications Joes is dreaming. Half the time they shoot out these fancy reports that don't...
Are the bombers in yet, Bill?
Yeah, but they don't make no...
All of them in, Bill.
No. Rip's plane ain't. My plane ain't. Listen, Pat, I gotta go now and tell the other guys not to believe it. See, they're gonna get the report now. I gotta tell them not to believe it.
Bill! Bill, wait a minute. Bill! But he'd gone. I wanted to run after him. I wanted to run and yell and I wanted to cry. Hello?
Lieutenant Crilly here.
Yes, Lieutenant.
A squadron of replacement bombers coming in. Full complement of planes and men, so you better have a flock of sandwiches and coffee on hand. Estimated time of arrival, 0900. Okay? Hey, did you get it?
0900. Sure, I got it, Lieutenant. That's swell. We'll be there. Well, that's the way I learned the main thing war teaches. That things don't happen to other people anymore. They happen to you. Of course, you learn other things, too. You learn about words like faith and hope. Words like that. Funny, but they come to life for you when you're mixed up with a war. And they work for you. I've seen it happen. Again and again I've seen it happen. And maybe the official report does list Rip as missing in action, presumed to be dead. All right, maybe he is. But a whole squadron of men in New Guinea, a girl and a little boy in Kansas City, and I, we don't believe it. We know that somewhere Rip Guerre is alive. Well, that's about all there is to it. I stayed on in New Guinea until about 3 months ago, when my mother became seriously ill and the Red Cross rushed me back to the States. Mother's fine now, so of course I...
Why, Pat, child, what are you doing? You'll be late.
What? Oh no, I won't, Mother. I was just sitting here thinking. I was going to write Florence a letter.
Oh, honey, I wouldn't do that now. You'll miss the train.
It'll only take a minute, Mother. See? Look. Dearest Florence, just received your letter, and I'm thrilled to death you're going to be a clubmobile girl for the Red Cross. The rest of your letter I'll have to answer on board ship. You see, I'm leaving tonight for New Guinea. I'm going back with a new group of Red Cross workers. Meanwhile, lots of luck to you. Love, Pat. Oh, P.S. I just had a hunch. Be looking for you on the ship.
Thanks to you, Lana Turner, and to all other members of tonight's DuPont Cavalcade. Smoke shells are typical of many different DuPont products that have saved and will continue to save the lives of many Army and Navy men. By means of colored smoke candles and colored smoke shells that send up clouds of red, orange, yellow, green, and violet smoke, lives are saved by identifying our ground forces so that our supporting planes and artillery can distinguish them from the enemy. Since most of these products are made at Deepwater, New Jersey, the DuPont plant there might be called the plant that saves lives. Gane Whitman can tell you about some of the other interesting things they're doing at this plant.
Well, Walter, for one thing, they're making neoprene, DuPont's synthetic rubber for life rafts and life-saving suits. Neoprene rubber, made at the Deepwater plant, also goes into flame-resistant jackets for electric cables on shipboard, de-icers for airplane wings and radio balloons used by flyers forced down at sea. Freon refrigerants manufactured by DuPont at Deepwater play an important part in a malaria control method that is saving many lives in the tropics. That's because Freon, expanding rapidly when the valve on a small dispenser is opened, carries insecticide into the farthest corners of a tent or room in a few seconds. If a soldier does get malaria, Army doctors treat him with atabrine, one ingredient of which is manufactured at the Deepwater plant. And in a sense, camphor made there saves lives too, because camphor is used in manufacturing the moving picture films that train our crack-shot aerial gunners to shoot first and shoot better. The plant that saves lives is known officially at DuPont as the Chambers Works, in honor of Dr. Arthur D. Chambers, who contributed much to its early development. But in peacetime, this 500-acre plant with 750 buildings and 9,000 employees has still another name, the plant that has never stopped growing. Because, literally, it never has stopped growing in more than 25 years. Men and women who qualify for jobs at this New Jersey plant of the DuPont Company today, and the plant is still hiring both men and women, have the best assurance of continuing employment. For when the war is won, the plant that saves lives will turn back into the plant that has never stopped growing, offering interesting, important jobs for long years to come, Men and women growing up with America's age of chemistry, supplying America and the world with an ever-increasing number of DuPont better things for better living through chemistry. Now, Walter Houston.
Next week, our Cavalcade play tells the thrilling story of another war, the war against pain. You meet the men who fought this war, and you'll see how the victory they won is helping today to spare the wounded from the agony of surgery. Our star is Brian Dunleavy. I'm sure his performance will thrill you when you hear him in The Conquest of Pain on next Monday's DuPont Cavalcade of America. Thank you and good evening.
The music on tonight's Cavalcade was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. This is Gene Whitman inviting you to tune in next week to The Conquest of Pain, starring Brian Dunleavy, brought to you by the E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware. And think of this. The annual sale of Christmas seals has helped to reduce deaths caused by tuberculosis by 75%. Yet, since Pearl Harbor, TB has killed 145,000 civilians. That's why you should help by buying Christmas seals now. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Alfred Lunt in The Gentleman from the Islands, an original radio play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Tonight, the Cavalcade Playhouse is especially proud to welcome for his first sponsored appearance on the air the celebrated American actor Alfred Lunt. The play he has chosen for this event tells the story of a gallant and courageous gentleman from the islands of the West Indies, whose destiny it was to secure the unity of a great republic. The gentleman's name was Alexander Hamilton. Our play, written by Robert Tallman, encompasses 24 fateful days. Days that were to bring death to Alexander Hamilton and to his country a legacy beyond price. The DuPont Company presents Alfred Lunt as Alexander Hamilton in The Gentleman from the Islands on the Cavalcade of America.
Near midnight, the night of June 17th, the year 1804. Over the Grange, country estate of Alexander Hamilton on Manhattan Island, the moon rides high. Up the lane to the mansion house, silhouetted sharply against the moonlit shrubs, rides a man on horseback. He draws up before the portico, dismounts, and tethers his horse. In a few quick strides, he is standing before the lighted French windows of the master's study. He looks about him, then raises his crop and raps on the pane. The man inside rises from the desk to answer the door.
Who is it? I have the honor to call upon you, General Hamilton, on behalf of a friend. May I come in?
Why, Mr. Burnett, at this time of night? Come in, sir.
Thank you. I trust I do not disturb your household at this hour, sir. The friend I have the honor to wait upon is most impatient.
Well, sit down. Sit down. Cigar? Brandy?
Thank you, no. This letter, General Hamilton, if you will be so good as to read it.
Must I now?
I think you'd better.
Well, if you insist. Hand me the letter opening there, will you, sir?
At your service, General.
Thank you. Excuse me? Sit down. Sit down. Be comfortable.
Thank you. I prefer to stand.
This letter is from Aaron Burr. I recognize the hand.
That is correct, General.
But I don't understand. He seems to be agitated about some newspaper story.
You knew nothing of it?
No, sir. I never read scandal-mongering journals.
Apparently your friends do.
But this concerns something a Dr. Cooper says I said 2 years ago.
You deny having said it?
That Aaron Burr is a dangerous man not to be trusted with the reins of government?
That is only the published utterance, General Hamilton. Colonel Burr has reason to believe that in private you have sought to place him in an even more despicable character.
Mr. Van Ness, despicable and more despicable is not worth the pains of distinction.
Then you accept the challenge?
All right, Colonel Burr, a letter. I don't believe in acting in haste, and I don't understand perfectly, as yet, what Colonel Burr's motive is in this affair.
It couldn't be that you are afraid to meet with Colonel Burr on the field of honor, sir?
Field of honor? I couldn't meet Aaron Burr on the field of honor. He wouldn't know where to find such a field. You may tell Colonel Burr that he can wait upon my pleasure. It is not my custom to receive wild challenges to my honor in the middle of the night.
Not so wild as you think, sir.
Then beg your friend to tell me why, after all these years of political rivalry between us, he has chosen this night to resolve the matter. I have retired from public life to all intents and purposes.
Does a man who tasted power at the age of 25 retire at 47, sir? You belittle yourself, sir.
That is my privilege, Mr. Van Ness. I bid you good night, sir.
As you wish, General Hamilton. Good night, sir.
Alexander?
Betsy? James?
We didn't mean to disturb you, Father. Mother was worried and called me. Alexander, I was certain I heard a horse in the drive. James thought he heard it, too.
That's absurd. You've been dreaming, both of you.
Who was it, Father?
Now, what have I done to deserve this, my wife and my eldest son, doubting my word?
I don't blame James, my dear. I made him come with me. I had such a strange feeling. Foreboding almost. But here you are, still at your desk. Forgive me.
To tell the truth, I'm glad to come downstairs. I must go into the city tonight.
Tonight? Well, when did you decide about that?
Just now.
Father, someone was here. Why don't you want us to know about it?
Good heavens, I've been away from home before. Anyway, James is old enough to look after things. I can't bury myself here in the country, you know.
Why must you go tonight? I had dared hope you'd done with politics. The business that takes you away from us like this so abrupt.
I might have been president now if I'd stayed in politics. Would you like that?
No. The president's a passing fancy. That was never for you. The Constitution was your work, and that's something that's good for all time.
Yes. Yes, it stakes.
Was there ever any doubt about that?
I doubted it once. Now I don't know. That's why I'm going to the city, Betsy. I have to find out. Tonight. Oh, there. Oh. Oh, wait here, old girl. I shan't be long.
Now, what in thunder? Hamilton, come in. Come in. I'll make a light.
I know the hour's late, Judge Pendleton, but...
Well, think nothing of it. I've just dozed off in my chair, as you see. You saved me a bad case of stiff joints. That's better. Now, what brings you out at this hour?
I just had a visit from Mr. Van Ness, the so-called affair of honor.
On whose behalf?
Colonel Aaron Burr.
I trust you didn't do him the honor of noticing his challenge.
Not yet.
You intend to do so?
I might.
You mustn't consider it. Burr is a deadly shot. This wouldn't be his first duel, you know.
But it would be my first duel. First performances have a way of sticking in the public mind.
Precious little comfort that would be if it were your last as well.
I'm not so sure of that, Judge Pendleton.
Why this concern over Burr, whom you've always held beneath contempt?
Because I have reason to believe there is more to his challenge than meets the eye. Don't forget, Judge Pendleton, I'm not a bad shot myself. Burr doesn't gamble for little stakes. If it were only his personal honor at stake, he would have challenged me long ago, for I have never made any secret of my contempt for the man and all he stands for.
Oh, don't forget, Hamilton, you have time and again frustrated Burr's highest ambitions. When he wanted to be president, you chose Jefferson instead. And only last month, you killed his chances of becoming governor of New York. He'd set his heart on that governor's chair.
Ah, but why did that governor's chair mean so much to him? That's what I must make sure of, Pendleton. If the answer is what I think it is...
Supposing you fought this duel, Hamilton. Supposing you killed Aaron Burr. You'd only make him a martyr.
Ah. But if Burr killed me, what then?
It's unthinkable. This whole thing is unthinkable, Hamilton. It must not happen, this duel.
Judge Pendleton, of what must happen and what must not happen, neither you nor I can be the arbiters. Tomorrow I shall see Burr's political crony Swarthout.
What good will that do?
Good? If he tells me the story I think he will, well, there is always a final decision which no man makes for himself. You are listening to Alfred Luck in an original radio play, The Gentleman from the Islands, on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company. As our play continues, Alexander Hamilton, played by Alfred Lunt, is in the headquarters of the Society of St. Tammany, talking with one of New York's first political bosses, a gentleman by the name of Swarthout.
Let us be realistic, Mr. Swarthout. You know perfectly well that without my support, your party cannot elect Colonel Burr or anyone else to the governorship, now or ever.
Oh, now we know why you opposed Colonel Burr's election as governor. Wanted the job for yourself, eh?
I haven't said so.
Oh, come now. You're a man of the world, Hamilton. As plain as the nose on your face that you would...
Excuse me, Mr. Swarthout. I didn't want to interrupt, but the gentleman was most insistent.
What gentleman? Speak up.
Mr. Cheatham, sir.
Bring him in. Wait till Cheatham sees you here. I wager he'll...
You wager what, Mr. Swarthout?
Mr. Cheatham, I believe you have met General Hamilton.
We've met. I hadn't dreamed we'd meet again. Perhaps you've been dreaming of other things, Mr. Cheatham.
General Hamilton has decided to let bygones be bygones. Isn't that so, General?
I haven't said so.
No. I assure you, Mr. Cheatham, General Hamilton is only waiting to find out what we have to offer him.
Huh? Well, that's so.
Gentlemen, let's come to the point. It has been suggested that the office of Governor of New York might have its attractions for me. I needn't tell you that I resigned from public office once because it didn't pay.
Secretary of the Treasury of the United States of America. Couldn't make it pay. What you need is counsel, young man.
Well, I'm willing to listen to your proposition, gentlemen.
Willing to listen? What do you think of that, Cheatham? Willing to listen. But when we tell you what we have in store for you, you may think at first your ears have been deceiving you, Hamilton.
Well, get on with it.
Are you quite certain of our ground here, Swarthout?
Mr. Cheatham, you let me handle this in my own way. Hamilton, here's the story. Our friends in New England have taken Colonel Burr into their confidence. They plan that New England and New York shall secede from the Union.
Secede from the Union? Are you serious?
Indeed, we are serious. And what's more, I am confident that the French minister has assured Colonel Burr that France will back us up with all the military power she has. And when Napoleon's agent says that...
When Napoleon's minister says that, beware, you will be his next victim.
Would that be so unpleasant? Napoleon is realistic, and so are we of the manufacturing states of this country. Jefferson is bound and determined to ruin our foreign trade, all for the sake of a vague, romantic notion he calls democracy. Well, we can't compete with a disciplined, organized nation like Napoleon's France under such a system.
And so you propose that we should play his game, hmm?
Just so. You begin to see the possibilities, my boy?
I do. And I have just this to say. A more evil, scurrilous, rotten, treacherous scheme has never come to my attention. Swine. That's what you are. Filthy swine. May God forgive the American people for ever having allowed men like you to be born on the soil of a free nation. Do you think the unity of this vast continent is subject to the whim of your little corrupt thirst for power? I tell you it is not, and never shall be.
And just how do you propose to stop us, General Hamilton?
With my life, if need be. My life is a little thing compared to the future of the unity of the United States. How my name goes down in history is a matter of small moment. How this great nation survives in history means everything.
Excellent repast, my dear Mistress Hamilton. And music with the feast. I have never dined so royally.
I held out against the musicians as long as I could. Such an extravagance. But Alexander would have it.
James, when you're the head of the house, I adjure you, do not follow your father's example. You see the thanks one gets for a generous gesture, from the women at least. And the women, it's they we strive to please, after all.
Don't be deceived, Father. Mother loves it. She told me so before dinner.
Now, you're too old to be carrying tales, James. But it's true, Alexander. It's wonderful to see you so full of the enjoyment of life.
Oh, one would think I had done nothing but add columns of figures for these 20 years.
And today is an exception. It's the 4th of July, you know, but no brandy. You'll be drinking toast till morning, I suppose, at the celebration in town.
I certainly hope so.
Well, I wouldn't have you miss it for the world. Aaron Burr will be there for certain, and I want everybody to see how much handsomer you look in your dress uniform.
Aaron Burr will be there.
Of course, isn't he always? Why? What's the matter?
Nothing. Just, I'll have to polish up my speech. Well, Pendleton, let's be getting on.
Good night, Father. Good night, Judge Pendleton.
Good night, my dear.
Hurry home and drink a toast to General Washington for us.
2 toasts.
A dozen.
Well, my boy, so you decided.
Yes. You'll be my second in this affair, son.
You know I can refuse you nothing.
You remembered to bring my papers. Thank you.
You saw Swatow?
I saw 2 swine. And I smelt the filth of the pig pen the third sent his challenge from.
Have you considered you leave a wife, children?
There are things that mean even more to me, Judge Pendleton.
I see.
And another thing, you must pledge our adversaries to keep this matter secret. No one must have an inkling of it. I want my last days with my family to be happy.
Hamilton, please.
No. My mind's made up. You shall see. They will be the happiest days of my life.
Here you are, my boy. Got you home earlier than we expected.
I'm very much obliged to you, sir.
You were magnificent, Hamilton. The way you faced Burr as if nothing had happened between you at all.
Nothing has happened yet.
I spoke to Van Ness in the course of the evening. July 11th is the date. At Weehawken Heights, across the Hudson. The New Jersey laws on dueling are more liberal.
July 11th. And this is the 4th. The 5th now, 6 days. Well, good night, Judge Pendleton.
Good night. God bless you.
Why, Betsy, still up?
I found these papers here. I've been reading them.
Well, it's a woman's privilege, my dear.
Such a lot of papers. It seems as you must have been writing letters or making speeches 24 hours a day for the past 15 years. How did we ever find time to be in love with each other?
That was easy.
Thank you, sir. I'm learning all your secrets. Oh, here's one. Remember this?
The letter I wrote to old Cheatham after that scurrilous story you printed about our marriage?
I'll wager his ear is still burning.
Gall of the man. Intimating that I married you for your money?
Well, didn't you?
Of course. But that's our business.
Well, then, I'm glad I had some money.
Do you really mean that, Betsy?
What do you think?
Oh, forgive me, my dear. These old memories we've dug up, how rich they are, and how many things we've learned, especially me.
Oh, here's the letter from General Washington after you quarreled, remember?
Oh, yes, I remember. He said I kept him waiting. I stopped to talk to Lafayette on the stairs. It couldn't have been more than 2 minutes, but General Washington insisted it was 10. Naturally, I had to stand on my honor.
You had too much honor in those days. I like you better now.
Perhaps I haven't changed as much as you think, Betsy.
Why do you say that in that strange tone of voice? Alexander, what is it with you these past weeks?
Have I seemed not like myself?
Too much like yourself. Your old self, I mean. This elation. I remember you like this before when you were going to Philadelphia to stand up against your elders for a constitution you wanted.
I survived it, didn't I?
Yes, and I prayed for your safety every night. Oh, you were so outspoken. There were so many hot-headed men there, the kind that fight a duel at the drop of a hat. What is it, Alexander? Did I say something to offend you?
No. No, of course not. Just remembering old times. Too much of it for one day.
Sometimes I feel I've known you so little for all our years together. Yet I'm glad. You've never seemed so human, so alive. I've never loved you as I have these past weeks. They've been the happiest weeks of my life.
Say that again, Betsy.
The happiest weeks of my life.
You do mean it, don't you? Oh, thank you. And now I'll say good night again, my dear. I have a little writing to do before I come to bed.
Good night, my love.
Father, may I come in for a moment?
Why, James, are you up too?
Yes, I waited up. I wanted to talk to you without Mother here.
Secrets from your mother? I'm flattered.
Well, I'm preparing for my Regents examinations now to enter college, as you know, and I thought, well, I wasn't sure whether I'd be going. I mean, are you getting ready to leave us, Father?
What on earth put that idea into your head?
This letter. You left it out on the desk. I wouldn't have looked except for what it says on the top. To my sons, in the event that I should not return.
Have you showed that to your brothers?
No. I wanted to be sure what it meant.
Well, it doesn't mean anything. I was thinking of taking a fairly long trip, perhaps to Canada, naturally. If I went by boat, there's some danger.
You're lying to me, Father.
Yes, perhaps I am.
Are you going to fight a duel?
You know I don't approve of dueling.
I didn't ask you that. I asked if you were going to fight a duel.
No, we'll put it this way. If I were, I'd want you to do as I said in that letter. Look after your mother when I'm gone.
I understand, Father. And don't worry. I won't say anything to Mother. Not till it's all over.
You're a great gentleman, James. I have no fears for you. Be a guide to your younger brothers and a comfort to your mother.
I'll do my best.
Now, good night. I've work to do. God bless you, my son.
Goodbye, Father. Good luck.
Ten paces, gentlemen.
10 paces. 10 paces.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that satisfactory to you, Judge Pendleton?
That will do. Mark the place.
Now then, do I have the honor?
Very good, sir. I choose heads.
Heads it is. General Hamilton, your choice of weapons.
Thank you. This one will do.
Colonel Burr, I have the honor.
Let's get on with it. At your service, sir.
Stances, gentlemen.
Are you ready, Doctor?
Ready, gentlemen.
Very well, gentlemen. Present. Fire!
Oh.
Doctor. Colonel Hamilton, he's hit.
Oh, why did he hold his fire like that?
General Hamilton. General Hamilton, can you speak? Please, sir, I'm the doctor. Let me get at that wound at once. It's too late, doctor. This is a mortal wound. Looks bad. We'll have to get him across the river somewhere to a hospital. The bullet has entered his lungs. Gentlemen, bring a stretcher. Over here with a stretcher. Hurry. Oh, just a moment. Before we start, if I should die before we reach the other shore, let my wife be called at once. Break it to her gently, but impress upon her that I have meant that she should understand why I have done this. The papers must be published, just as I left them. Tell her this is my legacy to her and to my country.
Don't listen to him. He doesn't know what he's saying. Must have been mad these last days. Why else did he hold his fire? The suicide brought on my madness.
Brought on my madness, yes. Whose madness? Does one argue with a dead man? For I am dead, not half so dead as Aaron Burr shall be before ever death touches his body. God give him the strength to go on until his every intrigue shall be shown for what it is. Shall we lift him up, Doctor? He's quiet now. Yes, gentlemen, lift him. Lift him up. Oh, wait. Oh, please, one moment. Yes, General Hamilton. My pistol. Be careful how you handle it. It might go off and do harm. It hasn't been fired, you know.
And now the star of tonight's cavalcade, Alfred Lunt.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It has been nearly a century and a half since Alexander Hamilton sacrificed himself that our country might continue the course charted by the founders of this republic. It is my sincere hope that in our play tonight there has been some measure of inspiration and encouragement for the gallant men and women who today are fighting to destroy the evil forces once more abroad over the earth. Thank you.
Next week on the Cavalcade of America, the distinguished character actor Dean Jagger in a new and thrilling radio play called Man of Iron, a story of John Ericsson's invention of the monitor. Don't forget, next week, Dean Jagger as John Ericsson in Man of Iron. The orchestra and musical score tonight were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont. This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. Starring Susan Douglas in a true story, I Speak for Democracy. bitter cold afternoon in 1944. Place, a farmhouse near Fort Vermilion, a fur trading post in the northern wilds of Alberta, Canada, close to the border of the Northwest Territories.
6 carbon, 7 nitrogen, 8 oxygen, 9 fluorine. Oh, dear. 10 neon, 11 sodium.
What is that you study, Yaroslavka? A new language?
No, Mama. Chemical elements. The correspondence school says I have to memorize them.
That is good, Slavka. Your papa and I, we did not learn things like that in old countries before we came to Canada.
And what we did learn, we like to forget.
But, Papa, it's not enough. I want to learn more. It's so hard to memorize things like chemical elements with no way to apply them.
She is right, Papa. Ever since they closed the school here, for 2 years she's working like this. My heart goes out to her so hard she studies.
She will go to a real school then. I see to it. We come here from the Ukraine so our children can have better than us. We have savings. She goes.
But where? She could not go down to Edmonton and live by herself.
Oh, no, that is true.
Wait. Petro, why we don't think of it before? Your brother, Georgi, in Delaware at United States. There must be fine schools there.
Sure he would take her in.
Oh, Petro, she could come back, teach the other children, maybe even start the school again here.
No, Mama. It would be too expensive.
Oh, what good is our savings if we keep for ourselves? Good. I write to Georgi and tell him our Slavka must learn in the United States.
Mama and Papa, I am writing this on the aeroplane, and we'll mail it to you when we reach New York. There was the boat to the town of Peace River. So slow, so full of time when I was in such a hurry. And then the motor bus to Edmonton that bumped and bumped over the hot, dusty roads. And then this aeroplane. You will wonder, Mama and Papa, if I am frightened. I don't think I am. For there below me, just the way I had dreamed it would look, the United States, and all the things I'd read about. Niagara Falls, and Rip Van Winkle, Valley Forge, Bunker Hill. And now, as I write to you, we are circling the island of Manhattan, and we're going to land any minute now.
Well, this is it, Slavka. Times Square. What do you think?
Oh, dear. It all looks so peaceful from the airplane, Uncle Georgie.
Wait, Slavka. No more Georgi. Here in the United States, I am George.
Oh, sure. Oh, what about just plain Unky?
Fine with me. And we'll have to do something about your name, too. Yaroslavka. In English, that would mean glory to God in the highest. So, in the United States, you will be Gloria.
Gloria. Oh, I like that. Gloria Junior.
Good. Well, what would you like best now that you're in the big city of New York, huh?
Would it be too expensive if I had an ice cream soda?
Oh, the sky is the limit. What flavor you like?
I don't know. I've never had one before.
You haven't? Well, I'll tell you, you can't go wrong with chocolate. That is, unless you'd rather have strawberry or vanilla or pineapple.
Oh, dear. I'd better let you choose.
All right. Come on. We get it in the restaurant at the Pennsylvania station. Then we take the train to your new home in Wilmington, Delaware. Come on. We don't have much time.
It seems strange. You are in a hurry. Everybody here is in a hurry.
It's a funny country. You'll have to get used to it.
It's just that I expected people who have such great responsibilities as Americans have would be very serious and dignified.
I felt that, too, when I first came over. The things they have here to make life so easy and comfortable, I thought to myself they were like the topsoil. They could wash away any time and leave nothing.
Yes, that's it.
But then I lived here a while, Gloria, and I found out. Down underneath it's good, rich earth. Strength that nothing can wash away. That's important to people like us. You'll find it for yourself someday.
Yes?
How do you do, sir?
Oh, how do you do?
They said I could find the principal of Wilmington High School here. I wish to register for your fall term.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm Mr. Fulmer, the principal. Why haven't you been in before this to register? School's about to start.
I just arrived here from Alberta, Canada. I'm staying with my Uncle George. My name is Gloria Chomiak.
Well, Gloria, welcome to Wilmington. Please sit down.
Thank you.
Now then, tell me all about yourself.
Well, Mr. Fulmer, I think I ought to tell you I have been to school only 2 years.
I beg your pardon?
But I had 2 more years study with the Royal Canadian Correspondence School.
Uh-huh. And you wish to enter high school?
I've tried my best to learn, sir. I've read and read. I know your presidents, George Washington, John Adams.
Yes, that's fine, Gloria, but we have a ruling, you see. In order to enter high school, well, you must understand, you might hold the other students back if you were...
I would not. I wouldn't say a word in class. I would just listen. I want to listen, to hear and learn all I can. I wouldn't waste a minute. How could I? Your country has given me this chance to come here, and I want to repay it by hard work and study with all my heart.
Yes, I see. But that isn't my point, Gloria. We want you to say a word in class to feel part of our student life.
Yes, I understand. Well, I thank you very much, sir. You've been so kind to explain things to me. I'd better be going now.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. You see, my parents sent me all the way here so I could learn. And then I want to go back home and teach the other children, because there isn't any school at all up there now. I never thought you might not let me in.
Mm-hmm. How old are you, Gloria?
15.
You see, Gloria, we have rules in our school system that are made for excellent reasons.
Oh, yes, sir. I know. It's all right.
But, of course, there's the old maxim that it's the exception that proves the rule.
I don't understand.
Well, here. I'm going to see that you get your chance, young lady.
Oh.
Here you are. Here's a form.
Oh, thank you.
You just sign your name right there. That's it.
Name, Gloria Chomiak, age 15, residence, Alberta. No. Residence, Wilmington, Delaware, United States of America.
Continue our DuPont play, I Speak for Democracy, starring Susan Douglas as Gloria Chomiak, who in her new home in Wilmington, Delaware, is writing a letter to her parents in the far north country of Canada.
Dearest Mama and Papa, Today was the first day of the new term at Wilmington High School. I thought it was going to be quite simple, that I would go there and register and start my classes. Pardon me. Could you please tell me where the library is?
Why not? You're standing right in front of it. That's the door.
Oh, it's rather confusing sometimes finding one's way.
You're new here, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Where did you come from?
Up north, Canada.
Oh.
I suppose my not knowing my way around seems pretty strange to you. I don't mind if you laugh.
Was I laughing?
No. But I'm foreign and I'm a little mixed up.
Oh, look. Practically everybody's mixed up first day of school. What's your name?
Gloria.
Oh, gee, that's nice. Mine's just plain old Winnie. Say, everybody goes to the cafeteria for lunch. Do you want to meet me there?
Oh, no, I couldn't. I brought my lunch from home.
Well, eat it in the cafeteria then. Oh, come on. Make it about 12, huh? And afterwards, I'll show you where things are around school, and you can meet some of the kids.
Oh, it's awfully kind of you.
Oh, fun. Well, be seeing you, Gloria.
That's right, Winnie. Be seeing you. Dear Mama and Papa, I hope you'll understand why I haven't written very often lately. There is so much to study, and the most wonderful thing has happened. The editor of the school paper invited me to be a cub reporter. And last week, after school, Miss Wright, the director of dramatics, came in while I was working on the paper.
What, Gloria? What are you doing here on a Friday afternoon?
I'm working, Miss Wright. Somebody has to, as the reporters say, put the paper to bed.
I see. Seems to me you're always that somebody.
Oh, no, honestly, it's my turn, that's all. And besides, remember when our class toured the news journal?
Mm-hmm.
I met a real newspaper reporter, and her name is Miss Power, and she's helping me to learn how real reporters write their stories.
Oh, Gloria, I'm worried about you. You're trying to do too much, take on too many activities. Library squad, debating club, school paper. Well, there's a limit, dear.
I'm strong. We're a good, strong family. We know how to work, all of us.
That's obvious, but...
Oh, Miss Wright, my father and mother knew there was much for me to learn, but I don't think even they realize how much. There's something new every day. Some happening, some words to remember. I want to take back with me all I can absorb. Oh, Miss Wright, this is my chance. I don't want to waste a single second of it.
Oh, I understand.
I can go on with things, like the paper. I don't have to stop.
Oh, nobody wants to stop you, Gloria. As a matter of fact, I don't think anyone could. But do me a favor, will you?
Of course.
Get out to a party now and then. Have a little non-constructive fun.
Well,
I mean it. The class party is tomorrow night. I want to see you there, or else.
Hi, Minnie. Hi, Gloria. Hey, you're all done up. You look cute as a button.
Yeah, why didn't somebody tell me?
Winnie fixed my hair a new way.
Straight out of Junior Bazaar, I tell you. Hey, Winnie, did you hear about the contest? What contest? Miss Wright just told me about it, and I figured you and Gloria might be interested. I think it's something to do with writing a script for the radio. Oh. And I hear the prize is a scholarship to college.
College? Oh, Winnie, let's find out.
Okay. Come on. Miss Wright.
Hi, Miss Wright.
Well, hello there. That's a good thing you made it, Gloria.
You scared me into coming, Miss Wright. I'm having a lovely time.
Well, you look lovely, too.
You're not kidding.
Miss Wright, we wanted to ask you about the contest.
Oh, yes. Well, I just heard about it myself. Gorman Walsh and Harvey Smith over at WDEL told me about it. It's a radio contest. The National Association of Broadcasters, the Radio Television Manufacturers Association, and the Junior Chamber of Commerce is sponsoring it. Would any of you like to enter?
It's for high school students all over the country.
Well, what do you have to do?
Oh, just write a little talk on the subject, I Speak for Democracy. The winners will read their scripts over the radio.
Jeepers, I wouldn't have a chance.
What about you, Gloria? You're going to try it, aren't you?
I don't know.
Oh, don't be timid about it. It's not supposed to be elaborate, an oration or anything like that.
But the title, Miss Wright.
Well?
I Speak for Democracy. I haven't the right to speak for it. I wouldn't be eligible.
Oh, that's nonsense.
I'm afraid it isn't. Would be presumptuous of me even to enter.
Oh, now come, dear. Think it over carefully. And remember, the prize is a scholarship to the college of your choice.
Yes, Miss Wright. I know. And so, dear Papa and Mama, you can imagine how I lay awake last night, dreaming and wishing I could take part in that contest. Then this afternoon, as I was going across Rodney Square to the library...
Why, Gloria, hello there.
Hello, Miss Power. It's nice to see you again.
Where are you going? Want to help me cover a story?
Oh, that's very kind of you, and I'd love to. But I was on my way to the library.
Oh, looking up something for the school paper,
No. I was thinking about a contest. I just want to write down how I feel about it, that's all.
Contest? Oh, wait a minute. The Voice of Democracy contest.
Yes. You see...
Gloria, you ought to enter that contest. I was even going to suggest it to you if you hadn't heard about it.
Oh, but you don't understand, Miss Power. There is so much I want to say. And yet how can I, a foreigner, be the one to speak for democracy?
Look here. You see that building over there across the square? The federal building?
Yes.
What goes on there?
That's where the courts are, where everyone can get justice. Everybody knows that.
And the city hall? What's that for?
Oh, that's where the city government meets.
Okay. Now, what about the public library over there?
That's for knowledge.
Isn't it there for everyone?
That's right. But, Miss Power, I don't understand.
Now, that statue over there.
The man on horseback? Caesar Rodney?
Well, what about Caesar Rodney? I'm a little rusty on that story.
Oh, well, I read about it in history class. Caesar Rodney was in Dover, but he found out that the resolution for independence might not be unanimous unless he got there to vote for Delaware. So he rode 80 miles through mud and lightning and thunder and reached Philadelphia just in time to cast the deciding vote.
Good. Now, Gloria, you know, all the things we've been talking about, these buildings and the squares, the institutions they represent, probably wouldn't be here if men like Caesar Rodney had just sat back and let someone else do the talking.
I never thought of it that way.
Your voice is every bit as important today as his was, Gloria.
Yes, I see. What you mean is that every voice that speaks out for democracy is important, isn't it?
That's the ticket.
Okay, Miss Power. I'll enter that contest. Dearest Mama and Papa, I don't know how to tell you. It is all so unbelievable. But that day in the square decided me. I entered the contest. When I wrote the script, it was what I wanted to say, but I knew how many others would be doing the same. High school students from all over this country. How could I dare dream that later there would be an assembly at school and Mr. Fulmer would say...
We have just received word of the winners in the Voice of Democracy contest. They are Ann Pinckney, Trinidad, Colorado; Richard Chapman, Brookings, South Dakota; Robert Shanks, Lebanon, Indiana; and it gives me the greatest pleasure to announce that one of the winners is right here in our own Wilmington High School, Gloria Chomiak.
And so they took me to Washington. I went to Congress. The members of the Supreme Court all stood in line and bowed to me. And I met the President of the United States. And then we went to Williamsburg, the little town where the first patriots of this country met to plan this nation. We gave our broadcast from the House of Burgesses, where Patrick Henry cried out, "Give me liberty or give me death." I was standing there right beside General George C. Marshall as he talked to the audience over the radio.
Friends, today we have gathered here in this historic shrine to honor 4 young high school students who, like Patrick Henry, have spoken out for liberty. They have spoken in their own way in a radio contest on the subject, "I Speak for Democracy." But I am convinced that the words these boys and girls have written are more to them than a mere competition for a prize. They are the voice of democracy. Representing these 4 students is a young lady just 17 years old, who I am proud to introduce. Her name is Miss Gloria Chomiak from the Wilmington High School of Wilmington, Delaware.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Susan Douglas and myself. We have a surprise for you at this point in our cavalcade play. I don't think I could begin to read Gloria's winning speech as well as she did that day. And so that you may hear Gloria reading a part of it, as she did on that occasion in the House of Burgesses. Well, here she is, not the actress, but the real Gloria Chomiak.
I speak for democracy because 2 generations back my ancestors could not. Because if I do not speak of it, if many more do not speak of it, there may come a time when we too will no longer have the right to do so. For today, more than at any other time, governing powers are pitted one against another. It seems a crisis has been reached and must be broken. We who believe in democracy cannot trust our living it alone. We must stand up and speak and be heard in its cause. And what is this thing called democracy? It is a thought discovered in ancient Greece, a thing the Slavic Serb dreamed of too much and paid for with his life, an ideal started in its practice by a model parliament of England and bitterly struggled for in Louis, France. It found a home in the New World when honest colonists learned to demand a rule by their own choice. It has grown from a privilege of the few to a right of the common, risen from a persecuted idea to a mighty ideal upheld in safety by millions. It is a government that has been developing for hundreds of years and shall develop for hundreds more. It has developed into a system whose imperfections can be remedied and whose virtues are a God-given right. A cynic spoke a truth about democracy when he said that it can make each man his own oppressor. Yet, I believe that greater men have said truer things about democracy, that the people's government cannot and shall not perish from the earth.
DuPont presents the Cavalcade of America. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. Tonight we are privileged to present the distinguished stars of the American theater, Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontanne, in a new Christmas miracle play written for our times by Stephen Vincent Benet. It is called A Child is Born. I'm your narrator. It's my task to say just where and how things happen in our play. It's an old task, old as the human heart, old as those bygone players in their art who, in old days when faith was nearer earth, played out the mystery of Jesus' birth in hall or village green or market square for all who chose to come and see them there. So we tonight, who are your players too, ask to tell that self-same tale to you. The time is time. The place is anywhere. The voices speak to you across the air to say that once again a child is born. A child is born. I pray you all give us your audience and hear this matter with reverence. There is a town where men and women live as people do in troubled times, times when the world is shaken. There is an inn. A woman sings there in the early morning.
There shall be born a child born of woman, and yet undefiled. King Herod, now what do you say?
Singing again. I told you not to sing.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Forgot. That's fine. That's wonderful. That answers everything. The country's occupied. We have no country. You've heard of that, perhaps. You've seen their soldiers, haven't you? You know just what can happen to our sort of people once there's a little trouble. Answer me.
I've seen, I know, but...
oh, la, sometime I think your ways will drive me mad. Is it your business what King Herod does? Is it your place to sing against King Herod? Do you pretend to know the ins and outs of politics and why the great folk do the thing they do? And why it's to bear them? Because it's we who have to bear them. First and last and always in every country and in every tongue. They grind us like dry wheat between the stones. Don't you know that?
I know that somehow kings should not be wicked and grind the people down. I know that kings like Herod should not be... All right.
I'm not denying that. I'm reasonable enough. I know the world. It's a bad world, but it must last our time. Herod is Herod, but my end's my end. I do the best I can. I pay my taxes here in this conquered and forsaken land. And as for all your fine, rebellious souls who hide in the hills and stir up trouble, call themselves prophets too, and prophesy that something new is coming to the world, the Lord knows what. Well, it's a long time coming. And meanwhile, we're the wheat between the stones.
Something must come.
Believe it if you choose, but meantime, if we're clever, we can live and even thrive a little. Clever wheat that slips between the grinding stones and grows into the good, the profitable grain. At least if you will not sing subversive songs to other people, but your poor old husband who loves you still in spite of all your fancies and always will. Come, wife, I've got some news. I didn't mean to be so angry with you. Give us a kiss. I couldn't help the child. I know you think of that this time of year. You're my son, too, and I think of him. I couldn't help his dying.
No, husband, no.
He stretched his little arms to me and died. And yet I had the priest, the high priest, too. I didn't spare the money.
No, my husband, I'm a barren bough. I think and sing, and I'm a barren bough.
Oh, come.
The fault is mine. I had my joyous season, my season of full ripening and fruit, and then the silent, the aching breast. I thought I would have children. I was wrong. But my flesh aches to think I do not have them. I did not mean to speak of this at all. I do not speak of it. I will forget, not sing at all. It was long past and gone. Tell me your news. Is it good news?
Yes, the prefect comes to dinner here tonight with all his officers. Oh, yes, I know. The enemy, of course, the enemy. But someone has to feed them.
And they'll pay.
Cash.
On the nail.
Yes.
Good.
I thought you'd say so. Oh, we'll make no great profit, not tonight. I've seen the bill of fare they asked of me. Quails in midwinter. Well, we'll give them quails and charge them for them, too. You know the trick.
Yes.
They must be well served. I'll care for that, the honest innkeeper, the thoughtful man. Oh, do not spoil my servants with largesse, your worship. And he won't. He pinches pennies. But once he's come here, he will come again, and we shall live, not die, and put some coin, some solid enemy and lovely coin under the hearth. Spoil the Egyptians. What's that? I'll go. The maids aren't up yet, lazy bones. A minute, just a minute. It's early yet. You needn't beat the door down. This is an honest inn. Good morning.
Hail, Caesar. You keep with us in?
Yes, sir.
Orders from the prefect. No other guests will be entertained at your inn tonight after sundown. The prefect wishes all the rooms to be at the disposal of his guests.
Sir, when the prefect first commanded me, there was a party of my countrymen engaged for a small room. He'll hear no noise at all.
This is the prefect's feast, the Saturnalia. You've heard your oath.
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed, sir.
Well, see that carried out. No other guests. Hail, Caesar.
Hail, Caesar. Oh, that's pleasant. All the rooms at the disposal of the prefect. No other guests. Remember, no other guests.
I will remember.
Do so. It's an order. Now, about the quail. You'll make the sauce. That's the important thing. A crow can taste like quail with a good sauce. You have your herbs.
Yeah.
Well, then, begin. It's morning and we haven't too much time. Sarah, Leah, where are those lazy servants? Leah and Sarah, come and help your mistress. I'll rouse the fools. There's work to do today.
And the day passed, and night fell on the town, silent and still and cold. The houses lay huddled and dark beneath the watching stars, and only the inn windows streamed with light.
What's the prefect saying up there?
Gentlemen, men of Rome, mindful of Rome's historic destiny and of our good friend King Herod, who has chosen alliance with Rome rather than a useless struggle, keep them under with a firm hand.
Oh, what was he saying up there?
I don't know. I don't know the big words. The soldier said...
You and your soldier.
Oh, he's not so bad. He brought me a trinket, see?
You and your Roman tricks.
I hate serving them. I'd like to spit in their cups each time I serve them.
Oh, you wouldn't dare.
Oh, wouldn't I, though?
Here. What's this? Why are you standing idle? They're calling for more wine.
Let Leah serve them. She likes their looks.
Sarah.
Yes, mistress.
Please, Sarah, we've talked like this so many times.
Very well, mistress, but let her go first. Get up the stairs, you little soul comfort. I hope he pinches you. Mistress, it's not my fault. Sarah, have...
Oh, go, both of them.
You go first.
You ought to beat the girl. She's insolent and shows it.
You can't be too hard on her. Her father's dead, and her brother's in the hills. And yet she used to be a merry child. I can remember her when she was merry a long time since.
You always take their side, and yet you think a self-respecting inn could have some decent and well-mannered maids. No such luck. Sullens and sluts. A lot of them. Give me a stool. I'm tired. Say, 30 dinners, and double for the prefect, and the wine. Best, second best, and common. Not bad, but then... Why do you sit there staring at the fire, so silent, and so waiting, and so still?
I do not know. I'm waiting.
Waiting? For what?
I do not know. For something new and strange. Something I've dreamt about in some deep sleep, truer than any waking. Heard about long ago, so long ago, in sunshine and the summer grass of childhood, when the sky seemed so near. I do not know its shape, its will, its purpose. And yet all day its will has been upon me, and there is light in it, and fire, and peace, newness of heart, and strangeness like a sword. and all my body trembles under it, and yet I do not know.
You're tired, my dear. Well, we shall sleep soon.
No, I'm not tired. I'm expectant as a runner before a race, a child before a feast day, a woman at the gates of life and death, expectant for us all, for all of us who live and suffer on this little earth with such small brotherhood. Something begins. Something is full of change and sparkling stars. And yet I cannot read it. Yes, I wait and strive and cannot find it. Look! What's that?
They can't come in. I don't care who they are. We have no room.
Go to the door.
Well, is this the inn, sir? We're travelers and it's late and cold. May we enter?
Who is it?
Just a pair of country people, a woman and a man. I'm sorry for them.
My wife and I are weary. May we come in?
I'm sorry, my good men. We have no room tonight. The prefect's orders.
No room at all?
No, it's not my fault. You look like honest and well-meaning folk, and nobody likes turning trade away, but I'm not my own master. Not tonight. It may be in the morning.
Wait.
Must you mix in this?
Wait. Good sir, the enemy are in our house, and he... Oh, I did not see your wife. I did not know.
Her name is Mary. She is near her time.
Yes. Go, get a lantern. Quickly.
What?
Quickly. I once had a child. You have no room. We have no room, that's true, and it would not be right, not here, not now, not with those men whose voices you can hear are voices of death and iron, King Herod's voices, better the friendly beast. What am I saying? We have a stable at the inn, safe from the cold at least, and if you choose, you shall be very welcome. We share it.
Gladly, and with great joy.
The lantern, husband.
Nay, I will take it. I can see the path. Come.
Well, I suppose that you must have your way, and any other night. They're decent people, or seem to be.
He has his arm about her, smoothing out the roughness of the past for her.
Although they are not even people of our town, as I suppose you know.
So rough a path to tread with weary feet.
Men, there's frost upon the air tonight. I'm cold, or... Yes, I must be cold. That's it. That's it now, to be sure. Come, shut the door.
Something begins, starlit and sunlit. Something walks abroad in flesh and spirit and fire. Something is loose to change the shaken world.
night deepens. The stars march in the sky. The prefect's men are gone. The inn is quiet. But in the street outside...
By night with a day, with a hope, a star shone over us so bright, we left our flocks to seek its light.
So late. How can you sing so late? I'll go and see. Wait, I'll out the window, please. Winding short. But they're shepherds from the hills.
Shepherds?
Yes, mistress.
matter be?
Yes, they all seem drunken. Not with wine, but with good news. Their faces shine with it.
Cold and so late. Poor creatures. Call them in. The prefect men are gone.
But the master.
He's dozing. Do as I tell you.
Come in. Come in. Tarry a while and rest.
We cannot stay. We follow the right star.
Where did they go? Would they not stay with us? They did not even look on me. They looked ahead. They have gone toward the stable of our inn.
The stable of our inn. And they are gone.
Aye, gone, but... Mistress, do you hear? Hear what? Hear what? The tread of seeds on the hard ground, iron-hoofed and ringing clear. Company that comes from out the east. I've never seen such things. And these are great lords, great kings with strange and memorable deeds, and crowns upon their heads.
What's that? What's that? Lords, nobles, kings here in Bethlehem, in our poor town? What fortune, oh, what fortune! Stand from the window there, you silly girl. I'll speak to them. My gracious noble lords, worthy and mighty kings, our humble inn is honored by your high nobility. Come in, come in. We've fire and beds and wine. Come in, tarry a while and rest.
We cannot stay. We follow the bright star.
I do not understand it. They're gone. They did not even look at me or pause, so there's no other inn. They follow the poor shepherds to the stable.
They would not tarry with us. No, not one.
And yet...
Peace, husband, you know well enough why none would tarry with us, and so do I. I lay a while in sleep, and a voice said to me, Gloria, Gloria, in excelsis Deo. The child is born, the child is born. And yet I did not rise and go to him, though I had waited and expected long, for I was jealous that my child should die and her child live. And so I have my judgment, and it's just.
Dreams.
Were they dreams? The shepherds and the kings? Is it a dream, this glory that we feel streaming upon us, and yet not for us?
Now, mistress. Mistress, 'tis my fault, not yours. You told me seek the strangers in the stable and see they had all care, but I forgot. Mistress, the fault was mine. You told me also, but I did not go.
If there was any fault, wife, it was mine. I did not wish to turn them from my door, and yet I know I love the chink of money, love it too well, the good, sound, thumping coin. Love it, oh God, since I am speaking truth, better than wife or fire or chick or child, better than country, better than good fame. Would sell my people for it in the street, oh, for a price, but sell them. And there are many like me, and God pity us.
God pity us indeed, for we are human, and not always see the vision when it comes, the shining change. Or if we see it, do not follow it because it's too hard, too strange, too new. And now I know that standing in this light who have been half alive these many years, brooding on my own sorrow, my own pain. Life is not lost by dying. Life is lost minute by minute, day by dragging day, in all the thousand small, uncaring ways. The smooth, appeasing compromises of time which are King Herod and King Herod's men, always and always. Life can be lost without vision, but not lost by death. Lost by not caring, willing, going on beyond the ragged edge of fortitude to something more, something no man has seen. You who love money, you who love yourself, you who love bitterness, and I who loved and lost and thought I could not love again, and all the people of this little town, rise up. The loves we had were not enough. Something is loose to change the shaken world, and with it We must change.
Now that's well said.
Who speaks there? Who are you?
Who? Oh, my name is Dismas. I'm a thief. You know, starved, flea-bitten sort of boy who haunts dark alleyways in any town. Sleeps on a fruit sack. Runs from the police, begs what he can, and borrows what he must. That's me.
How did you get her?
By the door, innkeeper. The cellar door. Lock upon old. I could pick locks like that with 5.
What have you taken?
Nothing. I tried the stable first. Then your cellar. I slipped in, crept up, rolled underneath the bench while all your honest backs were turned, and then...
And then?
Well, something happened. I don't know what. I didn't see your shepherds or your kings, but in the stable I did see the child, just through a crack in the boards, one moment's space. That's all that I can tell you. Is he for me as well? Is he for me?
For you as well.
Is he for all of us? There are so many of us, worthy mistress. Beggars who show their sores and ask for alms. Women cough their lungs out in the cold. Slaves. Oh, I've been one. Thieves and renegades who knife each other for a bit of bread, having no other way to get the bread. The vast sea of the wretched and the poor, whose murmur comes so faintly to your ears in this fine country. Has he come to all of us or just to you?
To every man alive.
I wish I could believe it.
And if you did, no doubt you'd give up thieving.
Gently, lady, gently. Thieving's my trade. It's the only trade I know. But if it were true, if he had really come to all of us, I say to all of us, then honest man or thief, I'd hang upon the cross for him. Would you? Well, I see I said something I would like, something uncouth and bold and terrifying. Yet I'll tell you this. It won't be till each one of us is willing, not you, not me, but every one of us, to hang upon a cross for every man who suffers, starves, and dies. That there'll be no crosses and no tyrants, no Herods and no slaves. Well, it was pleasant thinking things might be so. So I'll say farewell. I've taken nothing. He was a fair child to look on.
Wait.
Why? What is it you see there by the window?
The dawn. The common dawn. The ordinary and poor and mortal day. The shepherds and the kings have gone away. The angelic visitors are gone. He is alone. He must not be alone.
I do not understand you, wife.
Nor I.
Do you not see? Because I see at last. Dismas the thief is right. He comes to all of us, or comes to none. We are the earth. His word must sow like wheat. And if it finds no earth, it cannot grow. We are his earth. The mortal and the dying, led by no star, the sullen and the slut, the thief, the selfish man, the barren woman. And yet, unless we go, his message fails.
Will he bring peace? Will he bring brotherhood?
He would bring peace. He would bring brotherhood. And yet he will be mocked at in the street.
Will he slay King Herod and rule us all?
He will not slay King Herod. He will die. There will be other Herods, other tyrants, great wars and ceaseless struggles to be free. Not always one.
These are sad tidings.
No. They're glad tidings of great joy, because he brings man's freedom in his hands. The thought, the wish, the dream of brotherhood, never and never wholly to be lost. The water and the bread of the oppressed, the stay and succor of the resolute, the harness of the valiant and the brave, the new word that has changed the shaken world. And though he die, his word shall grow like wheat. And every time a child is born in pain and love and freedom, hardly won, born and gone forth to help and raise mankind, there will be women with a right to say, Gloria, Gloria in excelsis Deo, a child is born.
Gloria, Gloria.
Come, let us go. What can we bring him? What mortal gifts?
I have a ribbon. It's my prettiest. It's not much, but he might play with it. I have a little bell my father gave me. It used to make me merry. I've kept it. He may have it.
My pocket's empty. My rags are bare. But I can sing to him. That's what I'll do. And if he needs a thief to die for him...
Don't speak of dying. It's a nasty thing, nasty and cold. And I will give my gold. I say I'll give my gold. All of my gold, every round piece. Oh, do not look at me so judgingly with your child's candid eyes. I'm but a man. I will give all. Give all. Give all my heart.
And I, my faith, through all the years and years, though I forget, though I am led astray, though after this I never see his face, I will give all my faith. Come, let us go. We, the poor earth, but we, the faithful earth. Not yet the joyful, not yet the triumphant, but faithful, faithful to the end of time. Come.
Come, all ye faithful,
joyful and triumphant.
Come ye, oh, come ye to Bethlehem.
Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontanne, and to Stephen Vincent Benet, who wrote A Child is Born, DuPont extends its warm thanks and deep appreciation for their contribution at this Christmas season on the Cavalcade of America. And to all our Cavalcade listeners, we extend our Christmas greeting, a greeting of peace on earth, goodwill toward men. Those words are as radiantly hopeful as ever in this bitter year of war, and as strong. So it is with hope and courage and abiding faith that the 200,000 men and women of DuPont join at this Christmas season with people of goodwill everywhere in a wish for the greatest gifts of all, victory and peace. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, will present Paul Muni in Eagle's Nest, a play about Garibaldi, the liberator who brought freedom to the Italian people, a freedom which has since been snatched away from them by a ruthless dictator. Be with us again next week when the Cavalcade of America presents Paul Muni as Garibaldi. On tonight's program, the orchestra and original score by Arden Cornwell were under the direction of Don Reed. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont. This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. The Cavalcade of America presents an original play with verse by Norman Watson, Wait for the Morning, interpreting the romance of Emily Dickinson, the New England poet whose lyric voice, speaking for all lovers, left an authentic American imprint upon the literature of the world. To portray the role of Emily Dickinson, we present a talented young actress from our Cavalcade players.
Her name is Anne Sterrett, and in this, her first starring role, we know you will join the Cavalcade of America in wishing her success. Our Cavalcade Orchestra and the original musical score are under the direction of Don Voorhees. DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Anne Sterrett as Emily Dickinson on the Cavalcade of America. Once upon a time, a century ago, or was she forever with us, lived Emily Dickinson. She was a little sad and a little happy, and left a record of her heart for all to read. A century ago, Emily, dressed in gray, seated at her desk in her lonely house, with the tall trees whispering their secrets upon the roof, and the wind blowing, the endless wind through the trees. Emily, with her small, beautiful face, with her eyes turned inward upon her soul. Emily's voice with the quality of angels.
How long I have not seen your face, and though it is not far, can the heart compute in distances its longing for a star? Oh, George, how can I blow upon the little fires of memory, making them burn again even now, even in this late year? Listen how the wind, the same green wind, returns again to the trees that stand guard about this empty house. Soon it will be spring again, April, the month of flowers. Oh, George. George, it was April when we met, wasn't it? I write this letter to you through tears, but I know I will never send it. It is late now for passion. Only remembrance is left for us. Will either of us ever forget that day long ago when I went walking through the forest, telling my poems to the wind and the sky? And I felt somehow that God, too, was listening.
Kiddo, come back here. Oh, you poor dog. You want to talk, don't you? You want to tell me how lovely it is here in the forest. You'd like to describe it, wouldn't you? Well, I'll say it for you. Where does the sunset go at night? How does the morning feel so light and always very new? Tell me how quick the dawn awakes. Tell me from where the painter takes his lovely morning blue.
Good afternoon.
Oh, what? Where did you?
Behind that tree. I wanted to hear how your last rhyme would come out.
Oh, I see. And?
It came out fine. Now, with perhaps a little polishing on that poem.
I'm very sorry, but you'll have to excuse me.
Oh, you're not leaving. Please don't. If you'll stay, I'll introduce myself and explain myself.
Do you live in that tree all the time?
Why, no.
Are you a hermit?
No, you see.
You must be a literary critic who's lost his way.
Well, I'm...
Yes, you are. I can tell by your confused expression. All critics have it. And it's really nothing to be ashamed of.
Now, hold on.
I can leave Cato here with you. He'll lead you back. Goodbye.
Please, one moment, Emily Dickinson.
How do you know my name?
Well, at least that's a civil question. If you put your dog at ease, you shall be answered.
Oh, Cato, down. He's awfully harmless until he bites.
This suit is the only one I have, and Cato wouldn't do it any good.
I'm sorry. I take it all back about your being a critic.
And I take back that snipe against your poem.
Do you write?
Not poetry. I'm studying for the ministry.
You must be a poet, then, to study God.
May I call you Emily?
Where are you from?
The academy, across the lake.
You're not allowed here, you know.
Well, I'm here.
I could report you.
And I could return tomorrow. And then you'd only have to report me all over again.
Well, I won't report you.
Then I'll return tomorrow.
I can't promise to be here.
We could meet and read together. I'd like to hear whatever you've written. I'd like to sit under the trees and listen to you read, Emily. My name is George Gould. Are you going to report me?
No, George Gould. Not for a while yet.
And one thing more, young ladies. Remember to conduct yourselves with propriety as befitting the gentlewomen of this school. No one is to leave the grounds without permission. Furthermore, we definitely discourage students of the Mount Holyoke Female Seminary from going on sleigh rides with boys from the academy. Dismissed. Miss Dickinson, would you please stay? Emily, it has come to my attention that you're taking walks outside the grounds, unchaperoned.
Well, you see, I go to the woods to collect flowers.
And meanwhile, your interest in the school's social functions has been generally neglectful. Everyone has turned in the name of her escort for the school dance, but you? What have you to say? Come now, Emily, don't stand there.
Well, I didn't think of it.
Have you an escort?
Well, yes. I have, yes. His name is Mr. George Gould.
Quiet. Go ahead, Emily. Read it all. Quiet.
Sir, better known as George Gould. Meet me at sunrise or sunset or the new moon. The place is immaterial. In gold or in purple or sackcloth. In sunshine or storm, in heaven or earth, somehow or no how, I propose, sir, to have you escort me to our dance.
He won't come. Not with that invitation.
You'll be frightened away. I would.
I thought divinity students didn't even dance the quadrille.
And especially those who wear patched trousers.
And what's wrong with patched trousers? What if he hasn't any gentleman's clothes? Oh, get out, all of you.
Well, Miss Dickinson, we are surprised.
We hardly suspected.
George, you'll understand my letter. I don't care what they say. And you will come. You will come. And the biggest surprise of all, George, was your dancing. I had no idea.
Emily, are you very cold? Could you stand here for a moment while I ask you something?
What is it, George?
Well, I know you for some time now.
Yes?
Well, you see, after I leave school, after you leave school...
Yes, we'll both be leaving, won't we?
That's exactly my point. We'll both be leaving.
George, I'm cold standing still. We'd better walk.
Emily.
Yes?
Let's keep on walking, no matter what I say.
Oh, it's really a glorious evening. The stars seem frozen in a large blue lake.
Since I'll be leaving in a few weeks, I thought I'd
The air itself has a kind of snowflake taste to it.
Emily, will you please listen?
Oh, George, you do look as if you've been wanting to say something.
Yes, I do. Will you marry me?
Don't shout, George.
Stop walking for a moment.
Well, you told me to keep on walking no matter what you said.
Well, hold on. I want to kiss you.
Oh. And then, Vinnie, darling, he turned to me there in the bright moonlight, and he...
Well, what, Emily?
He kissed me. Oh, Vinnie, I shouldn't have, but I did. After it was over, I told myself I shouldn't have.
Once it's over, you needn't worry at all. I wouldn't.
It's so good to tell what's in my heart. Sometimes I think it talks while I sleep, and my secret is out.
As long as Father doesn't listen.
George is coming to meet Father. He said it's proper.
And what else? Tell me what else. You're holding back.
Well, you'll know it yourself someday, darling. The huge weight on your heart. And the whole thing like sunlight riding over a storm. And it carries you high.
Why, Emily, are you ill?
Father.
What's the cause of such unnatural description and before supper,
I hope the scheduled arrival of your visitor isn't to blame. Vinny, go down and help prepare.
Yes, Father. Farewell, Emily.
Lavinia, don't prattle so with your romantic nonsense after dinner. Now go. Ah, Emily, child. You're dressed so brightly for this friend of yours, whose tardiness, I might add, doesn't speak too well for his character.
Oh, I'm sure he'll be along shortly.
Tell me, my dear, we don't seem to talk as much as we used to.
Well, school's been so exciting. So many new ideas. So many friends.
Not too many friends are hardly a virtue.
Oh, no, but it's so exciting being away from home.
Away from home? You like that, huh?
Well, yes, Father. I mean...
Child, I'm a lonely man. This house is very lonely when you're not in it.
There's Vinny.
No. You were the first. You have your mother's face. It's your laughter I need. Your footstep on the stairs.
He's here. Father, please be nice to him at supper. Please. He's come especially to meet you.
Then I shall act honored. Take my arm, Emily.
That's our favorite after-supper piece, Mr. Gould. Doesn't it remind you of Romeo and Juliet, sort of? The balcony scene?
Lavinia, stop winding that ridiculous toy.
Yes, Papa.
After supper, we generally smoke a cigar.
Yes, we all do. I mean, Father.
The problem of raising two daughters, Mr. Gould, is comparable to the launching of one warship.
I should say to that, sir, you've launched a fine one.
Someday, Father, when women are allowed to vote, you won't be calling them warships. And so, farewell. I'm late for my dancing lesson. Au revoir, Monsieur Gould.
Good night.
Remember to be in by 9.
Don't worry a bit, Father. I'm being escorted by girls, which is no fun at all.
Time is coming when a woman's place will not be in the home.
Won't work.
On the contrary, sir. It might work very well. Society needs the contribution of all, man or woman.
But George is going to be a very modern minister.
That's right. You see, I plan to travel first.
Good, yes. Travel's a fine thing. It takes one away from silly temptations. It's sensible to be alone when you're young.
Yes, but the point is, sir, I don't intend to go alone. You see, I'd like to take your daughter. That is...
Young man, aren't you somewhat over-adventurous?
Yes, sir. No, sir. I want to marry Emily.
Emily? You want to marry Emily?
I do.
No. I forbid you to mention it.
But I came here expressly to mention
George,
it.
please.
Mr. Gould, your presumptuousness is out of place with your divinity.
Divinity be hanged. Mr. Dickinson, I'm in love with your daughter.
And you, Emily? Come, talk.
Yes, Father.
Surely there's more to it than yes, Father. Come, what's between you? Speak.
George, please leave. Father's upset.
Let me ask just how you intend to support my daughter. Will God assure you of food and warmth? I think not.
That's blasphemy.
Die in truth, too.
I think it's time for me to leave. Good day, sir. And Emily, I'll be back.
Father.
Child, don't hurt me this way.
But I can't send him from me. I mustn't. No, Father. No.
For a little while only. A little while. I need your heart, your warm heart, to comfort me in this lonely house.
Am I to put my heart away and seal it with a chain and let no hand to touch it except that it be mine? Who is to take my honest eyes and introduce his own? No one to teach me of love. I must learn alone.
Oh, there you are, Emily. I was just going upstairs to call you.
Oh, Emily, my dear.
George.
I suppose I'll have to go now. I always have to leave when I'd like most to stay.
Your sister almost proposed to me as I passed over the threshold.
He's very impetuous.
Are we impetuous, too?
George, I didn't know about Father.
And now that you know?
Let's wait a short while. I think it's best.
And then I'm to return to face his new outburst?
I believe it's necessary.
Well, our love is necessary.
If we were to wait. A year isn't too long.
But 2 or 3 or 5.
Oh, I do want to go with you. Far away. So very far.
I must leave soon. I'm going abroad.
I can't go with you now, George. Father's in poor health.
Are we to wait until his life runs out?
Don't let's talk about it. We mustn't think that way.
We must not talk. We must not think. Everything not.
Tell me you'll come back later. I do need you. I do love you.
Remember that night, standing in the brown leaves, when I first kissed you?
Yes.
May I? Again?
Yes, George. Again. And forever.
Mailman. Another letter for you, Miss Emily. Some foreign place again, tell by the stamp. Must be nice to have a friend that travels.
Excuse me, I'll take the letter, please.
Well, here I've been holding it in my hands all the time. Well, good day, Miss Emily.
Good day. From you, George. Your voice again from across the sea. My dearest Emily, I've not heard from you yet. The seasons pass into one another. Horizons change. Italy is very beautiful. Crossing the mountains, one truly felt the nearness of God. But there is no nearness of Emily. Why have you not written these past years? My good friend, my dear, what has happened? I may be returning within another year.
Always in your garden, then, huh? Morning until sunset. Thought I heard you talking to yourself the other day.
I was talking to the flowers, Father. I told them the cold is coming again, and it is time to die. The green and yellow and purple must all lie down together, and winter with its white death will cover them all.
You're very strange, you're late.
Am I? Excuse me, I'd like to go inside now, Father.
Emily, where are you going?
Upstairs. It's always upstairs.
You know what I hope? I hope Father dies.
No, Vinny, don't say it.
Emily, I want to tell you something.
Yes?
Mr. Gould, George, he's coming back.
Yes?
To the new church right here in Amherst.
Thank you for telling me, Vinny.
And he's married.
Married?
I'll stay here with you, and I'll copy your verses. And we'll always remain together in this house, always.
Vinny. Dearest sister.
I read about it. You'd have found out.
Yes. I must see him again.
Emily.
To see him again. To hear his voice. I must. I must.
A lovely sermon, Mr. Gould. You delivered it so beautifully.
We're so glad you're with us here at Amherst. I believe, Mr. Gould, we're very fortunate to have you.
Thank you.
It was simply glorious, Mr. Gould. Simply glorious.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
George.
Emily. Yes. It is Emily.
How proud I am of you. In your new work.
Emily. You're still beautiful.
And older. A little.
Yes. And older. Both of us.
Now that I'm here, I hardly know what to say.
Your father?
Alive.
And your poetry?
That's a minor thing.
Emily, what have we done with our lives?
Don't speak of it, please.
We've wandered from each other, like children.
We must forget. We must.
I've traveled the earth to forget, only to return again.
I hoped. Somehow you're coming back.
What can I say now? If hearts were but doors to open and shut, and then open again.
George, I cannot listen.
There is time, and time for us. Let me take your hand.
I'm afraid I must say goodbye now.
Emily.
Time has passed our star. We cannot call it back. Perhaps one day, on his great day, we will return to our long-ago forest and never be lost again. I wait for the morning. These are thoughts you will never receive, George. But still I sit here, alone in my room, and send them to you. May I tell you something, my dearest? And imagine you're here with me, listening. Time will close these lips and eyes and seal them up with stone. Then these bones you may bury. Lower me gently down. As I give up the keys to death, his prisoner to be, I ask your hand upon my heart that I might easily die.
Such was the love story of Emily Dickinson. From the pain and beauty of her life flowed an imperishable song, part of the voice of America. Not perhaps in the great frontier tradition, but of the quiet flowering of the spirit, which neither time nor traffic can ever erase from this history. And for her genius, which contributed to the artistic mural of our nation, Emily Dickinson takes an honored place in the Cavalcade of America. Our congratulations and our thanks to Ann Sterrett for her portrayal of Emily Dickinson, and to the Cavalcade players for their performance of Norman Rustin's Wait for the Morning. And now the star of next week's program, John McIntyre of the Cavalcade Players.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week's Cavalcade play is about a man who should have been everybody's grandfather, Benjamin Franklin. Not the signer of the Declaration or the great diplomat, but an amusing story told in a whimsical radio drama, Dr. Franklin Takes It Easy, which highlights some of the good doctor's amazing inventions during the early days of our country. Once more, I am happy to portray the role of Dr. Franklin when Cavalcade comes to you again next week. Thank you.
For assistance in the preparation of our play, we wish to acknowledge with thanks the biography of Emily Dickinson written by Genevieve Taggart, The Life and Mind of Emily Dickinson. On the Cavalcade of America, your announcer is Clayton Collier, sending best wishes from DuPont.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com. This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. The story of Sam Houston. Adapted for radio from Sam Houston the Raven, the Pulitzer Prize-winning biography by Marquis James. With Walter Houston, star of stage, screen, and radio, as Sam Houston.
The DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry, brings you the Cavalcade of America. Tonight, instead of our story about the Pilgrim Fathers, as announced, we are presenting the drama of a great, colorful American character, Sam Houston. And here is Dr. Frank Monahan, professor of history at Yale University, the Cavalcade of America's historical advisor. Dr. Monahan.
In certain dramatic moments of the past, the fate of a nation has marched side by side with that of an individual. These individuals are the molders of the future. Destiny often twists them about round a point which they cannot, at the moment, recognize. Certainly Sam Houston did not early realize that the events of a January day in 1829 would shatter his own pattern of life and shape the course of American history. When Houston was born, George Washington was President of the United States. At the time of his death, Abraham Lincoln was guiding the nation through a civil war. Sam Houston in his time was many things: school teacher, soldier, lawyer. He was the governor of Tennessee, a United States senator, the first president of the Republic of Texas. At one time, he seemed scheduled for the presidency of the United States. This office is one which most men do not deliberately avoid. Yet Sam Houston, when all seemed most promising, renounced it all. He defied destiny, but he could not escape it. Tonight, we introduce Sam Houston at a decisive turning point, not merely in his own career, but in the history of the United States. This turning point was the 22nd of January, 1829. Snow is falling over the Cumberland Valley in Tennessee. The best society of the valley is assembling at Colonel John Allen's plantation home for the marriage of his daughter Eliza to the most eligible bachelor in the state, General Sam Houston, governor of Tennessee. The bride's mother is adjusting the wedding veil.
Eliza, stop it, I tell you. Please stop it. How can you behave this way?
Mother, I can't help it. I can't help it.
You want everyone to hear? How can you be so ungrateful after all Papa and I've tried to do for you?
Oh, but, Mama, I don't love him.
Oh, no. Now every girl feels that way. I thought I didn't want to marry your father. Come along now. Dry your eyes. You'll see. You'll be all right.
Nothing will ever be right if I marry him. I won't. I won't go through with it.
Eliza, you don't know what you're saying. The finest man this side of the Allegheny.
Oh, no.
A friend of the president himself. You'll thank your lucky stars someday. Why, you might even be the first lady of the land.
Oh, please, Mother.
There's the music. Come on, honey, dry your eyes. It's time to start downstairs. You're a beautiful bride, dear.
Meanwhile, downstairs in the dining room, the lofty mahogany-paneled walls glisten in the candlelight. Around a long, darkly gleaming table stand Colonel Allen,
his tall, handsome son, several gentlemen of the Cumberland Valley, and General Sam Houston.
Here's to you, Sam. I drink to your re-election as governor of Tennessee.
I second that toast.
Just a minute, gentlemen. Let me propose the toast. To Sam Houston, and to the day when my daughter becomes the first lady of the land.
Good luck, Sam. You've always had it. May you always keep it.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. It's true, I am a lucky man. I'd like to have you all join me now in a toast to one who has brought me the best luck a man could ever have. Gentlemen, to the very fiber of my life, to the one who, well, you know what I'm trying to say, to the lady who has consented to become my wife, Eliza Allen.
Father, Eliza's ready. She's coming down the stairs.
All right, Sonny. Come, let us go, gentlemen. All right.
Wilt thou love her, comfort her, honor and keep her in sickness and in health, and forsaking all others, keep thee only unto her, so long as ye both shall live?
I will.
Eliza Allen, wilt thou have this man to be thy wedded husband? Wilt thou love him, honor and obey him, and keep him in sickness and in health, and forsaking all others, keep thee only unto him, so long as ye both shall live?
I will.
Eliza,
Yes?
may I come in?
Yes. Come in.
Oh, Eliza, I missed you. I looked everywhere for you, but it's all right now. Oh, you were so lovely. The center of all eyes. I don't blame you wanting to be alone for a while.
Yes, I know. My, listen to that wind.
Yes, darling, I hear it. Eliza,
Yes?
what's the matter?
Matter?
I love you, Eliza.
Oh,
Remember the first time I saw you? You were so sweet. A radiant, lovely young girl. The next time you were a woman, still as sweet and radiant. Only you had grown far more lovely. And when I looked into your eyes, I thought of what Indian lovers say to each other. Your soul comes into the very center of my soul.
it's cold in here. Can't we...
Eliza, are you shy with my arms around you?
No. No, I'm not.
Shouldn't be, my dear.
Of course not. Not with an old friend like you, Sam.
Old friend? Why don't you speak plainly?
No. No, there's nothing to say.
There must be something, isn't there? Say it, dear.
I can't. I can't say it.
Yes, you can. You must. What is it, Eliza? Tell me.
Don't. Don't ask me.
I've got to know, Eliza. I have a right to know. Now, what is it?
Are you blind? You ought to know it. I don't love you. I never have and I never will because I love someone else.
You married me in love with another man?
Yes, I did. How many times must I tell you? Yes. I married you because my father wanted me to. Because you're a great man. The governor of Tennessee.
Your father made you do this?
Please, don't say any more. Please, leave me alone.
Good night, Eliza.
Sam Houston and his bride hid the sorrow that had come into their lives as admiring throngs cheered them on the way to Nashville. A few weeks passed, and then one night in his home, Sam Houston opens the parlor door.
Oh, Sam, you startled me.
Good evening, Eliza.
I didn't expect you home so soon.
You needn't bother to conceal that letter in your skirt. We don't have any secrets, Eliza. I think we understand each other.
It's nothing. Let's not talk about it.
I think we should. There are many things we ought to talk about.
There's nothing more to say. You know, and I know.
Eliza, I tell you, it is not too late. We can start all over again. Take my love. A love that shall be yours every minute, every hour.
No, Sam. This must be the end. Let's stop this mockery now.
No, you don't mean that.
Yes, Sam, I do. Here's your wedding ring. Take it. Well, why don't you?
Please. Please, Eliza. Can't we try again?
No, it would be useless. You know that. Here's your ring. Now I'm going to say good night.
Please, Eliza. Please. Listen, forgive me. It's my fault. Forgive me and try to understand this torment in me. But don't leave me, Eliza. Don't leave me. We can go on together. I need you so, my darling. Eliza, wait. Where are you going?
To pack my clothes and go home.
Listen to them out there, Sam. They say you wronged your bride, a southern woman, an Allen. They're angry because they don't understand. But we've known each other since your ma brought you to Tennessee in a wagon. Are you hearing what I'm saying to you, Sam?
I hear you. I can finish this letter and listen.
Well, then, you've got to tell the folks why Eliza...
What is there to say? It isn't for the public. It's a private affair, and as far as I'm concerned, it will remain so.
It won't be that way, Sam. Folks are looking for you to say something. You're the governor. You just can't do things that way.
I'm resigning as governor.
Sam, no.
Yes.
You mustn't do it.
Yes, here's the letter, Sheriff. Deliver it to the Speaker of the Senate.
Sam, you can't do this.
I've made up my mind. You'll realize I did the right thing after I've gone.
Gone? What do you mean, gone, Sam?
I'm going away, Sheriff. Somewhere where there's kindness and peace. And I'm never coming back.
That night, the fire blazes brightly in Sam Houston's study. He's burning his personal papers. At sunrise, he boards the river packet Red Rover, and the little steamboat churns downstream. At Clarksville, the last stop in Tennessee, two men come aboard.
Sam, two of the Allen boys are aboard. They want to speak with you.
They may. Very well, gentlemen.
You got something to say to you, Sam Houston?
You take your hands off your guns, boys. I'll listen to you.
You're coming ashore with us, Sam.
We'll see about that. What do you want?
Folks are saying you ran away because you questioned our sister Eliza's honor.
You either give us a written denial of this rumor, or come back to Nashville with us and deny it in public.
We haven't much time. The passengers are looking this way. So make up your mind.
I will do neither.
Take care.
Will you passengers bear witness to the request I entrust to my brothers-in-law? Thank you. And now, gentlemen, I bid you to publish in the Nashville papers that if any wretch ever dares to utter a word against the purity of Mrs. Houston, I will come back and write the libel in his heart's blood. Good day, gentlemen.
Sam Houston vanished from the white man's civilization to take up his life in the wilderness that is now Oklahoma, in the domain of the Cherokee Indians, a people with whom he lived as a boy. The Cherokee chieftain, Ulatika, who had once adopted Sam as his son and called him the Raven, advances and embraces him.
My son, my son.
My chieftain, I am thankful for your welcome.
11 winters have passed since we met. I have heard you were a great chief among your people. I have heard a dark cloud had fallen on the white path you were walking.
The wind has whispered truly, Ulatika. I'm no longer a chief among our white brothers.
We are in great trouble, my son.
Trouble?
The bellies of 7,000 of our braves are empty. The man the great white father said did not pay us fully for the lands in Tennessee. And here there is no game.
But what of the food the government supplies?
We have meat supplied us by an agent. But it is bad meat, my son.
My chieftain, you're being cheated. Not by the great white father. For President Andrew Jackson is my friend, and I know. But by men he trusts. I will go to him and put a stop to this injustice. Because now you are my people. I shall leave these forests and go to the great white father in Washington and tell him of these wrongs.
By the tarnal, Sam Houston, what's the idea of coming in the White House togged out in that wigwam blanket? We could tend to your business without you putting on moccasins and that Indian shirt. I don't like it.
I'm coming to you as ambassador for the Cherokees, Mr. President. But that's why I'm dressed as one. Well, how have things been going with you?
Not so good, Sam. Mm-hmm. These cussed hypocrites in Washington stir up trouble every chance they get.
That's what brings me to Washington, Mr. President. These men you sent to deal with the Cherokees cheated both you and the Indians. They're still doing it. It's got to stop, Mr. President.
You mean I've been trusting a pack of horse thieves?
That's what I mean. The Cherokees were cheated out of their land, and now they're getting bad meat.
Then by the tarnal, we'll draw up a new rations contract. What do you suggest, Sam?
Well, I could supply rations for about 18 cents a day.
That sounds mighty fair to me, Sam. Why, instead of all this cussedness, can't people be square in their dealings? That's what I can't see at all.
Yeah, they said I'd find you out here on the porch, Mr. President, when I was to come out.
Yes, so you did, General Green. Sam Houston, meet General Duff Green.
How do you do, Houston?
General Green publishes the United States Telegraph.
See, I don't like to interrupt, Mr. President, but they...
No, that's all right. Houston and I have been talking about a contract for supplying rations to Cherokee Indians.
The guarantee to the Cherokees and payment for their lands in Tennessee, General Green.
Well, what's the trouble? This government supplies rations to those savages.
Yes, rotten meat, General Green. If you had nothing else for your table, I think you'd prefer to starve and grow thinner.
Present ration costs the government 21 cents a day, and by the tunnel, it's mighty unsatisfactory. Houston says he could supply a good ration for 18 cents, saving $12,000 a day.
Now, I can't share your enthusiasm, Mr. President. But I can see how General Houston's offer will line his pocket with a fine profit. This will become known, and you'll be in trouble if I may say so, Mr. President.
I resent that, Green.
Sit down, Sam. Sit down, I tell you. Will you excuse me now, General Green?
Certainly. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning.
Sorry, I lost my temper.
Oh, never mind that, Sam. I tell you what, we'll see that justice is done. Those Cherokees will get paid in full for their lands in Tennessee, and by the tunnel, I'll tell the Secretary of War to give you that ration contract.
I thank you. Not for myself, General, but for my people.
President Jackson failed to reckon with the power of his enemies. General Green's newspaper published sharp, caustic editorials against Sam Houston. One day, Houston enters the home of his friend, Congressman Cave Johnson of Tennessee, angrily waving a newspaper.
Look here, Cave. General Green has published a speech by William Stanberry, congressman from Ohio. Were you in the house when Stanberry spoke?
Yes, Sam, I was.
Listen, Cave. Did he say the Secretary of War had been dismissed from the cabinet because he tried fraudulently to give me a contract to feed the Cherokees? Did he use that word, fraudulently?
He did, Sam.
That's all I want to know. Where's that walking stick I gave you?
It's in the hat rack, Sam.
Mind if I borrow it for a few days?
What on earth do you want with it?
Well, nothing much. I just want to take a stroll down Pennsylvania Avenue and teach a horse thief some manners. Beg pardon, sir. Are you Mr. Stanberry?
I am, sir.
I've been looking for you. You're a lying rascal.
Keep your distance or I'll shoot.
Oh, you won't. Trying to pull a pistol on me, eh?
Let go of me. Let go of me.
You declared me a thief before Congress. You refused to answer my letter and fight like a gentleman. Then you'll be whipped like a dog.
No, help! Help! Help!
Like a dog.
This affair's disgraceful, Sam. By the tunnel, disgraceful.
I know, Mr. President. But I did everything a gentleman could. I wrote Stanberry a letter. He sent it back unopened.
No excuses. You've assaulted a member of Congress for words spoken in his seat in the House of Representatives. Now you'll be arraigned and tried.
Expect I will be, sir.
I'm ashamed of you, Sam Houston. Look at yourself in that old buckskin coat and Indian shirt. Haven't you any other clothes?
No, sir, I haven't.
Well, get some. Here, borrow this. Pick up that purse. Do as I say, sir. Buy yourself some civilized clothes. Look like Sam Houston.
House of Representatives has heard Mr. Stanberry's testimony, charging the prisoner Sam Houston with violating the laws of the United States. The prisoner will now come forward out of the dais and conduct his defense.
Mr. Speaker, members of Congress, I have committed no offense for which the Congress may punish me without invading the private rights of a citizen of these United States of America. On the wall above our heads hangs the symbol of those rights, the American flag. Before the eyes of American legislators, that proud emblem casts its sacred protection over the personal rights of every American citizen. Gentlemen, when you have destroyed the pride of American character, you will have destroyed the brightest jewel heaven has ever made. You will have drained the holiest drop which visits the hearts of your sages and consuls and the heroes in battle. But so long as those glittering stars remain aloft, so long I trust shall my rights, shall the rights of every American citizen remain safe, till discord shall wreck the universe and time itself shall cease. Order! 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 Order!
Despite the fervor and eloquence of his plea, Sam Houston was sentenced to be reprimanded by the Speaker of the House. A few weeks after his trial, he goes to say farewell to his great friend at the White House and is received by Sarah York Jackson, the President's daughter-in-law.
Sit down, General Houston. May I give you some tea?
Thank you, Miss Sarah. Is the President at home?
Papa will be in presently. He's expecting you.
I brought you a little farewell present, Miss Sarah.
Oh, gracious me, another? You're always bringing us presents.
Well, this one is a little more special. Since I left Nashville, I've worn it in a little chamois bag around my neck. It's for you, Miss Sarah.
Oh, a ring. How lovely. Oh, thank you.
No, don't thank me. It was always my wish for that ring to belong to someone very dear to me.
I'm glad you're here, Sam. I'd like to speak to you.
Oh, good afternoon, General.
Sarah, will you excuse us?
Certainly, Papa. Look, General Houston has given me another present. The most lovely ring.
Yes. It is by the tunnel. That's a beauty.
You said I mustn't thank you, General Houston. So I'll wear your ring and remember how fond of you we all are.
That's fine music from you, Miss Sarah.
Now run along, Sarah.
Yes, Papa. I wager there's a present for you, too, in General Houston's package.
Sam, wasn't that the ring you gave to your wife?
Yes, it was.
Then you don't want to go giving it away to Sarah. Day may come when Eliza will ask you to give it back to her.
I'd hoped for a time Eliza might get over the way she felt about me. Now I know she won't. That's why I gave her ring to Sarah. It shuts the door. Now it's time to shut the door on another failure. Here's my farewell present for you, sir. My ceremonial Indian costume.
Now, listen, my boy. I wouldn't get all riled up over that work among the Cherokees if I was you. Maybe the politicians down here did wallop you for it. But I tell you what, Sam. You'll find out there's more people in this country than those croaking bullfrogs over in Congress. They're different people. They think different. They know what you were fighting for. And they've got their eyes on you now.
Well, maybe you're right, sir.
Sure I'm right. Show them nothing can lick you. You know, they know that you're a big man, Sam. And they know you can do big things. You've got a destiny in your own country.
Destiny. Maybe that's it. Perhaps there's something more to a man's life than his own sorrows. I reckon they just sort of hit him in the heart to prepare him for something he doesn't understand. Maybe it's in the West that I'll find it. The Empire of Texas. Remember, General, I spoke to you once about Texas, and you said I wasn't ready then. But perhaps now my work lies in Texas.
Texas. It's a big job, Sam. Texas should be in the Union. Should be, and by the eternal it shall.
That's what I promise you, General. By the eternal.
The Raven disappears beyond the horizons of the West, where the America of his time was on the threshold of new and expanding frontiers. And the America that was to come achieved a new greatness because of the forceful genius of a man who, through suffering and a strange sense of destiny, became the liberator of the vast empire of Texas and a leader in the Cavalcade of America. Thank you, Walter Houston. We're honored to have you as our guest tonight on the DuPont Cavalcade. And now, before we hear from Dr. Monahan about next week's program, we have a story from the wonder world of chemistry.
If you were traveling in the southern part of the United States these January days, you'd see a familiar picture, perhaps be part of it. For already the southern farmer is doing his planting. In those tiny seeds he's planting, there's the making of success or failure. Seeds can carry diseases that will ruin crops. And if crops fail due to disease in the seed, that means bad luck for everyone. For crop failures make your groceries cost more. Well, that's where chemical research steps in to help the farmer and everybody who buys the things the farmer raises. Today, chemists provide disinfectants for treating seeds before they are planted. An accident that happened almost 300 years ago marked the beginning of chemical seed treatment. About the year 1670, a sailing vessel loaded with wheat was wrecked near Bristol, England. Farmers living along the coast salvaged some of the grain from the wreck. But since the seawater had spoiled it for flour, they planted it for seed. They noticed that the wheat grown from this seed was fairly free from disease, while crops grown from ordinary seed were not nearly as healthy. The news spread, and for about 100 years it was common practice to treat seed with salt water. It was not until our own times, after the turn of the 20th century, that the greatest progress was made in seed treatment. DuPont chemists, among others, realized that here was a real need to be filled by chemistry. Today, the farmer can protect his crops against disease, no matter what he wishes to grow, because chemists are supplying materials that do the job and do it well. When you look at a kernel of seed corn, the surface seems hard and smooth like a piece of china. Actually, it is full of tiny cracks that are hiding places for harmful germs. To reach these parasites, scientists have devised chemicals that, by contact or by forming a gas, penetrate every crack. The results of seed treatment are clearly shown at harvest time. Potatoes, for example. Farm tests show that modern chemical treatment of seed potatoes creates an average increase in the crop of more than 35 bushels to the acre. And they're better potatoes, too. The cost of treating the seed is as little as 36 cents per acre. Similar chemical treatment likewise protects flowers, bulbs, and vegetables. And all this means greater success for the farmer, a mighty important citizen in this America of ours, and better, cheaper food for your dinner table. That's what happens when chemists go to work. In the close partnership of the chemist and the farmer, we see another fulfillment of the DuPont pledge, better things for better living through chemistry. And now, Dr. Monahan.
It is once more a pleasure to give you a question which will be answered on the Cavalcade of America at this time next week. Who made the most famous midnight ride in American history? I can almost hear 100,000 voices say, Paul Revere. You are correct. So I'll phrase the question for next week's program this way. What woman in American history made a midnight ride as notable and even more spectacular than that of Paul Revere? Good night.
The orchestra and musical effects this evening, as usual, were under the direction of Don Voorhees. Next week, the DuPont Cavalcade will present an original radio drama based on Carl Kalmar's story of Mehitable Wings, and starring Jeanette Nolan. This is Thomas Chalmers saying good night and best wishes from the DuPont Company.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. The Raven Wins Texas, a story of Sam Houston. Adapted for radio from The Raven, the Pulitzer Prize-winning biography by Marquis James. Starring Walter Houston in the role of Sam Houston. Tonight, the DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry, again has the privilege to present Walter Houston in an original Cavalcade of America drama, The Story of Sam Houston. In a brilliant career in the American theater, Walter Houston is noted for his performances in The Barker, Dodsworth, and Knickerbocker Holiday. He has been acclaimed for his roles in the motion picture version of Dodsworth, as well as in Rhodes and The Light That Fades. This week, he returns to Broadway in a new play, Passenger to Bali. Tonight he appears for the second time in this series of the Cavalcade of America in the role of Sam Houston in The Raven Wins Texas. It is the end of a summer day in the year 1832. In the White House at Washington, two men face each other, President Andrew Jackson and General Sam Houston. Sam, remember you spoke to me a long time ago about Texas?
Yes, I do, Mr. President. You said you weren't ready to talk about it then.
Well, I am now. Been keeping my ear to the ground, hearing a lot about what's going on down in Texas now. And here it is. They were promised statehood in the Mexican Confederation 8 years ago. And by the tunnel, Sam, that promise ain't been kept.
Of course it hasn't been kept. Didn't think it would be, did you?
Here's what I'm thinking, Sam. Texas shouldn't belong to Mexico at all.
Certainly it should.
It should belong to the Union.
You're going to have a walloping fight to get it in.
Well, who's afraid of a fight? No, more than a fight, Sam. Bigger things than that at stake in Texas. Powerful big things. It's the whole Southwest. There's got to be only one civilization down there. One. The American civilization.
Amen to that, sir.
Sam, you go on out there to Texas. You'll find Steve Austin at the head of things out there. He's a good man. Maybe too good to be dealing with that Mexican rattlesnake Santa Anna. Watch out for his fangs. He's got 'em to use 'em.
It's a big job, General.
Sure it is, Sam. But I tell you, Texas should be in the Union. Should be. By the eternal it shall.
That's what I promise you, General. By the eternal. Mind if I walk with you to your horse, Mr. Austin?
Why, no, General Houston. I'm glad to have a few words with you if you'd like. What's on your mind?
Mr. Austin, ever since I came to Texas, I've been telling you Santa Anna is a split-tongued reptile that you can't trust. I'm asking you for the last time. Don't go down to Mexico City to see him. It won't do any good, sir.
General Houston, I've got to go. You were at the convention. You know they sent me down there to ask Santa Anna to recognize the rights of Texas.
I know it. I fought the plan all through the convention, and I still say it won't work. I tell you, you can't rely on Santa Anna.
He's got every reason to be grateful to us. Texas helped make him president of Mexico. Listen, General, you've been paying too much attention to the hot-headed element down here. I trust Santa Anna, and I believe he'll give us our way in Texas.
You can't trust him, sir. He's a tyrant, and you'll find out you're just wasting your time.
Well, I'm the best judge of that, General. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, Mr. Austin.
Senor Presidente.
Yes, Almonte. What is it now?
It is this, Senor Stephen Austin. He still waits to see you.
He must wait, Almonte, until I am ready to see him.
Excellency, it is now 6 months that he has been here waiting for an audience. May I remind you that...
Enough, Almonte. You can remind him and yourself, too, that I am the Napoleon on this continent.
I beg your Excellency's pardon, but Senor Stephen Austin is ready to leave us.
Leave?
He just told me so himself.
Waited 6 months, you say. 6 months is too short a time, Almonte. Senor Stephen Austin will stay with us a little longer.
Excellency, would it not
I need no help from Senor Stephen Austin. I have discovered a letter here, a letter Senor Austin wrote to friends in Texas. It was too bad he wrote it. I shall make Senor Stephen Austin pay for that mistake.
I hear it. I do not quite understand, Excellency.
Senor Stephen Austin was indiscreet enough to write that Texas might have to separate from Mexico. Separate from me. You hear? And join the United States.
He is a traitor to Mexico.
Senor Stephen Austin will find it is his mistake to oppose me. Almonte, you go out there. You arrest Senor Stephen Austin. You give him a deep and a solitary cell. When you have done this, Almonte, you come back. Tell me about it.
Yes, Excellency.
Well, sir, will the President see me now?
I am sorry, Senor Austin. I have told you the President will not.
But I've been trying to see him for 6 months. Surely.
I have said, Senor Austin, you will not see him. Senor Austin, you are under arrest.
Arrest? What for? You have no right to arrest me. I represent Texas.
And General Santa Anna represents Mexico.
I trusted him. Sam Houston was right. Tell your Santa Anna he can imprison Stephen Austin. But there are Americans in Texas who will make him pay for it. You can't stifle the cry of liberty. No man ever has. No man ever will.
Mr. Speaker, General Sam Houston. Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, we all know what we are up against. Santa Anna still holds Stephen Austin in a dungeon. And what have our people done? Driven a few Mexican garrisons out, and what's the result? These paltry slaps at Mexico have done more harm than good. Santa Anna will be back any day with an army for revenge. And gentlemen, Texas is not ready for him. We have no government. We have no army. And we better organize both and be quick about it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Sam Houston be given command of the Army of Texas.
I second the motion. Gentlemen, you've heard the motion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion is carried. Speaker? General Houston.
Yes, what is it, Sutherland?
A message, sir, from the boys at the Alamo. Santa Anna is attacking. Mr. Speaker! Mr. Speaker, just a minute. What's wrong, General? I've got a message here from Colonel Travis and David Crockett at the Alamo. In 10 days getting to us. It reads, I'm besieged by Mexican troops. Santa Anna demands our surrender. Otherwise, our troops will be put to the sword. I call upon you in the name of liberty, patriotism, and everything dear to Americans to come to our aid with dispatch.
I move this convention immediately adjourn, arm, and march to the aid of the Alamo.
Gentlemen, please listen to me. This isn't the time to go off half-cocked. That's been our trouble. We've got to save the Alamo, and we've got to have an army to do it. Your place is here. Mine is to find an army. And God willing, we'll save the Alamo.
General Houston.
Oh, Firefly, whoa. Oh, what is it, Major?
Scouts up ahead found a woman riding by herself looking for you, sir. They're bringing her back here.
Well, who do you suppose she is?
Well, said her name is Mrs. Dickinson, General. Oh, here they come now, sir.
Well, I wonder what's up. Give the order to halt.
Yes, sir.
Arm, halt! Arm, halt!
Is General Houston there?
I'm General Houston, ma'am. What's the trouble?
General, I've a message for you. The Alamo has fallen.
Fallen. We're too late.
Colonel Travis, David Crockett, they're all killed. Butchered, slaughtered by Santa Ana.
The whole garrison.
Yes, General. We stood them off for 12 days. Only 180 men against 4,000. Then at dawn on the 13th day, the Mexicans put scaling ladders against the walls. And that was the end. There were only 6 of us left. We watched Santa Ana come into the Alamo and cross the square to where we were. He came prancing up on a pony, and his men cheered and sang until I thought I'd never seen so many maniacs in one place.
Well, there he is. The great Santa Ana. 13 days. Well, it took him that long to ride inside these walls, anyway.
What'll they do? What'll they do to us now?
Keep up your nerve, Mrs. Dickinson. Don't let them think you're scared. Remember, we showed them what we could do for 12 days. We're not going to quake before them now.
Make way! Make way for the Presidente!
At ease! At ease! Well, Almonte, the victory is mine.
Yes, Senor Presidente, but another one like it will ruin you.
Silence, Almonte. Yes. These are the prisoners.
These 5 men here, Senor. The woman there.
Prisoners are a nuisance, Almonte. I do not wish to have him. Good.
You bloodthirsty beast! Haven't you butchered enough of us?
Oh, there is a flash of spirit for you, Almonte. I shall show a little mercy. Senor. Come here, Senor.
No! No, I won't.
When Santa Ana orders, he obeys, Senor. Your arm is tender, Senor. It's very easily broken. Proceed, Almonte.
No! Oh, no, don't.
Almonte, what are you waiting for?
Yes, Senor Presidente.
Ready. Aim. Fire.
You see, Senora, what my mercy spared you. Now you can do something for me. You know this General Sam Houston?
Yes.
You will find this Senor Sam Houston. You will take a message to him. Almonte, you have a horse made ready for the Senora.
Please.
Listen well, Senora. Give him my compliment. Tell him what you have seen. Tell him to remember the Alamo. That will be the fate of every man in Texas who opposes my authority. Now, on this horse. Quickly, Senora. Up. Go.
So, Santa Ana sends a message. And here's our reply, Mrs. Dickinson. We'll remember the Alamo, and Santa Ana will never forget it. Hockley.
Yes, sir?
Tell the men we'll have to eat cold rations tonight. I want no campfires burning. Too easily spotted by Santa Ana's men.
Yes, General. Well, they'll wipe us out anyway, if you ask me. I tell you, General Houston, it's no good. We haven't a chance.
I'll throttle you if you keep up that talk.
Very well, sir. But tell me how 900 men are going to drive off 7,000.
That's my problem, Major Smith. The Mexicans haven't tapped us yet, and I tell you they won't. Texas is a powerful big place to fight in, and there's lots of room for one big blow.
Come on, you.
What's going on there?
Come on here.
What is it?
Come in.
What is that? What's the matter there?
Scouts picked up a rattlesnake, riddled it into camp. General. Come on, you speak up, you spy. Santana. Yeah, no. We don't savvy Mexico around here. English, you know English. All right. Tell him just what you told me. Go on.
Santana, he come this way. 4 division. He kill all. Right behind.
Yes? Santa Ana right back of us?
Shall I hang him or shoot him?
No, por favor.
No.
No, Dios.
No, there's no hurry. Major Smith.
Yes, General.
Well, you're right, Smith. It's no use. We can't fight 7,000.
I thought so.
Yes, we'd better get out of here. Make for the border of the United States before it's too late. I guess it's all over, boys. We're licked.
All right, sir. Makes sense to me.
What's this spy doing in here? Kick him out of this camp before I change my mind and have him strung up. Get out of here.
Come on.
Go on, get out.
We'll have to hurry before it's too late.
Where are you going, Major Smith?
I'm going to carry out your orders.
Major.
Yes, General?
Do you think I'm a lunatic?
Didn't you just say it was all over?
Sure, I said it. Sure, we're going to retreat. And when that spy tells Santa Anna, he'll come chasing after us, and we'll give him a run. A run he'll never forget. And then, boys, we'll strike. We'll hit him when he least expects it.
All right, go ahead, but you're making a mistake.
I'm commanding this army. I give the orders. Sound the retreat.
Whoa. Captain Baker.
What is, Major?
Follow me down the road.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Oh, there. Oh. Captain Martin.
Yes, Major?
Follow us. Hurry.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there. Major Hartley.
Yes?
You follow us off the road here, over in those cottonwoods.
What's the matter?
Come on. You'll see.
All right.
Get. Come on. Hurry up. Now listen, men. We've got to take a stand. Houston's kept us retreating for 38 days. Santa Anna's still hot on our trail. Officers of his staff, I vote we demand an explanation.
He'll give us an explanation, all right.
Sure he will. But if it isn't satisfactory, he should be removed from command.
Who'll succeed him? You, Major?
Well, that's beside the point, but this isn't. We're licked, men. The army's deserting. Hundreds have gone across the border into the States. About time we did, too.
Rats getting their hides off a sinking ship, huh? You all heard what General Houston said about this retreat being part of a plan?
Yeah, we heard him. We heard him say a lot of things. Victory is certain. Remember the Alamo. I say he ought to remember it. Instead of backing us up to the border and then swinging us east over this way, he doesn't know what he's doing. What kind of a general is he?
All right, men. He's had his way long enough. We can get along without him. Are we all agreed to take a stand that way?
Wait a minute. Somebody's riding through the woods.
Who is it?
He's alone, whoever he is.
Houston.
Well, how'd he find out we were meeting?
Never mind. Too late now.
Oh, boy. Well, I sort of missed you boys. Letting the army get away ahead of you, aren't you?
Well, General Houston,
Yes, what's the matter? Oh, come on, out with it.
Go ahead, Major Smith.
Well, how much longer are we going to retreat? We have a right to know. So have the men, the ones who haven't deserted you yet.
Is that the way you all feel? Baker? Martin? Hartley?
No, sir, I don't.
Thanks, Hartley. The trouble with you men is you don't know what's going on. Instead of going off in the woods here, you should have stayed with me and learned a few things. The scouts have reported that Santa Anna has gone into camp just beyond the San Jacinto there, only one of his 4 divisions with it.
What are you going to do, General?
You see, it's almost 3 o'clock. An hour from now, they'll still be taking their siesta. Hartley, is my imagination playing tricks with me again?
Playing tricks, sir?
That eagle. See it up there?
Yes, sir, but...
Say, there was an eagle above my head when I came into Texas. Now this one at San Jacinto, an eagle again, sailing toward Santa Anna's camp. All right, boys. The retreat's over. Now we attack. Here are the orders. We'll assemble in these woods. 4 o'clock, when I raise the sword, we'll advance to catch him and catch him asleep. Don't fire until I give the order. Remember now, no firing until I give the signal. Quiet, man, quiet. Got to catch him sleeping during siesta.
No sign of life in their camp yet, sir. They've seen us, sir.
Hold your fire, men. Hold your fire, Hartley.
Yes, General.
We're almost at the Mexican breastwork.
I know. It's about 20 yards, sir.
Everything ready?
Yes, sir.
Can you see our artillery?
Men are looking this way. They're waiting for the signal, sir.
All right. Wave your hat. Signaling them to fire.
Right, sir.
Now, give it to them. Remember the Alamo, boys.
Here, sir. Sit down, lean against this tree, sir.
Yes. Yeah, all right, Hockley,
Well,
but...
try not to move that leg any more than you have to, sir. I'm afraid you shattered the bone.
Never mind it, Hockley. Have they found Santa Ana? Where is he, Hockley?
Well, the men have been searching all night, sir. I guess we missed him.
Missed him? And we've failed, Hockley. Santa Ana will be back with his 3 divisions and wipe us out. We've got to find him.
Well, we can't even tell who is an officer and who isn't, the way these Mexicans are ripped off their epaulets. What's going on back there?
Major Hockley. Major Hockley, they caught Santa Ana.
Caught him? Where is he?
They're bringing him in now. That one there.
Oh, that can't be Santa Ana.
Robeson got him, but didn't realize who he'd caught till the other prisoners began shouting El Presidente.
What are you laughing at, Hockley? Oh, wait till I race you up, General Houston. You laugh, too. He's wearing a blue smock and red carpet slippers.
Oh. This is the great Santa Ana. I guess we interrupted his siesta at that. Well, great work, boys. Quiet now. Quiet, here he is.
I am General Antonio Lopez de Santa Ana, President of Mexico, Commander-in-Chief of the Army of Operations.
Indeed. Take a seat, General. Sit down. Sit on that box there.
I place myself at the disposal of the brave General Houston.
You don't have much choice, do you?
The man who has conquered the Napoleon of the West may consider himself born to no common destiny. It now remains for him to be generous to the vanquished.
Yes, you should have thought of that at the Alamo.
I propose, General Houston.
You propose? What?
I propose an armistice.
Armistice? Well, I'll do all the proposing, understand?
As you wish.
You write an order instructing your troops to leave Texas soil forever.
Could I have, has anyone a piece of opium?
Opium? So?
I would be very grateful.
Now I see you in your true color. The Napoleon of the West.
It is not a great thing, I ask.
No? Nor I. Merely that your armies leave Texas. You'll write the order of evacuation.
Yes, senor. Yes, I will do so.
Take him away, boys.
All right, General. Come on, now.
Hockley.
Yes, General.
Get me a paper and a quill. I'm going to write to Andrew Jackson.
Yes.
We've won our freedom. Now all that remains is for us to join Texas with the Union. When that day comes, and someday it will, I'll tell old Hickory myself, by the eternal.
Oh, General Houston.
I'm sorry, Hannah. We got here too late.
I'm sorry, too, General. He asked about you at the very last.
This is my son, Hannah.
How do you do, Hannah? How do you do, Miss Sam?
We left as soon as we heard. Could we see him?
Yes, sir. You can. This way, General.
You come too, Sam. My son,
Yes, Father?
my son, always remember you've looked on the face of Andrew Jackson.
He was a great man, wasn't he, Father?
No man alive, no one will ever be his equal.
Father, he sent you to Texas, didn't
Long time ago. Now he's gone without knowing that Texas belongs to the Union.
he? No, General. He knew. Word came this morning.
Did he say anything?
He smiled all over his face. Then he looked up and said, Texas in the Union. My old friend has been true to his trust.
You say he smiled? Come along, son. We're going home.
The Raven's flight is ended. But the heritage he left us lies in the greatness of the Lone Star State. And tonight, Sam Houston, the foremost Texan of his time,
and all time, takes an honored place in the Cavalcade of America. Thank you, Walter Houston. We are happy to have you as our guest on the Cavalcade of America. And now, before we hear from Dr. Monahan about next week's program, we have a story from the wonder world of chemistry. Picture a room with rows of green apples hanging from hooks on the wall. One green apple hangs from each hook. Sounds foolish, doesn't it? But it isn't. It's just a part of the careful research to find a better and safer way of controlling the codling moth and preventing wormy apples. Codling mothworms love apples. They cause heavy damage to apple crops and make you pay more for the fruit. Materials now used to protect apples from these pests must be washed off at harvest time in order to protect your health. You can see what a fine thing it would be to have a safe protection that wouldn't need to be washed off. Some years ago, DuPont scientists began a search for a material that would defeat the insects and not harm humans. So they built a dining room for the codling mothworms with tempting green apples hanging on hooks. They provided comfortable little cages for codling moths to live in and lay their eggs. Month after month, they treated green apples with various chemicals and watched the mothworms. It was a long search, but those DuPont men kept plugging at it, and finally they found a promising chemical with a long name, phenothiazine. Anyway, the name isn't half as important as the fact that it does protect apples against the codling moth when sprayed properly on the fruit. It also protects grapes against the grapeberry moth and a disease called the black rot. It stops Japanese beetles from feeding on plants and fruits and is proving effective against other insects, too. There's another queer angle to this story. Zoologists of the United States Department of Agriculture have tried out the same chemical as a remedy for certain internal parasites of sheep. They found it to be the most effective known remedy for this purpose. A single dose does the trick. It didn't take long for the news of this experimental work to travel to the great sheep-raising countries of Canada and Australia. Scientists there have had equally good results. And now similar trials are being made with cattle, hogs, and other animals. So you see, the benefits of chemical research travel far and wide, whether you grow apples or raise sheep or merely buy lamb chops and enjoy apple pie. Chemistry has been working to protect your pocketbook. And there you have the essence of the DuPont pledge, better things for better living through chemistry. And now the Cavalcade of America's historian, Dr. Frank Monahan of Yale University.
Sam Houston, the founder of the Republic of Texas, was a great man molding a great event, and so his name is written large in American history. But it is true that frequently a great event can be approached and understood through the hopes and actions of the little people, whom history does not headline. The Cavalcade program for next week, entitled On Jordan's Banks, is the story of an unknown youth named Sam Davis. Sam Davis was a Confederate spy who was caught. But Davis, during his brief career, seems to me to represent the highest devotion to a cause, the most complete loyalty to an ideal. And these are qualities that have given strength to the fabric of American character and greatness.
Next week, when the Cavalcade of America presents On Jordan's Banks, our star will be Elliott Reed. Radio listeners everywhere will recognize Elliott Reed and remember his outstanding performances on many radio programs. On Broadway, he's been a talented and versatile member of the Mercury Theater, appearing in Julius Caesar and The Shoemaker's Holiday. Next week, he will be starred in the Cavalcade of America's drama On Jordan's Banks in the role of Private Sam Davis. On tonight's program, the orchestra and musical effects are under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Basil Rysdale saying good night and best wishes from DuPont.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
starring Madeline Carroll as Amelia Earhart on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As these words are spoken, 2,200 women are now piloting civil air patrol planes. Others are ferrying bombers to distant places. Thousands of American women are pouring through the gates of factories, shipyards, and airplane plants after a hard day's work. Today we know that there is hardly a job that a woman cannot do. And if there is one woman who proved that fact once and forever, it is America's greatest woman flyer, whose thrilling story we tell this evening. For her courage, her skill, and her persistent efforts to prove woman's place in aviation, Cavalcade salutes Amelia Earhart.
You want to know about Earhart? I know plenty about Earhart. Mister, that's one lady you can't think about too long. She'll break your heart. Well, you come to the right guy, or guys, I should say. Because I'm speaking for all the mechanics. Call me Johnny. I'm the man who cleaned the spark plugs in her plane before she took off the first time. I'm the man who checked the wires on her ship, time after time. I'm the guy who fixed her propeller on that big job she took into the Pacific when she never come back. Yeah, I'm the guy she walked over to that day in 1922 when I was standing next to a plane, wondering why I wouldn't run.
Having trouble?
Yeah, all the time I'm having trouble.
Mind if I watch?
Nope.
Pretty engine, isn't it?
You mind if I ask you what you're doing in this hangar?
Nothing, just, well, I come here from the office now and then, just to watch the planes take off and land.
Doesn't it bore you? Gee, it bores me something terrific.
You a mechanic?
Yeah. What are you?
Nobody. Just trying to get up in the air.
You got any money?
Little. You know anybody would take up a passenger?
Do I know any? Sister, the pilots of this field are starving to death. Come on. Hey, here's Frank. Wait a minute. Hey, Frank, come over here, will you?
Yeah, what's up?
Well, I just wondered if I could buy a ride.
Oh, sure. The motor's still warm. Come on, right this way.
Is this the plane? This one? It looks so little, doesn't it?
Big enough to fly. Scared?
Oh, no. I just meant that... Well, they look so sturdy from the ground when they're flying over you.
Oh, when you get close, you see the skin and bones, huh? Well, get in.
Say, do I climb on the wing?
Yeah, on your toes.
Uh-huh.
Don't put your heel through the fabric there.
Right.
That's it, easy now. All right, move over now. I sit right next to you.
It feels so alone in here. What's under this floor? I mean, what's holding it?
Just goodwill, I guess. Give her a spin, Johnny.
Gosh, it sure shakes you up, doesn't it?
Hold on. Going into the wind.
Are we off the ground yet?
Look over the side.
The cloud is rushing under us, but I can't see the wheels. Are we off the ground?
Now we are. In the air.
I never know it. Isn't it smooth riding now?
Like riding on air.
Yes. Can we go very high?
Sure. Pick your cloud.
That orange one over there.
That one? Right up. Here we go.
I always thought an orange cloud would smell like oranges. It doesn't.
Smells like rain.
It's another world up here, isn't it?
You like it, huh?
I never felt like this. I'd like to live up here. You think I can learn to fly?
Why not? Here. Take hold of the stick.
You steer with it?
Just pull it back and see.
All right.
Take it easy. Just push it forward now and the nose will go down.
Wonderful. Let me fly her.
Oh, gotta go down now. It'll cost you too much money staying up any longer.
What would it cost to learn?
500 to 1,000.
Wow.
Got that much money?
No.
Too bad.
Not on your life. I'll get the money if I have to scrub floors. I'm going to fly.
Yeah? Earhart learned to fly all right. Those old planes. I laugh when I think of them. They were really something. Every time a plane went over, the kids used to yell their heads off with excitement. That was about the time they put four-wheel brakes on Buicks. That's when Earhart was working in an office, saving her money. When she'd piled up 100, she'd come around and fly it off. When she was broke again, she'd just come nights and sit around the hangar shooting the bull with the boys.
Hey, Ralph,
Yeah? What's up?
come here, but don't make any noise.
What are you looking at?
Look there, under the wing.
Something wrong with the wings?
No. See that fly?
You starting that again. Yeah, I see the fly. Last week it was cats landing on their feet. Now it's flies again.
I'll brush him away, and when he comes back, you see how he makes that upside-down landing. See if I'm not right.
Okay.
There he goes. Now, don't move. He's coming back. He's going to land on the bottom of the wing.
You haven't got that fly trained, have you?
He did it! He barrel rolled.
He didn't barrel at all. He nosed himself up, then laid over backwards.
I saw him, I tell you. He turned over sideways and stuck his feet up.
Crazy arguments like that till midnight. She talked herself to sleep. Just planes. Saw her eyes change in those months. Being around planes seemed to make her breathless. Beautiful. She wanted to grab the world by the tail and swing it over her shoulder. She could swing her, I could, with both fists.
I came all the way here to tell you this, and now you won't listen.
Miss Earhart, I own this airline. I'm in business. There is one idea my passengers must never get, that air travel is unsafe. All a passenger need is to see a woman in the pilot's seat, and he'd faint first and then come to me for his refund.
In other words, a woman is undependable, scatterbrained, a congenital nitwit.
No, not at all. I'd just say that as far as piloting goes, a woman is a congenital woman, that's all.
But I'm a good pilot. I beat the altitude record. I'm competent. Ask anybody who's flown with me.
I know you're competent, but you're a woman.
What are you telling me? To go home and scrub pots? Isn't it time to unlock the kitchen and let women out into the free air?
Young lady, you can have all the air you want, except in my plane.
Listen, mister, I can fly a plane as well as any man. I intend to work in the sky and nowhere else. At least tell me I'm not competent or that I have bad eyes, but don't chain me to the ground because I'm a woman.
Flying simply isn't a woman's business. It's just like shipbuilding or riveting or fighting wars. They just aren't for women.
And who says that?
Well, look around you. Look at the world.
Yes, indeed. Look at the world. And think. Try and imagine how much richer it would be now if half its population, if all its women were free to do their part of the world's work. The world has been walking on one foot, working with one hand when it has two, blinding one of its eyes, stifling half its brain, yes, and flying with only one of its wings. Do look at the world, Mr. Brown, and hold your breath, because it's changing right now.
Well, Earhart went around saying that to a lot of people. She didn't get nowhere. He had to take another office job. To me, that's like caging a bird. I can see her looking out of that office window at the weather. Earhart was a cloud sailor. She lived in weather and changes of wind. Her hair was cut for flying. Her eyes was pure. They were made for sharp sight, for gauging distances. Yeah, she must have gone nuts in that office. Especially on that clear November day. It was about 5 o'clock.
I've got to lock the office, Amelia. Coming? Hey, Amelia.
What? Oh, sure. I was just getting ready.
Hey, you're getting to look like a walking fog. Why can't you forget flying?
That's not easy, Vera. It's as though I told you to start walking with a limp, to forget you can run and vault over a chair.
Well, what's there about a plane that gets you that way? You know, I knew a boy once in Revere Beach. He was the same way about flying. What does it do to you anyway?
It's just the idea of flight, that's all.
Well, do all pilots get this way about it, or are you just plain romantic?
Well, I never met a pilot who would admit it, but there's one thing about flying that really gets them.
What's that?
It's hard to describe, Vera. Flying isn't only exciting. It's beautiful. You don't know what the world looks like until you've seen it from up there. It's a wonderful sight. You feel transparent when you're up there, as though clouds were passing through you. You don't know what a feeling it is just after dawn when the air is so clean and the propeller bites into it. You don't know what it is to open your mouth in the sky and devour distance. Distance has a taste, Vera. It has a feel, a texture that the earth destroys with its ruts and roads. I'll take it. Hello? Yes, this is Miss Amelia Earhart. You say my name was given to you by George Putnam? What's that? Me fly across the Atlantic alone? Yes, I know. No woman's ever done it. What do I say? I say yes. Yes, sir. I'd like to very much.
You are listening to Madeline Carroll as Amelia Earhart on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company. As our play continues, Amelia Earhart is nearing the end of her solo flight across the Atlantic.
Hello there. Can you tell me where I am?
I can. You're in Derry, sir.
In Derry? Oh, London Derry.
Yes, sir. Heaven help me. It's a woman.
Whose house is that over there?
It belongs to the galleon.
I wonder if I could stop there.
Yes, sir. I mean, ma'am. Have you come far?
I've come from America.
From America? Well, may the saints preserve.
I don't have to tell you that trip made her famous. So famous, in fact, that a cop stopped her for speeding a couple of weeks later, and he wouldn't let her go till he took her home with him, met his wife, and had some milk and chocolate cake with him. You try that sometime with a motorcycle cop. Man, a couple of years went by, and then a day came that I'll never forget. Looking over a nick in the propeller of a new plane, she come over to me. I looked at her and felt something terrific was up. There's a big dancing going on in her eyes.
How's it going, Johnny? Think we need a new prop?
Nah, she'll do fine. She's a beautiful plane. You know that, Earhart.
She sings.
Sings?
That's the only word for it. I take her off the ground and she just starts making music. When I am up there in this plane, I feel like the wings were growing out of my back. All I have to do is lean and she banks. I raise my head and she climbs.
Hey, you're excited about something, ain't you? I mean, you look like a parade's about to start.
I'm going to be married, Johnny.
You? And that's funny. I never thought of you as anybody's wife. I mean, I always think of you up in the air.
You don't seem very happy about the news.
Yeah, I'm happy and just wondering.
What? Tell me, Johnny.
I want to know what you think.
Well, just whether a woman can go flying all over the place and still be somebody's wife. I mean, make both things last.
You don't think it can work, do you?
I don't know. Can it?
It's got to. I'm going to be his wife, and I'm going to fly. It's got to work, because it must be true that a woman can live out her personal dreams and still be a wife. I mean, women must have a right to lead the way once in a while, to search for new things instead of sitting home waiting for men to do the work of the world. Isn't that true?
Well, I hope you go on flying, because I'd hate to see this plane put away in mothballs.
What would you say if I told you I was going to take this plane around the world?
Earhart, you're going to fly around the whole world?
As soon as I can get ready. What do you say to that?
What do I say? I say, wow.
Will you pose with the map in your hand, Miss Earhart? That's it. Thanks. That's good.
How many years do you think it'll take, Miss Earhart?
Oh, I don't know.
Have you got a rubber boat along? How much food are you taking?
Enough, I hope.
Tell me, Miss Earhart, are you doing this just for a lark?
No, I'm not doing it just for a laugh.
Well, what are you trying to prove?
I'll tell you what I'm trying to prove. The purpose of this flight is to
Miss
demonstrate...
Earhart.
Yes, what is it?
Will you come into the office for a second, please? It's very important.
I'll be right there. Excuse me, please.
Miss Earhart, I've got some bad news for you.
Bad news? What's the matter?
And the other backers and I have come to the conclusion that we've made a mistake.
Mistake? I don't follow you. What do you mean?
Simply this. We've given this very careful thought and consideration, and we feel we must withdraw our support as sponsors of your flight.
Withdraw? But why?
Well, frankly, Miss Earhart, when we got behind this thing, we thought we were all going to benefit. But apparently we made a serious mistake. Every newspaper in the country is criticizing us. We feel it advisable to withdraw.
I see.
I'm sorry. I know this comes at the 11th hour when everything is ready, and I know it's embarrassing to you, but all I can say is you must abandon this flight, Miss Earhart. And, of course, we'll assume all the expenses that have been incurred to date.
I'm sorry you had to make such a decision. But I don't agree. This flight will not be abandoned. I shall assume full responsibility myself. And, gentlemen, I'll be ready to take off in an hour.
Yeah? That was Earhart for you. She went ahead with the flight. Then came that day in New Guinea. Bly, the name of the town. We're fighting the Japs there now. On July 2nd, a nice, peaceful spot. Hot, though. All you could see on that runaway in 1937 was cameras and newspaper men. You remember the photographs? I'm the guy in the overhauls with his head in the engine. Earhart was about to take off on the last leg of the round-the-world trip. You remember. She'd already passed Brazil, Africa, Arabia, India, Australia. Now she was shooting for California. Newsmen started to move away from the plane. I stuck my head into the cabin. Everything okay, Earhart? You all set?
Be a good boy now, Johnny. And remember me to your monkey wrenches.
Okay. I'll see you when you come down.
If I come down, you mean?
Is that a nice thing to say?
No, but just don't bank on anything. I figure my chances are 10 to 1.
I didn't hear a word you said, Earhart. Well, take the air, lady. The world is yours.
Bye, Johnny.
Bless you, Earhart. That's the last any of us ever saw of Amelia Earhart. You know, I wonder sometimes when I'm alone at night what she must have done out there. I hear her voice. I see the inside of that ship so clear.
What time is it, Bill?
5 o'clock, Earhart.
When does the sun come up out here? I can't see a thing.
Sun's up half an hour.
Well, when is the night going to end? See any clearing anywhere?
Black. Black all around. What's that down there? Hey, pull up.
Oh. I didn't know we were so close to the water. The altimeter's shot. Bill, wake up Terry. Maybe he can get an idea of where we are.
I'd rather let him sleep, Earhart.
No, Bill, wake him. Don't talk like that.
We're through, Earhart. We got gas for 5 minutes flying. I'm lost.
The wind. The wind is so strong I can see it. Look down, Bill. Look into the sea. There must be an island somewhere in the sea. The world is so full of useless islands. Look down, Bill. The port motor's down. Bill, look down. Find something down there. There go the engines. They're going down. I'll try and stretch her out. A long glide. I'll make it long. Maybe we'll hit a reef. Oh, heaven. At least it's quiet now. Bill, you don't regret it, do you? Get the rubber boat launched as soon as we touch the waves. I'll try and get her in without turning over. Listen to the waves. It's raining into the sea.
Thank you, Madeline Carroll. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, Miss Carroll will return to the microphone to present our guest of the evening. Meanwhile, we have a story of chemistry from the DuPont Company. Upon the speed, accuracy, and continued performance of machines of all types depends the nation's war production. So you see why machine operators are mighty important in this war. But in many an industrial plant, a well-designed lighting system is robbed of complete efficiency by dingy ceilings, walls, floors, and machinery. In other plants, where surfaces are properly painted so as to reflect light, quite a bit is still lost, blotted up by dark floors. Operators at the machines don't see as well as they might. The result is more accidents, something to be prevented at all times. And there's an enormous waste of electricity when conservation of manpower, materials, and electricity are more important than ever in our history. 2 years ago, illuminating engineers and DuPont paint technicians began intensive studies of this factory lighting problem. One result of their studies is three-dimensional seeing. Introduced by DuPont, three-dimensional seeing is a way of spotlighting machinery with a specially chosen paint. Light in color and high in reflecting power. DuPont's new technique of painting machinery in colors so that workmen have full vision without eye strain is rapidly being adopted throughout industry. Some manufacturers report production increases running to as much as 15%. Along with greater operating efficiency, there is less fatigue for workers, and there are correspondingly fewer accidents. Now, these three-dimensional seeing studies have been applied to working surroundings as well as to machinery. A ray of light isn't allowed to stop work, as you might say, just because it strikes a flat surface. Instead of being absorbed by a dark surface, it is reflected by a light one, getting the last bit of value out of every bit of light. The whole room becomes a giant light reflector. The workers see their work better, without glare, without strain. Practical application of three-dimensional seeing in war production plants proves beyond question that it is often possible to get as much as 100% more usable light for each watt of electrical energy. So we can report to you tonight that this DuPont development, which has already improved production, working conditions, and morale, and decreased the number of injuries, has now reached the point where it offers industry still another benefit, getting the last bit of value out of every ray of light and every penny's worth of electric current. We invite inquiries for complete information from engineers and manufacturers. Three-dimensional seeing deserves a noteworthy place among the contributions of DuPont chemists and engineers to better things for better living through chemistry. And now our star, Miss Madeline Carroll.
you, Mr. Collier. Tonight I would like to present our guest, Mrs. D.A. McNeil of Ellington Field, Texas, the first woman air crew chief in the world. Women like Mrs. McNeil are working day and night in flying fields stationed all over America. Upon their skill and accuracy of judgment, the safety of our planes and the lives of those who fly them depend. These are the women who keep the planes in the air. Mrs. D.A. McNeil.
Down at Ellington Field, they call me the cowpuncher air chief because I make my living selling Burma cattle on my ranch outside of Houston when the war came. When I first entered service at Ellington Field, the men were polite, but a little skeptical about women mechanics. It was not considered a woman's work. That attitude has changed. We were there to do a job. Upon our work rested the responsibility of human lives. The moment a plane is grounded, it is met by an inspector and checked from nose to rudder. Then it is sent to the hangars where the necessary repairs are made by women before it is ready for the air again. That responsibility is ours, and we take it seriously. Each time we stand on the field and see a plane take off, we must know that there has been no mistake. We must be sure that everything from hydraulic pressure to the smallest bolt is right. Because our men are flying those planes. They are depending on us. I have a husband in the armed forces and a little girl 2 years old. When a plane goes out, every woman who has worked on that plane must think of these things as I do and of what depends upon her work. Someday, I hope to wear wings on my lapel. I'm working for that. But until then, I am proud to do the groundwork that keeps our men in the air. As a pioneer, Amelia Earhart foresaw women's place in aviation. There are many branches in the field open to women today. I want to make an appeal to you tonight. Go to your post office. Secure the information regarding women needed in various branches of this one great service. Women are needed in machine shops as lathe workers and workers on delicate precision instruments. We women can keep our men and our planes flying by doing the groundwork. Thank you. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week, Cavalcade will be proud to honor the men of our merchant marine in a new radio play called Torpedo Lane, a story based on the actual experiences of the heroic men who carry the goods over the 7 seas, fighting submarines beneath and bombers overhead. Our star will be the popular stage and screen star, Dean Jagger. Don't forget, next week, Dean Jagger in a merchant marine play entitled Torpedo Lane on the Cavalcade of America. On tonight's program, the orchestra and musical score were under the direction of Don Voorhees. The part of Johnny was played by Frank Reddick. Cavalcade wishes to thank George Palmer Putnam for material made available in his Soaring Wings. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Claude Rains as Captain Paul. The story of John Paul Jones on the Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Clayton Collier. Today, as we all know, the nation celebrates the birthday of the United States Navy. 166 years ago, in the year 1775, the Continental Congress voted funds for 2 ships and took the first step towards establishing American naval power. Thus began the illustrious tradition of heroic deeds and heroic men, the United States Navy. Tonight, the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, brings you a play about a man who is a symbol of this great tradition. Adapted for radio from Commander Edward Ellsberg's bestseller, we present Captain Paul, the story of John Paul Jones, starring the distinguished actor Claude Rains. The year 1775, in a great hallway of an old mansion in His Majesty's colony of Virginia.
Oh, John, my breath. Let me get my breath.
One more kiss, Dorothea, and I'm ready to face 1,000 fathers.
There. Now let's go into his study and tell him. Take my hand. Isn't it a very small thing to ask for?
Yes, the world.
And you're mine, John. Now then. Ready?
Let's get it over with.
Father,
Yes? What is it, Dorothea?
John and I'd like to see you a minute.
Certainly, of course. Come on in. Sit down. Now, what can I do for you, Jones?
Father, John has something to say to you.
Well, let him say it.
I will, sir. I wish to marry your daughter.
Well, that's a matter we'll have to discuss. Dorothea, do you remember that piece of property over in the southeast corner of the estate?
Why, yes, Father.
That's where you will build your home.
Excuse me, sir, but Dorothy and I have other plans. We're going up north, sir. I hope to get a ship and go to sea.
Well, I was under the impression you wanted to get married. And that means settling down, unless I'm mistaken. My daughter is going to marry a gentleman, sir. Look out that window, Jones. You see a lot of pretty fine property, don't you? That's all going to be my daughter's someday. Her husband will have to accept that responsibility.
I have no interest in becoming a landowner, sir. My career is on the sea.
Well, then you and I are wasting time here.
I hope to prove you wrong, sir. But with the revolution coming, there's more important work for me to do than managing a farm. Maybe you haven't heard about it, sir, but there's going to be a new America soon.
Rot. Do you think that all Virginians are excited about what they're doing in Rhode Island or Massachusetts these days?
But I'm trying to tell you that America is going to be free, sir. That there's going to be a war. That we have an army. That we're starting a navy. And I'm going to help establish it. And that Dorothea and I are leaving here tomorrow.
You're wrong. You, sir, are leaving now, right now. My daughter's not going to throw her life away on a hot-headed fool with a toy boat.
Father.
Good day, Mr. Jones. I'm very busy.
Come along, Dorothea. Darling, I'm going now. But I'll come back to you someday. And he'll see it our way then. Will you wait for me, Dorothea?
Oh, I'll wait, John. I'll wait.
Sir, I am Captain White of His Majesty's Royal Navy. Captain Jones of the Continental Navy. I congratulate you on your victory, sir. My thoughts. Thank you, Captain. The American Navy is so young and impoverished, it could probably use it. But you better keep it. Thank you, sir. I'd like to ask you a question or two. Certainly. Where was your ship bound, sir? Boston. Your cargo? Our stores are sizable, sir. Shoes, uniforms, food, powder, and cannon. Captain Jones, I've never struck my flag before, and I still can't understand how you outmaneuvered me to windward. Your ship, I see, is not exactly first class. They say beginner's luck always is, sir. Then I'm your first prize, Captain Jones? No, sir. You are number 8. There have been 7 others. Captain Jones reporting to Commodore Hopkins.
Captain Jones, I'm glad to see you back in Newport. Is the ship all right?
Sir, I have the honor to report to you that in 6 weeks at sea, we captured 8 enemy vessels. Now I'd like the wages for my crew.
Now? You know better than that. There isn't a pound for wages.
Then suppose we settle it this way. I'll take an advance on the cargoes we captured. The crew is pledged to receive 1/3 value on all captured cargo.
As to that, 2/3 goes for maintenance of the Navy. It may be months before Congress and the courts can dispose of a single shilling.
Delay. There's no delay in your asking me to fire a cannon. I suppose you wouldn't know about firing a cannon, Commodore.
You will address me as befits the Commodore of the Continental Fleet, Captain Jones.
What fleet? Those 6 sloops rotting in the harbor? I tell you, I want a better ship if I'm going to carry out this sea raiding as it should be done.
You don't know how lucky you are. And a lot more important men than yourself with better connections can't get a ship anywhere. Now, are you going to turn over that cargo to me? Or shall I be forced to relieve you of command?
And shall I tell you there's a war going on, Commodore? The country's bleeding to death. And you know it. But so long as they don't bombard Philadelphia harbor, it's business as usual and the devil with liberty. Lick the heels of any tyrant, but get your gold out of it. And forget about the poor clods fighting to make men free.
Get out of here, Jones, and don't come back.
You won't get rid of me. My crew's outside. What if I tell them the Commodore of the Continental Fleet's grabbing 2/3 of the cargo for the Navy and letting the men wait?
No. Wait a minute, Jones. You, want a better ship, you say?
I do.
Suppose I give you one we've just acquired from the French, the Amphitrite. I think this paper will make everything satisfactory.
That's better. Good day, Commodore. Morning, Captain. The Navy has commissioned me to take over the Amphitrite. Here are my papers.
Yes, I see.
Speediest hull I ever laid eyes on, sir. I'll be off at once. Along with raiding, I'm to be head for Paris. Dr. Franklin must be given news of Burgoyne's surrender at Saratoga.
Good. I'm sailing the ship to France next week. I'm sure you'll enjoy being a passenger.
You'd better look at that paper again, Captain. You're turning your ship over to me.
Oh, no. That isn't what that paper says. It just says you can take command. I don't see any paper which tells me to give up my ship to anyone.
Well, can't you infer that if I'm to take command, you'll have to give it up?
Give my ship away on inference? You can't do that without another paper that says I can. No, sir. You show me a paper that states that in plain language, and I'll turn my ship over to you.
Paper? The country's dying, and you're talking about a paper. You and the rest like you. Bunglers, money grubbers, politicians. Everybody afraid of the one above him, afraid for his skin, afraid for his pocket. Can Washington load his muskets with paper? Will paper break the blockade? By heaven, if it's not this ship, it'll be another, paper or no paper. Is this a war? Or are we all playing with paper dolls?
You are listening to the Cavalcade of America, starring Claude Rains in Captain Paul, brought to you by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As our play continues, we find John Paul Jones calling on Dr. Benjamin Franklin, the American envoy in Paris.
And the news is, Dr. Franklin, General Burgoyne surrendered his entire army at Saratoga.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Now the French will join us for sure. Good news indeed, my boy, good news. And now, tell me your plans.
Dr. Franklin, I think you realize now we'll be able to finish the war quickly. I'm sure you see the need for American naval power to do it. The fact is, if I had command of a squadron...
A squadron would be very nice, Captain Jones. But no doubt you heard of politicians.
To my sorrow. Who hasn't?
If you were a politician, you might have inferred from my reaction to your request that... Well, the point is you've been relieved of your command of your own ship.
What?
Jones, there's an old saying. Bad news runs swiftly. Apparently it outran your ship this voyage. You see, your first lieutenant, Mr. Simpson, is something of a politician.
My first lieutenant, sir, is a drunken fool. Command a ship of war? Why, he can't tell the difference between starboard and a teacup. Do you think I'm going to lie down while he walks over my back?
Well, why not roll over? Out of the way then, Jones. Meanwhile, enjoy yourself in Paris.
I'll be hanged if I stay here in Paris with the war to be fought.
You will stay here, Jones, because I think there's a chance I can get you another ship. At least for the present, I'm reasonably certain of it.
Well, I got to do something about the crew. Am I to keep paying for crews out of my own pocket? I can't go on forever like that.
I think you'll go on, Jones. Like the rest of us. You can't help yourself.
Dr. Franklin, I have gone on. I've gone on here in Paris, dreaming about that ship for the last 7 months. Haven't you any word, sir?
Jones, your dreams are over. You're in command of a squadron.
At last. Now for some action.
Still, Jones, it would do you well to remember there are ships and ships.
What do you mean, sir?
Well, let me put it this way. True, you have a squadron. It is equally true, nevertheless, that you will be joined by 4 French captains, each commanding his own vessel. As to your own ship, Jones, well, if they refer to vessels as females, we might call her a dowager of the seas. In fact, she's 60 years old.
Guess that must be the one Columbus overlooked. He's sure she floats?
Well, they say she floats. But I think if you're taking her anywhere, you'll have to look around for sails.
If I'm going to do any fighting, I suppose I'll have to pluck a few cannon out of the air.
What's a miracle or two? One smashing victory and you'll go home a hero.
I want to go home, sir. Doesn't a hero always need a heroine?
Then don't waste time, my boy. Go back and marry her. You can tell her you named the ship for her.
Don't you suppose I've had a name ready all these months?
What are you going to call her, Jones?
She'll fight with your name, sir. She'll be the Paul Richard.
Thank you, Jones. And we'll say good luck and a great sail for the Bonhomme Richard.
Come.
Man of war off the port bow, sir.
Up we go, Mr. Stacy.
Right, sir.
How big is she?
You'll see better through your glass, sir. There she rides around the circle of the land.
Hey, she's a big lady, Jack. I see right. Why, she's the flagship of the British Baltic Fleet.
Look! Our squadron's running away. They're turning to the wind.
Let the French go, the yellow dogs.
That warship's too big for us.
Nothing's too big for us today. Mr. Jackson, up with the gun ports.
Up with the gun ports.
Beat to quarters, Mr. Stacy.
Beat to quarters.
Clear the deck. Mr. Carroll, second exit. Hold on the light room, Anderson. Right, the boys. Lay the boarding deck. Arbitrary pads.
Ship's cleared for action, sir.
Good.
She's closing in on us, sir. Mighty close.
The closer the better.
Hit her with a stone right now.
Look at it below. All right,
Listen. You can even hear them giving orders. I shall be smack into us in a minute, sir.
Are the men ready?
Aye, sir.
Ahoy! What ship are you?
Listen, Mr. Stacy.
Aye, sir.
When she gets a little closer, we'll throw the grappling hooks into her and board. I say, what ship are you?
Majesty's ship, service. Captain Richard Chesterton.
Gun ports are still closed. In another minute, we'll have him blanketed.
Aye, sir.
Ahoy there! Where are you bound?
Come closer, I can't hear you.
Answer directly, rifle.
We have him, Mr. Stacy. We'll smother his guns in the collision.
He means it all right. Look. Grappling hook, sir.
Not yet.
Up with again, boss. Aye, sir. Lower it down, Max. Up.
Going to fire. We'll be blown to bits this close, sir.
Now, Mr. Stacy.
Grappling hook, boys.
Throw him into it.
All right, there they go. Let him fly, lads.
Order! Order! Pistols and cutlasses!
That was their stern gun, sir.
Guess we couldn't smother them all. Any damage?
Looks pretty bad from here.
Boat's full of water. We're sinking.
The ship's on fire.
Captain Jones, sir. They're trying to carry away our flag.
No, you rebel pirate. Do you surrender? Never! I've got my guns to fight!
Jones, you must have been a wizard. Taking an old hulk like that and winning in spite of it. A great victory, my boy.
That old hulk, as you call it, Dr. Franklin, how could she fail when she bears your name?
Well, you see, Paris has turned out in your honor, and that's fine. You deserve everything. So don't delay. Go home and triumph. I dare say your friends will be delighted. Oh, by the way, here is a packet of letters for you from America.
Oh, thank you, sir. Well, let me see that one from Virginia. Excuse me, sir, will you?
Surely. What's the matter, Jones?
Dear John, Miss Dorothy is no more. That is, a few months ago, she gave herself into the arms of Patrick Henry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jones.
Patrick Henry. He's a great gentleman, isn't he, Dr. Franklin? Great gentleman of Virginia.
Jones, let me give you some advice. The ambassador from the Imperial Russian Court has been to see me. It seems your fame has reached the ears of the Empress Catherine. She wants you in St. Petersburg as admiral of her Black Sea Fleet. There wasn't much point in it then, but now...
There'd be money in that. How would that help?
Money and a way to forget. Now, I assure you the Empress is not, how shall I say, dull.
No, I'm not, how shall I say, a fool. At least, as far as ships are concerned.
These are my private apartments, as you well know, Admiral Jones. Now, when will you American louts learn some manners?
Softly, my lady, softly. Now, what have I done?
Why do you suppose I brought you in here? I do not propose to be shouted at before my ministers like a common scullery maid.
It was a mistake to bring up the subject of finances. I lost my head for a minute. Let's forget all about it. Shall we?
So, I forgive you. John Paul, hasn't Russia taught you anything?
Many things, my lady. And, after all, haven't I taught Russia something?
Yes. We owe so much to each other, John Paul.
It's just that I've been worried lately, but perhaps I need a rest.
There's nothing to worry about, nothing at all. Why do you worry, John Paul? Haven't I made you an admiral of the Russian fleet? And hasn't Russia repaid you well this month? Is that not so?
Oh, Your Imperial Majesty, I want what is due me. I want that and nothing else.
So, now you listen to me, my little admiral. Catherine has never been accustomed to treating her favorites like servants. They've all had my friendship, my protection. You are going to be a despicable exception. Admiral of my fleet, are you? Yes. You will continue as admiral, but you won't even have a barge, a common barge to command. You will not die in action, but of inaction, I promise you. Now go.
I leave tomorrow. That gives you time to get the money ready.
You have no tomorrow in Russia, Mr. Jones. You leave St. Petersburg tonight. Go back to your America to work if you dare. That lovely, free country you've done so much for. But not with my money. You will never have power again. Not as long as I am Empress of all the Russias.
There. Now try to rest, Monsieur Jones. You are tired.
Did you find a doctor?
I've tried all over Paris. But the doctors, they will not come while there is rioting in the street.
Why should they come? See me die.
But, Monsieur Jones, have you no friend? No one to give you a...
You mean, is there no one to bury me? I have no friends. But you've been very good and kind to me. And I leave you nothing. Tell me, they're still fighting in the streets.
Paris is reason, they say. Long live the revolution. But people are dying.
We all die, old woman. Does it matter how? Those people out there, dying as I am, dreaming the same dream I did long ago. In America, freedom, the great ghost no man can shackle. I began my life in one revolution. I die in another. Dorothea? Your hand? My darling? A very small thing. So was my life without it.
Thank you, Claude Rains. Ladies and gentlemen, in a moment our star will return to the microphone with an interesting announcement. But first, I'd like to bring you a message that is important for all of us. All uniforms aren't khaki-colored. The pair of white overalls a painter wears is a uniform, too. A painter is a defender. A brush and a can of paint protect America. Protect it today more than ever, because today we must keep our American industrial plants running at top efficiency. We don't want deterioration to slow a single plant. Paint is the protection against deterioration. Here again, we come upon the word that is so often used these days, conservation. With America all out for defense, every precaution must be taken against the rust and rot that represent the fifth column in industry, tearing down and destroying while industry builds. Here, paint tackles the job of conservation. Nor does that job end with mere surface protection of factory buildings. Paint on storage tanks protects against rust and also reduces losses by evaporation. The painted pipes in a modern manufacturing plant, bright red and blue and green, can be traced easily and repaired quickly in the event of a break. Paint in a contrasting color on the moving part of a lathe or a drill press warns the man at the machine against danger spots, preventing an injury that might invalid him out of the production line. On that other great production front, the farms that feed America, there, too, paint is at work, protecting, conserving, whether as white enamel on the inside of a milk house or as paint on a tractor that must work and stand out in the rain and sun. and down the straight ribbons that link America's production and consumption, down the airways and highways and seaways, there again paint protects and conserves. It may be the paint on a freight car. It may be the painted stripe or stop sign at a highway intersection. It may be the ship and deck paint that resists salt spray and harbor gases and stretches out time between repaintings. The job in all cases is the same: conservation. In your own home as well, paint works for conservation. It protects wood and cuts your repair costs. A well-painted house costs less to heat, especially a house built of porous brick or stucco. And a room painted with light colors on the walls and ceiling can be lighted with fewer electric bulbs. No small matter in these times when every kilowatt of electric current should be saved. Linoleums, window screens, concrete floors, and front steps wear longer when they're protected by paints designed for the job. And it's worth remembering that when you paint now, you conserve valuable steel and wood. Paint is an important product of chemistry and DuPont. DuPont paints are scientifically made, designed in modern laboratories by skilled chemists. With their enduring colors and resistant protective films, DuPont paint products contribute once again better things for better living through chemistry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like you to meet our star, Claude Rains. Mr. Rains, we're glad to have you back again on Cavalcade.
Well, Mr. Collier, I enjoyed the opportunity of being with you all again. And with the help of my old friends, the Cavalcade players, I hope that tonight's show, dedicated to a great man and a great tradition, has contributed something to the commemoration of Navy Day.
We certainly trust you're right, Mr. Rains, and we'd like to congratulate you for your part in recalling to us the heroism of one of those men who made our Navy great.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. Now I'd like to bring your radio audience that interesting announcement you spoke about. Before I left Hollywood to come here for the show, I saw a preview screening of the new Warner Brothers picture you're doing on Cavalcade next week. It's called 1 Foot in Heaven. One of the most delightful stories they've ever filmed in Hollywood. And in it, my good friend, Frederick March, turns in one of the greatest starting performances of his career.
Thank you, Claude Rains. Remember, on next week's Cavalcade, 1 Foot in Heaven, starring Frederick March. Our play tonight was based on Captain Paul by Commander Edward Ellsberg, published by Dodd, Mead & Company, to whom Cavalcade gratefully acknowledges its obligation for new material. The orchestra and the original musical score were under the direction of Don Voorhees. On the Cavalcade of America, your announcer is Clayton Collier, sending best wishes from DuPont. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
The Cavalcade of America. No history of a nation would be complete without a record of the growth of its industries, the shops and factories and laboratories that lend wings to the progress of a people. Such an enterprise is DuPont, one of America's earliest. As you listen on Wednesday evenings at this time to the Cavalcade of America presented by DuPont, we hope that you will give a thought to the pioneers of American industry, as well as to the pioneers in all other fields of endeavor. And the spirit of progress so clearly shown in these stories is the thing that inspires DuPont chemists to fulfill their pledge, better things for better living through chemistry. At the very end of this program, we have a special announcement for school teachers which may help them in their work. This evening's first story begins in the early 18th century in colonial America. Our Cavalcade Orchestra plays an English dance which is characteristic of that day. The country dance from the Nell Gwynn Suite by Edward German. of the American cavalcade march the direct lineal descendants of the great builders of the world. The pyramids of Egypt, the public baths of Rome, the Gothic cathedrals, and now the soaring steel towers of the modern skyscraper. In 1724, the Guild of Master Craftsmen, known as the Carpenters' Company, was formed. Then, 5 years later, important business comes before the legislature of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Order. It is now in order to hear from the Special Commission for Building a State House to accommodate our Pennsylvania legislature. Mr. Hamilton, have you anything to report?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In accordance with the petition of the people of Philadelphia and the resolution of this body, I have prepared designs and plans for a building to house the legislature.
Are you ready to submit it to the Assembly for consideration?
I am, together with an amendment to the bill now pending for appropriation of money necessary to carry out the construction.
What will His Excellency permit us?
Only £2,000.
Well, at least we can begin on that.
Just as soon as the bill is enacted into law.
I move the commission be appointed trustees for building the State House according to the approved design.
Why are we not allowed to see the plans before approval? It seems to me...
I second the motion.
The commission recommends...
Order! Gentlemen, order!
On May 10, 1729, the law was enacted authorizing the construction of that group of stately buildings in Philadelphia, later known as Independence Hall. Edmund Woolley, master carpenter, and his skilled assistants, joiners, masons, plasterers, and glazers, toiled skillfully and cleverly to bring Andrew Hamilton's designs to perfect realization. But not until 7 years later is the new State House far enough advanced to begin playing its celebrated part in the history of our nation. Autumn, 1736.
Mr. Woolley, sir?
Yes, Tyson. Is it finished?
No, sir. There's one more nail.
Drive it home.
I thought it'd be more fitting, sir, for you to be the one to do that.
Why does he think that?
When this nail is home, the new State House will be ready for the legislature. After so many years, the honor should be yours.
Oh, vanity, Tyson, sheer vanity. But give me thy hammer.
There you are, sir.
There. 'Tis done.
Completed at last.
Only the main building, but the wings and the tower, it needs a good tower. And a bell.
I think it's wonderful just as it stands, Master Woolley. Sure, there's nothing so fine in this part of the world.
Nothing finer was being built when last I saw London.
To be master carpenter of this fine State House must make you very proud, sir.
Proud? Oh, tut, Tyson. Pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall.
Yes, sir, I meant no offense.
Oh, I take no offense. Thou art a good workman, and I thank thee for standing with me all these years.
6 years, sir.
Aye, so it has been.
So now I may join the Carpenters' Company.
Well, thee knows well only a master carpenter is eligible for membership in our guild.
I've been a carpenter 6 years. I'm eligible.
Why, so thee is. Oh, time is a hasty wanton.
And now I'm eligible for one thing more.
Verily? What now?
For the hand of Miss Prudence.
What? Why, my daughter's only a child. Besides, I've set my heart she'll wed with only a master craftsman.
But, sir, now I can be a master.
And thee owns land here. And thee is not one of the Society of Friends.
I'm afraid not, sir. But I own land in England.
I like thee well, Tyson. But I could not consent to see Prudence go back to England. Or marry out of meeting.
But surely, sir, unless there is someone else...
Well, it would seem there is. Yonder she comes now with young Coleman.
Bob Coleman. Why, he's an
Why,
ironworker.
but a master craftsman and one of our friends' meetings.
Good morrow, Father. How does thee today?
Prudence, child, I do not think it seemly for thee to be here. Soon there'll be a great crowd of people coming to watch the first sitting of the legislature here.
Their first assembly in thy building, and thee expect me to stay away? Oh, Father, I hope I have more duty to thee than not see so good a sight.
Such Prudence, I fear the duty is to thine own curiosity. How does thee, Robert?
Oh, well, I thank thee.
Thee knows Tyson?
Oh, we've met before. Your servant, sir.
We're just in time, Robert. Here come a lot of people. Oh, how bright they look, all silks and satins.
Tut, Prudence.
Father.
Well, Mr. Woolley, sir. I see you are ready for us in time.
Yes, friend Hamilton. I hope the legislature prospers well in a new Phoenix place.
I hope our laws are as good as our designs.
Well, our work is honest and our materials sound.
It ought to grace this fair province many years. Well, look here, Benjamin.
Yes?
Look at these hinges on the doors. They are uncommon handsome, are they not?
They are more, Mr. Hamilton. They are uncommon strong. This Pennsylvania iron will make more than hinges.
I do not follow you, Benjamin.
We may not live to see it, but someday buildings will be made of iron. And wood and brick will only be the ornaments of them.
Benjamin, you think too much. Come along in. The members are taking their place.
Who were those men, friend Tyson?
Mr. Andrew Hamilton, Speaker of the Assembly.
Whose designs father and thee made into this fine building?
Yes.
And who was that man who talked of iron?
Have you heard him praise my work?
Bah, he trades in words. He is a printer.
He's a clerk of the Assembly, a Bostonian called Benjamin Franklin.
I would like to talk with him.
I would they'd rather talk with me.
Come, children, let's go in. This is an important occasion. There will be many words spoken today.
Will thee sit by me, Prudence?
No, by me if you would see better. We carpenters had first place here today.
I'll sit between thee both, behind my father.
The Assembly of the Province of Pennsylvania will please come to order.
10 years pass. The east and west wings of the State House are finished, and the tower with its courtly staircase is topped by a fine belfry. Isaac Norris, Speaker of the Assembly, ordered a bell of 2,000 pounds to be cast in England. But when it was first rung, it cracked. Norris then ordered the metal improved and recast by Pass and Stowe of Philadelphia. In June 1753, the new bell is hoisted into place, and a great crowd has gathered in front of the State House to hear whether a good bell can be cast in the colony.
The bell is almost secure in place now.
They say it weighs a ton. Is it true that this is the first great bell to be cast in the colony?
Yes, Pass and Stowe are the first to try it. Come, Prudence. This way, dear.
But he takes me further away from the tower.
We can hear the bell better at a little distance.
I hope Father can hear it.
Oh, I'm sure he can. I remember years ago he said there'd be a tower and a bell someday.
Oh, it makes him happy to know the State House is finished at last.
Yes, it would have made him happier if you had married Coleman instead of me.
Nay, John. He's pleased now that he owns land here and comes to our meetings.
Well, as iron-making friend Coleman says, our colony is truly a melting pot. Those are strange words friend Norris had cast on the bell.
What were they?
Proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. It's from the Bible, Leviticus 25:10.
Isaac Norris is a very pious man.
Perhaps he thinks he's a prophet.
Oh, they're making signals from the belfry. The bell must be in place.
We have a good view from here. Look.
In that beautiful State House 23 years later, on July 8, 1776, the American colonies determined to maintain their right to self-government, declaring they are, and of a right ought to be, free and independent. Thus, one of America's first achievements in architecture and building stands today as the shrine of American independence. Americans are the greatest builders of modern times. The first use of steel frame construction is lost in argument of the past. We know the Tacoma building in Chicago was one of the first. Another was the home insurance building in Chicago, finished in 1885. It was 10 stories high at first. Then they added 2 more just to prove the soundness of the architect's calculations. But the most famous among the first tall buildings still stands on a triangular corner where Fifth Avenue, Broadway, and 23rd Street meet in what was once the crossroads of America. There, in 1902, we find young Tommy Coleman.
Extra, all about Teddy Roosevelt using the big stick. Extra paper, Mr. Extra. Here you are, sir. Thank you, sir. Extra, all about
Let me have a Harold, boy.
Oh, here you are, madam. Thank you. Extra. Here you are, sir. Thank you. Extra, get your paper, Mr. Extra.
Paper, boy.
Oh, yes, sir. Herald of Time.
I'll take both.
Oh, gee, thank you, sir. You're just like Mr. Munsey. He always takes both.
Muncie, a customer of yours?
Yes, sir. His office is in this building. Windiest corner in New York.
Well, it is windy here, all right.
You bet it is. Everybody complains about it.
Yes, I know. Why don't you take a more sheltered beat?
Oh, I like it. I'd rather be right here than anywhere else in the world. Everybody goes by here. This place is famous.
Oh, you think so?
Think so? Say, mister, don't you know where you are? This is the Flatiron Building.
I thought it was called the Fuller Building.
Nobody around here calls it that anymore because it looks like a tall flatiron, 20 stories high. A regular skyscraper, ain't it?
Why, yes, I guess it almost is.
Almost? Say, mister, you ought to see the clouds rushing by it on a stormy day. Then you'd know.
You seem to like this crazy building.
I do. I saw it go up. I sold papers to all the fellas that worked on it. Someday when I grow bigger, I'm going to build one myself.
Oh, you want to be an architect?
What, me? Stick indoors over a desk? No, sir, not me. I'm going to be a steel worker. It's the steel gangs that build things like this.
By George, you're right. What's your name, son?
Tommy Coleman.
Do your people live near here?
My folks used to live in Philadelphia. Only they don't live anywhere now. They're...
I see. Well, we're from the same state. I'm from Lancaster, Pennsylvania, myself.
Oh, Pennsylvania does.
That's right.
But the big cities are the only ones that have skyscrapers.
Yes, and we're planning lots of others.
Gee, I wish I could get a job working near one of them. I like to see them go up.
Well, maybe you can. Here's my card. Come see me at my office. I might help you get a job.
Well, thanks. You bet I will, Mr. Dingleberg.
That's right.
Oh, you're an architect.
Yes.
Do you know much about skyscrapers?
Not much yet, son. I've only worked on one tall one.
But there's only the... Say, did you build the Flatiron Building?
Well, I used to think so, but maybe now I'd better say I just planned it.
You thought of it and figured it all out.
Don't forget to look me up, Tommy.
Thanks, Mr. Dingleberg. I won't forget. Gee, as if I... And he built this.
Paper, boy.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Extra paper. Get your paper right here on the windiest corner.
As the years went on, young Tommy Coleman became a steel worker, caught hot rivets in a bucket high above the sidewalks of New York, until finally, in 1930, we find him talking with his wife.
Oh, Tom, I made you late, and you a gang boss.
Well, that's all right, dear. My gang will be on the job, all right. Now, you go on home and take it easy.
But my job.
Well, you telephone them you can't come back.
But I can't quit my job.
Well, you've got to quit it, dear. The doctor said you couldn't work another day. Now, no more talk. I'm late, darling. You will go home, won't you?
Yes, Tom. If you'll feel better about it.
Oh, I will feel better. The doctor says you're sick, Mary. You've got to take it easy. I hate to scare you, dear, but gee, I don't know how I'd get along without you.
Is it as bad as that?
Yeah. Gosh, how that building does grow. More than a story every day.
What are they going to call it?
The Empire State.
It'll be tall as any of them, won't it?
Oh, it'll be much taller. It'll be the tallest building in the world. And I'm helping to build it. But here's the hoist, dear. I got to go up with the next load.
Good luck, Tom.
It'll be okay if you do just as I tell you, darling. Go on home and take it easy.
I will.
got to go all the way down to the 46th floor for a cup of hot coffee?
No, they got a cafeteria now in the 64th.
But we only put that up the day before yesterday.
Well, keep your eye on it, buddy. Maybe Al Smith will have an office there by Monday.
Remember when we ate in the first shack? The cafeteria, as the boss calls it. Way back on the 3rd?
Yeah, and how we thought we was getting somewhere when we got hot coffee, and on the 21st?
Yeah, and now look at the blame thing.
And we ain't done yet. Say, boss, the steel's coming in from all over the place.
From 4 mills.
Say, this new lot is from Pennsylvania. Ain't that where you come from, boss?
Yeah, my folks have been making iron and steel there a long time.
They sure ship it in fast. Right on time to the minute.
Well, they better if we're going to make our schedule.
All you think of is driving your gang. Ain't we the best gang in New York?
Yeah. How about the Eagle Gang?
Well, maybe next to the Eagle Gang.
Hey, what's got you so set on finishing up this job so quick anyway? We're doing one whole floor a day now.
We've got to have this building finished ahead of renting season.
Oh, renting season. Is that all that's been worrying you, boss?
No, not exactly. As a bonus.
Yeah, I guess we could all use that.
I got a use for it, all right.
Nothing to be gloomy about. Hey, you used to be a cheerful guy. You ain't cracked a smile since the day you was late. Hey, funny you being late. Lord knows you're tough enough on the rest of
Hey,
us.
you better eat more and talk less if you want to get filled up before that whistle.
Hot coffee goes pretty good now. Think we'll be finished before cold weather?
Yeah, almost to the top now. We can't finish any too soon for me.
Nor me. I need a vacation. Where are you going, boss?
I'm not going anywhere. My wife.
Yeah? Where are you sending her?
Up to medical center.
Oh, the medical center. I worked on that job. Good job. Lots of steel. But it's a heck of a place for a vacation.
Shut up, you. Can't you see it ain't no picnic?
Yeah, that's right, boys. It's an operation. She's got to have it or she'll die.
Gee, that's tough. I didn't know. Guess it costs a lot of dough, eh?
You said it, Tony. Plenty. That's why I want to beat the record and get part of that bonus.
Well, you can count on us, boss.
Every gang of it.
Oh, thanks, boys.
All right. Come on, boys. Let's go.
Up they went, 1 story a day. Until near the top, they reached a speed of 14 stories in 10 days, with the stoneworkers and bricklayers only a short distance below them. 3,400 men at work above half a city block. The top rivet nearly a quarter of a mile above the sidewalk. 60,000 tons of steel put in place in only 6 months. 102 stories high, a record for all time. The rivet gangs and their bosses deserve their reward for work well done. But for Tom Coleman, it means an anxious vigil at the New York Medical Center.
Nurse,
Yes?
will it be much longer?
Oh, it hasn't been long.
Seems long to me.
I think they're bringing her out now.
Oh. Well, Doctor. Doctor.
Oh, you mustn't go in.
Oh, but I gotta go in.
Wait here, please. It might be fatal.
All right. I'll wait.
They're going to take her back to her room.
Can I see her as she goes by?
Yes, but stand back, please. They're bringing her out.
She looks so still.
She's still under the anesthetic.
Was the operation all right?
The surgeon's in the operating room. You can ask him.
You mean I can go in there?
Yes.
Doctor. Doctor.
Yes?
My wife, will she live?
Of course she will. The operation was a success. In time, she should recover full health.
Oh, say. Yeah, that's great, isn't it? Thanks, Doctor. Thank you.
Excuse me, please.
Oh, look out, look out. Don't bump into that tray of instruments.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Perhaps you'd be interested to see the instrument that did the trick. This one.
You mean that little knife? That's the thing that saved my wife?
Yes. New technique specially for this delicate operation.
Oh, I see. Do you mind, can I see it?
Certainly, but be careful.
Yes. This little gadget. Look, will you? Doggone it, it's made of steel.
Workers in steel, raising high against the stars new temples for a newer and finer life. Brave, hardy men with a noble heritage. builders of an empire in the sky, builders of steel tools to cut our way into the secrets of the future. Builders of steel, we salute you, heroes of the American cavalcade. Those of you who have visited New York or have seen pictures of that great example of modern steel construction, the Empire State Building, know how nobly it stands, gleaming against the sky. The shining metal used on the outside of the Empire State Building is stainless steel, an alloy of steel with a high amount of chromium in it. And one reason why it has such a smooth, mirror-like surface is that it was pickled after the steel was rolled into sheets. Now, most of us think of pickling as something connected with onions or cucumbers or pig's feet. But the word has an important meaning in the iron and steel business, in fact, in all metal manufacturing. It describes the process by which metal objects are cleaned of the scale and rust that accumulates on their surfaces during the earlier stages of manufacture. This is important, not merely for the sake of appearance and to make it possible for the metal to take a finish, but especially to prevent corrosion and wear. Before the year 1800, when the chemistry of metallurgy was relatively undeveloped, fermented barley water was used for this cleaning purpose, and it took a long time. Then someone started to use acids, and today various acids, sulfuric, muriatic, nitric, and hydrofluoric, are used, each having its special place and use. Most iron and steel is pickled with sulfuric acid. The stainless steel we just spoke of is pickled with a mixture of these acids. Now, in a great skyscraper, all of the galvanized piping and conduits, all of the copper and brass, the iron stairways, and the steam radiators, not to mention all of the metal furniture in the offices, have to be pickled before they're finished for use. Steel auto bodies, which have to be smoothed to take a fine finish, are another example of pickling. And I'm sure you've all seen suspension bridges, like the famous George Washington Bridge, with their great cables of wire rope. This wire rope is galvanized, too. And before it can be galvanized, it must undergo a pickling process. The acids I mentioned a short while ago are simply names to most people, but now we see how important they are to industry and to building. These acids are made by DuPont and supplied to industries the country over. The story of their usefulness serves as a good example of DuPont's phrase, better things for better living through chemistry. Now we have a special message for school teachers. So many teachers of history and English and dramatics, as well as principals of schools, have written us about the interest they and their pupils take in the Cavalcade of America and how helpful the programs are in connection with classwork in these subjects, that we shall call attention from time to time to forthcoming broadcasts. Next week's program, entitled Speed of Words, deals with the progress of communication from the days of clipper ships and the Pony Express to the present day of radio. We urge teachers to recommend it to the students. Next week, at this same time, the Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
A news bulletin from the Press Radio Bureau, New York. The borough of the Bronx and sections of Upper Manhattan are without light as a result of a fire in an uptown electric powerhouse early this evening. Service has been restored in the Bronx and some sections of Manhattan. When the service stopped, street lights went out and industrial plants within the area were idle. Service on the independent subway system as far south as Columbus Circle was halted. This news is from the Press Radio Bureau. Further details will be found in your newspaper. WABC, New York.
Starring
starring Charles Boyer in The Gentleman from Paris on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Ladies and gentlemen, a few days ago, Winston Churchill stood before a joint session of the Congress of the United States and declared that the New World stands as a beacon of hope to the exhausted peoples of the Old World. He was not the first European to say this. Our play tonight concerns the man who was the first to say it, and in his time he too was a symbol of liberty for two worlds. He was the Marquis de Lafayette, and history has recorded for all time the high resolve, triumphant over every obstacle, which brought him to the shores of the New World. Here in America he saw and was a part of the birth of a new order of freedom, a precious privilege for which men would gladly sacrifice and fight and die. DuPont presents Charles Boyer as the Marquis de Lafayette in The Gentleman from Paris. Versailles, the year 1776, the Imperial Court of France.
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, Her Majesty, the Queen.
Pray be at your ease, ladies, gentlemen. Bonsoir, Marquis de Provence.
Your Majesty.
Oh, Monsieur de Lafayette. You are alone this evening?
The Marquise begs your indulgence, madame. She is indisposed.
And so is His Majesty. Therefore, you will be my escort this evening.
I am honored.
Tell me, Lafayette, how goes your present rebellion in America?
My rebellion, Your Majesty?
You see, Monsieur de Provence, the Marquis has no interest in it whatsoever.
Perhaps I have been misinformed, Your Majesty. Not entirely, Monsieur de Provence. I did not say I had no interest in the Americans, Your Majesty. Indeed, my interest is considerable.
Ah, then tell me, Marquis, what sort of men are these colonials?
Oh, I know little of the man, madame, but the idea...
Idea? What idea?
Why, the idea of freedom, of equality among men.
Oh, Lafayette, I fear you're one of those Republicans who would send your poor king and queen off to the provinces and have some sort of a dictator from the rabble.
Your Majesty well knows my affection for herself and for the king. Besides, it is no dictator the Americans desire.
Oh, then what is it?
That is only to have a share in governing themselves and a voice in choosing who shall govern them.
Do you really believe, my de Lafayette, that peasants and artisans are capable of governing?
If they wish it. And I could learn, slowly, perhaps.
Ah, what a weight off our poor shoulders if the people really could take care of some of this tedious detail.
Indeed, Your Majesty. It would relieve you of much responsibility and care, and think of the joy of your people.
It will amuse us to see how your Americans succeed in this, Lafayette. Certainly, I cannot blame them for trying, living under that perfectly mad English king. Tell me, is it true he often fancies himself a foxhound?
I have heard worse than that, madame.
At least he is not mad enough to tolerate treason among his subjects.
Please, Monsieur de Provence, this talk has not been serious. Pray do not be more royal than the king.
Lafayette, you, for example, have large estates. Hundreds of serfs and peasants who bring you revenue.
Yes?
What would become of you if this rebel were not kept in check?
I sometimes wonder.
Then I will tell you. They would hang you to the nearest oak tree.
Not if I joined with them.
Joined with them?
Yes, if they sought liberty and freedom.
Then either you deceive yourself or you lie to us.
Really, gentlemen?
Did I understand you to say I lie, monsieur?
You did. Monsieur.
Monsieur de Lafayette, it is a long time since a member of the court has been struck in the presence of the Queen. I suggest that you return to your estates until your temper shows improvement.
I beg that you allow him to remain, at least until my second time.
There is no objection to their calling at my estate. My most sincere apologies, Your Majesty. Good day. Lafayette? Lafayette, speak with me outside.
Well, you're in a fine mess now, my young Hotspur.
Well, why did you provoke me?
Why? You think this business of a rebellion against a European king is merely a matter for polite conversation?
But I meant no insult. Why should it not be a matter for talk?
Because if the Americans succeed, every king in Christendom will tremble for his crown. Every nobleman in France will fear for his money and his life.
Are you serious, Decab?
I've never been more serious.
But what do you know of these Americans?
I know that they're fighting. And they're fighting for the greatest ideal since Christianity. They believe that all men are created equal, have equal rights to what they themselves create with their sweat and blood.
And if the Americans win?
Yes, if they win. They need money and offices.
It's like a dream, Decab. It is as though I were seeing a vision for the first time. A vision of something brave and noble and enduring that men will die for.
Lafayette, would you?
Yes. By all that I hold sacred, yes, I would.
Now then, Gilbert, what is this new excitement? I want to share it at once.
Oh, my darling wife, how shall I begin to tell you?
Oh, surely it's not so desperate.
Adrienne, darling, I'm going to America.
America? Gilbert, you're mad.
No, I'd be mad to stay here when the kind of world I want, the kind of world we want, is being fought for in America.
But Gilbert, why should you risk everything for a lot of peasants and savages?
Oh, they're not peasants and savages. They are a whole new race of men.
The king would have you thrown into prison before he'd let you go.
Look, I've bought a ship. We'll tell him it's for a holiday. He'll never know.
And leave me to face Versailles alone?
No, of course you're coming with me.
No, I can't.
Why?
I've no choice in the matter, Gilbert.
But why? I thought you were...
Beg pardon, Highness. The Baron de Kalb is calling. He said it's urgent.
Oh, show him in, Harry. Adrienne, perhaps you'd...
No, Gilbert. I want to stay.
Yes, yes.
Madame, how are you?
Do?
Forgive my muddy boots. I had to take the back roads. Even so, the king's men may have followed me here.
Quick, man, what's the news?
The Victoire stands ready to sail.
Good. Adrienne, that's our ship.
Yes, I know.
The cab, how many of our friends are sailing?
Some 20 of us. The American agent has agreed to a commission of Major General for you, if you care to join us.
Major General, you see, Adrienne, they do want you.
You'll have to decide quickly. I have confidential news that the king has issued an order to prevent your sailing. He'll stop at nothing.
We'll see about that.
Gilbert, you mustn't. You might be killed.
I'll wait for your answer in my apartment in the morning. The decision is now with you, Lafayette.
Not me. Us, my wife and I.
Then bid him reconsider, madame. He has all the world to lose and nothing but a dream to follow.
Nothing but a dream to follow. But what a dream, de Cab, that all men are created free and equal and may one day win that God-given freedom.
Well, then, until we meet, Lafayette. Adieu, madame.
Au revoir, Monsieur de Cab. Gilbert, what does it all mean?
It means your husband is in the fight to free humanity from 5,000 years of slavery with the rank of Major General.
I'm so proud of you, Gilbert.
Darling, there is a whole new world to establish, and France will be part of that new world.
Gilbert, there's something I must say to you. I would go to America with you, but I can't. I'm going to have a...
Oh, Adrienne.
I hadn't meant to tell you like this.
Oh, but dearest, why haven't you told me before?
Well, you've been so worried and abstracted lately that I didn't want to upset you.
I know, darling. Forgive me. Well, I'll send a message to the cab tonight and tell him I'll not be sailing with them. We'll forget the whole business.
Oh, no, Gilbert. You mustn't forget it. This dream, as the Baron called it, it's given you back your joy of living. It's brought new purpose and inspiration into your life.
And if it should be only a dream, would you ever forgive me for leaving you to follow it?
Oh, there's nothing to forgive if you love me, Gilbert.
I do. I do love you, Adrienne, now and forever.
Then go, my darling. I'd keep you from going if I could, but since I can't, I'll say goodbye to you in the morning in a manner becoming the wife of a soldier.
What's that?
Open in the name of the king.
Lafayette! Thank heaven they didn't find you.
What is all this,
The king's men, Lafayette. I saw them as I was leaving. And I know they have a warrant for your arrest.
My arrest?
The king discovered your plan to go to America. Come on, Marquis. Out the back way. I have horses waiting.
Quickly, Gilbert, quickly. I'll detain the soldiers until you're gone.
Goodbye, darling. I love you. God bless you.
Goodbye, Gilbert. Goodbye.
Bonsoir, monsieur.
Bonsoir.
You wish lodging for the night?
Why, no. Well, that is my friend here. He's in bad shape. He was a servant under bond to the Duke of Provence. Now, if he can get to Spain, he'll be free.
What's your name, bondsman?
Noailles. Ferdinand Noailles.
Follow me, monsieur. I know a safe place, and I'll fetch you a suit of my brother's clothes. Anyone would recognize the Marquis de Lafayette in those.
What? You know me?
All France knows you, Highness, and wishes you a safe voyage to America.
Listen, what's that?
The horseman coming this way. Have your musket ready.
Shall I order him to halt?
No. Drop your arms, man. It's only a poor brass peasant. Let him pass.
You may pass.
Oh, thank you, monsieur.
1,000 thanks.
One moment. Did you see that saddle, Lieutenant?
What about it?
That a crest. The Noailles crest. Lafayette's crest. After him, men! Shoot him down!
Lafayette, you're here at last. We'd given you up for lost. We were near to sailing without you.
For shame. You would disappoint our commander-in-chief?
Here's some hot rum, man.
Thanks.
Let's drink to our commander-in-chief, General Washington.
To General Washington.
And so Lafayette escapes King Louis XVI and imprisonment, escapes to America and his dream of democracy as the curtain falls on the first act of The Gentleman from Paris, starring Charles Boyer. This play is brought to you on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As we continue, the young Marquis de Lafayette, played by Charles Boyer, is waiting in an anteroom of General George Washington's headquarters outside Philadelphia.
I tell you, Marquis, the General can see no one today. He has a review of the Pennsylvania regulars scheduled for this morning and expressly ordered...
Colonel, please. I've come a long way to see General Washington. Oh, here. The letter from the Congress. Show him that.
I don't mean to be rude, Marquis, but these letters are common courtesies to foreigners.
Then, Colonel, I shall have to command you to take me to General Washington.
Command? My dear sir...
Here's my commission. As Major General in the Continental Army, sir.
I see. Very well, sir. Follow me.
I thank you.
General Washington?
Confound it, Dench. Expressly,
I had no choice, sir. This is the Marquis de Lafayette. Seems he holds a rank in our army.
Gentleman from Paris, eh? May I see your command, Marquis?
Well, I have no command as yet, sir. Only the commission.
And that's the commission you bought and paid for with the minister in Paris, I dare say.
Well, General Washington, I'm at a loss to understand my treatment at the hands of your countrymen. I came here because I believed in your cause and have been shoved from pillar to post. Treated like a spoiled child.
You think you aren't?
What, sir?
Well, no matter. My Pennsylvania regulars are about to pass in review, Marquis. Will you receive their salute as our honored visitor from abroad?
I shall be proud to do so, believe me, sir.
And you may tell them to commence the review, Mr. Kent.
I will, sir.
After you, Marquis.
I thank you, sir.
You forgive us if our ranks are not so well disciplined as your King Louis's men. But you see, these men are not professional soldiers.
You may count that a blessing, sir.
We do. We do, but will you when you see them? Here they come now, Marquis. Feast your eyes on the soldiers of liberty.
But these are civilians, General Washington. Do the soldiers come later?
These are the soldiers, Marquis.
Soldiers? Many of them have no uniforms. Some of them have no boots.
Such is the army of freedom, Marquis. Return the salute.
Yes, I hardly know how.
I thought as much. Colonel Kent, See that Major General Lafayette gets a safe conduct back to Philadelphia.
Yes, sir.
I will excuse you from this ordeal, sir.
But I don't want to be excused. I want to help. I have money, General Washington. Too much money for any one man. I'll give half of it to see these men in proper boots and uniform.
Marquis de Lafayette, you cannot buy your way into this army. These men fight for something you would not understand.
Oh, there is a winter ahead. They'll need warm clothing.
Well, see the quartermaster about that, Marquis. I have no further time for you. Good day, sir.
I'll see you to your carriage, Marquis. No. All right. Very well, Colonel. Good day, General Washington.
This way, Marquis.
One moment, Colonel Tench.
Yes, sir?
Colonel, I feel somehow that you are my friend. Can you hear me for a moment?
If I can help you, Marquis.
Well, tell me, why does General Washington resent my presence? And even if he does, how can he refuse my offer to clothe that wretched troop?
General Washington doesn't show his feelings much, Marquis. He could weep for having to refuse your offer, believe me, could. And I, too, for that matter.
And why? I can afford it and much more, and I want to help.
This man's army is proud, Marquis, proud to a man. They'd wear sackcloth before they'd wear royalist boots.
Oh, I'm not a royalist. I'm a Republican.
I believe you, Marquis, but all these men know is that you're a rich foreigner who's sorry for them. Your title of Major General's got to be earned in these parts, Marquis. I'm blessed if I know how you'd go about that.
You mean they will accept my help if I'm one of them?
Possibly. But you're not or ever will be.
I wonder.
So, Marquis? Still with us, I see.
Oh, General Washington, give me a few moments for what I have to say. Hear me out, please.
Good Lord, man. There's a war to be fought. Philadelphia is close to falling. And you ask me, with all that weighing upon me, to soothe your hurt feelings.
No, I do not. I ask you to let me fight in your army. Without title, without pay. Forget my nationality and the mistakes I've made. Let me start as one of those men out there. Let me prove myself to them and to you.
They'd never accept you, Marquis.
Why not?
Because you're not one of them. You're the Marquis de Lafayette. You came here for adventure like the young nobleman you are. This is no adventure, Marquis.
It is the greatest adventure humanity has ever engaged upon. General Washington, I mean to be a part of it.
Oh, these posturings of the young gentry are wearisome to me.
General Washington, when I return to France, I return to prison, for I came here against the king's command. I left a wife in France. A wife whom I love more dearly than anything on this earth. Left her with child to come here because I thought this freedom you're fighting for is more than any one man's happiness. I made her believe it too. If I've done all this in vain, I'm afraid this love will never be the same again.
I loved that way once. A long time ago. You've hit me where it hurts most, Lafayette. It's either your uncanny French cleverness or else... Well, there's hope for you, my boy.
And you will give me a chance to prove myself?
We engage the enemy tomorrow at Brandywine Creek. Ride out with me at dawn. Mayhap there'll be a job to do. Ready, Marquis?
Ready, sir.
We ride slowly to the crest of the hill, men. There may be cause to spare our mounts.
Yes, sir.
You look fit enough, Marquis.
Ah, these Pennsylvania hills, with the sun of morning on them. What a beautiful country, sir.
And treacherous when the snow falls. You've never known such cold in France as we know here when the wind blows from the wilderness.
Ah, the air is clear and sharp, General Washington. Good air, fresh air for your child of liberty to grow up in.
Here's the crest. Draw up for a moment, Marquis. Company halt. There's Sullivan's troops ahead there. That's Chad's ford over there. The main enemy wedge will come through there.
Here they come now, sir.
And our men are falling before they can engage them. It's a barrage. They're beginning to outflank us.
I'm just scattering, sir.
Take command of this troop, Lafayette. You will be in reserve to support the right flank. I'll wait here for tension.
Yes, sir. Company, forward!
How goes our other column?
Our right flank's turning, sir.
Have you time to reform routes?
I doubt it, sir. Unless that reinforcement can hold them off above, we're not even able to achieve an orderly retreat. Everything depends now on that reinforcement.
Good Lord in heaven.
What is it? What's the trouble?
Why, I sent that young fool, that Frenchman, to command that column.
He's leading them right enough, sir. Have a look through this glass.
By gad, he is. Kent, we found a real soldier.
The enemy's paying for every foot they advance.
But he's a fool, riding so far ahead of the troops. Why, he'll be killed.
He must bear a charmed life, sir. He's slashing at their forward men with a saber now.
Kent, our flank has reformed its ranks. Oh, if Lafayette can only hold them off for a moment longer.
But, General, look, sir.
What is it? What is it, Tench?
The Marquis is wounded. He must have been wounded at the outset. His saddle's sopping with blood, and the whole flank of his horse is stained bright red.
Come on, Tench. Let's go out and help him.
They're giving way, men. Now, fight them on the left.
Lafayette! Lafayette! Come out, man. You're badly wounded.
That's nothing, General Washington. Look, the enemy is retreating.
I know, Lafayette, but you're done in. Come, Tench. Give him support.
Yes, sir. No, it's not necessary.
Quick, Tench, he's falling.
I got him, sir. And what a gallant fighter he is.
Tench, this day was saved by one man.
I hope he'll live to tell the tale. He's badly hurt, sir. Shall I ride him in?
Better take a stretcher. And, Tench, one thing more.
Yes, sir?
The men at the hospital, they might be a little unfriendly because of who he is. Tell them he's to be treated as if he were my own son. My dear boy, I hope this is au revoir, not farewell.
It is not farewell, sir. I go back to France with good reason.
I know you do. That young wife of yours. How I should like to meet her.
She could not love you more for meeting you, sir.
You've had a letter since I saw you.
Yes, I have. May I read it to you?
Why, by all means, by all means.
What it says... Darling, our little son is 6 months old now. I know you will be glad to know he was christened yesterday. I named him for our adopted father. His name is George Washington Lafayette.
My boy, if you knew what this means to me.
And she says, all France is buzzing with your exploits in America. Even Versailles is impressed. The king won't dare put you in jail. And this I'm almost afraid to put in a letter. But things have changed here very much. I think France will be America's ally before the year is up.
I pray we'll be able to hold out until then.
You will, sir.
Lafayette, you came to us a boy looking for adventure. You leave us a man carrying honorable wounds in a great cause. And I say to you now, if we should never meet again, and if I and our ragged army should perish under the snows of this winter or the next, in years to come, wherever men speak of liberty, they'll speak your name, Lafayette.
General Washington, you must know how humble, how grateful I am to you and to your America. You will win this wonderful freedom. You must. For the shackles of 5,000 years of slavery are yours to destroy. The fate of my own people is invisibly bound to you. Or, who knows, perhaps there will come a day when the free peoples of America shall give of their mighty strength and inspiration to France. A France of courage and wisdom, who will hold her head high in the majesty of eternal freedom.
And now, tonight's star, Charles Boyer.
you, Mr. Houston. I hardly need to tell you the emotions I have felt in playing the role of Lafayette on your Cavalcade of America.
That same feeling was shown, I think, Mr. Boyer, when the President just recently renamed the liner Normandy the Lafayette.
Exactly. That is why, in portraying Lafayette tonight on the Cavalcade of America, I felt that France was speaking to America again. Oh, not merely the echo of history, but the voice of a nation which will again be liberated someday to fulfill Lafayette's pledge of human freedom and to live again in the glorious tradition of American democracy.
Thank you, Mr. Boyer. Now a word about next week's show, when we bring you another great Hollywood star, Betty Davis, in a play written and directed by the well-known radio dramatist Arch Oboler. Mr. Oboler will direct the distinguished screen actress in a new version of his radio play, An American is Born, an imaginative and powerful interpretation of what it means to all of us to call this my own, my native land. Tonight's play, The Gentleman from Paris, was especially written for Cavalcade by Robert Tallman. The original score was composed and directed by Robert Armbruster. Don't forget, next week, Betty Davis in An American is Born, written and directed by Arch Oboler on the Cavalcade of America. This is John Easton sending best wishes from DuPont.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. The DuPont Cavalcade of America, starring Helen Hayes.
Good evening. This is Helen Hayes. Tonight, our cavalcade goes back over a century to the Chester Valley in Pennsylvania. Here lived a young Quaker mother, Rebecca Lucan. By an accident of fate, she became responsible for the most important industry in the valley, the Brandywine Iron Works. Today, that ironworks bears her name, Lucan Steel Company, the world's largest plate mill. But before we begin our story, here's Bill Hamilton for the DuPont Company.
Thank you, Miss Hayes. Ladies and gentlemen, a small rug on a bare floor is one of the danger spots in any home. 17,000 people are killed each year in their own homes, in falls, falling downstairs, falling in the bathtub, falling on slippery, sliding rugs. To help prevent such rugs from slipping or creeping, the DuPont Company manufactures Rug Anchor. DuPont Rug Anchor is a scientifically surfaced sponge rubber underlay which goes between the rug and the floor. Rug Anchor is available in leading department stores and is another of the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry.
And now, Woman of Steel, starring Helen Hayes as Rebecca Lucans on the DuPont Cavalcade of America. Help me, Rebecca. I must get up. I must work.
No, Charles, lie still. He is very ill.
I must get up. I must work. Rebecca, this couldn't be the end. It couldn't be.
No, Charles, no. We must be patient.
I wish I had told thee, Rebecca. The mill, in all our circumstances, are in desperate straits.
Charles, we will get well. We must. And until then, Shadrach Grimes will run the mill.
Shadrach Grimes.
He is a good man, is he not?
Remember this, Rebecca. Shadrach is an ambitious man, and ambition makes men strong and weak, good and evil.
Charles, please don't talk anymore. We must rest.
Rebecca, I have lain in this bed thinking of the many evenings when we have read from Shakespeare together.
Shall I read to thee now?
No, thank thee. page I think of most, I remember well. Rebecca, listen to me. Good Horatio, what a wounded name. Things standing thus unknown shall live behind me. If thou didst ever hold me in thy heart, absent thee from felicity a while, and in this harsh world draw thy breath in pain to clear my honor.
I understand, Charles. Charles, look at me. Charles? Oh, no. Charles! Charles!
In 1825, when Rebecca Lukens became the widow of Charles Lukens, she was still a young woman, but already she was the mother of 4 children. Well, as she turned to face the future, there was but one person in the family who could give her aid, Solomon Lukens, her husband's older brother.
Rebecca, I know nothing of the iron business, but I can recognize a zero when I see it.
But we must find a way to go on.
I tell thee there is no money.
But Charles said the whole country would soon need boilerplate. That is why he converted the mill, and I'm sure he was right. He must have been.
My dear Rebecca, if thee had a fortune, thee still couldn't run an iron mill. Thee is a woman.
Aye, Solomon. There's always someone to remind me that I am only a woman. Do they think the mother of 4 children can forget that?
Good pardon, ma'am.
Yes, Mariah.
Shadrach Grimes is here to see you.
Ask him to come in.
Yes,
I am glad he is here. He is our superintendent at the mill, and he doesn't agree with thee, Solomon. He thinks I should go on.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Shadrach, this is my brother-in-law, Solomon Lukens.
How do you do?
How do you do? Mr. Grimes, after a study of the books, I don't see how you can encourage Mrs. Lukens to continue.
Well, why not, Mr. Lukens? I'll manage things for her. All she has to do is set to home here like she always has, and I'll run the mill fine.
The owner of an enterprise must know something of its business. Mrs. Lukens knows nothing of making iron.
But I do. I was born a poor man, and I've worked hard and learned my business. And I say I can run that mill.
Your ambition is commendable, Shadrach Grimes. But if you should fail, my sister-in-law would remain responsible. I cannot stand by and watch my brother's widow and children walk into poverty.
Solomon, then thee would have me put out the fire at the mill?
I am the only man left in this family, Rebecca. And since thee is a woman...
Aye. Being a woman, I dare not walk alone. Although it seems to me I have more strength to go on than I have to abandon my husband's faith.
All thee needs now is the strength to be wise.
Very well, Shadrach. I will go with you. We will put out the fires.
It will be a sad sight, ma'am.
Let Shadrach attend to that, Rebecca. There's no need to torture thyself watching the death of the mill.
No. My father lighted those fires in 1810, and my husband never once permitted them to die out. Now, if the decision is mine to quench those fires, I will see it through. Come. I believe with Macbeth. If it were done when 'tis done, then 'twere well it were done quickly. Shadrach.
Yes, ma'am.
What are all those wagons? Where are those people going?
Out of the valley, ma'am. I guess with only a woman left, they knew the mill would close.
But where are they going? Stop one of them. I want to talk to them.
Hey there.
Yeah?
Pull up.
What for?
This is Mrs. Lukens. She wants to talk to you. It's the Waters family, ma'am.
I know.
Whoa. Whoa.
Howdy, ma'am.
How do you do, Enos and Grace Waters?
Howdy, ma'am.
I stopped you because I wanted to ask you where you are going.
Well, we don't know, ma'am.
With your father here and your husband, I guess we felt so safe in this valley we never made plans. I guess we just thought the mill in your family would go on forever. Oh, now stop crying, Grace. My wife feels powerful sad, Miss Lukens.
We all feel sad. We belong in this valley, your family and my family. If we move out of the valley will die as well as the mill. I want to stay, Enos Waters. Will you stay with me?
Rebecca, they can't stay unless the mill goes on.
It can go on, Mrs. Lukens. I'll manage things.
Enos Waters, if you and your people will stay, I will not close the mill.
Why, never. How could you run a mill? You're a woman. Besides, you got 4 children.
Yes, Mrs. Waters, I have 4 children and no husband. What would you do?
Don't say no more, Miss Lukens. There's a look in your eye that my father told me he saw in your father's eye when they called him a fool for starting the mill. When I see that look again, it decides me to stay and see what'll happen. Plato, Cicero, turn around and get at. Get at.
Shadrach, I do intend to go on with the mill. But are these the best terms thee and I can have?
If you want me to stay and run this mill, that's what I want.
Very well. Thank thee, Shadrach. I'll let thee know before the day is out if we can do business.
The terms may be steep, but I'm the only one around here who knows how to make iron, and I'm worth it. Good day.
Good day, Shadrach.
Rebecca, thee can't consider it. His terms are outrageous.
I know, Solomon, but he knows how to make iron, and I don't.
And thee will be at his mercy.
Not if I learn my business, Solomon. Not if I learn how to make iron, too.
How can thee? Thee can't learn it from a book, and thee can hardly go down to the mill.
Because I'm a woman? Then thee is going to see something thee hardly expects. Thee is going to see a woman in that mill, Solomon, at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Shadrach, I want to explain to thee about this order. It's very important. My husband worked hard to get it, and it must be perfect.
You don't have to come down to the mill to tell me how to make boilerplate, ma'am. That's my business.
But this isn't for a boiler.
Look here, Mrs. Lukens. You've been giving orders around here for 3 months now. Am I running this mill, or are you?
Shadrach, look over there. What's happening?
Shadrach, the rolls are stuck. There's a hot bar stuck in the mill.
Shadrach, if the heat of that bar cracks those rolls, it'll be months before we can get others. Do something quick.
Are you running this mill, or am I? If you are, you take care of it.
There's no time to talk. The creek's too low to turn the wheel.
Enos, can't we force the wheel over?
Well, I'll climb out on her and try. Can you get me some help?
Shadrach, can't we help him?
That's not my work, ma'am.
Shadrach. Never mind. George Harvey, Charles Hanscom, out on the wheel. Hurry.
Come on, now.
I'll help thee. Let me get up there.
No, Miss Lukens, you stay there. Don't come out here.
My weight will help.
Push that wheel, man. Miss Lukens, stay back. Push. Now jump, everybody. Jump. She's turning.
Enos, jump. Oh, thank
I say, thank heaven, ma'am, you didn't get up there. That's no place for a woman.
I've been telling her this old mill is no place for a woman, and it never will be.
As long as I own this mill, I'll be here, Shadrach.
Then it's no place for me. I say pig iron and petticoats don't mix, and I'm through. Good day, Mrs. Lukens.
Excuse me, ma'am, but that didn't seem so wise to me.
What choice have I got, Enos? Except to give him the mill.
Maybe, but Shadrach Grimes is a mighty good superintendent, and I got a feeling he won't be such a good enemy.
You are listening to Woman of Steel, starring Helen Hayes as Rebecca Lukens on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
somehow, Rebecca Lukens kept the mill going. Sustained by her husband's dream that iron would one day be vital in building America, she struggled on. And the Valley began to think of her only as a businesswoman. But Rebecca had more than the problems of the mill. She remembered she was still a mother.
Do keep under the quilt, Martha, dear. Here's thy medicine.
Sit down.
I must go over accounts with Uncle Solomon. He is waiting.
But I want to know what happened to Mr. Rawson and the big farm. You didn't finish the story.
I will, dear, later. And other stories, wonderful stories of kings and queens and the prince called Hamlet and a woman called Lady Macbeth. Why don't thee rest, Solomon?
I should go down and look at the mill, Rebecca. The creek is up, and I'm worried. This valley is full of old dams, and if any one of them breaks...
Oh, Solomon, sometimes I feel guilty at all the worries I have thrust on thee. How can I ever thank thee for thy help?
Rebecca, thee has taught me a good lesson in faith when I need it. Now I want thee to see the accounts. The book's balanced, Rebecca.
By a razor's edge, I can see. However, we got through the winter, Solomon, and if nothing happens, if we get orders at better prices...
Mrs. Lukens.
Yes, Maria?
There's someone to see you. It's that Shadrach Grimes. Shall I send him in?
Shadrach? Here? Yes, Maria. Ask him to come in.
This way, Mr. Grimes.
Thank you.
I hardly expected to see thee here, Shadrach.
I'm sure of that. But does the D&M Construction Company in Philadelphia mean anything to you, Mrs. Lukens?
No.
It will when you see this contract I discovered your mill has with them. When I tell you I'm their superintendent.
But this is dated before Dr. Lukens died.
That's right.
But you know how anxious my husband was to get plate orders at that time. And we couldn't fill this order now at prices like this without a loss.
A contract is a contract, Mrs. Lukens. That's something you'll have to learn.
Shadrach, surely thy firm wouldn't hold Mrs. Lukens to that contract. Or it would bankrupt her mill.
Is that her answer? It's all right with me.
Oh, I see. Well, Shadrach, the order will be filled. Good day.
That's fine, Mrs. Lukens. Very fine talk. Good day.
Rebecca, he knows thy boast was foolish. Anyone can see now thee will have to go into bankruptcy.
No, Solomon, I won't do it.
Rebecca, be wise.
No, Solomon, no. I think there was something very wise in Charles' vision. It is his faith which has pushed me on until now. And until my road is blocked finally and forever, I cannot and I will not. What is it?
It's the dam. The mill dam is broken. The dam's gone.
The spring flood.
I told thee the Brandywine was high. Oh, Rebecca, I'm terribly sorry. Does thee realize what this means?
Yes, Solomon. It is the end. I know I never would have quenched those fires as long as I lived. Now the Brandywine has put them out for me.
Rebecca, why should thee come here in the middle of the night? Even if the whole place stood perfect, what sort of mill can thee have without the dam?
Not enough to fill Shadrach's order. I can see that in the dark.
Let me take thee home. This way, Rebecca. Don't go in there. Thee may step off into the current.
Solomon.
What?
Come here.
What is it?
There, look. It's the fire. Solomon, it's the fire in the furnace.
Rebecca, I can't believe it.
It's an omen. If the flood didn't put out the fires, I shan't put them out. We'll rebuild the dam. We'll fill that order for Shadrach. Enos Waters.
Are you calling me, ma'am?
Is the last row of stone in the dam?
Yeah, they're putting it in now. It took a month's work, but we're going to have it done by daybreak.
But I don't understand, Enos. I've been down watching the race, and the water is so slow to rise, even with all this rain.
Well, I don't know about that, ma'am, but you shouldn't stay here all night watching that. Every thread you got on is soaked. You're shivering.
I'm all right. I'm waiting for Mr. Lukens to come with the pack horse train. He is bringing more iron. We have to get started again, Enos, as fast as we can.
Hello? Ain't that him, Mr. Lukens?
Solomon, here we are. We've been waiting.
I've been hurrying. I wanted to see if the dam was done and what's happening.
It's nearly finished, Solomon, but the water is so slow to rise.
Yes, that's what I thought would be. Because it isn't going to rise, Rebecca.
What do you mean?
I passed a new dam, a building upstream, and a big one. That's what's catching all this rain. I found out there's another ironworks, a building upstream.
Another ironworks? Who?
Rebecca, I hate to tell thee. They say it belongs to Shadrach Grimes.
Shadrach?
That's what I guessed.
But we must have water.
We'll never get it now. Just as I told you, ma'am, he'll never give up.
Well, I shan't either. I'll just have to convince Shadrach this rain has fallen for all of us.
There's no use talking anymore, Mrs. Lukens. It's too bad about my dam, but I warned you. The iron business is no place for a woman.
All right. I may be a woman, but I think now I'm as good an iron master as thee, and now I give thee warning. Tomorrow I raise my mill dam 6 inches. That will make the water back up on thee.
You can't do that. You try it, and I'll go to law.
Let's go to law together, Shadrach.
Shadrach Grimes, plaintiff against Rebecca Pennock Lukens, ironmaster of Chester County in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, pleading for an injunction to compel the
Rebecca Lukens, plaintiff against one Shadrach Grimes of said county in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, defendant to compel the said Shadrach Grimes.
Solomon, I have news.
About the trial? What is it, Rebecca?
No, it's more important than that. This newspaper was sent to me. It's the Baltimore American. Let me read it to thee. Several weeks ago, the first locomotive was
The first what?
Locomotive. It's called the Sturbridge Lion. It's a steam engine made to run on wheels, and it tows several wagons of goods. But listen, a locomotive was run at Holmesdale, Pennsylvania.
Rebecca, I thought thee had news. It was important. I thought it had something to do with this trouble with Shadrach Grimes.
It has everything to do with it. I'm going to see him.
Why?
I'm going to tell him the locomotive is coming. It's coming to take him and all of us far beyond this valley, out into the whole country, the whole world. Shadrach, I've come to thy office again to tell thee I'm going to call off my suit.
I thought you'd give up.
I want thee to do the same.
There. And why should I?
Because a new day is breaking, Shadrach. And where does it find thee and me? Squabbling over water rights while the rest of the world enters the age of steam. Here, read this dispatch.
Who's this?
It's about the first locomotive in America. Shadrach, this is a new day. A day of transportation better than our pack-horse trains and canal boats. A day when our vision can range beyond the walls of this valley and we can join our work with that of all the people in this land. That's what thee and I must do now, Shadrach. That's our duty.
Oh, Mrs. Lukens, you talk fine, and I like to hear it, but I don't trust a word of it.
Shadrach, what does he mean?
I was born a poor man, but I've worked hard so my children could have an education and talk about their dreams like you do. But I ain't going to let your fancy words talk me out of my dreams.
Shadrach, let us hope our children can work as hard as we have. But they will need vision. And first we must have vision for them. Shadrach, there's a nation that needs our work as this valley has needed it in the past. Are we going to stay as small as this valley, or are we going to grow big enough for the future of our children?
Oh, Mrs. Lukens, I confess I'm sick of this tussling with a woman in a courtroom. There's better work than that for a man.
There's better work than that for a man or a woman. Especially if they're good ironmasters, like us.
No, I don't know whether you're saying this for your benefit or mine or all of us, but... Well, now I'll tell you something.
What, Shadrach?
I'm not so slow. I was at Honesdale, and I saw that locomotive run.
No. Did they? Tell me about it, please.
Well, I can tell you they got plans. They want to build more, and they need place. There's an order there, Mrs. Lukens, but it's too big for me alone. It needs all of us.
Then all of us must work together, Shadrach.
Now, wait. Think what you're doing, Mrs. Lukens. We don't know whether this is going to be a success or not. We might lose.
Shadrach, we can't lose. I believed in this when it was still my husband's dream. And thee and I must believe in it now. For this is not the end of the dream. This is the beginning of 1,000 dreams for thy children and mine.
All right, Mrs. Lukens. You're as good a businessman as I am, and well, if you believe in it, I will too.
Good. Now, Shadrach, let's make the most beautiful boilerplate that's ever been seen.
Beautiful?
Yes, beautiful.
Ma'am, let's just make boilerplate, ugly as she is.
Thank you, Miss Hayes. I'm sure Cavalcade's radio audience joins us here at the Longacre Theater in applauding you and the rest of tonight's cast. Helen Hayes will return in a few moments, but first, here's Bill Hamilton of the DuPont Company.
To raise bumper crops, the farmer must beat the weeds, or the weeds may beat him. Here, chemical science can be of great help to him. Chemistry has developed a weed-killing compound known as 2,4-D. 2,4-D and DDT are two of the most important chemical aids to agriculture of the past 50 years. DuPont 2,4-D weed killers are now used in almost every section of the country. They offer a broad-scale, economical, comparatively easy way to control weeds, against which, until now, there has been no really satisfactory control. In some cases, yields have actually been doubled. DuPont 2,4-D weed killers sprayed from airplanes have given barley growers in California good control of mustard, wild radish, and knotweed. In North Dakota, wheat growers have cleaned out mustard and annual weeds, which were choking their fields. In the South, there were weedy fields which gave only 5 barrels of rice to the acre. Now, they yield 17 barrels after treatment with DuPont 2,4-D weed killers. Think of that. More than 3 times as much. This same 2,4-D, which is getting such marvelous results for farmers, is also available in a special compound for your own lawn. It can be bought as DuPont Lawn Weed Killer. Weeds wither away and disappear, roots and all, without any harm being done to the grass. With 2,4-D products, it is the formula that counts. The DuPont Company, with years of experience in formulating a wide variety of chemical products, has developed 2,4-D compounds that work successfully under all conditions where 2,4-D is recommended. DuPont 2,4-D weed killers, helping the American farmer to produce crops that are all-time records, helping you to rid your lawn of weeds, are among the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry.
And now, our star, Helen Hayes.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, just while this broadcast has been going on, 10 Americans have died of cancer. The time has come to do something about it. There's certainly no question about the generosity of the American people when it comes to helping those in trouble. So each and every one of us must give our support to the American Cancer Society's threefold program of education, service, and research. Let's give generously to the American Cancer Society's drive for funds. Thank you.
Next Monday night, the Freedom Train will be in Wenatchee, Washington. There, Americans, as thousands before them, will board it to view the precious documents of our liberty. On our broadcast next Monday night, Cavalcade will be especially pleased to present an original radio play, The Man Who Took the Freedom Train, a delightful story about two young Americans and the visit of the Freedom Train in their hometown. Our stars will be Eddie Albert and Shirley Booth. We invite you to listen.
Tonight's DuPont Cavalcade, Woman of Steel, was adapted by Philip Lewis from an original story by Lucy Kennedy. The music was composed by Arden Cornwell and conducted by Donald Bryan. Featured in tonight's Cavalcade with Helen Hayes were Cameron Prudhomme as Solomon, Everett Sloan as Enos, and Ted DeCorsia as Shadrach. This is Ted Pearson inviting you to listen next week to The Man Who Took the Freedom Train, starring Eddie Albert and Shirley Booth. Cavalcade of America is presented each week from the stage of the Longacre Theater on Broadway in New York and is brought to you by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware.
NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents James Gleason as Ernie Pyle, America's best-loved war correspondent in Here Is Your War. Many of DuPont's better things for better living are required 100% in the war effort. However, some products are still available for use on the home front. One of these DuPont better things is Speed Easy, the wall paint that covers wallpaper and most wall surfaces with one coat. It thins with water and goes on so easily you can apply it yourself. Speed Easy dries in an hour, saves time, money, and crucial material, thanks to chemical research. Tonight we bring you a letter from the far-flung fighting fronts. It is a letter from your son, your husband, your brother, your sweetheart. The letter these men would like to write if they weren't so busy at the moment battling their way to victory. Yes, this is the letter the one you love would write if he had the experience, the broad sympathy and understanding of a veteran newspaper man like Ernie Pyle. Thousands have said that reading war correspondent Ernie Pyle's daily column is just like getting a letter from their men at the front, telling where they sleep, what they eat, what they're doing and thinking and hoping for. All this and more, Ernie Pyle, Scripps Howard, United Feature Syndicate writer, tells in his new bestseller, Here Is Your War, published by Henry Holt. It is not a book about the war. It is the war. Truly a letter from the one at the front who lives constantly in your thoughts. DuPont is proud to present James Gleason in a radio story by Stanley Young, based on Ernie Pyle's new book, Here Is Your War, on the Cavalcade of America.
Folks, I wish you could have seen just one of the most unforgettable sights I ever saw as a war correspondent. I was sitting among clumps of swordgrass on a steep and rocky hillside that we had just taken. A narrow path wound like a ribbon over a hill miles away, down a long slope, across a creek, up a slope, and over another hill. All along the length of that ribbon was a thin line of men. For 4 days and nights they had fought hard, eaten little, washed none, and slept hardly at all. Their nights had been violent with attack, fright, and butchery. Their days sleepless and miserable with the crash of artillery. The men were walking. They were 50 feet apart for dispersal. Their walk was slow, for they were dead weary, as a person could tell even when looking at them from behind. Every line and sag of their bodies spoke of their inhuman exhaustion. On their shoulders and backs they carried heavy steel tripods, machine gun barrels, leaden boxes of ammunition. All afternoon, men kept coming around the hill and vanishing eventually over the horizon. It was one long, tired line of ant-like men. There was an agony in your heart, and you felt almost ashamed to look at them. They were just guys from Broadway and Main Street, but you wouldn't remember them. They were too far away now. They were too tired. Their world can never be known to you, but if you could have seen them just once, just for an instant, you would know that no matter how hard people were working back home, they never kept pace with those infantrymen in Tunisia. But I'm getting ahead of my story. At noon, one late October day, I got the word we were to leave London and head for an unnamed coast town. Just after daylight, our train pulled up alongside a huge ship.
Hello. Check in at the armored desk in the pier shed and get us down to your quarters. That's all.
Does anybody know where we're going? You know, Mr. Pyle?
Me? I never know where I'm going till I get there, and then someone has to tell me.
I thought war correspondents knew everything.
That's right. We just can't tell everything on account of there's a paper shortage.
Oh, a pal of mine says we're going to Russia.
I'd say Norway or Iceland.
Maybe we're going home, Ernie. Lots of guys think so.
Don't count on it.
Hey, quiet, Ziggy, quiet.
What you got inside your shirt, soldier?
Huh? Well, that's just something me and my buddy got to keep us company.
Puppy, huh?
Oh, that's my friend Ziggy. Got one named Marie in here, too.
Hey, quiet, Ziggy, quiet. When we get near the gangplank, you ought to stick by me and keep your shirt buttoned.
Okay. I'm not scratched to death first. I'll get the Purple Heart and 2 stretcher bearers if anybody sees my chest.
Papers, please.
Muzzle your hound, soldier. Here's where we check on.
Take it easy, Pops. Remember, you don't speak to an officer unless you're spoken to.
Papers, please.
Oh, hello, Mr. Pyle.
Hello, guys. Anybody can ride this boat?
Well, we're letting correspondence on. Check. Ernie Pyle, correspondent. 5 feet 8, 110 pounds, red hair. You sure that's you?
Am I still listed on the books as having hair?
You sure are.
Well, who am I to question the United States government? So long, boys.
So long, Mr. Pyle, and good luck. Your beauty rest bunk and water wings are inside.
I'll take the bunk, but I hope I don't need the water wings.
Hey there. Did I hear a dog bark?
A dog? No, I was just clearing my throat. I've got one of the 10 best colds of 1942.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Sounded like a dog to me. Move along. Next. Step up. Have your papers ready.
Gee, that was close.
Anyway, we made it.
You've got company for sure now, boys. If Marie and Ziggy get married, let me know. I want a pup. It's a terrific task to organize a ship full of troops. The trip had no sooner started than rehearsals for an enlisted men's variety show began. I believe you could take any 1,000 soldiers in our army and out of them create a good orchestra. The first show went over terrifically. Joe Comita, a hairy pauper from Brooklyn, did a striptease burlesque of Gypsy Rose Lee. His movements were pure genius.
Take them off, Joe! Take them off! Wait for me at the canteen, baby! Oh, Joey, I never knew you were like this!
When Joe was down to his long, heavy GI underwear, he swung to the front of the stage, lifted his veil, and kissed a front row colonel on the top of his bald head. The whole show was marvelously good, but there was something more to it than just that. There was the knowledge deep in everybody's mind that this was our night of danger. The radio had just brought word that Germany's entire U-boat pack was concentrated in the approaches to Gibraltar. Everybody knew we were on our way to Africa now. Yet with that knowledge of danger, the boys went buoyantly through their performances. A major turned to me as the show ended.
Ernie, it's wonderful, those boys doing that when they're being taken to war. When you think of people at home squawking their heads off because they can have only 20 gallons of gasoline, it makes my blood boil.
It was wonderful. It was the kind of spirit I was to see 1,000 times in 1,000 different circumstances after we landed. Once near Oran, in an interval between dropping bombs, 2 soldiers were hopping in and out of their foxholes.
Hey,
You know, this is the first place I ever picked an orange off a tree here in Africa.
Well, wait till we get to Italy. We'll get some wonderful things to eat.
Yeah? Well, do you think we'll ever get to Italy?
To Italy and to lots of other places, pal. We're going to be the peach busters of everything. You were saying...
Oh, baby, am I glad I got those oranges when I did.
Why?
Look out there. The tree's gone.
How do you like that? I like it fine. We're still here, ain't we? Hey, maybe we'll get to see China and Japan before this is over. Maybe we'll get discharged there. Maybe if we live that long.
If we live that long. It became an old refrain. I was to hear it again and again. I thought about it the day in Africa I met the remaining members of a gallant bombing crew I had known in England. It was the crew known as the House of Jackson, the one where everybody called everybody else Jackson. They were all living out under the wings of their flying fortress when I bumped into them. Fortress was called Devils from Hell. It had been a long time since I'd seen them, but they greeted me as if it had been yesterday. Time doesn't mean much at the front.
Hi, Ernie. Want some chow?
You fellas prefer sea rations to headquarters chow?
Well, we like it better out here on the field. Nobody bothers us except bomb now and then.
Yeah, what do you do about washing?
We don't. Hey, by the way, what do you do?
What do you mean? I put this shirt on clean 2 weeks ago.
You're just about ripe enough for the House of Jackson.
What's the news?
You're asking us. I thought that was your business.
I've been riding a Jeep for 2 weeks in the field. I lost my notes, my lunch, and 5 pounds.
Bombing's safer. I don't think we got any news for you, Ernie, except we're alive. Had 10 missions over Tunisia.
Yeah, I see 3 swastikas painted on the old crate.
The 3 were confirmed. We actually got 7.
Nice going. I'll stick it in the column.
Don't put down anything about us being heroes. We just went out and came back. Got to go again tonight.
Anybody want to come over to headquarters? I've got a room waiting over there. You can all take a bath.
Not me. Thanks. The House of Jackson likes it this way. If you get too clean out here in Africa, you get conspicuous. I always wanted to let my ears get dirty. Anyway, we're waiting for an Arab. We sold him our fortress.
What do you mean you sold it?
He wanted it, and we said we'd let it go for 20,000 eggs. Only won't he be surprised when he brings those eggs and finds us gone?
Not half as surprised as you'll be if he brings the 20,000 eggs.
Oh, brother, what an omelet that would make.
We talked on like this for a while, easily, kidding our way, trying to pretend the war wasn't so bad. It was the Arabs who were the most puzzled by American manners. Our army didn't have the strict and snappy discipline of the Germans. Our boys sang in the streets, unbuttoned their shirt collars, laughed and shouted and forgot to salute. A lot of Algerians misinterpreted this as inefficiency. They thought such carefree army couldn't possibly whip the grim Germans. Our soldiers weren't 2 days in a new place until every Arab in town was able to say in English,
Okay, chewing gum, chocolate, cigarettes, goodbye, okay.
How old are you, kid?
Okay, soldier.
Here, stick a gum. What do you say?
Okay, goodbye, soldier. Okay, goodbye.
Well, I guess that just about covers the situation in basic English. Okay, no more chewing gum. Okay, goodbye.
Okay, goodbye.
Hey, it says in our African booklet to talk Arabic if you can to the people. No matter how badly you do it, they like it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, for instance, if an Arab asks you what that is on your belt, you're supposed to reply not chewing gum or okay, but hunkakia suga sara.
And how many ration points? What does it mean?
Oh, it means pistol.
Why didn't you say so?
Yeah. Well, after you've talked Arabic for an hour or two along that line.
An hour or two?
Yeah, and you're ready to call it a day, you say to the Arab, Lail tak Saida Ataim Sik Beher.
Yeah, I get Muhammad's sword through my gullet, I suppose.
Oh, not at all. Lail tak Saida Ataim Sik Beher merely means good night.
Yeah.
See?
And I suppose if I was to sneeze, cough, whistle, choke, and hiccup all at once, that would mean I love you, baby. Meet me in front of the corner drugstore right after supper and leave your veil at home.
One day I was out on the desert at a French garrison. There were several American mechanics and soldiers stationed around some wrecked American planes. We were all afraid of being strafed if the Germans ever came over and saw men working around the planes, and we wanted a nice ditch handy for diving into. The way to have a nice ditch is to dig one. We dug. 4 of us dug a winding ditch 40 feet long and 3 feet deep in about an hour and a half. The day was hot, and we took off our shirts.
Oh, you know, Ernie, 5 years ago you couldn't have got me to dig a ditch for $5 an hour. Now look at me. You can't stop me from digging ditches. I don't even want pay for it. I just dig for love.
Well, I hope this digging today is all wasted effort. I never wanted to do useless work so bad in all my life. Anytime I get 50 feet from my home ditch, you'll find me digging a new one, Feather, and I ain't kidding. I'm just like Joe here. I love to dig ditches.
Well, I don't. What I'm looking for is a collapsible foxhole. The first guy that invents it is me.
Right.
Hey, did I ever tell you guys about my first bombing?
Oh, only about 100
Here we go again. Well, I bet Ernie hasn't heard about it.
Go ahead, shoot.
Well, it was terrible. Yeah, me, I was never so scared in my life. As soon as those bombs started dropping, I dived into the nearest trench and landed right on top of a chaplain. So pretty soon I had an idea. I said, Chaplain, are you with me? He said, Brother, I'm ahead of you. So he went out of the ditch and took off for the mountains. Anybody who says a scared man can't make 50 miles an hour uphill doesn't know what he's talking about. Me and the chaplain can prove it. In the moonlight, the Jerrys picked us out and came down shooting. Well, I dived into an irrigation ditch full of water and went right to the bottom. After a while, I said, Chaplain, are you still with me? He says, with you? My boy, I'm under you. After this, from 6 p.m. on, my address will be the top of the farthest mountain peak.
You sound a little like Sergeant Maple.
Who's he? A sap?
Stop. No, he's a guy who's about 120% with his own outfit. The sergeant told me once that he fully intended to be a hero every time he was in battle. But somehow there was always so much suction in his foxhole he couldn't get out of it.
You are listening to James Gleason as he brings you a letter from your boy in the words of America's ace war correspondent Ernie Pyle on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Our play this evening reenacts some of the eyewitness reporting recorded by Ernie Pyle in his best-selling book, Here Is Your War. As our play continues, James Gleason, in the role of Ernie Pyle, resumes his report from the fighting front.
There was one thing concerning home life that soldiers were absolutely rabid on. Just mention a strike at home to either soldier or officer, living on monotonous rations in the mud under frequent bombing, you had a raving maniac on your hands. They felt that way because of sacrifices they'd seen, because of things like the one I'm going to tell you about. It was late afternoon at our desert airdrome. It was time for the planes to start coming back from their mission. And one by one, they did come. Big flying fortresses, fiery little lightnings. Nobody paid a great deal of attention, for this returning was a daily routine thing. Finally, they were all in. All, that is, except one.
The Thunderbird is missing. That right, pilot?
Yes, sir. I'm afraid so. 10 guys I know, too. 10 good guys.
What happened?
Well, the Thunderbird lagged behind and lost altitude just after leaving the target. We stuck by her as long as we could, and then we had to leave to have enough fuel to get home. That's mighty hard to do, running off like that.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, sir. Well, she was badly crippled when we last saw her. Looked like she could stay in the air for about 5 minutes.
Well, she's an hour overdue. I guess she's gone. Ernie, walk up to the control tower with me. Maybe you'll get a close squint at some German bombers. If you don't, you'll see a good desert sunset. Maybe it'll make us feel better.
The sunsets in the desert are truly things with souls. The violence of their color is incredible. They splatter the sky and the clouds with a surging beauty. The mountains stand dark against the horizon, and palm trees silhouette themselves dramatically against the fiery west. As we stood on the tower looking down over this scene...
Ernie, it's beautiful. It's almost too beautiful. Now, it doesn't make sense to think those 10 kids are never going to see it again.
All veterans, weren't they?
Yeah. Decorated for missions in Europe before they ever got to Africa. Ernie, look off there. That's a red flare.
It sure is.
You did see it, didn't you? I'm not dreaming.
Looked like a flare to me.
Of course. It couldn't be anything else. It's got to be. It's a Thunderbird. 10 dead men are coming home. Where's the flare gun? Give me a green flare. We've got the signal. Watch it below. Flare going off. Look, Ernie. You see a tiny black speck? It's them.
It sure is.
We could all see the speck then. It seemed almost on the ground. It was so low. And in the first glance, we could sense that it was barely moving, barely staying in the air. Crippled and alone, 2 hours behind all the rest, it was dragging itself home. I was a layman, a reporter, not of the fraternity that flies, but I could feel. And at that moment, I felt something close to human love for that faithful, battered machine. That far, dark speck struggling toward us with such pathetic slowness. All of us stood tense, hardly remembering anyone else was there. With all our nerves, we seemed to pull the plane toward us. After a long time, the plane reached the far end of the aerodrome, still holding its pathetic little altitude. It skimmed over the tops of the park plains and kept on, actually reaching out, it seemed to us, for the runway. A few hundred yards more now. Could it? Would it? Was it truly possible? They cleared the last plane. They were over the runway. They settled slowly. The wheels touched softly, and as the plane rolled on down the runway, the thousands of men around that vast field suddenly realized that they were weak and that they could hear their own hearts pounding.
Hiya, baby. Boy, that's sweating it out.
I bet you guys got our stuff divided up already.
Two motors, huh?
Yeah, both on the same side. How do you like that?
You were riding low, babies. How'd you get over that 1,600-foot mountain?
Oh, we didn't come over the mountains. We came through them. Besides, Clonk here was blowing on the windshield trying to push her along.
Yeah, I just put my foot down and shoved her across that pass like a roller coaster.
What happened, Skipper?
Well, just about everything that could happen, sir. We got hit first just as we dropped our bomb load. One engine went out. Now, a few minutes later, the other engine on the same side went out. You know what that means.
Yeah, it means you shouldn't be here now.
Right. Well, we were forced to drop down. Most of our guns were out of commission. We figured we were still more than 400 miles from home. Then the radio went out. We were losing altitude 500 feet a minute. Well, at 2,000 feet, I called the crew for a consultation. I said, well, boys, you want to jump? And they said, let's ride this one on. That was how we decided, sir. And we flew on another 20 miles. And then a single German fighter appeared and dived at us. Its guns didn't do us any good, but it could knock us out of the air. Never for a second could we feel any real assurance of getting home. I think we just talked to Blue Streak all the time and cussed our way in.
Congratulations, guys. You had me worried there for a minute.
You know, Mr. Pyle, I wish you'd mention my name in one of your reports so my family will know I'm all right.
Sure I will. What especially do you want me to say?
Just say you met the old fool.
That is our war. I haven't told anything about the big picture because I don't know anything about it. I only know what we see from our worm's eye view, and the reporter's segment of the picture consists only of tired and dirty soldiers who are alive and don't want to die, of long, darkened convoys in the middle of the night, of shocked, silent men wandering back down the hill from battle, of chow lines and atabrine tablets, and foxholes and burning tanks, and Arabs holding up eggs, and the rustle of high-flown shells, of jeeps and petrol dumps and smelly bedding rolls and sea rations, cactus patches and blown bridges, dead mules, hospital tents, and shirt collars greasy black from months of wearing, and laughter, too, and anger, and wine, and lovely flowers, and constant cussing. All these it is composed of, and of graves, and graves, and graves. That is our war, and we'll carry it with us as we go on from one battleground to another, until it is all over, leaving some of us behind on every beach, in every field. We're just beginning with the ones who lie back of us there in Tunisia. I don't know whether it was their good fortune or their misfortune to get out of it so early in the game. I guess it doesn't make any difference once a man is gone. Medals and speeches and victories are nothing to them anymore. they died. And thereby the rest of us can go on and on and on.
Thank you, James Gleason. DuPont is honored to dedicate to the mothers, the fathers, the wives of America, to all those people with men fighting for victory, this letter from the front in the words of America's #1 war correspondent, Ernie Pyle. Mr. Gleason will return a little later. In the meantime, here is Gain Whitman speaking for DuPont.
I want to talk to you tonight about an agreement, current in the news and of wide public interest. This is the agreement which the DuPont Company has had for years with a British chemical company, Imperial Chemical Industries Limited. It provides for a mutual opportunity to acquire patent licenses and technical and scientific information relating to important chemical developments. It has been a matter of public record and known to our government for 10 years. Literally hundreds of transfers of technical and scientific information have occurred for the advancement of chemical science and the benefit of the American people in peace and war. Agreements of a similar character, but limited to specific chemical fields, have been made from time to time with continental European companies from the use of scientific data obtained from abroad. Many valuable products have resulted for the use of the American public and necessary to our armed forces. In this war, DuPont chemists have materially improved and have further developed the scientific data flowing from these contractual arrangements. The scientific and technical information gained has contributed substantially to American progress and to the success of American arms. Many important products have resulted from these agreements to which reference may be made without disclosing military secrets. Developments were made incident to synthetic ammonia, manufactured from nitrogen extracted from the air. Without this, we could not have smokeless powder and TNT in anything like the quantities needed. The development of methyl methacrylate plastic used for the transparent enclosures to be found on every combat airplane stems from these agreements. A new degreasing process, vital to quantity production of aircraft engines, urgently needed by the Army and Navy. Also high on this list are rayon, dyes, cellophane, Zealand water repellent for military apparel, as well as many other chemical products. All have been improved and perfected here, but they came originally from abroad. These agreements have been of the greatest benefit in giving to the American public products and processes which in the past have materially raised the standard of living, products and processes which are a part of the promise for the future of better things for better living through chemistry.
And here is James Gleason, star of this evening's Cavalcade.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we have brought you a letter from your son, or maybe it was a brother, sweetheart, or just a friend. It's a letter you will surely want to answer. No one needs to be told how very much letters mean to the men who are away in service, particularly those who are overseas. But we all need to be reminded occasionally. Won't you please just consider this a reminder from Ernie Pyle, who wrote this letter, to write tonight and often?
Before we announce next week's play, the government has asked us to tell the young women of our audience, those from 17 to 35, of the United States Cadet Nurse Corps, which will give any qualified woman a complete course in nursing leading to the degree of registered nurse at no expense and with pay while studying. America urgently needs thousands of nurses. Your nearest hospital has complete information. Next week, Cavalcade will star one of Hollywood's most popular leading men, George Murphy, as it tells the authentic story of one of the least known branches of the Army, the Corps of Military Police. Our play is called Terence O'Toole, MP, and as one might gather from the name of its hero, combines a warm human story with action and drama, as we follow the military police on a surprise raid in the Mediterranean theater of war. DuPont invites you to be its guest again next Monday evening when Cavalcade presents George Murphy as Terence O'Toole, MP, a play as packed with action and drama as its young hero's name indicates. And if you think the Army's MPs are a bunch of brawn and beef bullies out to harass their fellow soldiers, you'll have a big surprise next Monday evening when you hear Terence O'Toole, MP, on the Cavalcade of America. Cavalcade is pleased to remind its audience that James Gleason, 20th Century Fox star, may currently be seen in Once Upon a Time. The musical score this evening was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. This is James Bannon sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor, the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware.
This is a National Broadcasting Company.
Of America. Most Americans are familiar with the names of those courageous early American explorers, Lewis and Clark, who are two of the characters in tonight's broadcast of the Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. Lewis and Clark launched their expedition into the wilds of the Northwest in 1804. But even then, the DuPont Company had established its first chemical factory in Delaware. The stories of exploration are bright pages in the history of the nation. Important also is another kind of exploration, the kind that takes place in chemical laboratories like those of DuPont, where the exploration results in better things for better living through chemistry. Our first story this evening takes place in the early days of the 19th century in the vast wilderness west of the Mississippi. Our Cavalcade Orchestra sets the stage with Charles Wakefield Cadman's song, From the Land of the Sky Blue Water, which is based on an American Indian theme.
the will to explore has come to us naturally, for the very foundation of our nation was through exploration. Columbus, Cabot, De Soto, Hudson, John Smith, Coronado, La Salle, from those intrepid adventurers, we received this heritage. In the year 1803, Thomas Jefferson, then President of the United States, obtained an appropriation from Congress for the exploration of the newly purchased territory lying west of the Mississippi and extending to the Pacific Ocean. As leader of the expedition, he appointed his young secretary, Meriwether Lewis, who seized upon a task with great zeal. He chose as his partner and co-leader William Clark, brother of George Rogers Clark of Revolutionary fame. On March 14, 1804, a brave company, 45 in number, started up the Missouri River. We find them at La Charrette, the last outpost of civilization, talking with the chief magistrate of that settlement, a brave pioneer himself, Daniel Boone.
Wished I were young enough to go with you, Captain Lewis.
I wish so, too, sir. Hey, Clark?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Boone. Oh, one of our men was telling us how he fought with you, a fellow by the name of Gordon Cameron. The old Scot. I know him well.
Hey there. Hey.
Ain't that his voice?
Captain Lewis. Captain Lewis.
I'm here, Cameron, with Mr. Boone.
Not Daniel Boone. Daniel.
Yes. What an old friend, and happy to see you again.
The guide says the wind is right, Captain, and we better be starting.
We're ready.
Who is your guide, Captain Lewis?
A Frenchman. Toussaint Charbonneau.
Aye, a Frenchman with an Indian wife. A wife he insists on taking on the expedition.
Charbonneau says that Sacagawea is a better guide than he is himself.
A woman for a guide. A woman on an expedition brings bad luck.
Don't mind Cameron's growls, Captain Lewis.
Oh, I don't.
Come, I'll walk with you to your boat. How fast do you aim to travel?
Well, with luck, 15 miles from sun to sun.
Luck, indeed. With a woman on the party.
Ah, yes, and here she is with her husband. This is Charbonneau, Mr. Boone, and his wife.
Howdy.
Charbonneau.
And what tribe's your wife from, Charbonneau?
The Shoshons, monsieur. As a child, the Blackfeet tribe, they steal her. I buy her from them.
How called you her name?
I am called Sacagawea, the bird woman.
You're very young to be guiding this expedition, my child. May your eye be clear and your senses keen, for upon you and Charbonneau rests a great responsibility.
Pushing westward, daring adventurers struggled against turbulent waters and virgin forests, against hostile savages, death-bearing insects, wild animals, heat, rain, cold. As the year went on, a son was born to Charbonneau and Sacagawea. Over a year passes. It is June 1805. We find Captain Lewis with Cameron, Charbonneau, Sacagawea, and her papoose standing in a ravine beneath an overhanging rock where they have shelter from a torrential rain.
When she rains so, this brook, she soon become a raging torrent. There's no saying what may happen with a woman on the party. And no with a bear.
Surely we're safe here.
Often I see angry waters carry huge rocks and trees before them, bringing death to all in their path.
Even as she comes now. You hear? Aye, I hear it. It is as if a dam had burst.
Hold up fast to the captain, wife. Even now the water covers our feet. Hold fast, Charbonneau. You'll lose your footing. Cameron, give him a hand.
Hey, merci, monsieur.
I cannot swim. We must get to the higher ground, and quickly. Each moment the water will see rise. Give me the child, Sacagawea. I'll hold him.
Thank you, Captain.
Wife, the current has swept her away. Cameron, hold the child. Here, Charbonneau, take my gun and sack.
They want it. They're carrying her toward the falls, monsieur.
I'll get her. I'm coming, Sacagawea.
Captain, wait now. Now they'll both be dragged into the rapids. Captain, watch those rocks. Look, he has reached her. They'll never stand against the torrent. Here, hold the baby.
Yes, monsieur. Courage, Captain. Cameron, he brings her up. Hold fast. Hurry. I can't hold it much longer.
I'm throwing it behind you, Captain, so they'll drift down to you. Here you are.
I have it. He has it. Pull, Cameron.
Hey, pull. Slowly. Slowly, the rope. Cut the rope.
Once more, man, brave. One more pull.
We'll make it this time, Captain.
Good. Give me your hand there.
Here now, up on the bank.
There. Safe now. Not alive.
Here, wrap this cloak of mine around you.
Cameron, You were giving me your cloak.
Well, after all the trouble we had to save you, it wouldn't have been sense to let you die of the cold.
After weeks of struggle, the party reaches the foothills of the Rockies in what is now part of the state of Montana. For days, the expedition searches in vain for a way through or across the huge mountain. Lewis, Cameron, and Sacagawea gaze toward the snow-tipped peaks that bar their path.
Mountains. Mountains in all directions. Impassable barriers, that's what they are.
Somewhere on the other side of those mountains lies the great Columbia River. It leads to the Pacific. Unless we reach it, our whole expedition's a failure.
Your woman guide has failed ye.
Lewis, look. Indians coming through the ravine. Yonder.
Blackfeet, enemies of my people.
They outnumber us.
Let's face them, Captain. Daniel Boone and I were a match for the 5 redskins.
Let me speak with them.
No, no. They'll catch you and carry back into slavery again. Let's face them, Captain. Sacagawea! Wait, Sacagawea, come back here. This fleet is a deer, monsieur. Already she is too far away. Come, we must follow her. They are Blackfeet, monsieur. They make friends with no one.
Every man ready now. The chief is approaching us. His greetings seem friendly.
Maybe treachery. If we have to rescue that woman again...
Quiet, Cameron. Be on guard.
I wish I could understand what they're saying.
Captain Lewis, these my own people. This is my brother. He bids you welcome. He thanks you for saving my life. The Blackfeet drove them from their old hunting grounds.
Tell the chief that we are his friends and that we bring gifts and food. Ask if he knows a path through the great mountains.
Perhaps she plans to trick us, Captain. You can guess which way a man will jump, but a woman or a redskin...
Wait, Cameron. Well, Sacagawea?
Beyond great mountains lies mighty river. River that leads to the sea. There is a path by which it may be reached.
The great river. The river we seek. He never shows the way. It's his only defense against the Blackfeet.
Chief knows white men are true friends. He will lead white warriors through mountains.
Goal is won. Well, come on. Were we wrong now to bring the woman? To be a mean man who couldn't admit that he was wrong.
On the 15th of November, Lewis and Clark finally sighted the Pacific Ocean. 18 months it had taken them to traverse 4,000 miles of wilderness from the mouth of the Missouri to the western shore of the continent. No braver exploit is recorded in the Cavalcade of America. This evening's second story concerns Greeley's Arctic expedition in 1881. Much of the music of Grieg expresses the composer's impressions of his own Northland. Our Cavalcade Orchestra will set the scene with Morning Mood from Grieg's suite Peer Gynt. American cavalcade moves onward. The will to explore is still a characteristic trait among Americans. It is July 7th, 1881. Adolphus W. Greeley, 37 years old, lieutenant in the United States Signal Corps, sets out for the Arctic regions with a party of 25 men. The good ship Proteus, designed as a sealing vessel, is almost ready to sail. On the dock, Lieutenant Greeley is bidding a last farewell to his wife.
For 3 years, dear. It's a long time.
It won't be 3 years, Henrietta.
Oh, but...
At the end of the year, a ship is scheduled to bring us supplies. If we've accomplished our mission, we'll return then.
But you told the newspapers you were taking supplies for 3 years.
Well, of course. We must always be on the safe side.
Oh, it all seems so terribly far away. Why must my husband go? Why was he chosen?
This is a big opportunity for me, darling. There's never been an expedition so well equipped, so sure of reaching its goal.
I know.
Smile, dear. Smile and wish me good luck.
Command the flight compliments, Lieutenant. They're ready to cast off.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Oh.
Well, dear, time to go. Where's that smile? Ah, that's better.
Oh, just come back to me safely. That's all that matters, dear.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
Kiss the babies for me.
I will.
Remember, keep smiling.
I will.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear.
On August 12th, Lieutenant Greeley established headquarters on Discovery Bay, Greenland. The work of surveying and scientific research went on rapidly. Greeley's courageous leadership helped them pass that first long Arctic winter. On May 13, 1882, a sub-expedition under Lieutenant Lockwood planted the stars and stripes farther north than man had ever been before. They returned to Greeley's camp, only to find that no relief ship had arrived. One had been sent out, and 6 times it had tried to pass through the ice in Kane Sea, only to be baffled by the floes. The second winter was worse than the first, and the spring brought no promise of better times. They wait for the relief ship that never comes. Trying to keep up their courage, Greeley goes among them.
Captain Greeley. Captain Greeley.
Yes, Brainerd.
Rice and Jans, the Eskimo, have returned.
Yes?
They report nothing but open sea on every side. No supplies were found.
The last hope.
Captain Greeley.
Yes, Doctor.
Lockwood is asking for you.
I'll go with you at once. Brainerd, see that the flag of distress is firmly planted on the highest ground. There might still be a chance.
Yes, Captain.
Well, Doctor, how is Lockwood today?
Very weak, Captain. He's in this tent here.
Captain Greeley.
Yes, Lockwood.
That last trip of mine. I missed the message. Will anyone ever find it?
We can only hope, my friend.
If our fate is the worst.
It is easy to die. Very easy. But it's hard to struggle, to live. I expected privation, death perhaps, but not abandonment.
Preyed on their minds. And while they waited, the Proteus, Greeley's original ship, was sent with supplies, but was crushed in the ice pack. Almost 3 years after the start of the expedition, through the insistence of Mrs. Greeley, President Arthur sent 3 vessels, the Thetis, the Bear, and the Alert, the latter a gift from Queen Victoria and the British nation. In August, the Thetis floats amid the ice near Brevoort Island off the Greenland coast. The commander of the relief expedition, Winfield Scott Schley, is on deck as Lieutenant Caldwell returns to the ship with a searching party.
Well, Caldwell?
Report of searching party on Brevard Island, sir. Fog heavy, bad visibility. No sign of the Greeley party. But we did find this paper buried in a spot which was undoubtedly the remains of a supply cache.
Give it to me. October 21st, 1883. My party now permanently encamped on west side of small neck of land, distant about equally from Cape Sabine and Cocked Hat Island. Rations for 40 days. A.W. Greeley. Written almost a year ago, and rations for only 40 days. Norman.
Yes, sir?
Full speed as the ice will permit. Make for Cape Sabine.
Yes, sir. Full speed ahead, Wilson.
Order the whistle to keep blowing. One man is alive. He may hear it.
Yes, sir. Sergeants Long and Brainerd huddled together beside the one tent, weakened by hunger and exposure.
Brainerd. Yes. Don't you hear something?
Only the sound of the ice.
I mean, that whistle. Listen.
The wind. It's always whistling.
I know the wind when I hear it. That's a ship's whistle.
Oh, Long, you're a fool. You're going crazy.
Crazy or not, I'm going to crawl to the top of a hill with the little strength that's left me.
Go ahead if you want. I couldn't make it. Oh, what does it matter?
Can't you hear that? Now I hear a voice. Brainerd! Brainerd! I hear a voice.
Oh, for months I've heard it, too. It's in your own brain.
I hear it now. Long, can you see? I've almost reached the edge of the hill. Brainerd, it's a boat. Brainerd, it's a boat. Steady there, old man. Steady. Oh, you're real, aren't you? I've seen you so many times, only to have you disappear.
We're real right enough, eh, Colwell? Yes, we sure are. How many of you left?
7, sir.
Where are they?
In the tent. There, behind the bank.
Come on, Norman, hurry.
What?
Help this man. Come on. Is Mr. Greeley alive?
Just, sir.
Any other officers?
No, sir.
And you are...
I'm Long, sir.
Long? I'm Norman, who came up with you in the Proteus. You remember me.
Oh, yes, sir. This is Brainerd, sir.
Brainerd?
Sir.
Man, don't try to salute. Where's Mr. Greeley? Norman. Here he is. On the lee side of the tent. Oh, what a sight. Greeley, we've come for you.
7 of us left. Dying. Did what we came to do. Beat the best record.
Of course you did, sir. And now we've come to take you home.
Home?
Yes, sir. You're rescued, sir. Don't you see the ship?
Lift me a little. I want to see the flag.
Greeley, old man. It's Norman. I brought you a message from your wife. She said that when you came home, you'd find her smiling. Tenderly, they carried the survivors back to the country. Greeley lived to receive the praise of his government and later became chief signal officer in the Army. His diary and his own published description of his exploits were typical of the man's modesty and courage. No credit was claimed by him. All was given to the men who followed him to the outpost of the... Heroes like these gallant explorers, Lewis, Clark, Greeley, Brainerd, make us proud to be their countrymen, proud of their leadership in the Cavalcade of America.
The urge to explore founded our nation, and this same trait today spurs on the research chemists to discover and create useful things. One of the most fascinating examples of exploration in the field of chemistry is the story of man-made rubber. For many years, scientists tried to find the substitute for rubber, but all attempts fell short of their goal until recently when DuPont chemists successfully completed the development of the first successful man-made rubber. DuPont's name for this product is Duprene. Duprene is actually superior to the natural product for many purposes. Products made of Duprene resist heat, sunlight, oils, and various chemicals better than those made with natural rubber, and they do not break down with age as rapidly. We take pride at this time in telling our listeners of an award made last Friday by a special committee of leading figures in the chemical world, sponsored by the publication Chemical and Metallurgical Engineering. In making this award, the committee said,
DuPont's slogan, Better Things for Better Living Through Chemistry, is a creed that molds and guides the work of thousands of chemists and engineers. The outstanding chemical engineering achievement during the past 2 years has been DuPont's successful industrial development of the synthetic rubber Duprene, of synthetic camphor, and of certain other important organic chemicals and dyestuffs.
We know that many of you would like to see and handle this man-made rubber, so we have had a few erasers made up as samples. They look like, feel like, and do the work of ordinary erasers, but they contain Duprene instead of natural rubber. We shall be glad to send you one of these erasers free of charge. Simply write to DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware, or to your radio station. Now remember, if you would like to see and handle a product made from the man-made rubber, just ask for the eraser made from Duprene by writing DuPont, D-U-P-O-N-T, Wilmington, Delaware, or your radio station. Engineers and businessmen interested in industrial uses for Duprene may secure a special technical sample by writing on their company letterhead describing the problem to be met. Next Wednesday at this time, DuPont will again present the Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
The DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry, presents the Cavalcade of America. Tonight's star, Dean Stockwell, as Theodore Roosevelt, Jr. Tonight's story, The Night There Was No President.
Theodore Roosevelt came to the White House at the age of 42 with a young wife still in her 30s and 6 children. This is the story of the Roosevelt family, where they were and what they were doing the night there was no president.
How many boys have there been who could say, "My father is President of the United States"? Not very many. But any boy, especially if he's 13 years old, would like to be able to. I know. You see, my name is Theodore Roosevelt, Jr. Now, according to my history books, a new president always begins in Washington, with people cheering and bands going by, and, well, that's not the way it happened to my father at all.
That's mine. It is not. It's mine. It's mine.
Archie! There's more than enough for each of you at this table.
We started all that.
Boys, you heard your father.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Theodore, I'm so glad you were able to come up to the mountains with us.
Yes, so am I. Why, Edie, if somebody could have told me 3 days ago in Buffalo that I'd be here with all of you this morning, I wouldn't have believed it.
We didn't believe it either, that Father would be able to be with us when we heard the terrible news. President McKinley had been shot. Father, who was vice president then, was in Buffalo for a whole week. But when it looked like Mr. McKinley would get better, Father joined us at the Tahawas Club in the Adirondacks. And that's how on Friday, the 13th of September, 1901, my family was all together having breakfast.
Father?
Quentin, aren't you hungry?
I'm hungry, but...
Don't you want to grow up to be a mountain climber?
Yes, Father,
Well, then finish your oatmeal. Edie, any more coffee there?
Are you watching the time, Theodore?
Now, don't worry. I told young Robinson I'd meet him at 9 o'clock. Never been late for a mountain climb yet.
in Switzerland they have mountains so high you have to climb them with ropes.
I'll not have you looking down your nose at Mount Marcy, sir. I'll have you know it's the highest peak in the state of New York.
Father, can I ask you a question?
Of course, Quentin. You may ask me a question. What is it?
Father, are we now the president?
No, son. We are not now the president. Mr. McKinley is going to be all right.
That was such good news when the telegram came. Isn't it wonderful, Theodore? Such a relief to think he's no longer in any danger.
Yes, Edie, indeed it is.
Father, was this person who shot Mr. McKinley, was he a young man?
Yes, he was very young.
Well, why did he shoot the president of all people?
Didn't he like Mr. McKinley?
Father, weren't you afraid to go to Buffalo?
What do you mean?
Well, sir, what I meant was, weren't you afraid someone would shoot you?
Well, sir, I won't tell you I didn't think of that, Ted, because I did. But there are times when you can't afford to be afraid, even if you really are.
All the same, I'm happier to have you here with us. Here, at least, I know you're safe.
Well, Edie, I hope the time never comes when an officer of this country will be afraid to meet his fellow citizens on the street.
What was that? What dropped?
Sorry, Mother. Salt just fell right out of my hand.
Oh, well, pick it up. Put it back on the table.
Quick, Kermit, throw some over your left shoulder. Of all days to spill salt, Friday the 13th. That's unlucky.
Well, now, you mustn't be superstitious, son. You call a day like this unlucky? Why, look at it outside. It's beautiful. And we're all in good health, and the good news about the president? Why, we haven't a worry in the world.
It is a nice day to climb a mountain, isn't it, Father?
That it is. And, Ted, one of these days, you and I will climb Mount Marcy together. Well, you'll excuse me. Mustn't keep young Robinson waiting.
Will you be back by dinner time?
Of course. I'm having dinner with my family tonight. That is, if I'm invited.
I invite you, Father.
Me too, Father.
I invite
Sure,
you,
me
Father.
too.
Well, it looks as if the invitation is unanimous, Theodore.
Well, then, I unanimously accept with pleasure.
While Father went off to climb his mountain, without a worry in the world, something completely unexpected happened in Buffalo.
Hello? This is Eddie, your route. President McKinley's condition has changed for the worse. The Vice President must be notified. Where is Mr. Roosevelt? How soon can he be reached?
It was then that Mr. Root, the Secretary of War, learned that the Vice President was 440 miles away, 40 miles from the nearest railroad station and 10 miles from a telephone. But what Mr. Root didn't know was that he was even farther away than that, hours from our cabin, high on a mountain.
Let's stop here a minute, Bev.
Suits me, sir.
We pushed a steady pace since we left the summit 2 hours ago, and we've a brook and a view.
Oh, this Brooks is where the Hudson begins.
You don't say.
Hmm?
Never underestimate modest beginnings.
That's right, sir. Huh. Looks like rain.
Yeah, so it does. Well, we'd better push along, Bev. Here, I'll carry the rifle for a while.
I'm sorry you haven't seen any game, sir. But these mountains are full of it.
Oh, I didn't plan on hunting, Bev. One of the things I learned out west was always carry a rifle, not so much for the game you don't see if you do, as the game you're sure to see if you don't.
Well, I'll remember that the next time I go hunt. What was that?
I didn't hear anything.
Listen, there it is again.
Oh, yes, I heard it now, Bev.
Hello over there. Where can I get across without waiting?
Oh, just above you, there's a log. Harrison Hall from the club. What brings you all the way up here, Mr. Hall?
I have a message for Mr. Roosevelt.
For me?
I had quite a time finding you.
Oh, yes. Has anything happened to my family?
It isn't your family, Mr. Roosevelt. It's this telegram. Came to the club for you this morning. Here you are, sir.
Oh, thank you. Gentlemen, the President's condition is worse. I must return to the club at once.
Meanwhile, back in the cottage at Tahawas, we were spending an afternoon with Mother. Archie managed to fall in the creek for the fourth time in 10 days, and this frightened Mother almost to death. Then it was beginning to get dark.
Edie!
Theodore, what is it?
Oh, Edie, Mr. Hall brought this telegram to me on the mountain.
It's about the president?
Yes, Edie, his condition is worse.
Oh, Theodore.
Hasn't any word come here?
No, not a thing. Oh, what a time to be miles from the telephone.
Well, Mr. Hunter's driving down to the telephone to pick up any word there. Oh, Edie, I came so far away from Buffalo.
Oh, now, Theodore, you know you wouldn't be here if you hadn't thought the president was out of danger.
Yes, but...
And I know you can depend on William Loeb. You've always told me what a fine secretary he is. He's there, and he knows...
You think I should leave right now, Edie?
Did the message ask you to?
No, it didn't. Of course, it could be the president has just had a temporary relapse. I just don't want to bother those people again, Edie.
Yes, I understand.
Those 2 days I was there, I felt so helpless standing beside all those anxious people. I felt I felt I was intruding.
Then I think you should wait to hear from Mr. Loeb. But I'll pack your things just in case.
Thank you, Edie. Edie, do you know what I thought all the way down that mountain?
What, Theodore?
I thought, if anything should happen, there will be those who'll say the vice president isn't old enough or wise enough. But that's not what is important now. Nothing must happen to the president.
That night I couldn't sleep, no matter how hard I tried. I kept thinking about all the things that had been happening. It seemed so still and dark. And then, after a while, it started to rain.
Dad?
The thunder awakened Quentin, and I went to his bed.
I'm scared.
Shh, it'll be all right. It's just a thunderstorm.
But what's going to happen? Is Father going away?
Maybe. I don't know.
But he'll get shot. I don't want Father to go away.
No, he won't, Quentin. Remember, he was a rough rider. Don't you remember? Nothing will happen to him.
Who is that talking?
Shh, listen. Somebody's out there with Mother and Father. I think it's Mr. Hunter. Come on, let's see who it is.
I almost thought for a while I'd never make it up here, I tell you. The rain was so bad I couldn't see a yard in front of me.
But didn't they say anything else?
No, ma'am. Just that the president is in a coma.
Listen, did you hear that?
But no official message for me? No telegram?
No, sir, no. When I talked to your secretary, he said that you ought to leave for Buffalo at once.
Go on, get ready.
My father's going away to get shot, just like Mr. McKinley.
Quentin, come back here.
What on earth are you doing out there?
I'm sorry, Mother. We heard voices.
My father's going to get shot.
There, dear. Well, your boy should be in bed.
Oh, please, Mother. Can't we stay up until after Father leaves?
Well, all right. Mr. Hunter, is the road very bad?
Now, don't you worry, ma'am. My buckboard's in good condition, and that horse knows his way.
Yes, but how is he going to get down the mountain?
Well, the way we've planned it, it'll work like this. I'll take Mr. Roosevelt in the buckboard as far as the village. There, he'll change to a carriage that'll take him to Aiden's lair. Mike Cronin is standing by, ma'am, right now.
And then?
Then Mike will take over in his buckboard. Once they get to the North Creek station, everything will be all right. They got the train waiting.
Yes, but the weather and the mountain road.
Don't you worry, ma'am. We ain't going to let anything happen to the vice president. There's a lot of mud in some places where the going is tough, but we'll get him there.
If only he gets there in time. Before anything happens.
Well, I'm ready, Mr. Hunter.
I don't want you to go. I don't want you to go.
Oh, there, son. It'll be all right.
I'll take this bag out, sir.
Huh? Oh, thank you.
And I'll see you tomorrow, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Hunter.
Now then, Ted, you look after your mother.
Yes, sir.
You boys be good. Do what she says, huh?
Yes, Father.
Now, Edie, don't worry. I'll get there in time. I've got to.
At breakfast next morning, even Quentin didn't make any noise. Mother kept telling us that Father would send us word as soon as he could. Mr. Hunter would bring it. We should be patient and not to worry. So after breakfast, we children took turns watching for the trail for Mr. Hunter. It was just past noon.
Mother, he's coming. He's coming.
Oh, at last.
Are you sure it isn't somebody else?
Come and see.
Will you look at that wagon? I'll bet you couldn't pry that mud off with a crowbar.
Oh, Mr. Hunter, is everything all right?
Now, ma'am, you got nothing to worry about at all. Mr. Roosevelt boarded the train for Buffalo at 5:30 this morning.
5:30? He traveled all night. And in that storm.
Here's a telegram, ma'am, from Mr. Roosevelt. Sent at 7 o'clock this morning.
Oh, thank you.
12 hours they held that train. Full steam up.
Did you hear that, Mother? They held the train 12... Mother, what is it?
President McKinley died at 2:15 this morning.
Tonight on Cavalcade of America, Dean Stockwell is starring as Theodore Roosevelt, Jr. in The Night There Was No President. It is September 1901. President McKinley has just died. In Buffalo, a presidential cabinet without a president prepares for the ceremony that will make Theodore Roosevelt the 26th president of the United States. In the meantime, in the small mountain cabin in the Adirondacks, Mrs. Roosevelt and the children eagerly question Mr. Hunter.
How long did it take you, Mr. Hunter? I'd sure like to keep a locomotive full steam up for 12 hours.
Did you break a record, Mr. Hunter?
No, not me, lad. That horse of mine must weigh 1,400 pounds. Took us 2 hours to make the lower works.
Well, that's a record. 9 miles in 2 hours.
Ma'am, I talked to the men who work the relays, and they say that your husband is one of the nerviest men ever.
Sure he is, 'cause he's a rough rider.
Archie.
Why, seems there was this place in the road where a log was kind of across it. One side was a drop, about 75 feet.
75 feet?
Cronin wanted to stop the horses, but you know, ma'am, Mr. Roosevelt wouldn't let him. He said, "I'm not afraid if you're not. Push ahead." He'll make a fine president, ma'am.
President? My father is president. He's my father, too. He belongs to all of us.
Well, Miss Roosevelt, I suppose you'll be leaving us here at the club and going to the White House.
Yes, I suppose we will be leaving.
Yeah. Well, whenever you and the children want to be taken down the mountain, why, the buckboard will be ready. Any time at all.
Well, that's very kind of you, Mr. Hunter. We'll be going home to Oyster Bay first, as soon as we can get past this afternoon.
Mother, do you think Father's in Buffalo right now?
Well, could he be there this early, Mr. Hunter?
The train ought to get in by 2 o'clock.
Well, it's 3 now.
Oh, dear. I just realized. What do you suppose he'll wear to take the oath in? He certainly can't wear that suit he has on. It must be spattered with mud.
Don't you worry about it, ma'am. He'll make out all right. But it's just a shame that you and the children can't see the president take the oath. Why, ma'am, this is history.
Yes, Mr. Hunter. It is a shame. I would like to have had the children see their father at a moment like this.
Yeah. Well, I better get over to the club. But don't forget now, Miss Roosevelt. When you and the children are ready to leave, you let me know, huh?
Thank you, Mr. Hunter.
Goodbye,
Goodbye, Mr.
Goodbye,
Hunter.
Goodbye, boys. Goodbye.
Mother, If Father had been elected president, could we have watched him take the oath?
Why, yes, Ted, of course. Well, now, children, the first thing for us to do is pack.
Do you know who administers the oath, Mother? The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court in a robe.
How do you know so much?
I read it in my history book.
I'm glad you reminded me, Ted. You children be sure to collect all your school books. We don't want to leave any behind.
Is the White House really white?
Of course it is. Anybody knows that.
Mother, aren't we going home ever again, ever?
Of course we're going home, Quentin. And then we're all going to a new home.
All of us? Even me?
Of course, Quentin. We're going to be together just like we've always been. Aren't we, Mother?
Yes, dear. We'll be together as we've always been.
Only now we'll be together in the White House in Washington. I know lots of people who live in White Houses. What's so great about living in the White House?
Well, Archie, the White House is a symbol. While we live there, everything we do and everything we say will be an example to people who live in white houses and brown houses and gray houses all over the country.
And that goes for people who live in apartment houses, too, doesn't it, Mother?
Be quiet, Kermit. Mother's talking now.
Well, children, we can discuss all this later. Right now, I want you boys to gather all your things together and stack them on your beds.
Everything, Mother?
Everything. Let's get started right away. Go on now. Well, Ted, you'll be sure that nothing is missing. Toys, games, and books.
And then what'll I do?
Oh, well, just keep the boys entertained and away from that brook.
Mother.
Yes, dear?
Do you feel funny inside like I do?
Just how do you feel funny, Ted?
Well, I don't know exactly. Mostly it's in my stomach, I guess.
I think I understand. This is a very special day, Ted. From this day on, all our lives will be different.
I'll never forget Mother saying that. From this day on, all our lives will be different. In front of Mother, we children were serious. But during the rest of the day, when we were by ourselves, we made all kinds of plans for living in Washington. Archie told Kermit that chocolate cake was served 3 times every day at the White House. I saw myself standing straight and tall beside Father while he made laws and visited with kings. I made sure of all our belongings were ready for Mother to pack. And then I picked up my history book. My history book.
I can't find my Indian arrowhead Father gave me. Well, I haven't got it.
It's right there on the bed.
Oh, thanks. What are you doing with that history book, Ted? Come on, put it on the bed with the rest of your things. Does he really wear a robe?
Who?
The Supreme Court.
Oh, you mean the Chief Justice. Here, I'll prove it to you. Right in this book. Here's a picture, see?
That man doesn't have a robe on.
Not him. He's the president. That's Mr. Cleveland. He was the president a long time before Mr. McKinley.
We surely have lots of presidents.
Sure. And Father's one now. He's got to take the oath of office just like that, too. I'll bet your Father's taking the oath in Buffalo right now.
Wish we were there to see him.
Listen, I've got an idea.
What, Ted?
If we can't be there to see Father, we'll pretend we're there.
You're crazy.
No, I'm not. We can do the oath ceremony right here.
We don't know what it is.
Yes, we do. It's in the book. I'll be Father.
Who can I be?
Well, let's see. Somebody's got to be the justice.
I'll be the justice. No, you're not. I'm the justice. I've got a robe on. That's just a blanket, and you know it. Ted, who are these other men in the picture?
They're cabinet members. You know, like Mr. Knox, the Attorney General.
Mr. Root, a cabinet member?
Well, sure, he's Secretary of War.
He found a frog once with a $5 gold piece right in his
Archie, you settle down and be serious.
All right. I'm going to be Mr. Root. Let Archie be the justice in his old robe.
All right, let's start. Right now in Buffalo, this is what's happening to Father. He's taking the oath of office. You stand here, Archie. Will the cabinet please stand here? That's you, Mr. Root.
Oh, right here?
Archie, you read the oath in the book. Stand here facing me and say to me, just like the justice is saying to Father, raise your right hand and repeat after me.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me.
Now, you read the oath down here at the bottom of the page. Just fill in the blank space like this. I, Theodore Roosevelt.
All right. I, Theodore Roosevelt.
I, Theodore Roosevelt.
What's this word?
Solemnly.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully,
execute.
Execute the office of President of the United States.
That I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States. And will
to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
yes, congratulations.
May I offer my felicitations, Mr. President?
Thank you, gentlemen.
When will you be starting for Washington, Mr. President?
I don't know, Elihu. There's much to be done. But right now, I'd like to send word to my family.
And so we learned that Father became the 26th President of the United States in a borrowed frock coat. And then, later, we moved to our new home, the White House. It seemed strange to all of us, even to Mother. I remember one day I overheard a conversation between Mother and Mr. Cleveland, one of our former presidents. He was standing beside her, and just as I came by, I saw him take her hand.
It is a large place, but after a while, it'll seem less a museum and more like a home to you.
Do you really think so, Mr. Cleveland?
Well, I felt lost here at first, but only in the beginning. You'd feel this way about moving into any new home.
It's not only the bigness and strangeness, but... Oh, Mr. Cleveland, my husband is so young.
Don't worry. Don't you worry at all. He's going to be all right.
I'm sure if Mr. Cleveland said he was going to be all right, he would be. But just the same, there was something about Father that worried me. I wondered if now that he was president and belonged to all the people, if he was still my father. It wasn't until one night at the dinner table, the first evening we were all together, that my worries were answered. All of us children sat around kind of quietly. We looked at each other and didn't say much.
May I have a salt, please?
Certainly.
Thank you. May I please have more bread?
Well, what's going on around here? What are you all looking so serious for?
Well, Father, now that we're in the White House and everything...
Now that we're in the White House? Oh, well, nothing's going to change because we're here. Why, boys, this is our home.
And then I knew it was all right. From then on, it was our home.
That's mine. It is not.
Archie,
it is not. It is not.
Archie, there's enough dessert for each of you.
Yes, sorry, sir. Yes, sir. Father, can I ask you a question, sir?
Yes, Quentin, you may ask your father one question.
Father, are we now the president?
Yes, sir. We are now the president.
Our thanks to Dean Stockwell and the Cavalcade players for tonight's story, The Night There Was No President. Next week, the DuPont Cavalcade will present the exciting story of a woman whose faith in a man defied catastrophe and whose love led him to a place in America's Hall of Heroes. Our star, Dorothy McGuire. Our play, Thunder of Justice. Be sure to listen. Tonight's DuPont Cavalcade, The Night There Was No President, was written by Evelyn Nolt and based on the articles Theodore Roosevelt's dramatic dash into the presidency, written by Herman Hagedorn, published and distributed by the North American Newspaper Alliance. Original music was composed by Arden Cornwell, conducted by Donald Voorhees. The program was directed by John Zoller. With Dean Stockwell tonight, our Cavalcade players were Ian Martin, Philip Rodd, Gertrude Warner, Sarah Fussell, Butch Cavell, Robert Dryden, Guy Rep, Parker Fennelly, Ed Jerome, and Jack Edwards. This is Cy Harris speaking.
Don't forget next week, our star, Dorothy McGuire. The DuPont Cavalcade of America comes to you from the Belasco Theater in New York and is sponsored by the DuPont Company of Bloomington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
Next, Hollywood Theater stars Jeff Chandler on NBC.
Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Herbert Marshall in What Price Freedom? Later in our program, we will bring you a personal message from Secretary of the Treasury Henry Morgenthau. Before beginning our play this evening, we'd like to tell you how easy it is to make your car look new. DuPont recommends any one of three methods. Number 7 polish will clean away all traffic film and restore the color and luster. Or you can use DuPont Speedy Wax if the finish is fairly new and not badly weathered. However, to get the most protection and the longest lasting luster, clean the finish first with DuPont Duco Cleaner and then polish it with Duco Wax. Each method is safe, quick, and gives excellent results. And now our play, What Price Freedom? War is more than an army in the winning or losing of battles. War is a projection into action of the will and belief and unity of all the people. The American army is the American people. Its strength stems from one source, the strength and determination of our fight at home. Tonight, the DuPont Cavalcade brings you a story from another war, the War of the American Revolution, from a period in that war, the winter of 1781, when victory and freedom were almost lost, not on a battlefield, but in the wavering faith of the people. A story written by Halstead Wells, which tells how, largely through the efforts of one man, that vital faith of the people in their nation was restored, even before the nation had been born. DuPont presents Herbert Marshall as Robert Morris in What Price Freedom on the Cavalcade of America.
Robert, I've always loved this view. The best glimpse of our home.
It is a good home, and it's good to be living in it for a change.
Yes, it's been almost like another honeymoon.
And nothing's going to stop this one. John? Yes, Mr. Morris? Will you let us out of the front door and take the horses right in? They'll take cold in this weather.
I'll rub them down, Mr. Morris, right away. Oh, there.
Here, there. Let me help you, dear. And we'll have tea alone?
Oh, I don't think there'll be anyone else. The children are sledding. Oh, isn't this lovely? It's snowing again. Well, we're back, Sally. Is tea ready?
Yes, ma'am. And there's some gentlemen to see Mr. Morris, a Mr. Hancock, and a Mr. Jay, and a Mr. Griffin.
Oh, the end of the honeymoon. Gentlemen from the Congress.
Nonsense, Mary. I'll see what they want, but I'm a free man, and I'm going to stay that way. Are they in the library, Sally?
Yes, Mr. Morris.
I'll get rid of them quickly, Mary. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
If I'd known I was having such distinguished visitors.
This isn't exactly a visit, Mr. Morris.
No? Well, Mary is seeing about tea for us.
We're in something of a hurry, Mr. Morris.
You see, Mr. Morris, the Congress has decided to appoint a superintendent of finance.
Yes?
You know the situation we face. The British no longer count on a military victory, but on our financial collapse. And they know it will happen soon, that the country faces bankruptcy.
Yes, I know.
And the Congress feels that only a strong man, a man the people trust, can save the situation as superintendent of finance.
Yes?
And so we three were appointed a committee to ask you to take the position.
Oh, I see. No, I can't do it, gentlemen.
Oh, but Mr. Morris...
I can't organize the finances of a nation, gentlemen, unless I first have a nation.
Sir?
This isn't a nation. This is a hodgepodge of selfish communities called states, each refusing to pay taxes as another benefit.
That's true.
We're all locked apart in blind isolation, and no one will lend a penny to the government.
But that's why we need a man who can see beyond his own purse.
We need a nation that can see beyond its own purse. For if we lose the war, we'll lose our purse altogether. We'll lose everything.
And that, sir, should be your first speech as superintendent of finance.
That has been my speech for 4 terms in Congress, Mr. Jay.
If you would just keep crying.
No, crying in the wilderness has no music for me. That's what I've been doing until I've lost my voice, lost my heart.
And lost most of your money.
It's more the time than the money.
But if you only knew how people look to you...
If I only had faith that people could be begged, badgered, driven into a commonwealth, then I would give up everything for it. But these years have left me no faith.
Talk it over with your wife, Mr. Morris, and
but
then...
my wife is one reason why I decline. I'm not young. In the years left me, I should like a few leisured moments with her and my children. No,
Mr. Morris, the Finance Committee meets tomorrow night.
Couldn't you come and at least...
I really see no purpose, gentlemen.
At least think about it until then.
Well,
Oh, you gentlemen aren't leaving. He will be here in a moment.
We're sorry to say no, Mrs. Morris. We finished our business with your husband, and there's a meeting in the city.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's so nice having visitors these days now that Robert isn't working hard. I'd hoped we were going to have a pleasant tea together.
Another day, Mrs. Morris.
Well, please do come, all of you.
We will indeed. Then you'll think it over, Mr. Morris?
yes, I'll think it over, at least that.
Well, we'll hope to see you tomorrow night, Mr. Morris. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mrs. Morris.
Goodbye. Well, dear, tea alone.
Yes, Mary.
Robert, you seem tired suddenly. Are you?
No, just thinking.
What is it, dear? What did they want?
Congress wants me to be superintendent of finance. They were a committee.
Oh.
Naturally, I said no.
Oh, did you?
Of course. Only an insane man would take such a responsibility at a time like this. It'll be ruinous.
I suppose it's terribly important.
But how can I?
No, I suppose you can.
All those years of my life I've given to the public. Now I want time for myself. Is that selfish?
Of course not.
A man has a right to tend to his own affairs.
That's true.
And to spend an evening with his family. Mary, you don't think I should...
Not if you believe you shouldn't.
Think of the money I've already given, and the years. Has anyone in Philadelphia given more?
I know of no one, Robert.
Then, come here. Sit here on the sofa with me, and we'll forget all about it.
All right, Robert.
You know, Mary, these last few weeks of leisure have made me realize all over again what a fortunate man I am.
Yes, Robert?
In every way. Children, this house we built. But most of all in the years I've had with you, Mary.
They've been happy years.
Yes. With every kind of disaster raging outside, only this has been sure. Our happiness together.
Robert.
Yes, dear?
Before I came in just now, I stood outside a moment and I heard you say something.
What was that?
I heard you say that if we lose the war, we'll lose everything.
Well...
My dear, it isn't possible that we'd lose this, too. Our happiness together.
Where do you want me to drive you, Mr. Morris?
Oh, I thought I'd spend the morning enjoying the weather. Just drive, John.
Very well. Not like you, sir.
How's that, John?
Well, to begin with, sir, it's not good weather.
It is cold.
Then, well, I've been with you a good many years. I've never known you to waste time.
Ah, but I'm vacationing, John. I'm a free man.
I know, but I always thought that you even worked vacationing.
Do I? Well, I tell you, John, I want to drive because I have some thinking to do. You better stop at the side, John. Let that wagon pass.
All right, Mr. Morris. Too bloody narrow, these streets. Oh, right there. That's a big load he has there.
Thank you, mister, for moving over.
Whoa!
Say, mister, do you want to buy this load of wood?
Don't need it, thank you.
Hard and dry it is. Burn like tinder.
What's that you have there? Cordwood?
Yes, ma'am. Good hickory.
That's what I've been looking for. Are you aiming to sell?
Well, what's your offer?
$200.
Hard money?
No, Continental.
Ma'am, if you filled my wagon with Continental dollars, I wouldn't take it for wood. Wood burns better.
I need wood. My man can't chop. He's dead from the war. My children are sick in a cold house for a month.
Haven't you any silver plates swapped for the wood?
My silver's swapped already.
Or jewelry?
I haven't anything. Anything at all.
Don't blame me, ma'am. Blame Congress for bad money. Well, good day. Good day, mister.
Good day.
All right, Mr. Morris?
Yes, go ahead.
Mister, what do you think? Isn't there anybody smart enough to fix the money of this country so folks won't freeze to death?
I don't know, ma'am. I don't know. John, isn't that a child ahead?
Yes, Mr. Morris. Boy. Strange.
Yes, in this weather. I'm out here in the field. Stop, John. Maybe we can take him somewhere.
All right, Mr. Morris. Oh, there.
Hello there. You going our way?
No, sir. I'm going down to the shore.
Bad weather.
Yes, sir.
There's no fishing in this weather.
No, sir. I'm going down to boil salt, sir.
Boil salt?
Yes, sir. We haven't any at home, and there's no buying it with rag money, so I boil seawater for it. If I boil a lot, we can use the salt for money.
It's kind of you to give me a ride, son. My leg's bad.
Wounded?
Twice, sir.
Were you visiting home?
No, I'm going there now.
Oh, I see.
You're right. I'm a deserter.
But I didn't think...
I fought, sir, for 4 years. But I can't go on any longer. There are hundreds like me.
Hundreds?
I left my family, wanted to fight. My family's starving. So I'm going back to take care of them.
You haven't been paid?
Yes. Paper money. You know what that's worth.
Well, it's supposed to be...
Where my family is, it's more than 1,000 paper dollars to buy one good Spanish silver one, if you can buy it at all. What kind of money is that?
But if we lose the war...
I can't help that, mister. I'd starve myself, did at Valley Forge. But Congress has to do something. I can't have my children starve. Tell me, mister, wouldn't you desert too?
I don't know, soldier. Maybe I already have.
Oh, Robert, you're home early. I've planned a wonderful evening.
Have you, dear?
Well, there'll be a good dinner for change. Portraits and rice.
Mm-hmm, that sounds good.
And the children want to play music for you afterwards.
They do?
Robert, have you heard what I've been saying?
Mary, I won't be staying at home this evening.
You won't?
I'm going to the city, to the meeting.
Then you're going to accept?
Yes, Mary, I'm going to be superintendent of finance.
Oh, Robert.
You won't mind, Mary. Maybe soon we can...
Mind? No, I don't mind.
You understand, Mary. I didn't ask for this appointment. And I know its dangers. I have to fight all kinds of interests. My reputation may suffer, but I have to try. I have to try to give the people enough faith in the nation so they will lend their money, knowing that war takes money. Do you understand?
Yes, Robert, I understand. And I'm very happy.
You are listening to Herbert Marshall as Robert Morris in What Price Freedom on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
One of the DuPont better things is lucite methyl methacrylate plastic, now being used for transparent bomber noses, airfield landing lenses, and compass parts for tanks.
Tonight's Cavalcade is a story about the darkest days of the American Revolution. After 5 years of war with people refusing to pay taxes or lend money to the government, the financial collapse of this country was imminent. Congress asked Robert Morris to become superintendent of finance, and Morris accepted the job. Soon afterwards, Colonel Russell Babcock, an aide to General Washington, came to Philadelphia on a secret mission from the commander-in-chief.
I came to see you, Mr. Morris, with a personal message from General Washington.
Sit down, Colonel Babcock. I know your message. There's only one for me. I need money.
Yes, that's right. Here's the letter from General Washington.
Thank you.
You're going to read it?
I can scarcely bear to read it.
But surely you...
From anyone else, yes, I'd read it and feel a kind of bitter satisfaction that I could share my desperation. Is it the spring campaign?
Yes. You see here on the map.
The General's army is here between Peekskill and Kingsbridge?
Yes, and the British hold New York.
I see.
But the British also have a strong force under Cornwallis at Yorktown, Virginia. So General Washington plans to skirt New York and strike south to Yorktown.
That's a daring plan.
It means marching the main army over 300 miles and swiftly. But the army won't fail, Mr. Morris, unless the superintendent of finance fails to provide the supplies.
What supplies?
This letter from the general has a list of what we will need.
300 barrels of flour, 300 barrels of salt meat, 10 hogshead of rum, boats for 6,000 men, 100 head of cattle every week.
Well, sir?
Well, the general's requirements are clear, but how are these supplies to be procured?
Well, I assume, sir, that you would buy them.
Colonel, the cost of the war every month equals $2 million. The total assets of the Treasury equal $300,000. What's the answer?
I don't know, sir.
If I had the bank would be the answer, but the people won't subscribe to the bank.
Then what is that?
There is another chance. The French government. France may invest. I've written Dr. Franklin in Paris and told him to ask for a shipload of hard money. But it can't get here in time.
Mr. Morris, it is imperative.
Then there is the last and slimmest chance of all.
And that?
Congress, Colonel Babcock. Yes, I'll go to the Congress and tell them there's a war. Maybe they'd like to know.
Gentlemen. Mr. Morris, the superintendent of finance, asks your attention. Mr. Morris.
Mr. President and members of Congress, the last time I came here, I presented a plan for a new national bank. But all attempts to create the bank have failed. I am waiting today for a loan from the government of France for a shipload of money. I still have hope that another government will have that faith in our nation which we have failed to have.
Mr. President, Mr. Morris is impertinent.
Gentlemen, perhaps I am impertinent, but I have a heavy responsibility, and it weighs upon me. And today, we are on the eve of the most decisive campaign of this long and difficult war. That campaign must be supplied. I have written to the governors of each state, entreating their utmost efforts, and I beg you to join me in this appeal to your own respective states. Supplies must be obtained by loans or taxes. If not by loans, taxation is the only recourse.
Mr. Morris, we're fighting this war against taxes.
Gentlemen, we are fighting this war for a commonwealth.
How do you propose to collect taxes, Mr. Morris? Nobody has any money.
That, sir, is a complaint as old as taxation. That money is scarce. The fact is that men find money when they have a use for it. Hundreds today who cannot find money to pay for their liberty can find it to spend in the gratification of vanity, luxury, drunkenness, and debauchery. Gentlemen, if we will not submit to the enemy, then we must carry on the war. If we carry on the war, we must have the means. And if we do not provide them by law, they must be taken by force. War needs money. War must have money. This is logical. This is inexorable. Gentlemen, Godspeed.
Robert, dear, you look so terribly tired.
I am, Mary. It's been a disheartening day.
Oh, you must get rest, Robert. But there's a man waiting. He says he's a courier from General Washington.
Oh, I'll see him.
Robert, did something happen?
I heard today from Paris from Dr. Franklin.
He didn't get the loan?
No, he got it. Hard money totaling 2,500,000 livres. But the ship is 5 weeks overdue.
Oh, but what could have happened?
Sunk, maybe, or captured. And Washington is marching now to Yorktown.
Oh, the courier, shouldn't you...
Yes, I'll see what he wants. Good evening. I'm Robert Morris.
Evening, sir. My name is James Whitler.
How do you do, Mr. Whitler?
I'm one of the men who's driving the cattle down across Jersey. The ones you will have them brought down for Mr. Washington's army when he gets there.
Oh, yes, I see. The cattle are on the way, aren't they? I was told.
Yes, sir. They're on their way. But I came to tell you, sir, that they're starving.
Starving? How?
For want of pasture, sir.
But what is Jersey but a pasture?
I know, sir. But the farmers won't let them feed.
In heaven's name, why not?
Not unless they're paid. By money. Big money they want, or the cattle can starve, war or no war.
And most of those farmers have sons in the army. You told them what the cattle were for?
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, go back and tell them the government will pay them a fair price in due time. But if they don't make their pastures available, we will send troops to see that they do. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. That's clear.
Robert, Colonel Babcock just rode in.
All right, there. Tell him to come in.
I'll be getting back, Mr. Morris.
Get yourself something to eat before you leave.
Well, thank you, Mr. Morris. I will, gladly.
Now, come in, Colonel Babcock. You've been riding hard.
For 3 days, Mr. Morris. It's urgent.
It's always urgent.
Mr. Morris, General Washington gave the order to march for Yorktown.
Well?
But the army didn't march. All the men from Virginia were willing, but the northern soldiers wouldn't budge.
They want money.
A month's wages in silver.
But we simply don't have it.
The general begged and threatened. They won't move without money.
But does Washington expect me to get the money?
He can't move on Yorktown without it, sir.
Well, all right. Go back to him. Let him promise the troops the money. When they reach Philadelphia, a month's hard pay. Lord help us if we don't have it. Come in. Oh, it's you, John. You woke me. Isn't it early?
Yes, sir, but there's news. Good news, sir.
News?
Yes, sir, the ship. There was a storm, but she's safe.
Safe where?
In Boston, sir. And the money's safe. 2.5 million livres.
But in Boston.
Isn't that good, sir?
But we need to have it here in Philadelphia. It must be here before the army arrives.
Oh, I
sea. There must be some way.
Mr. Morris, sir.
Yeah?
I could go for it, sir. Bring it overland.
So soon, do you think?
Well, I'm a fast rider, sir.
Yes, you are. But coming back, it's a whole shipload.
I could get carts in Boston, sir. And drivers. I know Boston. I could get good men. Men I can trust, sir.
It'll be a risk.
What isn't, sir?
You're right. When can you leave?
Today, sir, if you write the letters I'll need.
Right away, John. Bring me the pen there. I'll start now. General Washington.
Robert Morris. We've been waiting.
You were fast coming to Philadelphia, sir.
Well, there was an incentive for the men. Your good word.
Well, I do have the money.
I knew you wouldn't fail.
We came close to failing.
Is it ready to be distributed?
Already, sir.
Would you announce it to the men? I think you should.
I'd like to.
Someone, call the men and announce Mr. Morris.
Yes, sir. Mr. Robert Morris, Superintendent of Finance.
Soldiers, the news you are waiting for. I have money for you. 1 month's pay in silver. I hope soon to establish the currency of the nation so that in the future you will be paid regularly by establishing a national bank, a bank the people will trust and lend their money to. The money we have today is a loan from the government of France, but it is yours, and it will help you win a victory at Yorktown. Well, General Washington?
A little silver, and it's like new blood in their veins.
Mr. Morris, sir.
Yes, my boy.
I'm the drummer, sir, who announced you.
I know. You have your pay already?
Will you take it, sir?
I take it?
To put in your bank, sir.
But, my boy, we don't have a bank yet.
But you said if we'd invest, everybody.
That's true.
Someone has to start. And until then, I'll know my money's safe.
You'll know it? You'll really know it?
Oh, yes, sir. With the government, what else could be safer?
My boy, I was wrong just now.
Wrong about what, Mr. Morris?
We do have a bank.
Yes, sir.
The strongest bank of all. Yes, in spite of everything, we have your kind of faith. What could be sounder?
My faith, sir?
Yes. And out of it, we have a nation's future.
Thank you, Herbert Marshall. Ladies and gentlemen, our star returns in just a few moments. Now, here is Gain Whitman speaking for DuPont to tell us what science has done for the loneliest man in the world.
All of us have thought many times since the war began of the loneliest man in the world, a flyer forced down at sea. On the rough water of the English Channel or far out on the South Pacific at this moment, some boy, his bullet-battered plane destroyed and sunk, is riding a life raft. How about that boy in his frail rubber boat? Will he reach safety? He has an excellent chance. Think what science has done for him. A pneumatic lifeboat is made of fabric impregnated and covered with neoprene, a chemical rubber developed by DuPont that makes it airtight so it floats and that protects it against salt water. In the fabric are pockets that hold the things the flyer needs on his lonely voyage. There's his food, given double protection against exposure and immersion by metal containers, the contents of which are individually protected by moisture-proof cellophane. A cellulose sponge is provided to soak up the last few inches of seawater which remain in the raft after bailing. And the flyer in the lifeboat may catch fish with a nylon fishing line. We don't mean that every part of the life raft is a DuPont product, not by any means. But nearly everything in the raft does owe something to chemical science. For instance, drinking water is manufactured by dipping seawater into a bag and adding chemicals to remove the salt. Life rafts have covers made of a special rayon and nylon fabric. They can be used as a roof, as protection against sun or rain, or as a sail. The covers are chemically coated, blue on one side and bright orange on the other, so they can be used either as camouflage or to signal friendly planes. To help the men who are searching for him, the flyer can also toss a chemical compound overboard that will dye the sea a bright color and will shine at night as a luminous phosphorescent spot on the water. The dye is carried in a small packet made from a synthetic resin-coated fabric. Some rafts carry a radio that sends out an automatic SOS signal. Its aerial is carried aloft by a neoprene balloon. Neoprene rather than rubber, because neoprene resists sunshine. Also, the flyer has a reflector, so he can use the sun's rays to signal in the daytime. All told, he has a far better chance of making his way to safety because of science, because of the kind of chemical know-how that brings you DuPont's Better Things for Better Living through chemistry.
And here is Herbert Marshall, star of this evening's Cavalcade.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to read a telegram from the Honorable Henry Morgenthau, Jr., Secretary of the Treasury, which he has sent to the Cavalcade audience, and which reads, I regret that the pressure of government affairs makes it impossible for me to speak to you directly, as I had wished and planned. But I have read with deep interest the play just presented. Today, as in the days of Robert Morris, the need is great and urgent. Our forebears stood then, in a sense, on the eve of an invasion. We have successfully passed that point, but only passed it. Final victory is yet to be achieved. Supreme effort becomes the order of the day, effort that will reflect itself across the seas to our men, our kith and kin, who tonight fight and die for that victory. We have a continuing and increasing obligation to participate with them in the fullest measure. They need and must have our moral and material support for a sure victory and a decent and enduring peace. We at home can help provide that support by buying bonds and still more war bonds today and every day. Signed, Henry Morgenthau, Jr., Secretary of the Treasury.
Next Monday evening, Cavalcade presents Jose Ferrer, Everett Sloan, and Barbara Weeks in My Friend McNair, the unusual story of an American soldier on bleak Attu Island who heard the Liberty Bell ringing its message to him, and the way this soldier influenced the lives of two people, the man who fought by his side and the woman whose husband was a prisoner of war. Cavalcade is pleased to remind its audience that Herbert Marshall appeared through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer Studios, which this week celebrate 20 years of motion picture leadership. Tonight's Cavalcade music was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. This is James Bannon sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor, the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware. Monday night is good listening on NBC. For your further pleasure, may we suggest that you stay tuned for the Firestone program, the Bell Telephone Hour, and Information Please, which follow over most of these stations. The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Starring Louis Bromfield in Feast from the Harvest, a Thanksgiving play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. On our program tonight, ladies and gentlemen, DuPont presents Louis Bromfield, both as author and as storyteller. His play, Feast from the Harvest, is a story of the land. In Mr. Bromfield's words, a story of the earth, which is the foundation of everything. Louis Bromfield as author and storyteller of Feast from the Harvest on the Cavalcade of America.
is the story of a family, and of a valley, and of a piece of land, somewhere in the wide, rich expanse of these United States. The story has no hero, no heroine. It's a story about people. It is about the American people, who in the past have been, and in the future must be, everything this country is and can be. The story happens on Thanksgiving night, where the people of the valley, young, old, and middle-aged, are gathered together in the assembly rooms of the Valley Church to celebrate the richness of the harvest that is to feed us all, ourselves, our allies, and perhaps a little later, the starving women and children of our enemies. It is a tale of the land and of fertility, without which all else, even civilization itself, wavers, thickens, and dies. It is the story of the earth, which is the foundation of everything.
Go and balance all harmony round and all. Make the black and white color, some gals jingle, some gals holler. Join hands forward, all balance round, don't you fall. Woo! Take to your places. Now, folks, there's scalloped oysters and pumpkin pie and cider for everybody over in the church kitchen. Wait a minute. Now, it's Thanksgiving, folks, and before we fall on the food, the Reverend Simpson's got a few words to say. Just a few words of Thanksgiving for all the plenty we got here in the valley. Plenty like nobody else on this earth has got. Yeah, come on up here on the platform, Reverend. All right, now. Quiet, everybody. Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, we thank Thee for all the plenty, the peace, the beauty we have here in our valley, for the wide fields of corn and the fat cattle, the fruit that comes with the rich harvest season. And, Lord, we ask a blessing upon the boys who are leaving the valley to fight to preserve our liberties. Upon Sidney Wells and Johnny Wells and Hilbert Noyes, and upon Henry Drake from Tennessee, who is visiting us and going away tomorrow. Bless them all, O Lord, and bring them back as you brought back their fathers and grandfathers from other wars. We thank Thee, O Lord, and implore Thy blessing. Amen. That was mighty fine, Reverend. Thank you, sir. All right, now, folks, the grand march to supper. Get your partners. Here we go.
It was nice of the preacher to ask a special blessing for you, Henry.
I sure appreciate it. Everybody's mighty nice to strangers up here.
We'd better go and eat.
Oh, I don't want to eat right now. I'm not very hungry. Can you wait?
Sure, I can wait. What's the matter with you tonight, Henry?
Oh, it's such a pretty night. Moonlight and all. Seems a shame to waste it inside. It's a mighty pretty night.
Well, what do you want to do?
How about going outside for a little while? It's not cold. Your coat's right there on the wall. I'll get it.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter, Mary? Aren't you and Henry hungry?
Oh, we're just waiting until the others get served.
Here's your coat, Mary.
Oh, you're going sparking, eh? Well, ain't no reason why a young soldier shouldn't go sparking with a pretty girl like Mary. There's been a lot of sparking right here in the Valley Churchyard.
Oh, leave us alone, pal.
You know, that's where I got my wife, just outside there. Now, take good care of her, young man.
You bet I will.
She's a mighty pretty girl. Good luck.
Come on, Mary.
Wish Cal would let us alone.
Oh, he didn't mean anything. Just mankind like.
Isn't it beautiful? I don't guess there's any place in the world more beautiful than our valley.
Sure is. Better take my arm.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we going?
Just over there under the cedar trees. There's an old bench there.
In the graveyard. Aren't you afraid?
What's there to be afraid of? All my family's in there. My grandfather and my great-grandparents, and way back beyond that. Way back to the time of the Indians.
That's so.
Oh, look at the white mist down along the creek. Like new, clean wool. You know, sometimes on a night like this, I imagine them coming into the valley for the first time. Long ago. The first settlers coming up the valley down there where the mist is.
Don't it scare you?
No, Henry.
Oh, there's an owl. Down in my country, they say you better turn your shoe over tonight or you'll have bad luck.
Oh, silly.
Yeah, you're a funny girl. But I kind of like it. Even if you aren't afraid of ghosts. Mary.
What, Henry? What? Cat got your tongue?
Hear that train down there?
Yes.
I'm going away to the army tomorrow.
Yes, I know that, Henry.
Sure you're warm enough? Maybe you better snuggle up a bit.
Sure, Henry.
Mary.
Yes, what is it, Henry? What do you want to say?
What was your first kinfolk in the valley called?
First kinfolk? Their names were Jonathan and Mariah Ferguson. They're buried right over there. Those two tombstones that are covered with ivy and kind of crumbling.
Jonathan and Mariah.
Mm-hmm.
Funny names like you don't hear anymore.
They had a little girl called Sapphira. She was my great-great-grandmother. She's lying over there under the weeping willow.
Funny how people go on getting married over and over since the beginning of everything.
Sometimes on nights like this, I think I can hear the sound of wagon wheels and voices calling out way down there in the valley. Sometimes I think people don't die at all. That their spirit just goes on forever.
You think they're still down there in the mist?
Yes, in a way. They're everywhere here in the valley. They help to make the valley. Listen, the foxes are barking up on the ridge. They begin barking about this time of year. The mating season. Listen. The earliest settlers must have heard them, too, when they first came into the valley. I wonder what it was like then. What they were like, those first settlers.
A boy and a girl, looking down into the mists of the valley, where long ago the first wagon train of settlers moved into the richest country on earth. So came the family of Jonathan and Mariah Ferguson out of the east. Listen. You can hear the singing of Solomon, the Negro who rode with them, a freedman coming into the new wilderness. Beneath the wagon swing crates of live ducks and chickens, and behind them follow 2 cows, a young bull and a pair of goats. In one wagon rides a woman. She is nursing a baby. Another child, a boy of 6, rides at the back of the wagon, peering out. He is watching for birds and deer and chipmunks as the wagons move along the tunnel of green, dappled with the sunlight of the warm, kind months of June. A man and a boy guide the teams of oxen with long poles. One is a hired man called Ezra Pulsifer, and the boy, 15 years old, is called Ezekiel. These are good people, strong people, religious people. What you see is something out of the Old Testament. The story is as old as Moses, as old as time itself. This is the beginning of America. Listen. You can hear the man and boy with the long poles calling out to the faithful beasts which have drawn the wagons for long weeks over the trail.
Hi, Buck. Hi, Barry. Go easy, boys.
Hello there. Up now. Steady.
And the voice of the woman on the seat of the high wagon, singing an old song to the child at her breast. You can see a little girl, dark-haired, gypsy-eyed, running along beside the wagon in her long skirt. She carries a bright feather in her hand and a little bag made of cotton cloth. She has walked beside the wagon all the way from Maryland because this new world is a wonderful place. filled with wonderful things.
Wait, Ezekiel. Stop the wagon and let the fire come up.
Hold there. Hold up there. Hold up now. It's fine. I'll give you a boost up.
Here, give me your hand.
Oh, look, Mammy. Look at the feather I found. What is it?
Oh, it's an eagle feather. A feather from the golden eagle. What have you got in your bag?
Oh, lots of things, Mammy. Look, a stone. It shines like a diamond.
It's quartz.
And a sharp stone. I found it at the creek. Look, I cut my finger on it.
Well, that's an arrowhead. The Indians make them.
Won't we meet any Indians, Mommy?
Perhaps. I hope not.
When can Pappy and I catch some more fish?
You'll have to ask your father. Perhaps that's the next season.
Are Indians terrible, Mammy? Do they scalp and burn up people?
Oh, you mustn't think about such things, Sapphira. Hush now. Let the baby sleep.
And up ahead on a mare called Belle rides the father. His name is Jonathan Ferguson, and he looks Scotch like his name, with black curly hair and blue eyes. He is a big man, a strong man, a tough man who has fought Indians and the border people. He rides easily, a musket slung across the saddle, a knife and a tomahawk at his belt. He is no green traveler. He knows these hills and forests and marshes and streams. It is a rich country of green valleys and of hills, piled up by the great glaciers 200,000 years ago. Now look, the trail crosses the crest of a hill, and down below, in the misty light of the early morning, spreads a winding, clear stream, flashing with fish, and bordered by green marshes where the wild ducks fly up at the distant sound of the chalking wagon wheels. At the crest of the hill, Jonathan Ferguson pulls up the mare and raises his hand as a signal for the caravan to halt. He is thinking. Perhaps if you listen hard enough, you can hear his thoughts.
What a country. What a beautiful country. You can see by the trees how rich it is. Makes a man believe in God. Mariah, look, there it is.
What, Jonathan?
Our place, where we're going to settle. There in the notch between the hills by the river.
Oh, Jonathan.
Our spring just beyond it. It's our new world. All ours, Mariah, for the taking. Come on, boys. We'll make it by evening.
Hi, Bob. Hi, Ben. Come on, Tom. Go. Come on, Bob. Sit, Bud.
The little girl ran beside the wagon with my great-great-grandmother Sapphira. The Indians murdered one of her brothers. He's buried over there near his father and mother. And the oldest one, Ezekiel, who was driving the oxen, he died at New Orleans fighting with Andrew Jackson. The little girl, Sapphira, built the old part of our house about where my room is.
It's nice to know so far back about your kinfolk.
Oh, it's easy here in the valley. Sometimes I feel like they're all around us, like they weren't dead at all. And over there is my great-grandfather John. He was Sapphira's son. He died fighting at Antietam.
I had a great-grandpappy in that battle. He was on the other side.
Oh. And over there off is Uncle Benjamin. He was a senator. His brother William's near him. He was a colonel in the war against the Spanish. They had another brother called Edward. He got to be president of a big bank down New York. I don't know much about him. He left Dad tonight to buy another farm. He isn't buried here, though. He's in New York someplace.
Mary is right. They are all there, about her, unseen in the moonlight and the misty valley. Jonathan and Mariah, Sapphira and Sapphira's son John, who died at Antietam, and Benjamin the senator, and Edward the banker. They are all there because they are part of the valley itself, like the trees and the fields and the houses. They are a part of America. They are not dead so long as America lives. They can never die. They are all there watching Mary and Henry on the moss-covered old bench in the churchyard. If you listen carefully, you can hear them. You can hear Jonathan speaking, and Sapphira, and Benjamin, and all the others, there in the moonlight and the mist. Listen. Jonathan is speaking. Jonathan the hunter. the first one to come into the valley.
Is that you, Sapphira?
Yes, Pappy.
Look, Mariah. That's little Mary over there on the bench with her young man. You know, Mariah, little Mary, Elmer Payne's little girl.
He's a mighty nice-looking young man, Jonathan, but awful tongue-tied, like you were that evening back in the orchard in Frederickstown. Remember, Jonathan, the evening Thomas Jefferson came to Frederickstown to make a speech?
Sure, I remember.
Oh, here comes my boy, John. Hello, John.
Hello, Ma. Say, our Mary's turned out to be a mighty pretty young girl. Funny. I proposed to Hester on that same bench before I went off to Antietam.
Oh, here comes Benjamin, the senator. Good evening, Ben.
Good evening, all. How do you do? My brother Ed, the banker, is coming, too. All the way from New York. Here he is now. Hello, Ed.
Good evening, kinfolk.
You've come a long way.
I heard something important was happening. I heard the family was about to grow.
Yes, they're over there on the bench. See? He can't quite get to the point. She's too shy to help him. She's been telling him all about us. Maybe he needs a push.
You were never shy, Sapphira. Not where young men were concerned. Get behind me. Give him courage.
Don't you worry, Sapphira. He'll get to the point. He'll ask her. I see it all spread out ahead just as if it was the past. They'll get married, maybe tomorrow, before he goes away. And he'll come back from the war all right, and they'll have 4 children. He's going to be a great engineer, do great things for his country. And he'll take Mary away from the valley. And in the end, they'll both come back to the valley to sleep with us.
You always knew everything, Mariah. You always did.
I'm always glad when somebody in the family gets married, or is born, or dies. It brings us all together again. Where are you going, Sapphira?
Oh, don't call out like that. You might frighten them. I'm just going to give Mary's young man the push he needs.
Don't meddle, Sapphira.
No, Jonathan. Let her go.
Funny where that wind has come from suddenly, on a still night like this. Out of nowhere.
It's just blowing here all about us. Look over there. The trees aren't moving.
Better lean a little closer. I'm afraid of you getting cold. There. That's better. Now, if you put your head on my shoulder, you'll be good and comfortable.
That is nice, Henry.
Mary, I love you. I love you, Mary. Aren't you going to say anything?
I can't, Henry. But I love you, too.
Will you marry me?
Yes, Henry.
Funny how it's hard to say things like that. I just felt as if somebody had given me a push from behind.
It's been a lovely Thanksgiving Day. I guess we're pretty lucky.
We're lucky, all right. There's only one thing that make me luckier.
What, Henry?
If you'd marry me tomorrow, before I go away.
It's awful quick. I'd have to think.
But it don't matter, Mary, if we love each other, how quick it is.
All right, Henry. Tomorrow, then. Funny. It was just as if somebody pushed me then. Oh, they're through supper. Maybe we'd better go in.
Oh, no. Not yet, Mary. It's so nice here. Just the way we are.
Mary.
Oh.
Mary Payne. Mary.
Yes, Charles?
Better get in here. They're giving away the prizes.
Praise the Lord, we're on a mighty mission. Oh, Lord, we're on a mission. Praise the Lord, that's ammunition, and we're all very free.
Now the prizes. Given by the Centerville News for those in Pleasant Valley who have done most toward raising food for the war effort.
to Henry Harris. 1 war bond for the biggest yield per acre of soybeans. To Herman Nussbaum. 1 war bond for the best acre of truck garden. Here you are, Herman. To Maria Polzinski, 1 war bond for the finest exhibit of home canned goods. Good for you, Maria. To Homer Beery, 1 war bond for the best yield on 1 acre of corn. 102 bushels. Great production, Homer. And finally, to Mary Payne, 1 war bond for raising with her own hands the finest steer in Pleasant Valley. And I just heard that Mary's got something else to tell her. Well, go ahead, Mary, and tell him. Well, go on, tell him. What's the matter? What are you scared of? You ain't ashamed, are you? Hey, back there. Close that door before we get blown out of here. All right, now tell him, Mary. Go on.
All right. Henry and I are being married tomorrow, and we want you all to come to the wedding.
All right, I'll tell him for you. Mary and Henry are getting married tomorrow. And they want you all to come to the wedding. And now, before going home, we'll all join the choir in singing a good night hymn. All right, Ed, let it go.
This is our America, the rich, abundant America of yesterday and today and tomorrow. The America which will win this war and go on as a great nation, believing forever in the power and the rights of the people. An America made up of Mary Paynes and Henry Drakes and Maria Polzinskis and Herman Nussbaum and all the others. The people loved by Thomas Jefferson and Abraham Lincoln. It is a great tradition, the greatest tradition the world has ever known since the beginning of time. Living in it, we can only go forward to victory.
Thank you, Louis Bromfield. As never before, Americans may offer thanksgiving for the harvest this year. Our American farmers have had to call on their wives and youngsters to help in the fields. They have worked with fewer and fewer hired hands. They have worked their land facing shortages in farm machinery, in transportation, just when machines and transportation were needed most. Under hard conditions without precedent, our farmers have had to produce food not only for us, not only for the millions of men in the services, but also for our allies. Somehow, working day and night, they have done the job, done the impossible. The harvest is in, the greatest harvest in our country's history. We may well bow our heads and give thanks this Thanksgiving Day. Farmers are also growing farm crops for industry, which industry is turning into products essential to the war effort. You may not fully appreciate this new increasing outlet for agricultural products. To carry at one time all of the products from farm and forest purchased by the DuPont Company alone in one pre-war year would require a line of 50,000 giant 5-ton trucks rolling bumper to bumper over 236 miles of highway. That is approximately the distance from Washington, D.C. to New York City. Today, there would be far more loads than that. And DuPont represents only one unit of America's industrial chemistry. Wood pulp and cotton linters, the fuzz that stays on cottonseed after the fibers are removed, are the sources of cellulose for the chemist. Cellulose goes into explosives, but it's also the source of cellophane, of rayon, of motion picture and X-ray film, of plastics and many other chemical products. Corn is another product of agriculture that is used by the chemist in making commercial dynamite, a basic product as essential to agriculture, mining, and construction as smokeless powder is to war. Flaxseed and cottonseed reach the chemist as vegetable oils, used in the manufacture of paints, varnishes, enamels, and lacquers, in making soap and many other industrial and household products. Industrial chemistry buys quantities of vegetable oils. Peanut oil is another one, used primarily by food chemists. This year, farmers have more than doubled their acreage planted to peanuts, from 2 million acres to more than 4. And today, every American farmer knows the soybean. America's 1942 soybean crop is estimated at more than 200 million bushels, which means something like 2 billion pounds of soybean oil. Through chemistry, soybeans become paint and varnish, medicines, glycerin, soaps, linoleum, adhesives, paper coatings, glue, plastics, and also food, salad oil, cooking oil, vegetable shortening, and even ice cream. From molasses and grain, DuPont makes industrial alcohol. Also from molasses and grain, DuPont obtains carbon dioxide, essential in the manufacture of dry ice to safeguard foodstuffs. From the same farm products comes the lactic acid used in the tanning of leather and other industrial applications. This partnership between American agriculture and American industry, especially the chemical industry, is working night and day to win the war and win it fast. These farm crops used by industry will, when peace is won again, serve more and more people as better things for better living through chemistry. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Cavalcade will be privileged to present for the first time ever on the air a dramatization of the life and work of the celebrated Australian nurse, Sister Elizabeth Kenny, whose treatment for infantile paralysis has brought her world recognition. Miss Madeline Carroll will be our star and will portray Sister Kenny. Be sure to be with us next Monday when Cavalcade presents a dramatization of the life and work of Sister Elizabeth Kenny, who will appear on our program speaking from Minneapolis, where she is now engaged in training nurses in her method of treatment. On tonight's broadcast, James McCallion played the boy, Sharita Bauer, the girl. The orchestra and musical score were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program has come to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry, starring Edward Arnold.
Tonight's DuPont play, Experiment in Humanity, is a true story. And here's our star, Edward Arnold.
The moment I read the letter, I knew I was through. Hooked. Me. A.R. Glancy. Hooked, but good. I never had a chance. Sit down, I'll tell you about it. Ever hear of a town in our country called Duluth, Georgia? Population 628. Well, Dick and Nora Hull, my son-in-law and daughter, have a place down there, and it was on Dick's farm that it all began some years ago on a Sunday morning before Christmas. One of the milkers came to the house.
Please, ma'am, could I talk to the boss?
He'll be down in a minute, Henry. Have a chair.
Thanks, ma'am. I was just saying I couldn't sit.
Aren't you feeling well, Henry?
Me? I'm fine.
You look pale. Could I bring you a glass of water?
No, thank you, ma'am. Don't you disturb yourself, none on my account.
There's something wrong. You're in trouble.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll call my husband right away.
Oh, don't rush him, Miss Hall. Nothing we can do about it now.
Sit down, Henry.
Thank you, ma'am. You see,
My boy, Olin, ma'am. On Wednesday, he commenced to look puny. I was aiming to take him to the doctor. Didn't get around to it, though. I just didn't get around to it. During the night, ma'am, last night, my little boy, Olin, he died.
That's how it began, on a Sunday morning before Christmas. During church service, my son-in-law, Dick Hull, caught the eye of Miss Kate Parsons. She's the storekeeper's wife. He signaled to Miss Kate, and they slipped out of the church and walked down the quiet Sunday street.
Olin shouldn't have died, Miss Kate.
Only the Lord can say that, Mr. Hull.
He was only 6 years old.
What gets born gets to die. And the good Lord says when.
He should have been taken to a doctor.
He should have been. But folks here don't have much cash for doctors.
This has nothing to do with cash. There should have been a place his daddy could have brought him.
What kind of a place?
A hospital. Miss Kate, there are 30,000 people in Gwinnett County, and there isn't a hospital for any of them.
Well, I'm afraid there's nothing either one of us can do about it.
Miss Kate?
Yes?
Ask everybody you know to come to the schoolhouse tomorrow night.
Something on your mind, Mr. Hull?
On my conscience. Tell them to be there, Miss Kate. As many people as you can tell.
And so the next night, 100 people met in the little Georgia schoolhouse. Dick didn't push or press or force anything. He just spoke about little Olin Burnett, why he died, how he probably wouldn't have died had there been a hospital or a clinic in Duluth.
Well, that's all I have to say, folks. We need a place where a mother can come to have a baby. A place where a father can bring his sick child. We need a lot of things. A lot of things can wait. This ought to come first.
Look around, Mr. Hall. No rich people in this room. Wayne, the kind of thing you talking about takes a heap of money.
All right. I'll give $10 a month for 6 months to see if we can make a go of it. What do you want from us? Only as much as you're able to give. No more than that.
Well, I guess you can afford to give $10. I can scrape it together.
Each month for 6 months.
I guess so.
All right. That's a total of $20 a month. Now, who's next?
$10 here.
That's plenty. Please, speak up. 10, 5, $1, a quarter, a dime, whatever you can afford.
I'll make it $1.
Good. Let's do it all. Hold on, come on. One at a time.
The total amount came to $80 in cash and promises of $450 a month. That's when my daughter Nora took it into her head to write me a letter. Now, I want to make something clear. Nobody in his right mind ever went around claiming A.R. Glancy as a soft touch. I began as a hard rock miner, and I made my way by myself. I worked hard, and I'm glad I did. And now, this letter from Nora. There was no doubt about it. She was putting the bite on her old man. Even though it was Christmas, someone had to remind her that my name was A.R. Glancy, not A.R. Santa Claus. So I wrote a letter.
Darling.
I'm just answering this letter from your daughter.
Nora is your daughter, too. And she does write a beautiful letter, doesn't she?
Beautiful, my eye.
Let me see what you've written.
No. I'm turning it down now.
Mr. Glancy, you're a fraud. Don't pull it away.
No, why don't you? Oh.
Dear Nora, your mother and I were deeply touched by the story of what your little town is trying to do.
Well, that doesn't mean a thing. Just words.
We are sending $500 now to help get things started. And every year we'll send $250 more on the birthday of your little sister Joan, who died of pneumonia 17 years ago because the drugs which might have saved her were not known then. We make this gift in memory of her. Thank you, my dear.
So I mailed the letter. Well, sir, the good citizens of Duluth, Georgia, through Nora, had gotten to me. And that was only the beginning.
Dear Mr. Glancy, the first baby has just been born in our little hospital. She's a darling. And her name is Glancy Jones. Isn't that sweet?
Days on a hook. There was nothing alongside the next letter which my wife read aloud.
It's signed by Mr. Summerhour, the postmaster.
Southern diplomacy. A put-up job from beginning to end.
Quiet.
Oh.
And so we citizens of Duluth, Georgia, find ourselves wondering if you'd mind if we called it the Joan Glancy Memorial Hospital. We found an inscription which everyone likes. To Joan, who in swift transition achieved eternal springtime, that through it the lives of other children may be enriched. Isn't that fine?
My dear, it's more than fine. It's wonderful. I was a little impatient to see that hospital named in memory of my daughter Joan, but a war was on. Because I had some experience in the automotive industry, the government sent me to England to work on Britain's tank building program. When I returned, I was tucked into a brigadier general's uniform and shipped to Detroit to take charge of our own tank and combat vehicle production. It was a long time before I could get down to Georgia. The hospital wasn't much to see, although my daughter pretended that it was.
There it is, Father.
There is what?
The Joan Glancy Memorial Hospital.
Where?
Well, right there, don't you see it?
I see a tired old frame house.
Well, it's got 4 rooms.
Congratulations. How many beds does it have?
Those lovely flower beds. The women of the town set those in.
No, not flower beds. Hospital beds. How many, Nora?
Oh, look at the good paint job it has. The men did that.
Nora, how many beds does the hospital have?
2.
2 wards?
2 beds, Father.
For 30,000 people?
That's 2 hospital beds more than they ever had.
Oh, I appreciate that. Your mother and I love it, darling, but it isn't good enough.
Why, Father? Because it doesn't look like a New York medical center? It's got a heart. It's our hospital. For rich, for poor, for black, for white. For those who can pay with money and those who can only pay with a basket of eggs and those who can pay nothing. No one's ever been turned away, Father.
That's fine, Nora, but it still isn't good enough.
The people here are doing the best they can. They can't do any more than that.
Those words were on my mind all the way back to Detroit. And there in Detroit, I made my own personal acquaintance with hospitals and sickness.
General Glancy, can you take it?
What have I got, Doctor?
General Glancy, you've got cancer.
I was lucky. It was an early diagnosis. They shot me full of radium, cut me open twice, and I got well. I got well thinking of a 2-bed hospital, a hospital without radium, without x-rays, without fluoroscopes, without any of the scientific apparatus the rest of us take for granted. All it had was the kindness and the affection of neighbors for one another. That was a great deal, but not enough. So I went back to Duluth, Georgia, and called a meeting.
Whenever you're ready, General Glancy.
I'm ready now, sir. Yes, sir.
Friends, neighbors, General Glancy has something to say to us.
Look, I've got a proposition for you. I want you to buy yourselves a tract of land, 15 to 20 acres, and then dig a deep well on it so that you've got adequate supply of good water. Put the land in shape. Now, just those 3 things. Buy the land, improve it, and provide water, and I'll build you a hospital. I'll build you the finest small-town hospital in the country. Well, it didn't take long for the people of the Duluth to collect enough money to buy 24 acres. But digging the well and filling in the big ditches, plowing, harrowing, that was something else. The trouble was that they weren't up to the job, and I made it a point to tell them so. I guess I was a little rough. At least my daughter thought so.
You're sure winning friends and influencing people around here.
But I have to get things done.
Oh, of course. And you are, too. They come in friendly and walk out fighting you.
Nora, Samuel Johnson once said that every man has the right to utter what he thinks is truth, and every other man has the right to knock him down for it.
But they're my neighbors.
For the sake of your children, I think you ought to move.
Doesn't it make you feel rotten to know that right at this moment people are saying General Johnson is
Careful.
It's an intolerant man?
Correct. I'm intolerant of people who haven't enough initiative to find a mule and a drag pan to level off a piece of lawn. And you can tell them from me that I'm going back to Detroit.
You wouldn't dare.
Wouldn't I, though? You just watch me.
You are listening to the Cavalcade of America, starring Edward Arnold, sponsored by the DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. We continue our DuPont play, starring Edward Arnold as A.R. Glancy.
My mind was made up, fixed, immovable. Only... Well, I just couldn't go back to Detroit. They were fine, generous, decent people, and I talked to them like a top sergeant in a grade B movie. The more I thought about it, the more miserable I got. But Georgia people are not the only ones who can be proud. If they could sulk, I could sulk too. So I waited, and no one came to see me. Not even one lady committee member. I kind of missed them.
What are you fidgeting about?
Who's fidgeting?
You are.
I guess it's all that honeysuckle and magnolia fouling up the air. Somebody shut those crickets up. They make me nervous.
A.R. Glancy, the only thing that makes you nervous is A.R. Glancy. I was in town today.
Well, I'm not interested. Did you talk to anybody?
Yes, but you're not interested.
Well, you can say that again. You didn't happen to run into Frank Madison or Minor Corley or Guy Findlay, did you?
I did. What are you fidgeting about?
Oh, they're my fidget. I'll fidget if I want to. Guy Findlay say anything?
Why, he mentioned that... You hear anything?
No, nothing. What did he say?
Nothing. I was sure I heard singing.
He did say something. You just said so. What was it?
Of course, that is singing. And it's coming this way.
It was Mamie Howell. And some of the people from the Negro Church. They knew that relations were strained, and this was their way of trying to end the Cold War. They didn't say a word. They just sang. Half a dozen times I started to say something, and I just couldn't. Finally, Mamie Howell spoke. I'm right here, Mamie. Come on up, come on up.
Thank you, sir. General, sometimes when you feel something strongly, words get in the way. Maybe that's why we sang instead of talking. But now I've just got to talk.
Go on, Mamie. Tell him for us.
When a sick person comes to the Joan Glancy Hospital, they don't ask what color your skin is. They ask what hurts you.
Yes, Mamie, they do.
General Glancy, I speak for the people of Duluth, Georgia, both white and colored. You've done more for this community than anyone else. You didn't have to. You did because you wanted to. And so I'll say this. Maybe they put stars on your shoulders when you wore that fine general's uniform, but that's nothing. Because later on, sir, they're going to be stars in your crown.
Miss Glancy?
Yes?
Will you ask your husband to say something to us?
I think you'll have to wait a moment. The general is crying.
No one had to say a word. But the ditches were filled and the grounds were planted with grass and dogwood trees, and I built the people of Duluth, Georgia, a hospital. An air-conditioned hospital of brick and glass and steel. It had an operating room and a dental office and a doctor's house and a nurse's home. It had every gadget in the world to make the birth of a child a little easier and a lot safer. There wasn't just one nurse now, no. There were 11 nurses on the payroll. Half the doctors in the county brought their patients in. It was wonderful. Yes, it was wonderful. But the operating deficit was $4,000 a month. And I just had to tell the boys I was running out of money.
You mean, sir, that the hospital can't go on?
Oh, nothing of the sort.
If you haven't got any money?
I got a plan.
Now, what kind of a plan?
Goodness knows what.
If you don't know, who should?
The Goodness Knows What Corporation is the name of the plan.
I beg your pardon?
And what's more, it might work. So listen, I've been playing with an idea. Suppose we organized a factory to support the hospital.
What kind of a factory?
Goodness knows what. For instance, automobiles need seat covers. Good. We'll organize an automobile seat cover factory.
Well, it's a lot easier to say than to do. Yeah, what do we do for skilled labor?
Well, the Goodness Knows What Corporation will train them.
Well, how?
Through a training school.
Wait a minute, Mr. Glancy. What training school?
Oh, the training school we'll organize. We'll find teachers. As soon as our people learn the ropes, they're on their own. How does that sound?
Sounds good. I'm for it. You got my vote.
No, wait a moment. Not so fast. That factory isn't going to pay 40 cents an hour wages. No, sir. It's going to pay as close to $1 an hour as it can.
Mr. Grant, that's pretty high.
Well, the American standard of living is high. Now, look, I don't want anyone going around saying that a so-and-so from the Detroit came down here and ruined us.
Well, no one's going to go around saying anything like that. We'll go along.
And what's more, I don't want to have to import foremen and supervisors from Atlanta. But that's the rub. We need local talent. And there isn't any. I don't know a soul in town who can run an industrial plant.
General, if you don't mind me saying so, you're talking through your hat.
Oh, am I? And every time a young fellow has any ability, off he chases to the city. $210,000 hospital. It wasn't a roaring success from the start, not by a long shot. But before our first factory began to break even, another $100,000 went down the drain. But now the factories of the Goodness Knows What Corporation are making money. Money that maintains and enlarges the services of the Joan Glancy Memorial Hospital. These days, Mac Pittard and I get propositions from all kinds of manufacturers.
General, I like what you're doing. It appeals to me.
Oh, does it, sir?
It does. Now, I've got a factory in New York. It could stand a branch factory right here in Duluth.
Look, we don't want any favors.
No favor, General. This is business. I've been through your factory. I like the way they run. Let me think it over.
He thought it over, and he came to Duluth, Georgia. So did other businesses, some large, some small. It was good for the town. If you saw Duluth today, you'd hardly recognize it. The time was when a farmer counted himself lucky to have $100 in cash at the end of a year. Now his daughter works in the factory and makes $150 a month. Once Duluth stores sold only side meat and snuff and fertilizer. Now they sell home freezers and television sets. The churches have been painted. We have our first dry cleaning plant, first beauty parlor, and our first movie house. Yes, Duluth has changed. These days, I leave the management of the factories to Mac Fitter, the tech sergeant who turned out to be a first-rate executive. Huh? I managed to spend my time at the hospital.
Excuse me, General. Would you mind getting out of my way?
What's his name?
Her name?
Oh, excuse me, her name. What's her name?
Her name is Henrietta.
Henrietta?
I'm sorry, General. Excuse me.
Well, what's the rush, nurse?
We're expecting 2 more babies before midnight.
Well, I just don't get it. Nurse, it's a mighty poorly run business.
What's a poorly run business, Mr. Glancy?
Baby production, Mrs. Glancy. One day, 6 babies come bawling off the assembly line. Other days, only 1. It's a case of rank mismanagement all the way down the line.
Considering that the Joan Glancy Memorial Hospital is about to bring its 2,000th baby into the world, I call it pretty good mismanagement. Now, why don't you go home, dear? Let the doctors and nurses run the hospital.
Oh. Every year now, on Joan's birthday, we have a party for all the babies born in Joan's hospital. Infants and toddlers sit on my lap, white and colored. Fat ones, thin ones, laughing babies, crying babies, healthy babies. You know, I've never had so much fun in my life. I'll tell you something. You know, there are a lot of old crocs like me sitting around wondering what they can do that would be of service to their fellow man. They wouldn't mind putting a good-sized chunk of money into something like this hospital, but they know that with taxes what they are, they couldn't stand the yearly upkeep. Well, building a little hospital where one is needed and building a little factory to keep it running is the best answer I know. It helps a lot of people, but it helps you too. It's an experiment in humanity that makes you feel you can keep on living for 100 years.
Our thanks to you, Edward Arnold, and our Cavalcade players for tonight's true story, Experiment in Humanity. Next week, Cavalcade presents the lovely young Hollywood star, Peggy Ann Garner. Be sure to listen.
Tonight's DuPont play was written by Morton Wishengrab and was based on an article which appeared in the Saturday Evening Post written by Harold Martin. Music for the DuPont Cavalcade was composed by Arden Cornwell and conducted by Donald Voorhees. The program was directed by John Zoller.
The DuPont Cavalcade of America comes to you from the stage of the Belasco Theater in New York and is sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
Don't forget Starlight Concert tonight on NBC.
The DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry, presents the Cavalcade of America. Tonight stars Lorraine Day and Franche Otone.
Tonight's DuPont Cavalcade is Once More the Thunderer, starring Lorraine Day and Franche Otone as Elizabeth and Henry Huff, co-editors of the Vineyard Gazette.
Betty and I were just out of journalism school and just married. We can still remember most of our wedding presents. There were at least 6 coffee percolators, as I recall.
7 bridge lamps, 5 waffle irons, 4 sterling silver card trays, and a crocheted tea cozy.
And that wonderful phonograph you had to wind up. And a lot of records, including Bye Bye Blues by Isham Jones and his orchestra.
Yes, all these and our heart's dearest desire from Henry's father. The gift that was to shape our lives. A country newspaper.
The 75-year-old Vineyard Gazette of Martha's Vineyard Island. People at the wedding were a little baffled by this gift that excited us so much.
Henry, what is Martha's Vineyard?
It's an island off Massachusetts, Mary. A wonderful place.
Really? Is it one of those tiny islands?
No, not so tiny. About 20 miles from tip to tip. Almost 100 square miles. 40,000 people in summer. 4,000 year-round.
But look here, what'll you do with yourselves on that island? Oh, you'll publish this weekly newspaper, yes, but what'll you do the rest of the week?
Oh, my.
They should drop in someday.
Yes, someday before press day.
Something like that September 15th back in 44, remember?
Oh, yes. That was quite a day. People recall later that there was a brassy feeling to the air in the late afternoon. But Henry and I didn't notice as we were working furiously against the weekly deadline.
Captain Bellows made a few brief remarks in response. Jack!
Yes, Mr. Huff, sir?
Jack, this story of yours on the presentation of the gold watch to Captain Bellows.
Oh, yes, sir. I tried to hold it down to 3 paragraphs.
That's just the trouble, Jack. You held it down too much.
Huh?
Betty, I've got Professor Jernigan waiting in the other room. Would you mind explaining to our budding journalist here the facts of life on a country paper?
Oh, of course, Henry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Huff, if I appear to be a dope.
No, Jack, not at all. Mrs. Huff, if you please.
Now then, Jack, about this story.
Yes, ma'am?
It isn't just an old man getting a watch.
It isn't?
No. Captain Bellows was master of a whaling ship a long time ago, and he did a lot of nice things for the island in his lifetime.
Gee.
He raised a fine family. He took part in every worthwhile community activity. And yesterday he was 90 years old, and people wanted to express their appreciation to a wonderful man with a wonderful life behind him.
Oh.
Now, we ought to have what the Toastmaster said in his speech and what old Captain Bellows said in reply.
Oh, well, gosh, I'd have to go back and get that.
I think it would be a good idea if you did, Jack. And you'd better hurry. It's pretty late.
Okay, Mrs. Huff, and don't worry. I'll get the yarn right this time. Oh, look out. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Scott, but I'm in a big hurry.
That kid. Mrs. Huff, I came in here to raise Cain about the copy.
Oh, dear.
Now, where's the story on the North Tisbury grass fire?
Just finishing it.
And how about the ham and bean supper at the Grange?
That's coming right up.
See, the Mason story's all set. Too bad about young Mason, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Where is the lead editorial, Mrs. Huff?
Henry is writing it now. He's in the other room checking his facts with Professor Jernigan.
Professor Jernigan? Are they still carrying on that feud with the Nantucket paper?
They certainly are. Hotter than ever.
Well, okay. Oh, by the way.
Yes, Steve?
We had the radio on in the composing room. New Bedford says we're liable to get that hurricane after all.
I thought that was supposed to turn out to sea.
But changed its mind.
Female-type hurricane, huh? Well, we'll worry about that when it comes.
Now then, Henry, where this Nantucket fellow writes here, quote, compared to Nantucket in the whaling industry, Martha's Vineyard never had a day of glory, unquote.
I think that is an extravagant statement.
That is poppycock, 100% unvarnished poppycock.
Well, I agree, Professor, but what about this where he quotes Herman Melville?
That proves nothing. Melville wrote in Moby Dick. Now, get this, Henry.
Yes.
Melville wrote, quote, a whale ship was my Yale and my Harvard. Now, without a doubt, Melville was there referring to the whaling ship of Captain Valentine Pease of Edgartown, Martha's Vineyard.
Good. We'll nail him on that.
Oh, I thought you said we wouldn't be bothered in here.
Well, I didn't think we would be. Come in.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Henry, but Mrs. Mason is here.
Oh, Mrs. Mason.
I don't know what to tell her, Henry. Will you help me out?
Of course.
Excuse me, Professor Jernigan. I'll hurry back.
Well, please do, Henry. By George, the honor of Martha's Vineyard has been impugned, and it's the responsibility of the Vineyard Gazette to defend it.
It shall be defended, Professor. I'll be right back.
Mrs. Mason, would you tell Henry what you've told me?
Well, all right. I've just come from the sheriff's office, Mr. Huff. I've seen Tommy, and I've arranged for his bail.
I see.
I'm afraid the charges are true. Tommy was in no condition to drive the car, but he did drive it.
I'm awfully sorry Tommy got into this trouble.
I suppose I should be very grateful that he didn't hurt anybody. And I am, of course, but, Mr. Huff, I can't think of anything now but Tommy's father. As you know, he's been very ill. He's just beginning to recover.
Yes, I know.
He's devoted to Tommy, and the shock of finding out that Tommy is charged with driving while intoxicated. Mr. Huff, I think it might kill my husband. You won't print the story, will you, Mr. Huff?
Mrs. Mason, suppose we do what you ask. Suppose we suppress this story. Don't you see what it'll do to the Gazette?
I don't see that it could do any possible harm.
Well, for one thing, Mrs. Mason, it would make it impossible for us ever again to print a story about drunken driving.
Why would it?
If we suppressed a story for you, how could we ever refuse anyone else?
Well, that's all very well, Mr. Huff, but you talk as if something tremendous were at stake, like freedom of the press, as if you were publishing a big paper in New York. Oh, but it isn't like that. This is such a little paper on a little island.
Yeah, that's true. But, Mrs. Mason, where would you expect the press to begin to be responsible to its readers? Just in big cities?
No, of course not. Oh, I know I haven't any right to ask you to do this thing. I swear, Mr. Huff, Mrs. Huff, I swear that if only Tommy and I were involved, I wouldn't ask it. I can take it, and Tommy will have to take it. His father could take it, too. Later on, but not now.
In that case, Mrs. Mason, maybe we can help
you. Mrs. Huff.
Betty, what do you mean?
I mean this. As far as Mr. Mason is concerned, we'll suppress that story.
Betty.
Oh, bless you, Mrs.
Just
Huff.
a minute. Don't misunderstand me. We can suppress it only as far as Mr. Mason is concerned. We'll print one copy just for him.
Oh.
After our regular press run, we'll stop the press, lift out the story about Tommy, drop in some filler, and print one copy for you to give Mr. Mason.
Sure. We can do that.
Will that be all right with you, Mrs. Mason?
Well, this puts my sincerity to the test, doesn't it? I'll be honest about it. I had hoped you wouldn't print anything at all, but what you've offered to do is more than fair. Thank you both. Sorry I said the Gazette was a little paper.
Oh, that's all right.
I think I've learned that it's really a pretty big paper. Goodbye. Thank you again.
Gosh, it's getting pretty black outside.
Yes.
All right, now where were we, Professor?
In conclusion, the Vineyard Gazette desires to state that Martha's Vineyard captains sailed more voyages in more ships in more seas over the entire history of whaling than Nantucket captains ever did. And put it in your own words, Henry, that's the thought.
Henry, the Coast Guard has just ordered the entire waterfront evacuated. That hurricane is going to hit us and hit us hard.
When do they expect it to hit?
Sometime this evening.
That means we'll have to make over the whole paper to cover the storm. Betty, everybody works tonight.
Of course. And Professor Jernigan, you'd better get home before it starts to blow.
Oh, nonsense. I'm going down to South Beach to watch the breakers. I want to be prepared just in case somebody claims later on that they had bigger breakers at Nantucket.
Will you speak a little louder? Oh, this phone. Who is it? Oh, Mr. Duffy. Yes. Oh, it's blowing awfully hard here. Yes. You will? Oh, thanks. We can use anything you can give us. But be careful and don't... Hello? Oh, dear, we were cut off. That was Mr. Duffy of the New York Times, Henry. He's vacationing at East Chop. Says he'll cover the hurricane for us from there. It was awfully nice of him.
Yes. Of course, we do the same thing for the New York Times. Betty, we'd better have a piece on Hurricane Relief Fund. We'll serve as a clearinghouse.
That's a good idea.
I want to check the Coast Guard again. Hey, what's the matter with this phone? Hello? Operator, hello? Betty, this phone is dead.
The wires must... Oh, there go the lights.
Oh, great.
Mr. Huff, the linotypes are dead. We haven't got any power.
Well, now we are in trouble. Light those oil lamps, Steve. Betty, this storm looks as bad or worse than the hurricane of 38. The Gazette's going to have a big job to do. We've got to get it out, somehow.
I think it's beginning to blow itself out.
Yeah, what time is it, Steve?
2 o'clock.
Open up! Open up, please!
It's Jack.
What the dickens is that kid doing out there?
Get in here, Jack.
Stop the press!
Oh, Jack, no.
What's the matter?
The presses are stopped, and I'm afraid they're going to stay that way.
Huh?
No power, Jack.
Oh, golly, and I got a swell eyewitness story all about how the waterfront is a shambles, a number of people homeless.
Fine. A good boy. Go over to the desk and write it.
Okay.
Well, Henry, what do we do?
I don't know exactly.
Well, there's not going to be a newspaper printed in this plant, that's certain. You may not get power again for days. You know these hurricanes.
The Gazette hasn't missed an issue in 98 years.
It's a doggone shame, that's what it is.
Once more, the Thunderer goes to the world.
The Thunderer? That's what they call the London Times.
That's right. An old Lancashire printer we had years ago used to call the Gazette the Thunderer, comparing us to the great times of London.
He did?
Every week when the papers would be all wrapped and ready for the post office, this old fellow would waggle his head and say, "Aye, once more the Thunderer goes to the world."
Used to make us feel good and proud the way he'd say it.
I wonder how proud we'd be if we missed this edition. With a big story to tell, no one else to tell it. No radio station to fall back on. By George, the Thunderer is going to the world this week, too.
But how?
You can't print it on this island. That's a lead pipe cinch.
All right. Maybe we'll print it someplace else. Steve, you get together everything we've got set up. And be ready to travel. Betty, you get your hat and coat.
Listen, what
are we going to
We're going down to the waterfront. And if the Molly O is still in one piece, we'll try to get help by her ship's radio phone. Come on.
The DuPont Cavalcade continues, starring Francho Tone and Lorraine Day as Henry and Betty Huff, editors of the Vineyard Gazette of Martha's Vineyard Island. The hurricane of September 15th, 1944 has struck the island, leaving in its wake, among other problems, the problem of how to get out the paper with no electric power to turn the presses, no telephone service to contact the outside world. And now, in the cabin of his fishing schooner, Captain Bill tries to get help by ship's radio.
Schooner Molly O calling Nantucket Marine Operator. Molly O calling Nantucket Marine Operator. Over. Well, it's no good, Henry. Nantucket is dead.
Will you try Falmouth, Captain Bill?
Falmouth. All right. Schooner Molly O calling Falmouth Marine Operator. Molly O calling Falmouth Marine Operator. Over.
Same story in Falmouth.
Yeah, don't seem to be anything.
There's Falmouth.
See if she can raise the Falmouth Enterprise.
Oh, don't lose it, Captain Bill.
Falmouth, will you ring the newspaper, ma'am? The Enterprise, over.
They've got phone service anyway, Henry.
Yes, and a paper of their own to get out.
I think you folks maybe just better forget the whole thing.
Ready with the Falmouth Enterprise. Go ahead, Molly O. Over.
Up to it, Henry.
Hello, Falmouth Enterprise. Henry Huff of the Vineyard Gazette calling. We've been hit pretty hard down here. No power in the plant and no prospect of getting any for several days. How are you fixed in Falmouth? Can we use your presses? Over.
This is Joe, the janitor. We haven't got any power either. We're printing the paper at Brockton. Everybody's up there now. Sorry, Mr. Huff.
Oh, darn it.
Much obliged, Joe. Thanks, just the same.
Thank you, Falmouth Marine Operator.
Molly O signing off. Well, I guess you'll have to skip the edition this week.
No, we can't do that.
Hey, wait a minute. George Pope.
What's that, Henry?
George Pope, commercial printer at New Bedford. Used to be a newspaper man. Will you try New Bedford, Captain Bill?
Yes, George Pope would help us if he could.
All right. Schooner Molly O calling New Bedford marine operator. Schooner Molly O calling New Bedford marine operator. Over.
If Falmouth didn't have power, maybe New Bedford hasn't either.
Cross your fingers, Betty.
New Bedford marine operator. Go ahead, Molly O. Over.
Get on here, Henry.
New Bedford, will you ring the George Pope Printing Company's plant?
One moment. Stand by, Molly O.
We better all cross our fingers.
Another thing I can't figure, Henry. What are you going to do with all the type you had set up here?
Well, we'll have to tote it along with us. Hello. Hello, Pope Company. This is Henry Huff at Martha's Vineyard. We have no power here. Trying to find some place to print the paper. If George Pope is there, put him on, please. Over.
George Pope speaking. Well, yes, we got power over here. Come along, Henry. Over.
Thanks a million, George. We're on our way. Now, we all straight, Betty?
Right. Tom, Pete, and I will stay here until we have the last bit of copy written. Then I'll join you at New Bedford. Oh, but what about Jack?
No, we could use him. Jack, you like to go along with Steve and me?
Oh, boy. Okay, sir.
All right. Now, Betty, Steve and I will have everything else set up by the time you join us.
Yes, Henry.
The skipper's finally got the steam raised up to the pier. Cars loaded aboard, Mr. Huff.
Good. Come on, Jack, let's go.
Yes, sir.
Goodbye, Henry. Be careful. I hope it's not too rough.
I hope not. See you in New Bedford.
Well, there you are, Henry. Linotype's all set and ready to percolate.
Yeah, fine. Thanks, George. Let's get going, Steve. Right.
Oh, wait a minute here, Henry. What kind of press do you print on?
Duplex Model A.
Duplex model... Oh, say, we can't accommodate you there, Henry.
George, don't tell me.
Now, don't get excited. Start setting your type. I'll get on the wire, and I'll find you a Duplex Model A if I have to call every printer in the entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts, person to person.
Hello. Hello, operator. Hello.
Is this Mr. Henry B. Huff?
Yes, operator. This is Mr. Huff.
One moment, please. I have a call for you, Mario, at Martha's Vineyard. Over.
Hello. Hello, Henry. Come in.
Betty, how is it there? Over.
Terrific damage, Henry. 2 fishermen drowned at South Beach. A lineman killed. Can you hear me, Henry? Over.
Yes. Go on, Betty.
Waterfront's a complete wreck. Henry, nobody knows where to start. They need the paper, Henry.
They're going to get it, Betty. Listen, don't bother to tell me any more now. Write it and bring it along.
To New Bedford?
No, Plymouth. George Pope has found us a press our size in Plymouth. The Beacon Press. Got that, Betty? Plymouth. Over.
I've got it. See you at Plymouth, Henry. Goodbye.
Hey, Henry.
Huh? Oh, George. Say, I just talked to Betty. She's meeting me at Plymouth. We can set the rest of the copy there.
Why, yes. Eventually, I imagine you can.
Yes, things have... What do you mean, eventually?
Keep your shirt on, Henry. I just had another call from Plymouth.
Well, what's wrong? You said they had a Duplex Model A press.
Yeah, they have, Henry, but their power's failed again.
Oh, no.
Henry, maybe you better forget this week's edition after all and get some sleep.
No, we won't. We'll go to Plymouth and wait for power.
Power Company says they're doing the best they can. That's all they can promise us person here in Plymouth.
Thanks, Ted.
Well, it's just a tough break. Well, I'll be around. Oh, here. Better leave this oil lamp.
All right, Ted.
I'll hustle up some coffee.
I'd love some coffee.
Well, Betty?
It was a good try, Henry.
Well, what day is it, anyway?
I guess it's Sunday morning now.
I was hoping we'd have the paper at the post office by Monday morning, anyway.
We'd better not count on it anymore.
Betty, Does it occur to you that things don't get any easier as it goes along? We're working just as hard today as we were when we started out.
I suppose so.
I guess it'll always be that way. I mean, country editors don't ever look down from lofty pinnacles of success, delegate authority, and take things easy, do they?
No, they just keep on being country editors.
Old country editors are like old sailors. They never die.
They just fade away. But we wouldn't trade, would we?
Never in this world. Oh, I'm going to close my eyes for just a few minutes.
Do that, Henry.
I'm whipped. I'm all... Hey, what's that?
Henry, the lights went on. That means power.
We've got power. Come on, Betty. We're going to press.
Here you are, folks. First copies.
Looks pretty good, too.
Oh, yeah, it looks fine.
Here, let me see. Yeah, not bad at all.
We don't have to be ashamed of this paper, Henry.
No, it's a good job.
You bet it
Good
is.
job, if you
Well,
ask me.
folks, now it's over. Maybe you'd answer a little question for me.
Why, sure, Ted.
Well, I'm speaking just as a commercial printer, not as a newspaper man, but why did you go to so much trouble to get the paper out? I mean, couldn't you have skipped this one edition? What did it all prove?
Well, for one thing, it proved that the island had a paper it could count on. The paper didn't suspend publication just because it had become inconvenient.
Yes?
You see, Ted, in this emergency, the Gazette was the only voice the people of the island had. And now the people will know what the full story is. They'll know how to begin to repair the damage, to help the ones who need help.
Yes, I see.
I wonder if I could ask a question. Something that's been bothering me all summer.
What's that, Jack?
Well, the way you play up little things and make big stories out of them and never write editorials about world affairs or democracy or I don't know. I'm just confused.
Well, Jack, in putting out a country newspaper, Betty and I have discovered that you don't have to talk a lot about democracy in order to have something to do with democracy.
Sure, you can have an international viewpoint without turning your back on the things that are local and small, because no principle is too large to be practiced in even the smallest community.
Well, I guess I didn't think of it that way. Why, the way you put it, even a little paper can be important.
Yes, Jack.
Yes. In America, Jack, every little paper can be as important and as free as the biggest paper in the world.
Today, the 105-year-old Vineyard Gazette is one of the most frequently quoted of country weeklies. And in telling the story of Henry and Betty Huff, the Cavalcade of America salutes the men and women of all newspapers, large and small, for their contribution to America's free press. Our thanks to Lorraine Day and Francho Tone and the Cavalcade Players for tonight's story. Next week, the DuPont Cavalcade is called Man of Action and stars Dane Clark as Commodore David Porter, one of America's great naval heroes. We invite you to listen. Tonight's DuPont Cavalcade was written by Gerald Holland and was adapted from the book Once More the Thunderer by Henry Beetle Huff, published by Ives Washburn. Music was composed by Arden Cornwell, conducted by Donald Voorhees. The program was directed by John Zoller. This is Cy Harris speaking.
Don't forget next week, Dane Clark in Man of Action. The DuPont Cavalcade of America comes to you from the Belasco Theater in New York and is sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
For more good times, hear Baby Snooks on NBC.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. bringing the DuPont Cavalcade of the first American citizen, Benjamin Franklin. Our program is appropriately timed for this week marks the dedication in Philadelphia of a national shrine for the memory of Benjamin Franklin. Tomorrow, the Franklin Institute, a new heroic statue of Franklin, will be unveiled as a fitting memorial to perpetuate the spiritual presence of a great philosopher and a strong scientific artist. As special guests to close off the program, we have Chesterton Radio, one of the board managers of the Franklin Institute, and will review some of the contributions scientists have made since Franklin's day. As an overture, Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra play I Live the Life I Love from one of the Mask and Wig productions of the University of Pennsylvania. The DuPont Cavalcade moves forward. "70 years before the American Revolution, Benjamin, youngest son of Josiah and Obiah Franklin, was born January 17th, 1706, on Milk Street, in one of the largest towns of the colonies, Boston, Massachusetts, whose population then was about 10,000. 16 years later, in the printing press of his elder brother James, under mysterious circumstances, he began the literary career that was to last over 60 years. It is early in the morning. Benjamin is starting the day's work as Collins, another apprentice, discovers a folded paper shoved under the door.
Look here, Ben. Another letter from Mistress Silence Dogood.
Leave it on the ground for my brother to find.
I wonder what the old dame's writ this time. The whole towns are talking about her pieces in the paper.
Wait until they read this one. It'll give those empty heads in Harvard a good rattling.
How do you know, Ben? Have you read it already?
As a matter of fact, Collins, I wrote it myself. In a disguised hand. Why, Ben.
Oh, another missive from our Mistress Silence Dogood.
Well, read it, James.
I'm agog with curiosity to see what she'll scold about next.
Yes, so am I.
I'm afraid I'll laugh out loud.
Quiet. Go about your work, boys.
Yes,
this is not for young ears.
Hearken to this. She's writing of people who send their sons to Harvard. She says, most of them consulted their own purses instead of their children's capacities. Most part of those who were traveling thither were little better than blockheads and dunces. Well, she's at it again.
Have you any suspicion who she may be, James?
Well, some say she's a disgruntled spinster, and others that she's the widow of a minister with a young son in Harvard. I published 2 appeals to her to reveal herself, but... Benjamin, where is that paper with the last advertisement for Mistress Dogood?
She was here this morning, was she not, Collins?
What? She was here?
In fact, brother, she is still here.
What impudent nonsense are you talking?
I say that Silence Dogood is hiding in this room.
Well, where is she?
Behind my leather apron.
What? You young rascal!
In fact, my worthy brother, Mr. Silence Dogood is none other than myself, Benjamin Franklin.
What?
Whose articles and witty comments you have published and praised.
It's quite true, Mr. Franklin. Benjamin wrote them himself in a disguised hand.
Why, look out there. There's my stick. Look out there. Take that off, you young good-for-nothing ambassador. Stealing my time. Distracting your work. Thinking yourself the high young cockalorum, are you? There! And there! And there! That will teach you a lesson.
You may beat me all you want now, James. But someday I'll run away from here. I'll have myself a newspaper of my own that everyone will want to read.
Not long afterwards, Benjamin Franklin did run away to Philadelphia, and before long he was publishing his own newspaper and the famous Poor Richard's Almanac. We find him now at 26, the most widely read and quoted writer in the colonies. He has his own printing shop and is married. With his busybody commentary on current events, he has become the first columnist in America. Still wearing his red flannel shirt and leather apron, he trundles his paper through Market Street in a wheelbarrow to his little shop, where we find his young wife, Deborah, stitching bindings and tending counter.
Open the door for me, Debbie.
Oh, how you do look, Benjamin, carting that paper through the street on a wheelbarrow like a common apprentice.
It's a very good example. Brings attention to my industry and pleases the merchants and good folk who buy my paper.
You never did have a care to your looks. Well, do I remember the first time I ever saw you, walking along the street with 2 great sticks of bread poked out of your pockets.
Little did you think when you laughed at me then that I was going to be the town's most successful printer and journalist. Hey, Debbie.
You've proved to everyone what you could make of yourself, Ben. Even your own family. That brother James of yours who beat you so and drove you to run away from Boston.
Really? I owe James a great deal. I often fancy his harsh and tyrannical treatment was the means of impressing me with that aversion to arbitrary power that has stuck to me. Come in. Oh, William.
Good day to you, Master Coleman.
Good day to you both. Come in, William. What's the news with you?
I stopped by to go with you to the Junto. And I've just finished reading your almanac, Ben.
Oh?
Everyone is laughing at its humor and praising your good sense. I particularly like this saying. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise.
Aye, and he himself never gets more than 6 hours sleep, Mr. Coleman.
Truly, Mistress Franklin?
Remember, Debbie, keep your eyes wide open before marriage and half shut afterwards.
Oh, be still, Pappy. Leave poor Richard out of it.
But he did say there are 3 faithful friends. An old wife, an old dog, and ready money.
And he has neither dog nor ready money, and neither am I old.
If I could write just for my readers instead of my wife. She takes them all to herself, poor Debbie. Who may this be? Come in. Oh. Good day to you, sir.
Good day to you.
My name is Frank Pierce. I've traveled up from the Carolinas to see Benjamin Franklin, publisher of the Gazette and of Poor Richard's Almanac.
Why, he's the young man in the leather apron who let you in.
This young man, the famous Mr. Franklin?
I'm glad to welcome you, sir. This is my friend, Mr. William Coleman.
How do you do,
Mr. Pierce? And my wife, Mr. Deborah Franklin.
How do you do,
Mr. Franklin? You say you have heard of Poor Richard in the Carolina colony?
Oh, yes, indeed, sir. People say today there are 2 books you may find in every man's family. The Bible and Poor Richard's Almanac.
Well,
I know Richard by heart myself. He's my daily guide. A penny saved is a penny earned. When thieves fall out, honest men get their due. 3 moves as bad as the fire. Necessity never made a good bargain. There, you see, sir, they're well known to me.
Oh.
And also, you said, if you would have your business done, go. If not, send. And that is why I've come to see you myself.
And rightly so. Well, what may I do for you, my friend?
Well, we have very few printing presses in our colony south. I've heard that you, sir, have invented your own matrix, that you carve your own woodcuts and even mix your own inks. Well, I would learn from you something of our craft. You see, I want to establish my own printing shop as soon as I have the means.
Perhaps I may be able to help you do that. We should all help one another. My friend here helped me to get me my first start. Mankind is all one family after all, and goodwill should prevail. If I help you, you in turn may help the next one, and so on in an endless chain of friendly kindness and aid.
I don't like to hurry you, Ben, but we're due at the junto.
Oh. The junto, Mr. Pierce, is composed of young men like ourselves, mostly leather aprons, and no fuss of feathers. We meet each Friday for mutual entertainment and counsel. Tonight, I believe I have something of importance to present for discussion.
Aye, Ben. Every night you have something of importance to present. Truly, Master Pierce, his is the finest mind in the colonies.
At one of the junto meetings, the first public library in America was born from the fertile mind of Benjamin Franklin. Through his energy and genius came the first organized volunteer fire department, the first police system, the first move toward paved and lighted city streets, the first city hospital, the University of Pennsylvania, and the American Philosophical Society. At the age of 42, Franklin had worked hard, saved his money, and sold out his business, all that he might be able to retire and pursue his scientific studies and experiments. We find him now at the beautiful home he had built for his family out on the banks of the Delaware River. After 7 years of happy retirement with his children and Deborah, he is absorbed in his new experiment with electricity in the air.
For pity's sakes, Pappy, what's that noise?
My bells, Debbie, my bells. A thunderstorm is brewing. I have wires strung for my lightning rod to give the warning. And it came.
More silly things with your experiments. Mr. Leach said at the meeting the other day that your lightning rod was a tinkering with Providence. And I'll never forget how you made us all ridiculous running around the cow pasture with William after a kite. A man of your age and dignity.
Ah, Debbie, if you only knew what my little kite proved that day. Didn't the King of France send me a personal letter commending those first experiments?
I should think you'd tire of sticking around the house, tinkering with wires and whatnot, when you could be at the very top of your trade.
These last 10 years have been the most successful and productive years of my entire life. And the happiest, I might say. You see? Here comes my storm. I will answer, Debbie.
Good evening to you, Mr. Franklin.
Good evening.
And to you, Mr. Franklin.
Good evening, Mr. Curtis.
Yes. Seems to be gathering for rain.
Did you bring the storm with you, Mr. Curtis, or did the storm bring you?
I'm afraid there is more than one storm brewing tonight, my friend. And one that is not of the elements. I've only just come from the Assembly. They have named 2 commissioners to leave at once for England to present their grievance against the Penn family taxation to the king.
They still claim exemption through the old Indian treaty. But there's a later one, I'm certain.
Mr. Franklin, the Assembly feels that you know more about this matter than anyone. And also you're acquainted in England for your
from your early days. Your position as Postmaster General gives you authority to represent us over there. And tonight, you have been appointed commissioner with Mr. Isaac Norris, Speaker of the Assembly.
Oh. Let Norris go. I have my scientific work here laid out for years to come, and I have retired.
A man cannot retire from the service of his country when his aid is needed. We ask you not to decline this appointment. It's a crucial time, Mr. Franklin.
Listen to my lightning bells, Curtis. You know, I proved positively when I took down my lightning rod that several inches had been burned at the top. Yet our house was never harmed during the last storm. Every house should have one.
The Speaker Norris has said that he cannot go. You'll be gone only a short time.
You're not going to England, Pappy, surely.
I must, Debbie. They will make me the lightning rod to divert the Penn family argument.
Oh, dear.
It's all right. We're perfectly safe. Oh, I love a good storm.
But I don't want you to go without me, Pappy, and you know I'm afraid of the sea.
I shall only be gone a few months, my dear. Only a few months.
A few months became 10 years and a half. Except for one brief visit home, Benjamin Franklin remained in England as the principal representative of the American colonies during the crucial period before the Revolutionary War. He helped bring about the repeal of the Stamp Act, and he sought a peaceful solution to the increasing bad feeling between the colonies and the mother country. He returned in 1775, believing his mission a failure. His beloved wife had died the previous winter, but he is tenderly greeted by his daughter Sally, who is living in his old home on the Delaware with her family.
We never disturbed anything here or in your library, Father. Mother wouldn't let us. She was always expecting you back.
And I was always expecting to come back to her, my child.
Sit here, dear.
Ah, the same old chair.
Yes.
How it fits me. Oh,
Father.
I am always accompanied now, Sally, by my faithful gout. It never deserts me.
Tell me of your voyage home, dear. Was it very rough this time?
Terrible. I shall never cross the ocean again. But I made some amazing observations, Sally. There is a warm stream of water I have discovered, almost a great sweeping river that flows directly to the Atlantic Ocean and causes the mild climate of England.
But, Daddy, how did you ever find that out?
I devised my own method of sounding with a thermometer at varying depths. I call it the Gulf Stream.
Wonderful. And tell me about visiting Europe. They say you were feted and acclaimed everywhere. And you met kings and queens and statesmen and scientists. Oh, I was so proud of you, Daddy.
Well, I am glad. You know, they're using my lightning rod now on Buckingham Palace and the Queen's Palace and on the Ducal Palace in Venice, besides many, many more all over Europe. They call me the Thunder Master.
The Thunder Master. And how Mother used to scold about your little bells.
She was very patient with my tinkering about the house. But it all came to good use, Sally. Now I have been elected to the Royal Society of London, the Royal Academy in Paris, and the Society of Experimental Science in Leiden. That little string of my kite has led me a long flight.
Well, Father, it's right that they should all honor you.
They were all very nice to me. Who's that?
Oh, just the children, Father. Go and play at the end of the garden, children.
Don't stop them, my dear. I enjoy hearing my grandchildren's voices. What was that song they were singing?
Something that started in Boston after the Tea Party. Everyone is singing it now. Since Lexington and Concord more than ever.
A message for Mr. Franklin.
Whoever that may be, I won't let you be disturbed, Father. My father is resting, sir. He only returned yesterday from a long voyage from England.
I'm to deliver this to him at once, Mrs. Bates.
Bring me the message, Sally.
As you wish, Daddy. Here.
Thank you.
Oh, it looks important.
What do they want of you, Daddy?
Oh, yes. Ah, yes. This is imperative, my dear. I have been chosen as one of Pennsylvania's 5 delegates to the Continental Congress. They are organizing for war against England.
But you're too old, Father.
Old, and probably good for nothing. But as the storekeepers say of their remnants of cloth, I am but a fag end, and you may have me for what you please. Oh, my old friend Colonel Washington has been named Commander-in-Chief of the Army. I cannot refuse to give my services at his command.
One year later, in September 1776, with the American cause facing defeat for lack of funds and supplies, the Continental Congress unanimously elected Ben Franklin as Special Commissioner to France, whose alliance he was instrumental in securing. It was 9 years before he set foot on his native shore again. On September 14th, 1785, he arrives home on the London packet. Beloved and renowned, he has been named the first American citizen. Cheering crowds swarmed the same old Market Street in Philadelphia where he had arrived 60 years before as a runaway apprentice. The committee of welcome is waiting for Dr. Franklin in the ship's cabin.
He did more to win the war than any one man.
Oh, what about Washington?
And where, I ask you, sir, would Washington and the rest of us have been if Dr. Franklin hadn't persuaded King Louis to the smart tune of 26 million francs?
Quiet, here he comes. Welcome, thrice welcome, Dr. Franklin, to your native land again.
God be praised and thanked for all men.
Are you satisfied with the peace terms, Doctor?
There never was a good war or a bad peace.
What kind of a voyage did you have this time, sir?
Dreadful? Dreadful. I was in my cabin most of the time, writing on a new paper, the cause and cure of smoky chimneys.
Doctor, we are electing you chairman of the Philadelphia Common Council, and you will undoubtedly be chosen later for the highest office in the state.
Yes. Yes, they have eaten my flesh, and it seems they are resolved to pick my bones. Perhaps you would all like to hear my epitaph.
Oh, I'm sure you have many years before you, Doctor.
I amuse myself by writing it. I seem to have intruded myself into the company of posterity when I ought to have been abed and asleep. The body of Benjamin Franklin, printer, like the cover of an old book, its contents torn out and stripped of its lettering and gilding, lies here, food for worms. Yet the work itself shall not be lost, for it will, as he believes, appear once more in a new and more beautiful edition, corrected and amended by the author.
Benjamin Franklin never realized his ambition to retire from active public life. After his return, he served Pennsylvania as chief executive of the state, filling that office on 3 occasions, and taking active part in the Constitutional Convention of 1787 in Philadelphia. Until his death on April 17, 1790, at the age of 84, he never ceased his scientific labors, writing incessantly on his pamphlets and books for the improvement and betterment of mankind. No American ever led a more useful and productive life than Benjamin Franklin, first citizen in the Cavalcade of America. When Benjamin Franklin was in France, he often visited the laboratory of the famous French scientist Lavoisier, where a young man named Eleuthère Irénée Dupont was working. Later, this young man emigrated to America, and in 1802 he established the DuPont Company on the banks of the Brandywine Creek in Delaware. Tonight, one of his great-grandsons is with us in the studio, Mr. Irénée DuPont, Vice Chairman of the DuPont Company's Board of Directors, who continues the association between the names Franklin and DuPont through his service on the Board of Managers of the Franklin Institute, Philadelphia, which this week is dedicating a national shrine to Franklin's memory. Mr. DuPont, if Benjamin Franklin, as he suggested in his own epitaph, were to return today, what accomplishments of DuPont chemical research do you think would interest him most?
Benjamin Franklin was very much interested in agriculture. He carried on experiments in improving the productiveness of his farm near Burlington, New Jersey, especially by means of crop rotation and liming the soil. Franklin would be astonished at the present great production of chemical fertilizers, the more so because no one of his time dreamed that nitrogenous fertilizers could be made from such raw materials as air and water. It would amaze him to visit the DuPont plant at Bell, West Virginia, where this complicated process is carried on at pressures as high as 13,000 pounds per square inch. And he'd be pleased that products so valuable to agriculture can be produced by this chemical route at a lower price than by any other.
Mr. DuPont, what other chemical discoveries would Franklin regard as important contributions to better living?
I think the observant Franklin would be astonished at the low cost of modern coal tar dyes, and equally astonished at their brilliancy and fastness, or ability to resist fading. 25 years ago, America was almost entirely dependent on Europe for dyestuffs. Now the DuPont Company and other American manufacturers produce dyes equal to any others produced elsewhere.
And the dyestuffs industry has given us other things besides dyes, hasn't it, Mr. DuPont?
Yes, indeed. Chemists found that the same processes or raw materials used in making dyes would also yield an endless variety of so-called organic chemicals. One of the most widely used of these is tetraethyl lead, the compound that takes the knock out of gasoline. Other organic chemicals supplied by the DuPont Company to rubber companies help make our present-day automobile tires last 3 or 4 times as long as the tires of a few years ago. This calls to mind the new man-made material, neoprene, a compound very like rubber, but in certain ways eminently superior to rubber. All natural rubber comes from tropical countries thousands of miles away, but neoprene is produced by DuPont chemists from coal, limestone, and salt, a great advantage to this country should our supply of natural rubber ever be cut off. A somewhat similar case is camphor, essential to the plastics industry. This material was formerly imported from the Orient, where it was obtained from camphor trees. Today, DuPont produces camphor from southern pine trees at a price that frees us from a threat of foreign control.
Mr. DuPont, it's easy to see that chemistry has come a long way since Franklin's time. What do you see for the future?
No one can tell just what new developments will emerge from research laboratories. In Franklin's time, progress was slow, for even such a genius as he worked largely alone and had very limited facilities. Today, research chemists work in cooperating groups in well-equipped laboratories and have available the accumulated knowledge of those who have preceded them. Though we cannot predict the specific results of their labors, it's certain that we have only begun to uncover the possibilities. The most important point is that all these new industries, born of chemical research, provide jobs for thousands of people and produce an endless stream of new and better products for our comfort and convenience.
Thank you, Mr. DuPont. The facts you've brought out throw new light on the work that the DuPont Company is carrying forward to create better things for better living through chemistry. Child Welfare, a story of the growth of an organization in this country devoted to improving methods of caring for children and understanding juvenile problems, will be the subject of our broadcast next week at the same time. DuPont again presents the Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, being Through Chemistry.
The millions of American men and women who have labored, and today labor still, with hand and mind and heart, to build and to preserve a great free nation, the Cavalcade of America proudly dedicates the unending story of a new way of life in a new world.
The Cavalcade of America presents the story of the greatest triumph in American diplomacy. A radio play, Dr. Franklin Goes to Court, has been especially written for this series by Eric Barno. Starring in the role of Benjamin Franklin is John McIntyre of the Cavalcade Players. The part of John Adams is played by Ray Collins. Verjean by Carl Swenson. Benny by Sarah Fussell. King Louis XVI by George Caloris. The Wig Dresser by Elliott Reed. And Silas Dean by Kenneth Delmar. Our orchestra and original musical score are under the direction of Don Voorhees. DuPont, makers of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Dr. Franklin Goes to Court as our drama on the Cavalcade of America. September night in the year 1776, at a small inn in New Brunswick, New Jersey, two gentlemen by the light of a lamp follow the innkeeper to an upstairs room. One is John Adams, the other Benjamin Franklin.
This is the room, gentlemen.
Oh, but this will never do. This one bed. Show us something else, please.
I just told you it's the only room we have.
But heavens, man.
Adams, if we two corpulent fellows are to sleep in that one bed, I fear we must pack ourselves rather closely.
Oh, it's out of the question. Innkeeper, you must show us another room.
Well, I've told you we're full. All day the roads have been crowded with men going to join Washington's army.
Indeed. Is that so?
Yes, I don't know what it's all about. There's trouble brewing in this land, I know that. One man showed me some handbill he had from Philadelphia. Some declaration or other.
Declaration of Independence?
I don't know. All I know is they keep coming through here, and you gentlemen are lucky I can even give you this one bed. Well, Adams, the next inn is too far away for my gouty bones. I fear we must make the best of it.
Dreadful.
Thank you, innkeeper. We'll take the room. Sleep well, gentlemen.
Room's hardly large enough to hold a bed.
The bed creaks like my bones.
A place to hang one's clothes.
Adams, it may ease you to reflect that here are the lowly beginnings of American diplomacy. A few weeks ago, these states proclaimed themselves before all the world free and independent. And here is one of their first diplomatic missions. Two bulky gentlemen in one inadequate bed on their way to a hopeless peace conference with an English commander.
Not hopeless, Doctor.
Well, almost hopeless. Washington's army is desperately situated. He can never hold New York. All the cards are in English hands. What can we expect from a peace conference with Lord Howe? I fear before we're through, we'll have to seek help elsewhere.
The whole thing makes this bedroom so exasperating. I did want a good night's sleep so that my head would be clear tomorrow.
Your head will be clear, all right. We'll just open this window.
Dr. Franklin, please, shut the window.
What's the matter?
The night air. I can't endure it. Please, I'm susceptible to cold.
Oh, nonsense. Come on to bed. Air will do us good.
But I'll catch cold.
No, you won't. Obviously, Adams, you're not familiar with my theory on colds. Now, if you followed my writings, you'd know about it. Now, get into bed, and I'll explain it to you. Then leave that window alone.
Well, all right, but
Seems risky.
I'm so tired this bed feels good. Oh. Now, my theory on coals, Adams, is simply this. Right.
Yes?
No, my theory is that cold air has no connection with coals. Air is good for you, even if it's night air. And cold come from.
Now then, gentlemen, may we come to the business of this conference?
Indeed, yes.
By all means, my lord.
This is a crucial hour. Gentlemen, your rebel army is outnumbered and in grave peril. You, Dr. Franklin, with your brilliant, logical mind, will understand the danger that faces it.
Indeed, my lord.
Yet I rejoice that at this hour His Majesty's government offers a generous peace.
We shall be happy to hear it.
The offer is that if the colonies will immediately cease their insurrection, the Crown will pardon the rebellion and joyfully forgive its subjects.
Lord Howe, you've burned our towns. You've brought foreign mercenaries to massacre peaceful citizens. And now you propose to forgive us.
You express yourself ardently, Dr. Franklin.
My lord, clearly you do not yet know the free people with whom you deal.
If the terms are not accepted, the war must go on. It would grieve me deeply to see these colonies go down in war.
We will do our utmost to spare you of that grief. Am I late for the meeting?
Just beginning. Dr. Franklin, I waited here for you. The Congress has made an important decision.
Yes?
You and other envoys are to go at once to Paris.
Well, with my 70 years' accumulation of gout.
Only you could make this mission succeed.
What is the mission?
To make an alliance with France. We all know the secret supplies she's sending are not enough. We must make an open alliance.
Do you know what you're proposing?
Well, how do you mean?
I'm to visit a land of royalty, of dukes and powdered wigs and medieval trappings. And I'm to say to them, we're having a revolution. We want to overthrow everything you stand for. Won't you help us?
Yes, I know. That's why we ask you. Only you could do it.
Well, my young grandsons and I might enjoy a trip to Paris. Yes, particularly Benny. I'll take them along. They say that French foreign minister, the Comte de Vergennes, they say he's a sly fox.
So are you, Dr. Franklin.
Gentlemen.
Monsieur le Comte.
How do you do, sir? Dr. Franklin, I am happy to meet the great man who tamed the lightning.
Taming the lightning was easy compared to my present task.
Dr. Franklin, you must realize that I cannot receive you as a diplomat. And I can only assume that you did not receive my letter at the boat.
Then I hope, Monsieur le Comte, you will forgive me for leaving you with that assumption.
I tried to convey a suggestion that your landing in France would be unwise, that it might create embarrassment.
I do not feel embarrassed, Monsieur le Comte. You do not seem to be.
You see, Dr. Franklin, in the eyes of our English friends, France cannot befriend agents of rebels. The English ambassador made that quite clear to me.
He did, eh?
Yeah, quite clear. My letter explained it thoroughly.
You see, Monsieur le Comte, I came here hoping to discuss an alliance of France and America against England.
Well, if America should defeat England and thus make France the most powerful nation in Europe, naturally we would not mind. And we shall continue to help you secretly with money and supplies. But an alliance, impossible.
Could we obtain an audience with His Majesty to discuss this matter?
There can be no point to it. His Majesty is wisely influenced by our leaders of thought.
I see you agree with our old adage. A word to the wise is sufficient.
It is a very clever saying, Dr. Franklin. But I cannot advise you, and I cannot receive you again. Our friends, the English, watch us closely. And so goodbye, monsieur.
Good day, Monsieur Leconte.
Good day, sir. That was quickly settled.
Yeah. Dean.
Yes?
He spoke of the leaders of thought, didn't he?
Yes?
Have you ever been to a salon, Dean?
I don't even know what they are.
Very important institutions in French life. Salons. We're going to meet beautiful ladies.
But we have work to do.
And we're going to do important business. Very interesting things, salons.
Well, I'm sorry, Dr. Franklin, but I must say good night now.
Good night, my boy.
And before I go, Dr. Franklin, I should like to tell you that at the first news of your great struggle in America, my heart was enrolled in it.
Marquis de Lafayette, I shall always remember that. And I shall always be grateful to you for bringing me to this salon.
Oh, not at all, Dr. Franklin.
And when you see your father-in-law, pray convey my respects and my appreciation for his introducing me to so many excellent Frenchmen here in Paris. He's done me a great service. Good night, my boy. Good night.
Good night, monsieur.
Dr. Franklin. Dr. Franklin, you are deserting us.
Fair ladies, you give me no hope.
I do give you hope, monsieur.
But no certain hope. And I can only say the merry chase you ladies are leading me is responsible for my pitiful condition.
What pitiful condition, friend, monsieur?
Why, my gout.
How can we ladies be the cause of your gout, monsieur?
And when I was a young man, the fair sex showed me many more favors than they do today. And then I had no gout. I can only conclude that the love of fair ladies wards off the gout. When the ladies desert us, gout takes possession. But now I perceive my fellow countryman, Mr. Dean, is looking at me most disapprovingly. I fear it's time to go home.
Oh, mais non, monsieur.
I fear I must. Good night, lady.
Good night.
Well, Dean?
Dr. Franklin, such appalling frivolity. Making eyes at perfumed ladies. Dr. Franklin, we have work to do.
And we're doing it. Clearly you don't yet understand the role of the salon. But from these salons, opinion radiates. There are only a few hundred men in France whose opinions matter. And we're going to reach those men, Dean. I met some publishers tonight. And soon our cause will be in print. We're going to write pamphlets, and we're going to salons tomorrow night and the next and the next. We'll create opinion for America.
The ambassador from England.
Your lordship, I am charmed to see you.
Count de Vigam, I come to register a firm protest against the activities of one Dr. Franklin, the toleration of whose insidious practices by this court cannot be considered neutral on your part.
To what can you refer?
A network of intrigue is set up to create a sentimental attachment to the virtues of rebel America. Have you seen his newest pamphlet?
No.
I will leave it with you. Furthermore, arms are smuggled to America from French ports, purchased on I know not what security, for I can assure you the rebels have no funds. For your government to countenance all this endangers our good relations.
Monsieur l'Ambassadeur, steps will be taken. I would not
for the world endanger the friendship between our nations. By the way, I hear that Lord Howe has captured Philadelphia. Congratulations, monsieur.
So there we are. No more shipments of arms, no more pamphlets. By order of the Count de Vergennes. How can we now continue our work?
Do you suppose it's true Lord Howe has captured Philadelphia?
I fear it is.
I wonder what's happened to General Washington.
I don't know. But till the tide turns, we're doomed to a sort of backdoor diplomacy. We're not to be received, and we're watched by spies.
Undoubtedly.
We're probably surrounded by them, English and French.
You ask me, we should employ still more spies. Let's play this game the way they play it.
No, just a moment. These gentlemen here have been playing that game for hundreds of years. I'm afraid our skill would be wanting. We do better to pursue a policy of honest innocence.
Against unprincipled foxes?
Roguery can often be best confounded by simple honesty. Listen. If we can be sure that all messages we send become known somehow to both the English and the French, perhaps this can be very useful to us.
In what way?
I have many friends in England. Suppose I wrote one of them a letter. Wouldn't matter much if it never reached him, provided it reached King Louis.
What would you say in this letter?
Well, something like this. Dear so-and-so, my envoys and I have carefully considered your proposal that England and America come to terms at once, and that America should, in return for her independence, aid England in taking the French West Indies from France. The proposal seems to us at the moment not quite honorable, even though I may say some Americans would favor such a development.
What an idea, Dr. Franklin.
I think when King Louis's spies take in this letter, it will make the hair of his wig stand on end.
Your Majesty.
Yes, Vergennes?
You recall we discussed an alliance between France and America suggested by Dr. Franklin?
Dr. Franklin. Why must everyone keep talking of Dr. Franklin and his clever epigrams and brilliant pamphlets? All I hear is Franklin and America.
I wish to remind you of that alliance.
Vergennes, we don't want an alliance. Why should we ally ourselves with some rebels that are being chased all over America?
But the course of battle has changed. An entire English army under Burgoyne has surrendered at Saratoga.
Really? Really? I'm glad to hear it. I'd like to see the English get beaten. Of course, I'd like to see the rebels get beaten, too. Well, after all, they're fighting against the king. Vergennes, I'd like to see both sides lose this war.
It begins to look as though France might lose this war.
France? How is that possible?
England, alarmed at the cost of the war, is offering America terms of peace.
Well, how does this affect us?
America, in return for her independence, is asked to help England steal your Majesty's West Indies.
My West Indies? But that's terrible. What can we do?
There's only one course open.
Those villains. Vergennes, I'm furious about this. My West Indies.
An outrage, Your Majesty.
It's treachery. But should we enter the war? Should we join America? But they're rebels. Vergennes, what do our leaders of thought think of America?
America is on every tongue. It's become to them an exciting legend.
Really? That frightens me, Vergennes. I suppose I must decide. Vergennes, if I only knew what to do.
Sire, I think the time has come for you to extend a court invitation to Dr. Franklin.
Dr.
Dr. Franklin, I have good news for you.
Indeed.
His Majesty has at length decided after these weeks of deliberation that he cannot refuse all possible aid to a people struggling for liberty.
A noble decision.
And he will avow the alliance by receiving you and your fellow envoys at court.
Then at last America enters the world of diplomacy by the front door. My young grandsons will be excited about this.
But you know, of course, Doctor, that the court reception means formal court attire.
You mean I must wear a wig?
Yes, monsieur. Court regulations.
What a cruel blow. Just when everything was going so nicely.
It's your grandson, Dr. Frank.
Benny, come in, my boy, come in.
How are you getting along, Grandpa? Are you almost ready?
Well, you'd better ask His Excellency the wig dresser. It seems to me we're getting nowhere. We've had such tugging and pulling and... No!
Is he almost ready, sir?
Young man, if you could persuade your grandfather to sit still, we should be ready in a very short time. But how can I get this wig arranged if he constantly squirms?
Monsieur, you have been belaboring that wig for almost an hour. Hours.
I cannot help it, Monsieur Doctor. It will not arrange itself correctly.
Well, let me see. Oh, my. It doesn't look at all like Mr. Dean's.
It doesn't, eh?
No, he's downstairs parading around the garden. Oh, he looks beautiful, just like a duke.
I cannot understand it. Your head is a strange shape, Doctor.
It's not my head. It's the wig is too small.
It is not too small. Mon Dieu, it is the biggest wig in France. It is the head that is too large.
Well, what are you going to do? Mr. Dean says it's almost time to go.
Monsieur, if you will sit still, I shall attempt once more.
I am certainly not going to sit still. I have sat here long enough being tortured. And why? To fit over my head a monstrosity. A symbol of all the foolishness, the vanity, the inequality that pass here for civilization. Benny, look at that thing. A piece of canvas with 6 pounds of hair sewed on it. Put it on a man's head and you have an aristocrat. Yeah, throw it away. I suppose I'll have to go this way. How does it look?
Why, Grandpa, you look much better that way.
Monsieur, permit me to say, I have dressed the hair of noblemen for many years. But you, that way, with your white hair flowing back over your shoulders, you look more noble than any. A nobleman of nature.
Really? Well.
It looks fine.
You know, if I go this way, Benny, I might even steal the show. I'll be the only man there in his own hair.
Yes, go like that. This way you're more beautiful than Mr. Dean.
Right, Benny, right. Why should I go like an imitation duke, a relic of medieval horrors? I go as an envoy from a new land, a land of free people, of men and women. I'm going as an American.
And thus was secured the greatest triumph of American diplomacy. The French alliance of 1778 foreshadowed the victory that won American freedom at Yorktown. And to the genius of the patriot who welded it belongs the tribute of the America that has arisen today. Benjamin Franklin, one of the mighty in the Cavalcade of America. The Cavalcade of America thanks John McIntyre and the Cavalcade Players for their performance of Dr. Franklin Goes to Court. And now the DuPont Company brings you its story from the wonder world of chemistry.
This is the story of a plant at Deepwater, New Jersey, on the Delaware River. A plant that never stopped growing. The cornerstone of the first little red brick building was laid 23 years ago in 1917. New buildings are still going up today. The place has grown so vast that names must be given its streets to keep visitors from getting lost. Construction has never stopped. For the first chapter of Deepwater's story, we go back to 1917. In 1917, the United States, utterly dependent on foreign manufacturers, found its stock of dye stuff so low that even the United States Post Office had to skimp on its colors in printing postage stamps. The DuPont dye plant at Deepwater was started then and is partly responsible for the fact that today, 95% of all the dyes we need are made in America. Then came automobile tires. In the early 20s, tires were expensive. One that ran 10,000 miles was something to brag about. Tire manufacturers were looking for ingredients that would give tires longer life. Chemists at Deepwater found them, and the plant grew. A little later, the automobile industry itself was faced with a problem. Could anything be added to the gasoline, engineers asked, that would make high-compression motors practical? The answer was found by the Ethyl Gasoline Corporation in tetraethyl lead, and more red brick buildings for its manufacture went up in the Green Park along the river's edge at Deepwater. After tetraethyl lead came man-made rubber. Half the nations of the world were searching for it. Deepwater found it in neoprene. Then came electric refrigerators. The manufacture of Freon, the safe refrigerant, began at Deepwater, and still other buildings went up along the river's edge. A few more years passed, and with them came a new method developed by the petroleum industry to make better gasoline. However, this new gasoline reacted more readily with air to oxidize and form gummy compounds which fouled the valves and other parts of automobile engines. Chemists at Deepwater solved the problem by creating an antioxidant to prevent such deterioration and preserve the initial high fuel value of the better gasoline. And Deepwater grew further. So Deepwater, which employed 2,000 workers in 1925, today employs 5,700. One building has become 700 buildings. The 14 million pounds of product of 1920 have become the 168 million pounds of 1940. This is the story of Deepwater, a plant that has never stopped growing because America has never stopped growing. A plant that is a living embodiment of the words of the DuPont pledge, better things for better living through chemistry.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the night of January 5th, 1936, a company of radio players, including most of us here tonight, were broadcasting the 18th program in Cavalcade of America. In that cast was a young girl. To us, she was another very talented child actress. Today, millions of moviegoers know her as Nancy Kelly. Next week, she returns to the Cavalcade of America, and we are proud to announce that she will be our star in a radio version of the Broadway Hollywood success, The Farmer Takes a Wife, by Frank B. Elser and Mark Connolly. It is a colorful drama of life on the old Erie Canal, one of the great milestones on America's march to the West. And on that occasion, the Cavalcade players are going to be very happy to have Nancy back with us again. Thank you.
On the Cavalcade of America, your narrator, William Spargrove. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Those men and women of science and industry who have created a civilization enriched with 1,001 comforts of daily living, and to their spirit that we shall lead in the march of human progress, this performance of the Cavalcade of America is dedicated. The Cavalcade of America presents an original radio comedy, Dr. Franklin Takes It Easy, written by Eric Barnow. A story of some of the amazing inventions of America's genial philosopher and beloved patriot, Benjamin Franklin, starring John McIntyre of the Cavalcade Players. Our Cavalcade Orchestra and the original musical score are under the direction of Don Voorhees. DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents John McIntyre as Benjamin Franklin on the Cavalcade of America. In his last years, Benjamin Franklin, one of the best-known men in the world, was living quietly in Philadelphia. He was over 80, happy in the midst of his family and writing long letters to his friends. Every afternoon, his little granddaughter Deborah came into his study, for he would help her with her lessons.
Grandpa?
Oh, come in.
What are you doing?
I'm working on something.
Is it an invention?
Oh, I suppose so.
Oh, aren't you wonderful, Grandpa? Is it a new invention?
Oh, sure. I'll show you.
Why, it's nothing but a long stick.
But it has two prongs on the end of it. You see them?
Yes.
They're the secret.
What are they for?
Well, I'll show you how it works.
It doesn't look like an invention.
It is, though. Now, behold. You see that book way up there on the top shelf?
With the gold letters?
That's right. Well, now, suppose I want that book.
Shall I get you your chair that unfolds into a stepladder?
No, we won't need that. Not now.
But I like to see that work. That's a good invention.
But look. Now, we hold the stick with the prongs right in front of the book. Like that, and then we go snap.
It grabs the book, like hanging.
Sure. Now it's just as if your old grandpa had an arm 10 feet long. I just reach up the mechanical arm and grab a book anywhere I want.
Oh, it's wonderful.
You like that?
Oh, yes. Are you going to make any more of them?
Why, yes. I think I will. It'd be just what shopkeepers need. I'm sure they'll all want one. Then they can reach things from high shelves without any trouble.
Yes.
That's an idea, Debbie. We'll offer it to them.
Oh, my. And, Grandpa, all the neighbors are using the chair that unfolds into a stepladder. Every house on the street has one.
Indeed.
And to think you invented that only a few months ago. You're the most wonderful inventor.
I'm not.
You are, too. Everyone says so, and Mother says you're so industrious.
Huh? No, I'm not a bit industrious. I'm just plain lazy.
You are not.
Yes, I am. I'm lazy. The laziest man you know. Why do you suppose I thought up this new invention? Other people don't mind walking up a stepladder 6 or 8 times a day to get something off a shelf, but I hate it. Why, I'm so lazy, I invented a way of getting around it.
Grandpa, how can you be so lazy if you work so hard? Why, just think of all those things you've made.
All right, now, you think of them. I'll tell you a secret. Don't tell anyone, Debbie. I invented them all for the same reason. All to save me a little bit of energy. Why, I'm probably just about the laziest man in the world.
Grandpa, I won't let you say such things. The very idea.
Did I ever tell you about my very first invention? Now, there's a good example.
Was it your Franklin stove?
No. That came years later. This is when I was just a lad up in Boston.
Did you invent something then?
Well, sort of. One day, another boy and I had gone swimming in a pond. Big pond, about a mile wide, on the edge of the town. Well, we'd been at it all day, and we were plain tired out. Then came time to start home back to Boston. Well, we were walking along the edge of the pond, and I got to wondering how long it ought to take us to get home, so we'd be in time for supper. What
Say, Ben, I wish we didn't have to walk all the way home. I'm stiff all over. Well, maybe a wagon will come along. Aren't you tired, too? Sure, Henry. I ache all over. Not a wagon in sight anywhere. Wait a minute, Henry. What's the matter? I have an idea about something. What? I want to fly my kite again. Fly your kite? Oh, what for? Come on, Ben, let's get on. No, I want to fly my kite. Look at that breeze. But let's get back to Boston. Oh, I'm tired out. You can wait a moment. Look at the kite shoot up. Look at it go. Oh, I don't care about that kite. Henry, hold it for a minute, will you? Now what? Just hold it. No, all right. That's it. I'll only be a second. What are you getting undressed for, Ben? Going to take another swim. A swim? We've been swimming all day and it's late. Oh, come on. We better be getting back or we'll get a caning. Here, Henry, hold my coat, will you? I'm going into the pond. What are you doing with the kite? You'll see. As soon as I tie it around my wrist, then I float like this. Ben, the kite's pulling you along. Sure it is, Henry. Well, that's the idea. Hey, take my clothes with you. I'm riding back. Goodbye, Henry. Meet me on the other side.
Now, you see, Debbie? I had it even then, my incurable laziness. A lot of fun it was, too. Only Henry lost one of my stockings on his way back.
Now, Grandpa, how can you keep saying you're lazy? Why, you made up so many good mottos about how people should be industrious all the time.
I hope you learned my mottos, Debbie.
Oh, yes. We have them on our almanac at school. September was lost time is never found again. And October was the sleeping fox catches no poultry.
Well, now, making up mottos is the kind of work I like. You don't have to get out of an easy chair for that.
You mustn't say things like that. Remember what you did with those musical glasses in London.
Oh, my harmonica.
Yes, Grandpa, and your stove, and all your other inventions.
Well, now, you take that harmonica, Debbie. I'll tell you about that. That's a good point. You see, I was in London once, trying to change some laws that weren't fair to the colonies. I wasn't very successful, but I did stay in a nice, cheerful house where an English family and their daughter looked after me. Well, they spoiled me, fed me tremendously. And I became the lord of the household. Well, one day we were having a jolly dinner.
What was that noise? Why, Mother, it sounded right in this room. Oh, strange.
Spirits, do you think?
Well, it does sound in this room, but where?
Maybe ghosts.
I'm going to look in that cupboard. Oh, Mother, it can't be in there. Oh, where are all my glasses? Well, Mother, what is it? My glassware is gone. All my best dinner glass is gone. Oh, it's impossible. The ones on the table, they must have been stolen.
Let me reassure you.
Mr. Franklin, what have you been up to?
Let me explain, Mrs. Martin. You see this glass on the table?
Yes.
Well, when the rim of a fine glass is wet and the finger is passed gently around the rim, we get...
Extraordinary.
Notice it's difficult to tell where the sound comes from?
Yes, it seems all around us, and you were doing it under our noses.
Notice further that this glass has a slightly higher pitch than the first one. Why? Because it has less water in it.
Now, where is all my glassware?
Well, if you ladies will step into the next room, their concert is about to begin.
Mother, look at that table. All my 36 glasses in a long row.
Now, ladies, you'll notice I have water at various levels in these glasses, enabling me to produce all the tones in the musical scale. Now, what would you like? A Scottish air? A minuet? What amuses you?
Mr. Franklin, are you going to run up and down that long table to play on those glasses?
Have I eaten so prodigiously in this house that the very thought of my running is laughable?
Oh, Mr. Franklin.
Now, ladies, a Scottish air. Mr. Martin, your glassware is safe. Nothing will be broken.
Well. Wonderful. Beautiful.
That's it. Difficult part.
Mr. Franklin, don't overdo it.
Nonsense.
Mr. Franklin, you're all out of breath. Mother, he's getting all red. I'm afraid of that apoplexy. Mr. Franklin, do you have to gallop up and down? Oh, do stop, please. Don't go on.
All right.
Don't go on.
There's no use. Impossible.
I'm afraid that's not a practical musical instrument. But it was beautiful, Mr. Franklin.
Let me sit down.
Yes.
Well, I know what's the matter with it. I'll have some goblets made without stems and mount them on spindles to be revolved by a foot pedal.
That's a much better idea.
Okay. Then all the musician would have to do is to sit in a comfortable chair, operate the foot pedal, and lightly touch his hand to each glass. Now, why didn't I think of that before? You know, Debbie, within a few years, they were playing the harmonica all over Europe. Why, they played it for the Empress at the court in Vienna. But it was all my laziness.
You're teasing me.
What makes you think so? Debbie, you remember these funny spectacles I invented?
Yes, what are they for?
Well, I used to have to use two pairs, one for reading and writing and one for distant prospects. But I like to look out of the window now and then while I'm working. And it vexed me dreadfully to have to change my spectacles all the time. I was always putting on one pair of spectacles and taking off another. Well, I got so exasperated, I invented these.
Those funny ones?
Well, it's not funny when you have to wear them, Debbie. You see, each lens has two different focuses. The lower part is for reading, upper part for distance. Now I don't have to change spectacles at all.
I just don't understand. Grandpa, you say you're lazy, but I see you working all the time. You're always making something, and Mother says you used to spend just hours and days working on electricity.
Well, now, Debbie, that's a long, roundabout story.
All those electrical bottles and batteries and everything?
Well, I can explain that all right. Did anyone ever tell you about the electric Christmas party we had one year?
No.
Well, that's a good place to begin. One day we invited our neighbors and friends for a demonstration. But it was also a party, an electricity Friends, since this is an electrical Christmas party, we shall roast our turkey by an electrical jack. Over a fire, we shall now kindle by the electrical bottle. Afterwards, a plum pudding with a flaming sauce ignited by electricity. Now, here you see our equipment.
Doesn't it look dangerous?
It is dangerous, madam. Extremely dangerous. I'd better step back there, young man.
I want to be close.
Young man, it's a good idea not to be too intimate with this apparatus unless you've had a good deal of experience with it. I caution you all to be very careful not to touch these two knobs at the same moment.
What would happen if we did?
I haven't experimented. It hardly seems wise.
Step back, Tommy. Let me see, Mama.
All right, we're ready to proceed. Now, the electrical fluid will leap from this knob here across this gap, igniting the tinder for our fire.
But will we see anything?
A flash of electrical fire. Now then, we take the other knob and carefully touch.
Mr. Franklin. Must have been the electric fire.
Look at him. He's all blue.
Mr. Franklin. Stand back, everybody. Let him breathe.
Oh, dear.
His heart's still beating. I can hear it. Stand back, please.
I want to see.
Oh, he'll be all right in a moment, I'm quite sure. Mr. Franklin, can you hear me? Mr. Franklin.
This is what comes of meddling with supernatural things.
Mr. Franklin. Can you hear us, Mr. Franklin?
Yes.
Are you all right?
Now, friends, we take the knob.
You've already done that, Mr. Franklin. That's why you're down on the floor now.
Yes? Where am I?
You're all right. You're just resting a moment.
You've just had a severe shock.
Oh, yes.
You're all blue, Mr. Franklin.
The blood will come back in a moment, I believe. There was quite a flash, sir.
Such a noise.
Don't try to get up, Mr. Franklin. Just sit there.
Did it hurt?
What did it feel like?
Like being struck by lightning, I imagine.
Lightning?
As if I received a blow in every part of my body. Lightning. That's it. Did you say there was a flash?
Oh, yes, sir.
And a noise like thunder.
And smell that smell. You noticed a sulfurous odor after the flash occurred?
Yes.
I thought so. Similar to the one in a thunderstorm. Friends, this supports a notion of mine that's been hounding me for weeks. If electricity and lightning really are the same, then we're on the verge of some knowledge very important. Now, forgive me for interrupting our electric Christmas party with this unseemly performance. Help me up.
It was a most vivid demonstration, Mr. Franklin.
It was very exciting.
And frightening.
And perhaps not uninstructive. Lightning and electricity. There's a common connection there. And I'm going to track it down the next thunderstorm.
Mr. Franklin?
Yes?
What are we going to do with the turkey? Oh, Tommy.
Cook it in the usual way. Hurry, son. The storm's coming closer. Be careful of the kite.
But do we have to bring this?
Of course. It's the basis of the whole experiment.
I just hope none of the neighbors see us.
Why? What's the matter?
Flying a kite at your age? They'll think that we're not right in the head.
Well, don't worry so much about people's opinions, son. He may prove something today that philosophers throughout the world are trying to learn. Turn here into this meadow.
It's starting to rain.
All right, let the kite up now as quickly as you can.
There it goes. Flying up fast.
All right, we're going to that shed there. I've got the apparatus all ready. I want you to take care of the kite, son. Here, give me the end of the line. I have to attach this key to it.
Now, if we get a spark there, does that mean that lightning is electricity?
Exactly. Is the kite far up?
Yeah.
All right. I've got the key attached.
There's a large thundercloud coming over.
Good.
Anything happening?
No.
That's a great cloud.
No sparks yet. Maybe that the line isn't wet enough.
Why, what would that do?
Well, the string is not a conductor, but water is, so the string won't conduct the electricity until it's thoroughly soaked. Hey, look. See?
What is it?
The strands of hemp are standing on end, bristling up. Look.
Sparks.
The electric fluid's flowing through. We've proved it, son. We've proved it. Well, I guess you remember the rest, Debbie. Once I'd proved that, I knew how to save thousands of people's homes and churches and public buildings from being struck by lightning. Lightning rods. Lightning rods to conduct the electric fluid into the grounds.
Did you invent the lightning rod out of laziness, too, Grandpa?
Of course, of course. You think I'm joking, don't you?
I don't know.
Well, I'm not. Not exactly. With lightning rods, I made a lot of people's lives safer and more comfortable. You know, I organized the fire department here in Philadelphia. Whenever any home was struck by lightning, we'd rush out with our leather buckets to try and save lives and property. Often too late. Now, when a thunder gust comes in the middle of the night, you wake up for a moment and think, doesn't that sound good? And then you go back to sleep again, don't you?
I like to hear thunder when I'm in bed.
Most people do, nowadays, because now they're safe. And so I did my bit to help everybody be a little lazier.
You don't really mean lazy, do you?
You understand. I thought you did. You know, I think people are very important, don't you?
You're important.
Everybody's important. Much too important to spend their time climbing up and down ladders all day. Why, that kind of thing makes a man a slave. And he's not a slave, Debbie. Because, well, man can invent things to do those jobs for him.
You mean you can, Grandpa?
Well, Debbie, in all my inventions, I was trying to make man free of drudgery. To give men freedom. That's the important thing. So they could go on and make a better world.
Well, Grandpa, if that happened, nobody would have anything to do. They'd all be like the princes in the storybooks.
It'd be better than princes. They'd be masters of everything in the material world. Yes, I believe that. I believe that. Well, now it's time we got around to your lesson, isn't it?
Well, if you like.
Now, what do we have to do today?
I have to spell words for my New England primer.
Let's see that list. All right, let's hear you spell some of these words. Now, here's one. One of my favorite words. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? That's easy. Tomorrow.
A jack of all trades, a master of all. A brilliant mind that immeasurably enriched our American way of life. An amazing genius for invention, dedicated to freedom and to the prosperity and happiness of our nation and its people, for which he labored all his life. The most American of us all, Benjamin Franklin, the many-sided genius in the Cavalcade of America. The Cavalcade of America thanks John McIntyre and the Cavalcade Players for their performance of Dr. Franklin Takes It Easy. And now, Ray Collins of the Cavalcade Players to tell you about next week's program.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week the Cavalcade of America presents a radio play, Henry Clay of Kentucky. The story of the man remembered for his great slogan, no South, no North, no East, no West, and who said, I'd rather be right than president. Admiring any man who fought for unity in America as he did, I am happy to play the part of Henry Clay when Cavalcade comes to you next week. Thank you.
The part of Deborah on this program was played by Sarah Fussell. On the Cavalcade of America, your announcer is Clayton Collier, sending best wishes from DuPont.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
In just a moment, we will bring you General Benjamin Franklin, starring Charles Lawson with Kathleen Lockhart on the Cavalcade of America. But first, here is James Whitman for DuPont.
Throughout the country, there are thousands of DuPont authorized refinishers, body repair and paint shops. They are specialists in smoothing out bumps and dents that mar the good looks of your car, in cleaning up rust spots along the door jambs, window and cowl dents, where the old finish is worn out. These shops put on a factory-matched finish in DuPont Duco or Dulux so perfectly, you won't be able to find the places that have been repaired. Look at your car tomorrow. If it needs a touch-up or overall paint job, take it to the DuPont authorized refinisher before the rain and snow of winter cause more rust and corrosion. Duco and Dulux finishes are among the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry.
America, the Pony Express. The covered wagon. America, the jet-propelled plane. America means skyscrapers and haylofts, the crack of a pioneer's flintlock, and the sound of a riveter's machine, the glow of a fireside, and the glare of a blast furnace against the midnight sky. America is your story. America is you and everyone you know. Tonight, the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Charles Lawson with Kathleen Lockhart in General Benjamin Franklin on the Cavalcade of America. It is late at night in the stately Philadelphia mansion of Robert Hunter Morris, His Majesty's colonial governor for the Crown Colony of Pennsylvania. In his study, the governor reads over a letter he has just composed to the most distinguished American of that day.
To Benjamin Franklin, Esquire, the French and Indian declaration of war has brought terror to the western border of Pennsylvania. Your appointment as a member of our committee for defense entitles you to know that at length His Gracious Majesty has been pleased to order General Edward Braddock and a force of British regulars to our rescue. It is hereby directed by request that you repair to...
It is hereby directed by request that you repair to Fredericktown, Maryland, for an earliest possible meeting with General Braddock. Good evening, sir. Your most obedient servant, Robert Hunter Morris, Governor. Oh, Ben, you didn't even listen to me read this letter from the governor.
Pompous windbag. 15 words where one would suffice.
Then what are you doing?
Building a coffin.
What?
Building a coffin.
What a horrible thing to say.
Not at all, Debbie. It's true. Quite a creditable job, Miss.
Ben Franklin, you may be a wit at the assembly, but I'll not have you testing your sayings on me.
I love you, Debbie. Not for the world would I use your beautiful head as a sounding block. There, it's done.
little paint and Mistress Katie will be pleased, I'm sure.
Mistress Katie, Ben? What are you saying? Now, what about Mistress Katie? That's not for her.
Oh, no. It's for her squirrel.
Oh, now, Ben. Begin at the beginning.
For her pet squirrel, my dear. Died last night. Our attempts to doctor it were unsuccessful.
So that's where you were until after midnight, doctoring a squirrel.
Debbie, to little Mistress Katie, the squirrel was more than a pet. It was a way of life. The center of an orbit round which Katie's existence moved.
Oh, Ben. With things the way they are, with the French and the Indians threatening our very homes, you stay up until all hours doctoring a squirrel for a neighbor's child.
Would you have me any other way, Debbie?
Of course not, dear. But now, what about this letter?
Oh, I suppose I shall have to take a coach to Fredericktown and meet General Braddock. What's the time?
Where's your watch?
Watch? Oh, I took it apart. I'd forgotten.
Again? Oh, well, never mind. You can take the evening coat. You'll have plenty of time, but you'd better get tied up.
This suit's all right, my dear.
That old brown thing? You're going to meet a general, then?
I'm sure the general will be splendid enough for both of us, my dear. Now I've got to hurry. Where's my waistcoat?
Here, where you threw it. On the floor.
Thank you.
Now, what are you hurrying for? You've got till this evening.
Oh, no. The funeral's set for 2 o'clock. I promised Katie we should have a grand funeral.
General Braddock, sir. This is Mr. Benjamin Franklin.
I am honored, sir. My honor, General.
Well, that'll be all, Captain.
Yes, sir.
You were delayed, Mr. Franklin?
Delayed? Oh, no. The coach was on time.
Oh. Will you sit down?
Thank you.
Master Madeira, Mr. Franklin.
Yes, if you please, sir.
Your health, sir.
Thank you. General Braddock, as a member of the Defense Committee, I am here to place myself at your service.
Franklin, you're a civilian. I don't mean to hurt your feelings, but a successful military campaign requires the scientific knowledge of professional soldiers. Forgive me, sir, but the art of war is a life's work.
The time were better spent in the science of avoiding war, General.
Yes, that may be, but we have war now. The king has ordered me here with 2 line regiments to sweep the French and their Indian allies from the Ohio. I propose to get on with it.
I propose, sir, to help you in any way I can.
Good.
My idea was to raise a volunteer army, a militia of citizens.
Citizens? You mean farmers, trappers, tradesmen, and whatnot? Oh, well, better than nothing, I suppose.
On the contrary, sir, not only do we Americans believe that a man fights better for his own soil than an imported soldier would, but our militiamen know the enemy.
I venture to say that the skilled might of His Majesty's forces will prevail. Gad, sir, an Indian is merely a man with a musket, after all.
Or a man with arrows, sir. Arrows are silent. In the forests, they come from nowhere. At any rate, sir, I plead with you not to send your columns into the forests in mass array, wearing those scarlet coats of theirs. Some of us have learned valuable lessons from Indian fighting. You know our general, our colonel, George Washington, of course, sir. I suggest that you rely on his advice.
I think you said he was a colonel?
Yes, I see, General. Yes, I see the point all too clearly.
Then see this clearly, if you will, sir. My orders are from the king. I am to attack and destroy Fort Duquesne and the enemy there. I have my regulars, and I'm in command.
Colonel Washington says...
Is not in command. Franklin.
Yes, sir.
Perhaps if you were a soldier, you'd understand these matters. Oh, by the way, were you ever a soldier?
Oh, yes, I was once.
Oh, it's good. Excellent. Where did you serve, sir?
I took my turn at sentry duty during King George's War some years ago.
Sentry duty? What was your rank, Mr. Franklin?
Common soldier, General.
I see. But you were, of course, in combat.
I seem to remember having seen muskets fired, sir, or heard them, but as for coming to a brush with the enemy, I cannot claim that.
Sentry duty, I see.
It was quite a responsible position, General. I guarded some cannon Governor Clinton had mounted. The cannon were loaded. I think.
Oh, come, Franklin. Don't be so serious. It is only going to be a skirmish at best. Indians may be a formidable enemy to you colonials, but to the king's regular and disciplined troops, I should say.
Very well, General Braddock. I pray, of course, for the entire success of your expedition. More than half of them. Killed. Destroyed. I knew it, Debbie. I knew it.
It wasn't your fault, dear. You did all you could.
If he'd only listened to Washington, I can't blame him for disregarding my advice. I'm not a soldier, and I never will be.
Now,
But Washington,
now sit down, dear. Now, what's to be done?
I don't know, Debbie.
Then you'd better eat something.
I don't want anything now, my dear. I've got to go and see Governor Morris.
What good will that do? You've talked to him before, and he's never been enthusiastic about your defense
Well,
plan.
he's got to be now that the Indians are breathing down his neck and Braddock's dead, along with half of his force.
This could be left to the younger men, dear. You'll be 50 soon.
Debbie, we are defending our own homes in 50 or 150. I can't stop now. I'm going to see Governor Morris. And if he doesn't see eye to eye with me this time,
Now, don't quarrel with him, dear.
I have the greatest respect for Governor Morris. Begging your pardon, Governor Morris, Benjamin Franklin is here to see you.
Franklin? What does he want again?
I don't know, Your Excellency.
Oh, this man's more trouble than the Indians.
He had a good plan, sir.
How did it judge of that? Oh, I'd have him come in.
Yes, sir.
Ah, Franklin, come in.
Your Excellency, I'm delighted to see you again.
Thank you. I'm delighted to see you. Dreadful thing, Franklin. Dreadful thing, Braddock's defeat.
It was more than that, Your Excellency.
What do you mean?
It was the end of our protection. The people, sir, are demanding protection.
Well, what can I do? Braddock was a good general.
He was an excellent general and an extremely courageous man, but that was not enough.
What can I tell the people?
What you intend to do, of course, sir.
Yes, of course.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Oh, nothing. Well, confounded Franklin, don't just sit there. What do you suggest?
Volunteer militia, Your Excellency.
These people aren't fighters.
General Braddock's regulars were picked troops. Where are they now? I don't think so. These men will be fighting for their homes, for America.
I haven't got the right to authorize the organizing of militia. The proprietor isn't here.
No, he's in London.
Isn't there another plan?
Yes, there is another plan. We can sit quietly and let the Indians scalp us while we sleep. That would solve our problems. It would also necessitate recolonizing, sir.
Oh, how can you joke at a time like this?
Believe me, Excellency, I am not joking. Either we organize militia and defend ourselves, or we give up America. And I, for one, do not intend to do that.
All right. Militia, then.
Good. I'll inform the Assembly.
Just a moment. Since you're the originator of this plan, I think you should stay with it.
What way, Your
The expedition is going to need a leader.
Yes?
A man experienced, well-liked, popular.
We'll find someone.
I don't think there's need to look further, Mr. Franklin.
You're not talking about me, sir.
I am.
Well, I am no soldier.
If I appoint you, you will be.
Appointing me doesn't make a soldier of me. I've no head for battle. I'm a man of peace.
You were all for action a moment ago.
I still am, but action led by someone who is capable, sir. You know that I'm no soldier, Your Excellency, and I know it too.
Takes other hands than those that fire the muskets to preserve this promising land of ours. So consider yourself appointed. A successful campaign may require a general.
That's Your Excellency.
A general, Mr. Franklin.
Is this an order, Your Excellency?
Consider it so, Mr. Franklin.
And I can do nothing else. But heaven help the campaign.
You are listening to Charles Lawton as Ben Franklin and Kathleen Lockhart as Debbie in General Benjamin Franklin on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As the second part of our story opens, Benjamin Franklin has convinced Governor Morris that recruiting volunteer militia is the only means of defending the colony of Pennsylvania. However, Franklin did not count on being appointed leader of the expedition, and just now we find him at his headquarters.
Will someone please poke up the fire?
Yes, General.
And stop calling me General.
Yes, sir.
General Franklin, sir. Lieutenant, don't shout from the door. Close it and come in.
Yes, sir.
What's the trouble with you?
Sir, I think the rain is going to turn to snow.
Is that your opinion, or have you dispatched runners reporting from Jupiter Pluvius?
Well, I thought you ought to know.
Now that I do know, what can I do about it?
Nothing, sir.
Exactly.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, just a moment, Lieutenant.
Sir?
Thank you for telling me. You must forgive an old man his testiness and ill temper. Soldiering is not in my order of things, you know.
Of course, sir.
You're wet. You sit by the fire and warm yourself.
But I have work.
You'll not be able to do it if you come down with cold and fever. Sit by the fire, Lieutenant.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
There never was a good war or a bad peace.
I must speak to you.
Well, at least, Captain McLaughlin, you do not stand by the door shouting at me.
Sir, we shall have to move immediately.
Oh, why?
No. The snow will make the trails impassable. And we must reach a defensible position by dawn.
Yes, very well. We'll move. Yes, sir? Where are those camphor balls?
Right here, sir. Camphor balls, General?
Yes, Captain McLaughlin. My dear wife made me take them along to prevent me catching cold.
Oh, I see, sir.
They smell horrible.
They do, sir.
However, if they do not prevent a cold, they will serve one purpose.
One purpose, sir? What is that?
These camphor balls will keep any Indians off, provided the savages are upwind from it. This is a comfortable house, Captain McLaughlin.
Yes, sir, it is. It's Uplinger's place.
Now, I suppose we'll have to discuss this campaign.
We will, sir. I have a map here of the region. Now, it looks as though we shall have to give battle before we reach Gnadenhutten.
Where?
Gnadenhutten.
Oh, go on.
Now, here's Gnaden...
Don't say that again. I can see it on the map.
Yes, sir. Here's the pass before Gnadenhutten. Yes, sir. Shall I go on?
By all means.
Thank you, sir. Now, if we get through the pass before dawn, we can reach Gnadenhutten.
Just a moment, Captain. This pass is quite narrow, isn't it?
Yes, General.
And it would take us quite a while to move through it.
But I think we can make it, sir.
And if we didn't, we should be like the Persians before the pass of Thermopylae.
Persians, sir?
Remember, Captain?
Oh, yes, sir. The Greeks held off a large Persian force at Thermopylae.
Ah, yes, you know your classics. I doubt if the Indians have their Leonidas. But we shall take no chance of being caught in the pass, flanked from all sides.
But we must reach Gnadenhutten.
Captain, order Captain Isaac Wayne to move his company to the left, wide of the pass. Captain Fuchs to move to the rear. Captain Weatherholt to move up ahead, and your own attachment to stay well to the right.
But, General, we're here, entirely
We
unprotected.
shall keep 100 men.
100? But against all those Indians?
Exactly. I hope to make the Indians commit the main body of their force to an attack here.
Well,
It may work.
It may not. Sir?
You have something to add to this plan?
Nothing, sir.
He accepts it without question.
You're my commander, sir.
You think I'm a madman, Captain?
No, sir.
Your military bearing, Captain, is second only to your tact. What time is it, Captain?
I'm a few minutes before dawn, sir.
The Indian believes that if he dies before dawn, his spirit will not go to the happy hunting grounds. We have a few minutes.
Are there any orders for me, sir?
I don't think so, Captain. You just remain here.
Here? In the house? While my company...
Listen to that. There's the crack of dawn, Captain.
I knew it. The Indians are attacking us here.
They are. Let's hope it's the main body of their forces.
If it is, we'll never get back to Philadelphia, sir.
General Franklin, sir. The Indians attacking. Any orders?
Fire back at them, Lieutenant.
Those are all the orders, sir?
They seem to be sufficient for the moment. Isn't that so, Captain McLaughlin?
Lieutenant, have our men form a circle around the house. Wagons and equipment to be piled as barricades.
Yes, sir.
I should have thought of that, Captain.
You knew we were in a trap here, didn't you, sir?
I had some idea of it, yes.
Have you a musket, sir?
Musket? I don't think so.
You're counting on our other companies to hear the fighting and close in. Isn't that it, General?
That was in my mind, yes.
They don't get here in time.
If it's any comfort at all, Captain, Benjamin Franklin will die with you. Do you see any of the Indians?
Behind every tree and rock, but I can't see them.
Sit down, Captain.
Sit down?
Well, we're committed to this. If it works, well and good. If it doesn't, we may as well meet the thing calmly. Sit down, Captain. Sit down.
Sit down, Ben Franklin, and keep your feet in that hot tub.
The big toe is floating right off my foot, Debbie. Blister and all.
Just a little while, it'll float right back on again. Now move your feet up to the one side, or this hot water will scald you.
Ow! That water's too hot, Debbie.
Fine shoulder. I never know how you survived all those weeks in the field.
And the birthday, too.
Yes, I know. You're past 50 now. I hope you'll begin to act your age.
Do try to forget my age, Debbie, if only to save yourself by comparison.
I heard all about it, Ben Franklin. What an utterly foolhardy thing to do.
Now, Debbie. It's all over and done with.
Oh, but you might have been killed, scalped.
Yes, there was a possibility.
Possibility? You deliberately had those savages attack you.
It's an old maneuver, my dear, for which I take no credit. I believe that Julius Caesar used it several times. I think it was a favorite trick of Alexander the Great.
Ben Franklin, you're neither Julius Caesar nor Alexander the Great.
Granted, my dear Debbie, I'm not a gentleman of the sword, but rather of the pen. Where's the brown suit?
I got rid of it.
Debbie, that was a shabby trick. I loved that suit.
Oh, Ben. You risked your life, and all you think about is that old suit.
It was comfortable.
It was a disgrace to the deputy postmaster and the general.
Well, I'm not a general, Debbie, and I never was. It turns out that my appointment was as a colonel in the Philadelphia regiment. And just as well. Debbie, my feet aren't made for marching.
It's a wonder they wouldn't give you a horse.
They did, but the horse and I were at odds as to when I should go up and come down. So I marched.
Now, who's that at this hour?
Don't answer it, my dear.
Don't be a goose. Might be important.
Nothing is important but peace and quiet. Debbie, who is it? Debbie?
The message for you, dear.
Oh, open it, dear.
Oh, no.
What is it?
Ben, the Assembly has elected you to sail for England.
What? Let me see that. Agent for Pennsylvania.
You can't do it. You've just come back from that campaign. Ben, tell them you can't accept. That you won't accept. Let the younger men do it.
My age favors me this time, Debbie.
You've done your share, dear.
Do you want me to stop, Debbie?
You, in England. Well, you'll need a new suit.
Brown one.
If you like.
Oh, Debbie, Debbie. None of that now.
Oh, you've done what you could, Ben.
No, I don't think so. I know now that men war upon each other, not knowing the reason, and you know that too, Debbie?
I do, Ben, but you're only one man.
One man from a new world, Debbie. Maybe I can bring some of the hope for the peace of the new world to the distracted old world. Year in and year out, Europe, seed, new struggles for questionable ends. Men are too prone to put their squabbles to the test of fire. There never was a good war, nor a bad peace.
In a moment, our star, Charles Lawton, will return. But first, here is Jane Whitman speaking for DuPont.
When your mother was a girl and went to the grocery to buy, let's say, soda crackers, the grocer man shooed the caps off the cracker barrel, reached down and handed the crackers over the counter in a paper sack. Most foodstuffs, and a good many other things, too, used to be sold in bulk. Packaging was developed by American business for a number of reasons. Cleanliness, convenience, accurate weight, and one last reason that's the most important of all, branding. When an American manufacturer prints his brand name on a package in big, bright letters, he is bidding for your attention, asking you to buy his product. But his brand is also a pledge. How so? If the product satisfies you, you buy that brand again. If it displeases you, you give it a cold look and a cold shoulder. A branded product competing with many others has to be good if the maker wants to stay in business. Women use the same brand of baking powder their mothers used because they know they can depend on it. Men buy the same make of car year after year, and competition is always there to keep the maker of that car on his toes. If you have ever traveled in a foreign country, you'll remember how glad you were to find a box of face powder or a pair of shoes with a familiar American brand on it. There was something you knew, something you could trust. The rules of good business never change. Hundreds of years ago, people bought from the makers whose products gave them better service. We all do the same thing today. A brand on the products we buy is a modern device that helps us to make our choice quickly and conveniently. Only a few of the many products of DuPont chemical science reach you directly. By far, the greater number of DuPont compounds are sold to manufacturers who use them in making the products, which they in turn sell to you. But every one of the thousands of boxes, barrels, and bags leaving a DuPont plant, whether it goes to you or goes to industry, carries the DuPont brand that stands for a century and a half of experience and integrity in the manufacture of the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry.
And now, here is our star, Charles Lawton. As some of you may perhaps remember, a year or so ago I had the pleasure of acting a quite different aspect of Benjamin Franklin's life than the one you've heard tonight. For Benjamin Franklin, the soldier, was quite a new idea for me, as I imagine it was for most of us. The pattern for winning liberty has never been set. When the time comes, free men are able to take part freely in the battle for the beliefs they cherish. We see it today. Franklin saw it in his time. Calling, vocation, even age is no barrier to service. The DuPont Cavalcade brings you Brian Donlevy in The Old Fall River Line. It's the romantic and nostalgic story of one of America's most colorful enterprises, the Fall River Line. The first stop on every traveler's list, from presidents to foreign diplomats and visiting celebrities. It's the story of Dan Hamilton, who fell in love with a boat on this famous line when he was 14 and spent the rest of his days ferrying boats across the Old Fall River Line. You'll also hear Harry Von Tilser's popular song about this thrilling boat trip. Be sure to listen next Monday to The Old Fall River Line, starring Brian Donlevy. Will soon be seen in the Benedict Bogus production, A Miracle Can Happen. The music for tonight's DuPont Cavalcade was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. Our cavalcade play was written by Zachary Metz. In the cast were George Zucco, Joseph Kearns, William Johnstone, Junius Matthews, Jay Novello, Howard Duff, and Raymond Lawrence. This is John Easton inviting you to listen next week to Brian Donlevy in The Old Fall River Line on the Cavalcade of America, brought to you by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The DuPont Cavalcade of America.
Tonight, Edward G. Robinson stars in The Philippines Never Surrendered, the story of guerrilla warfare against the Japanese on Mindanao, on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
Before we begin our play tonight, we want to tell you about DuPont Speed Easy Wall Finish, the new wall paint that you use right over wallpaper or most other interior wall surfaces. Although Speed Easy is an oil paint, you just thin it with water, then apply with a large brush or roller. In less than an hour, your walls are dry. For less than $3, you can refinish the average room. So for your home decoration, get Speed Easy. It's speedy, it's easy, and it's made by DuPont.
A few weeks ago in the Saturday Evening Post, Edward Cooder first told his story of guerrilla warfare against the Japanese on the island of Mindanao. Tonight, that story is told for the first time on the air. The DuPont Cavalcade presents The Philippines Never Surrendered, starring Edward G. Robinson as Edward Cooder. May 5th, 1942. In the shortwave monitor stations of America, in San Francisco and Seattle, up and down the West Coast. The engineers hold the tuning dials, trying to bring in the signal, trying to make it louder. And then they get it. And they hold it. Somebody is calling from the Philippines.
Corregidor calling. Corregidor calling. Corregidor. I can't say much. They got us. All around and from the skies. I can't think at all. Everyone is bawling like a baby. They're piling the dead and wounded in our tunnel. My love to Pa, Joe, Sue, and Mac. Stand by. Stand by.
In San Francisco and Seattle, the engineers wait at the receivers. They wait. And the brute silence of the Pacific flows in. Nothing more from Corregidor. It is as though the sea has rolled over the Philippines. The Philippine Islands have been drawn into the bosom of Japan. What happened there after that messenger died? People were alive in the Philippines. What did they do? What did they think? What happened to the people?
People like me, for instance. I'm Edward Cooder, and I'm a school teacher. For 20 years, superintendent of schools on the island of Mindanao. I'm a small man, not very rugged. I suppose you'd call me scholarly. And in the quiet years of my life, I'd often talked about the philosophical concepts of human dignity and human freedom. But that dark May day in 1942, there was no place or time for philosophy. There were facts. The Japs were about to occupy the town of Bansalan, and with less than an hour to spare, I sat in my office. Outside, there was the fury of approaching battle. And opposite me, across my desk, sat a United States Army colonel.
You've got to make up your mind, Mr. Cooder. The Japs will take this town in less than an hour.
Yes, I know, Colonel, but maybe it's the words that bother me.
Words?
Yes, well, they're strange to me. Sabotage, guerrilla. I'm not a soldier. I've never even fired a gun.
All I'm asking you to do is to stay here and organize the people. Tell them how to resist. I'm not asking you to fight.
Yes, but it seems to me that someone like you...
No, my orders are to go to the mountains, establish a center for resistance. And you know the natives better than I do.
Yes, I know them, and I like them.
And they like you.
Yes, but telling them to resist means bloodshed, killing, torture.
Well, they don't want to live under the Japs all their lives, do they?
I don't know.
Do you want to?
Well, that's a different matter. I know that someday I'll get away from this island. The Murrows have to live here.
Sure. It's their home. All the more reason for them to fight.
Well, it's easy for you and me to say that, Colonel.
It's true.
Well, it's easy for us to talk about what a man should fight for or die for, but our talk isn't enough. Listen, Colonel. Those guns are real, and the people they're turned against know they're real.
Look, I can't argue any longer. I have to get out of here. But I wish you'd say that you'd try.
I'll try.
Well, that's enough for me. I know that if anyone can get the Moros to fight, you can.
Yes, I'll try. I'll talk to them. But, Colonel, don't expect miracles. Lord knows I didn't expect miracles from the Moros or from myself. The Moros. Those brave, wonderful people. Small, broad-chested, almond-eyed. We call them the Irishmen of the Pacific. Great people for a story, or for a fight. But resistance. After all, the Moros were few and unarmed except for knives and a scattering of rusty rifles. And when I put myself in their place, well, how much could I expect of them? And I wanted to keep my promise to the colonel, but first I wanted a safe place to hide out. So when I walked into the jungle that day, I was looking for a man I knew I could count on, a man named Pendangaman. I sent out messages, but it was a few days before I found Pendangaman.
Mr. Coda, fine thing. It takes war to bring you here again. How are you, Mr. Coda?
Pretty well, Pendangaman. Well, good to see you.
This here friend, Malalao.
Oh, how do you do?
Me good friend with Americans, Mr. Coder.
I'm glad to hear it. Did you get my message, Pendangaman?
Yes. Have house for hide you. By mine, Mr. Coder. Come. I show you.
Well, I hope it's really out of the way.
Oh, Jap never find. All days when Moro be chased by American police, we fix him up there. American police cannot find, Jap cannot find.
Yes, well, that sounds safe enough. How has it been for you here, Pendangaman?
You mean Japs?
Yes.
They want no trouble. No want war here. Too busy with Americans far away.
So we must attack.
Be quiet,
I know quiet. We must kill them. Mr. Coder, we call Pendangaman our leader. A very big leader for a flock of chickens.
Manalao talk big, but my people no want to fight, Jap.
Well, they haven't bothered you at all?
Oh, Jap captain come this morning, say road blown up. Say bandits blew up road last night.
Me bandit to do this, Mr. Coder.
You, Manalao?
Yeah.
Well, congratulations.
Then Jap say, Moro people must repair road.
I say no.
Must repair. No repair, Jap kill everyone.
Mr. Coder, tell Pendangaman.
When are you supposed to repair it?
Tomorrow morning. We go, many people other side of town.
We no go. Tell him, Mr. Coder, you American.
Well, I know the danger, and I don't want to be responsible.
But the Americans come back, yes?
Yes, someday, but I can't promise when. The road is useful to the Japs. Now, if you repair it, you're helping them. If you decide not to repair it...
But we must repair. No repair, we be killed.
Yes, but if you decide not to, you have to know the risk you take and what you're taking it for. Pendangaman.
Yes, Mr. Coder.
You remember the American colonel who was in Dan Salem?
Yes.
Well, he asked me to tell the people here something.
Tell them fight? My people don't want to fight.
Well, I'm not so sure. Anyway, I'd like to tell them what's needed if they do want to fight.
Yes. Tell us, Mr. Coder.
Well, I'd rather speak with as many people as possible. You repair the road in the morning?
Yes. Sunrise.
Well, then I'll say a few words to all the people going to repair it. Just a few words before they start. But please remember, I don't want to mislead you. Now, resistance will not be easy. It will mean sacrifice and struggle. It may mean you will have to kill, and perhaps some of you will be killed.
We brave people. We kill.
We no kill.
Well, I'm not trying to tell you what you should do, but you must choose between resistance or possibly a lifetime of slavery under the Japanese. Now, if you decide to resist, you mustn't repair the road this morning. Resistance should begin in ways like that. Not working, wrecking trucks, blowing up bridges. Then when the American army comes back...
When Americans come back? Yeah, when?
I don't know.
We'll be soon.
Well, I can't lie to you. I don't know. Maybe 2 months, maybe a year, maybe 2 years. But General MacArthur said he will come back.
I believe that.
Come. Time to fix road.
No, Pandangaman. Mr. Cooder, no fix road.
Why, I am leader here.
Pandangaman, Mr. Cooder, I know way, good way, not to fix road.
You know a way?
No kill Jap.
Oh, no kill Jap. Listen, we go now to road. Start work. We work good. No trouble. Then after a while, crawl in the jungle and
They went to the road to start work, and I went along and crouched in the jungle with Manilau and Pandangaman beside the road. There were 6 Jap guards who handed out picks and shovels. It was getting light. The Moro men started digging and clearing the debris from the road. They worked for 2 hours while the Japs sat and watched. Then Manilau crawled away from my side and disappeared into the deep jungle. And suddenly, the Jap guards ran up and down the road, trying to see into the jungle, looking for the men who'd fired. And when they peered toward Pandangaman and me, I was cold with fear. But they didn't see us, and they wouldn't venture into the jungle. They fired a few shots blind, and then waited. In a few minutes...
You will continue walking. Go to work.
The men went on working. Manilau silently returned to my side. Then, after another 2 hours, he crawled away again.
Captain?
Yes?
We like very much to work for Emperor, but can no work if all time somebody shoot.
Continue working. We will finding these bandits and killing them.
We like to work, Captain, but we're not brave like you Japanese.
I know, but you must try to be brave.
We're afraid, Captain. When you kill bandits, we come back and work. Come, people, we go home.
What are you thinking, Pandangaman?
Trouble coming.
Why?
This. We work for Jap. They make very nice for us. But Jap know we hate them. So if we no work and if they win war, Mr. Kuda, I think they will kill us all.
They're not going to win the war, Pandangaman.
Maybe. Long time Americans go away. What happened to them? Maybe they don't want to fight no more.
You know that's not so.
When they come back, Mr. Kuda, when?
I don't know. I've been thinking, ever since what happened at the road, I know your people do want to resist. All they need, Pandangaman, is a real leader.
I no can tell them to fight.
Well, you ask when the Americans will come back. That depends on many things, and partly on how much trouble you make for the Japs here. It's your freedom, too, Pandangaman, and I've come to this conclusion. Sabotage is not enough. It's time for the Moros to kill Japs.
You, Mr. Kuda. Now you sound like Manilau and my wife, Maruki.
Maruki, too? Well, soon every Moro must decide, no matter what you, their leader, may think, that to have their own country, to be free, they have to fight.
You are listening to Edward G. Robinson as Edward Cooder in The Philippines Never Surrendered on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As we come to the second act of our play, Edward Cooder resumes his story of the building of a native underground movement on Mindanao during the Japanese occupation.
After I knew the Moro people were ready to resist the Japanese, I became a man of action, trying to bring together the threads of courage, ingenuity, and strength I'd seen in the Moros, trying to fill the gap left by the weakness and the hesitations of their leader. Days passed and weeks, and then I saw that the temper of the Japs began to change. I sensed that they were getting pushed back somewhere, that the war wasn't going too well with them, because fear crept back into Japanese faces, and they began to make mistakes.
How much for this?
12 pesos.
Here is the money.
You give me only 5 pesos.
You will take 5 pesos.
No, sir. 12 pesos.
Don't tell me what to pay. Here. You are a lucky man, you get anything. Next time, maybe you know better. Huh?
Well, what are you going to do?
Do? Nothing, Mr. Cooter.
You let the Jap slap your face? You, one of the Moro people?
Me want to kill, but cannot.
Why? If you don't, you're a man without honor.
Pandangaman say no killing.
Yes, but if you do kill him, you will be honored and named by your grandchildren and great-grandchildren.
Wait, Mr. Cooter. I go. Sir? Good, Captain.
So, you speak to me?
Sir, I worthless man. I no want to take more than 5 pesos.
Oh, next time, you know better with Japanese.
Yes, sir. Sir, you tell me, please, what is great Navy ship there in harbor?
That one?
Yes.
Oh, fine ship of Japanese Imperial Navy. Named
So, clean through the throat. You Jap cannot slap Moro. Even you have many guns.
Pandangaman, where are man who is killing my soldier?
Don't know. Where is this man?
Pandangaman, 3 months ago, I am to giving order. All knives must be turned over to Japanese army. How's this man having his knife?
Don't know how this man have knife.
Pandangaman, tonight we are going to every house. Give the people order to leaving all knives in doorway of their homes. We are picking up knives tonight. Goodbye.
Pandangaman.
You can come out now, Mr. Kuda. He gone.
You're not going to let them take the people's knives, are you?
What can I do?
Pandangaman, don't you see they're afraid of you? The Americans must be closer than we think.
Quiet. My wife coming. Say nothing about it.
So, you still sit here like woman?
From you, only insult.
More and more Jap kill our people, beat, steal, and you sit here like old lady with no teeth.
Pandangaman, you can't let the Japs take your people's weapons tonight. Call them together. Let them decide if they want to fight. That night, in the darkness around Pandangaman's house, the people sat and talked. I moved among them, listening, putting in a word here and there. They all had their rifles with them. They'd come expecting to fight. And yet Pandangaman sat without speaking, and I knew he wouldn't give the command. Then it happened. A young man came up to Pandangaman.
Pandangaman, many Japanese coming up road. Coming this way.
Oh, that's so good. Everyone, Japanese coming. Put down rifles, then sit. Everyone.
I could feel the nervousness rising like a fog from the people. All eyes were on the road that passed Pandangaman's house. But Pandangaman was turned a little away, and he seemed to be hardly breathing. We heard the troops approaching, and then from another direction out of the jungle, a man came running. Everyone turned to see. It was Manilao.
Pandangaman, boat wreck on shore. Japanese soldiers swim in water. American submarines, Pandangaman. American submarines sink Jap ship offshore. They come back, Pandangaman. We fight now. We fight now.
Well, now what do you say, Pandangaman?
Quiet, Maruki.
Bah! You old woman. I go after them with my knife. I will need people.
Quiet. Quiet. Mr. Kuda, go into your house before they see you.
All right, I'll go. You can see what your people want, Pandangaman. If you're really their leader, you have to prove it. Now is the time to act. I went into the house and watched. I saw the soldiers pass the house and vanish over the little hill road. And then I saw Pandangaman get to his feet. I knew now he felt the pulse of his people and he was ready to lead them. The thing that happens over and over in human history, it happened in the now. The people, needing a leader, had created one out of their own strength, their own fierce needs. Pandangaman stood up, and the Moro people rose without a word and followed. Moving noiselessly, the people spread out behind him and started running. I ran out of the house behind them. They filled the jungle on both sides of the Jap column and then caught up with it. For a moment, we could only hear the sound of marching, and then... From that night on, the Japanese on Mindanao died in many ways. By bullet, by stone, by knife, and by rope. The Japs had swallowed up the Philippines, and the feast had killed them. Well, my job's done here, Pendangaman.
You leave us now, Mr. Cooter?
Yes, I think I should go to the mountains and join the colonel. The people are organized now, and they have their leader.
Yes. Tell Colonel we fight for him. We make way for American to come. And tell him come soon.
I'll tell him. And he'll thank you. And I know, Pendangaman, you've made yourselves a great people in this war. You will not be forgotten.
Well, Cooter, how's it seem being a hero?
Oh, I don't know that I am, Colonel. I told you I was no soldier.
Well, maybe not, but you certainly started things popping down there.
Well, they're fighting, yes. Poisoning Japs, knifing them, throwing them off cliffs. They're organized, Colonel, but I still haven't fired a rifle.
Remember? I told you that wasn't important.
Yes, the Moros are fighting like people who deserve their country. You know what I mean. To me, that's a fine thing.
I know.
Colonel, your answer from MacArthur's headquarters, sir.
What's it say?
Well, General MacArthur's sending a sub. We're to meet it on the coast. Here are full directions, sir.
Good. Well, Cooter, I guess you're going home.
On that black day of May 1942, they listened in Seattle, and the radio was dead on Corregidor. But in February 1945, I lay in a New York hospital, and beside me the radio was tuned to the same wave band. The voice had returned to Corregidor, to Manila and to those islands. The speech of free men had returned, and it soared like strong birds across the long Pacific, soared in the voice of General MacArthur.
President Osmeña, my country has kept the faith. On her behalf, I now solemnly declare the full powers and responsibilities under the Constitution restored to the Philippine Commonwealth. We come here as an army of free men, dedicated with your people to the cause of human liberty. Manila has regained her rightful place as a living and heroic symbol of democracy.
The level voice of Douglas MacArthur rose out of the sea, and the silence of the sea was rolled away. And I knew then what I had stayed behind to prove. The Philippines never surrendered.
Our thanks to you, Edward G. Robinson, and to all members of tonight's DuPont Cavalcade cast. Now, here is Dame Whitman.
As each day brings us nearer to the end of war in Europe, we turn our thoughts westward. Westward to Japan, and currently to San Francisco, where at the United Nations Conference, men of goodwill are striving that world war may never come again. Lamont DuPont, chairman of the board of the DuPont Company, recently said about the San Francisco Conference, as an official of an American company, which, like the great majority of American industry, has in 2 world wars been forced by events to turn its peacetime production to making the materials of war, I should like to say of the United Nations Conference on World Organization in San Francisco that I hope with all my heart that the nations which are winning this conflict will be successful in perfecting a workable way to secure the future peace. Obviously, we cannot wave a full functioning world organization into being at the point of a magician's wand and guarantee by that act that there will never be war again. It is a harder task than that, for I can appreciate
that it will be difficult to agree upon the best method of preserving the peace. By that token, it must be undertaken immediately and cooperatively. And I hope the United Nations will find it in themselves to reach a constructive agreement and exert the long-term, ceaseless effort necessary to make the machinery effective in the amicable settlement of international questions. It takes only one nation to make a war. It takes many nations working together to make peace in the world. I take pride in the part our company has played in World War I and World War II in helping provide the physical weapons to enable ourselves and our allies to defeat those nations that have twice in one generation made war on the civilized world. But in each case, it was a contribution to the national welfare, inspired by a sense of responsibility, and not one that we would have sought for business reasons. We have wanted, and we want now, a world at peace. This is not a new attitude on the part of the DuPont Company. Time after time, during the Civil War, on the occasion of the Disarmament Conference in 1921, and on various other occasions, responsible officers of this company have made it clear that not only the strong natural sympathies of its management, but also the plain business interests of the company lie overwhelmingly in the direction of the continued maintenance of world peace. We prefer, both for selfish and humanitarian reasons, to do the economic work of an industrial company in a world of peace, and not the uneconomic work of a world at war. This is our desire, too, for the future. That is why my hope for the successful outcome of the meeting is deep and strong. No organization that comes from the deliberations at San Francisco will mean that the United States or our allies can automatically cease to rely on their own resources to protect their ultimate security. But I believe it has been demonstrated that no nation can, of itself, be secure, and that the Peacetime Association, politically, economically, and scientifically, of the nations now cooperating to win this war, offers the best chance that we shall not have to do it all over again in another quarter of a century. I hope the United Nations Conference will succeed so that the fullest resources and genius of American private enterprise can be turned soon and from then on to producing for peace and to creating the post-war jobs that all of us so urgently want. Unquote. These words of Lamont DuPont express the hope of all of us in the DuPont Company, whose peacetime work provides you with better things for better living through chemistry.
Next week, the DuPont Cavalcade will bring you the story of an attractive young illustrator who suddenly found a way to use her talent as an artist in a personal crisis brought on by the war. Our play is called Artist to the Wounded, and our star will be the charming screen actress Geraldine Fitzgerald. Edward G. Robinson may be seen currently in the international production Woman in the Window. The music for tonight's DuPont Cavalcade was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. Our Cavalcade play was written by Arthur Miller and was based on a Saturday Evening Post series by Edward Cooter and Pete Martin. This is Frank Graham inviting you to listen next week to Artist to the Wounded, starring Geraldine Fitzgerald on the Cavalcade of America, brought to you by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Our listeners aren't tired of hearing Happy New Year, because all of the people connected with this program wish to extend their hearty and sincere greetings, with every wish that 1936 will be full of gladness for you. Few companies have been so long identified with the history and growth of America as DuPont, and so it's fitting that DuPont should present the Cavalcade of America, a series of programs which tell you stories of traditional American spirit. It is the belief of the sponsor that a very real expression of the nature and tempo of American life is found in the ideal of DuPont's research chemists. Better things for better living through chemistry. Your comments on this series of programs will be appreciated very much by the sponsor. Just mail them to DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware, or to your radio station. This evening's story concerns the Declaration of Independence. Our Cavalcade Orchestra sets the stage with Victor Herbert's American Fantasy, which makes use of historic American airs.
I'll put the question. All in favor of Mr. Dickinson's resolution? Aye.
Both sides were eager to postpone the actual vote on the resolution. But many members felt that it had a good chance of passing, and so a committee was named to draft a declaration stating the reasons for such a resolution. The committee consisted of Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. Jefferson, considered by many to be the best writer in the colonies, was chosen to make the original draft. Let us visit the Gratz house on Market Street, Philadelphia, late in June. Gratz is talking with his wife.
But Mr. Jefferson hasn't come down to his supper. I think I should call him.
No, don't disturb him. Mr. Adams and Dr. Franklin are with him. There are serious matters being discussed upstairs.
Well, maybe Dr. Franklin and Mr. Adams would like some supper, too.
Must you always be thinking of food? Important plans are being made for the welfare of our country. Tom Jefferson says that some delegates have been instructed to introduce another resolution for independence this session.
Oh, you're always talking politics and worrying about the country instead of attending to your business. More members of the Continental Congress to track up my floors, I suppose.
You don't appreciate the honor they do us boarding here in our home. Someday this house will be known as a place where history
well, you
was
wouldn't
made.
call it an honor if you had to sweep up after them. Oh, good evening, Mr. Phillips.
Good evening, Mrs. Gratz.
It's young Mr. Temple, Father.
How are you, Mr. Gratz?
Oh, come in, Mr. Phillips. Well, how can I serve you?
I was wondering if you could tell me where I could find more books or pamphlets like this Common Sense. Has Mr. Payne written any more?
I don't know, Mr. Phillips, but I'll ask Mr. Jefferson. He will know.
I'd be very grateful if you would.
Mr. Jefferson's busy now. He mustn't be disturbed. How does your father feel about your sudden interest in this kind of literature?
Father doesn't know. But I'm convinced his ideas are wrong, Mr. Gratz.
Yeah.
Our country must come first, before England or any other place. Don't you think so?
Yes, Mr. Phillips, I do think so. My parents came from Germany and settled here. They are like your father. They are always talking about the old country, but I am an American.
So am I. And our duty lies, I think, with the new country rather than the old. A place where we intend to live and bring up families. We owe it to future generations so that they may have a happy and a better place to live in. Meanwhile, in Jefferson's room, he and his colleagues, John Adams and Benjamin Franklin, are formulating the document that was to help make the country a happy and a better place. Well, Dr. Franklin, now that you've read the draft, what do you think?
As a whole, Mr. Jefferson, I am delighted with it. But I hope you won't be offended if a much older man makes a few slight suggestions.
Certainly not, Dr. Franklin.
For instance, you say, when in the course of human events it becomes necessary for a people. Now, wouldn't one people be more significant?
Yes. Yes, one people. That's right.
And you say, we hold these truths to be sacred and undeniable. Now, I would prefer we hold these truths to be self-evident.
Self-evident is stronger.
Above all, we must be careful not to alienate any of our colonies at this time. Unless this declaration of our reasons for freedom is passed unanimously by the Continental Congress, it will utterly fail in its purpose.
You're right about that, Dr. Franklin. It must be the unanimous will of the United Colonies.
Now, I've called the colonies the United States of America. Do you like that term, Dr. Franklin?
Yes, Mr. Jefferson, I do. The United States of America. May they ever stand so.
Discussion after discussion caused further postponement of any definite action. On July 1st, 1776, the Committee of the Whole met and advised the passage of the Lee Resolution. The vote was 9 colonies for and 4 against. We find Franklin, Jefferson, and Adams the night of July 1st discussing the situation.
9 votes out of 13. No, it's not enough. If the resolution isn't passed unanimously tomorrow, the rest of the world will never believe our colonies are united. Never believe we are the United States of America.
4 colonies against. Delaware, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, and New York.
The Delaware delegation is evenly divided. The New York delegation has no instructions, and none could possibly arrive by tomorrow. The South Carolina delegates feel that their instructions aren't broad enough to allow them to vote affirmatively.
Rutledge has called them together tonight. Perhaps his eloquence may persuade them.
I'm worried about Delaware. The vote will always remain 1-1. McKean for and Reed against. We can't count on Delaware.
McKean told me that he'd sent a postwriter for Caesar Rodney. As the 3rd member of the delegation, he's sure to favor the resolution.
Rodney's 80 miles away, and they say he's a sick man. We can't expect him to arrive in time to vote.
It's your own Pennsylvania delegation that worries me most, Dr. Franklin. That's a negative majority that no amount of eloquence or persuasion can change.
I know. Dickinson and Morris are sincere. So are Willing and Humphreys. 4-3 against. Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Dickinson.
I trust I'm not interrupting.
Why, not at all. Come in, Dickinson. We were just discussing you.
Not too harshly, I trust. Gentlemen, I was much impressed with the vote today.
So much so that you wish to change yours, I hope.
No, Doctor. I still believe in reconciliation. But I love my country too well to hold out against wishes of majority. I know that independence must pass, and I realize the necessity for an undivided front. My conscience won't permit my voting for the resolution, but I can stay away from the Congress.
That would make a tie in the Pennsylvania delegation, Mr. Dickinson.
I'm on my way to talk to Morris. If he also remained away tomorrow, you would have a majority in the Pennsylvania delegation.
Mr. Dickinson, you and I have long been opponents. Now I want to express my appreciation and gratitude, sir.
Of course, I can't promise for Morris.
Tomorrow will tell the tale. We must wait for tomorrow.
On the morning of July 2nd, the delegates of the Continental Congress assembled to vote on the Lee Resolution. Franklin and Adams are seated together not far from the chairman, John Hancock, as the voting proceeds.
There's 8. New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina.
4 more to come, with New York not voting.
The chair calls on Mr. Gwinnett of the Georgia delegation. Georgia votes in favor of the revolution. The South Carolina delegation, Mr. Rutledge.
Mr. Chairman, last night we held a meeting of the South Carolina delegates. Lasted well into the morning. We have come to the conclusion that our instructions are broad enough to allow us to vote on the question. South Carolina votes in the affirmative.
Rutledge must have been very eloquent. Well, I'm beginning to breathe easier.
There are still 2 more, and...
At the request of Colonel McKean of Delaware, I have postponed calling on that colony
until an attempt has been made to secure a full representation. Yesterday, the vote was even.
Mr. Chairman.
Here's Colonel McKean now. I was just calling on you.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to report. Our third delegate, Mr. Cesar Rodney, has just arrived. He has ridden all night and wishes to apologize for rushing in so unceremoniously. But thanks to his arrival, the Delaware delegation supports the resolution 2-1.
Only your own colony left, Dr. Franklin?
Yes, only Pennsylvania.
Dr. Franklin, have the other members of your delegation arrived as yet?
No, Mr. Chairman, and I am certain now that Mr. Dickinson and Mr. Morris are not coming. I therefore announce that the Pennsylvania delegation stands 3-2 in favor of independence.
Well, boys, with the New York delegation in sympathy but not voting, I think we may call it unanimous.
It is unanimous.
Mark my words, Dr. Franklin. July 2nd will be a day of rejoicing and celebration in these United States until the end of time.
But July 2nd, the day the resolution was passed, is not the day we celebrate. On July 4th, after much discussion as to its wording, a formal Declaration of Independence, little changed from Jefferson's original draft, was adopted unanimously by the assembled representatives of the United Colonies. On July 8th, the people of Philadelphia are gathered outside the State House to hear the Declaration read by John Nixon. On the outskirts of the crowd stands young Philip Temple with his father.
I can't see why you dragged me here, Philip. You've read that document yourself at Mr. Jefferson. You almost know it by heart. We can't hear anything here anyway.
I want to see how the people take it, Father.
People, eh? I notice not many of our friends are here.
Many of our friends have fled the town, Father.
Yeah, that is true, sir.
I'm glad you're staying.
I'm waiting to see the outcome of all this. Anyone can put words on paper. But will they live up to their words? Will they sign this declaration?
Indeed they will, Mr. Temple. I'm sure of that.
We'll see, Gratz.
This is a great occasion, isn't it, Mr. Gratz?
A day to remember, lad. I'm glad to see you taking an interest, Mr. Temple. I feared perhaps you'd left town with your friends.
Father's staying in Philadelphia, but I'm leaving town, Mr. Gratz.
You, Philip?
Tomorrow I start for Boston to join General Washington.
Oh, good lad. Does your father approve?
The boy's of age. If I tried to stop him, your Liberty boys would try to run me out of town, I suppose.
Don't mind what Father says. I really think he's rather proud of me.
Mr. Nixon has finished reading the Declaration.
Those men in Congress have pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their honor. Could I do less? Every church bell in Philadelphia seems to be ringing.
Yeah, ringing in a new era.
They've given us the ideal. It's our duty to make it real.
On August 2nd, the delegates assembled. 56 signatures were affixed to the document, each man pledging his life, his fortune, and his sacred honor to uphold the principles of freedom and equality so that we and future generations should have life, liberty, and the chance for happiness. There are no braver names than these in the Cavalcade of America.
The American spirit of independence is well exercised by the American housewife as she does her daily shopping. A good example of Mrs. Housewife's firm intention to get the things she buys in first-class condition, fresh, clean, and sanitary, and to see exactly what she's buying, is shown by the revolutionary improvements in packaging during recent years, particularly transparent wrapping. The story of transparent wrapping, or cellulose film, which is another name for it, is a mighty interesting story of chemistry. First manufactured in 1898 in England to wrap the famous Pears soap, and improved in 1908 by a French chemist, this material is now made in the United States. DuPont makes and sells it under the trademark cellophane. Maybe you have seen, or you will see, the recent spectacular moving picture, A Midsummer Night's Dream, in which 700,000 yards of cellophane were used to create the beautiful illusion of fairyland. Or you may have seen pianos and automobiles wrapped in cellophane. But these are the novel and unusual uses. The importance of cellophane to you is the way it protects your health by guarding things from dirt and germs and also the way it keeps foods fresh and delicious. How can man produce a substance as shimmery as a moonbeam and as elusive as thin air out of the towering spruce tree? Because that's exactly where cellophane cellulose film comes from. Chips of spruce wood go through various chemical processes to end up as a thick liquid. Then an amazing transformation takes place in one step. As the liquid cellulose is forced through a long, narrow slot, it flows evenly into an acid bath. And the instant it touches the acid, it coagulates and becomes solid. Then it's purified and bleached until it's as clear as crystal and made flexible for easy and secure wrapping. DuPont chemists made many improvements in the original discovery. They found how to make this transparent wrapping moisture-proof to protect the freshness of foods and tobacco. In short, the thing to remember is that cellophane cellulose film is something chemistry has created to protect you by protecting the things you buy. It well illustrates the creed of DuPont research chemists: better things for better living through chemistry.
This program has come to you through the courtesy of DuPont, one of America's oldest enterprises, makers of chemical products since 1802. It's one of a series of programs